months, we daven that there shouldn't be a miscarriage. From 6 months till the end of the pregnancy, we daven that it should be a good birth. Now we learn this throughout Shas, that if a woman fertilizes first, it turns out to be a zachar. We must say that in our story, we're talking about the man and the woman both fertilize simultaneously, and therefore you can still daven that should be a zachar. Gemara tells us a story about Hillel HaZaken, who heard screaming coming from the city, and he said, "I'm sure and certain that it's not coming from my house." Gemara says that Rabbi Shmuel was walking with one of the students, and he noticed that his student was shaking out of fear, and he said,
"Look at this athleticism!
You sinned, and that's why you're shaking." He says, "No, I'm not been on the pasuk."
Mary Alice Bark. Hey, what up, Alice Bark? Are you there?
You didn't understand the pasuk.
Alice Bark. Are you real? Hello, friend. Just to follow up, keep up the great work, success. We surely come your way. I would love to join your fan base. Can you add me on Discord, Mary Alice Bark? I don't know if you're real. If you're real, are you real? Mary Alice Bark?
Once he gets into the city, he says,
Girl, type if you're real.
Thank you for bringing me in peace. When he's about to leave, he says, I should leave in peace.
Look at this.
Once he's out, he says, look at
this move.
Just like you took me out in peace, like we say in Mar says, this is in a place
there's no way
that
bitch is
no
real.
Court system. But in a place that is a court system, there's no reason to daven. Everything will go according to the law as long as you keep the law. Says Gemara, no, or you could say that perhaps even a place that is law and court system, nevertheless you should daven. Perhaps
look at this, look at that. I'm like
someone to testify for you.
I'm like a fucking Pantene Parv commercial,
days,
girl. Like herbal essence is in your proof.
The only way to heat up the water
look at this
to suspend the water on an upper level
look
and
at this
have fire
athleticism.
Underneath that floor. And occasionally it would collapse.
Hi, friend.
So you had to say
girl
special
ever says
davening
hi,
that
friend,
even
is a
if
bad
you believe it or
son
not,
of a
you'd say you're
Hey,
not
buddy.
for
Buddy sucks as
Hashem
well.
L'Kayil gives us
Hey,
that Leinim is there, with the others that say
look at this
this and others like it. Vayera b'dvar Kapala, and nothing bad should happen to me.
What up, baby?
V'yera b'dvar Kapala, and if something really bad happens to me,
Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
Rabbi says, I'll pick up the Lasata. You should never
Look at
open
this
your mouth
athleticism.
and say something
Look at
negative
this
like
move.
that.
Look at this
And when a person
athleticism.
leaves the bathhouse, and
Do you
one
ever
piece, you should
shut
say,
the fuck up?
Look
at this.
the Lord, you saved me from the fire. The Gemara
Look at
says,
this athleticism.
but those in the bathhouse, and the floor fell out from under him, and with a mace he was saved, he held onto one of the beams, and he was able to save 101 people by them holding on to him. If you go into bloodletting, you say you rotten for Hashem L'Kayil, she is exactly the food. This is not really for medicine reasons. To kill raping Neman Ata. With less of Shlema, your healing is whole. You might understood that one should not try to heal himself. One should just daven. Says Abaya, but that's not true. The pasuk says, "The rappo you're rapping." That the Torah gave us permission to use doctors and medicine. When a person leaves the bloodletting, you should say, Baruch Reifei Chinam. When a person in those days would go to the bathroom, he would tell the malachim that accompany a person, he'd say, you guys wait out here for me. And he'd say, His Kavim Uchubadim, G'doshim Shar Seyala, and the Mishnah says that today we don't do that, since it's haughtiness, as if we go with our malachim. Abaya says, don't tell the malachim to wait outside, because perhaps they'll leave you and they'll leave you for good. So you say, Shamruni, Shamruni, watch me, Azruni, help me. Samchuni, Amtinuli, wait for me. When he goes out, the Gemara brings the whole language of Asher Yotzar, as we know. And at night you say Kriyash Malamita, as we know. You say until Bahayim Shemaya. And then you say the bracha of Amapil Chavli Sheina. When the person wakes up, at the time of the Gemara, you'd say all the brachas that we say in one shot, you'd say it as you perform another function. So when you wake up, you say like Hai, Nishama Shanasata Bi, etc. When you hear the rooster, you say Asher Nasan Lasefbi, which is referring to the rooster, or the mind that knows how to differentiate. When you open up your eyes, you say okay, Achivrim. When you sit up in your bed, you say Matar Surim. When you wear your clothing, you say Mal Bisharumin. When you stand up, you say Zoyif Kefufim. When you get onto the floor, you say Reika Aret Al-Noy. When you start stepping, you say Amekim and Tzadigover. When you tie your shoes, you say Shal Salit Sarki. When you put on your belt, you say Oizi Yisrael B'Gvura. When you put a covering on your head, you say Oiter Yisrael B'Separa. When you put on your tzitzis, you say L'Satev B'Tzitzis. When you wear your tefillin Shel Yad, you say L'Poniach with a comment. When you put your Shorosh on, you say Mitzvahs Tefillin. There are those who say only one bracha. When you wash your hands, you say Al Tezagayim. When you wash your face, you say Amaber Shenim Le'Eva Yisrael Havapai, and then you say Yiratzon Shtar Yilev Yisrael Baruch Hu should make us used to learning Torah, but that became Mitzvah. We should be used to doing mitzvahs. Baruch Ata Hashem, Goimel without a hey, Goimel Chasadim Tevinam Yisrael. A person must make a bracha on the bad, just like he makes a bracha on the good. Meaning, it should always be the simcha. You should be happy. Rabbi Kiva says this is more a famous story. He used to say everything HaKadosh Baruch Hu does is for the good. And he once went to a place and nobody would invite him in, so he had to sleep in the field. And he had a rooster, a candle, and a donkey. The rooster was his alarm clock. He says the Gemara in the middle of the night, the wind came and blew out the candle. Then a cat came and ate his rooster. And then a lion came and ate his donkey. And he said, everything's for the best. And in fact, soldiers came and took everybody captive. And he was saying, have a wonderful day. If you have complaints against HaKadosh Baruch Hu, use as few words as possible. It says Rav Nachman bar Rav Chisda. It says in the pasuk Vayitzer with two yuds. It means that HaKadosh Baruch Hu created man with two yitzers, Yitzer Hara and Yitzer Tov, two inclinations. It says Reb Shimon Pazi. If so, how do animals create destruction and bite people and all that stuff? They don't have a yitzer. Therefore, the two yuds. One comes to talk about the Rebbeinu Shalom. You should fear him, and you should fear your yitzer. Rav Yirmiyah ben Elazar says that Adam Rishon was created with two faces. In other words, Chava was back to back with Adam Rishon, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu separated them. Machlokes Rav and Shmuel. When it says in the pasuk Tzela, does it mean the side, meaning Chava was back to back with Adam, or does it mean Adam Rishon's tail? HaKadosh Baruch Hu snipped off his tail and created Chava. Says the Gemara, a beautiful thing that HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the beginning wanted to create Adam and Chava like the animals, individuals, and then he decided to make them one. The Rishonim explain. Like this, a husband and wife have a connection that a mother and a child don't even have. They always yearn to be together. Rav Ami says that it says in the pasuk Ochar v'Kedim Tzartani, which is a contradiction. Because Baruch Hu created man last and first, meaning he created man last, but man is first for destruction, for piranhas. By the Mabul, HaKadosh Baruch Hu destroyed the humans before he destroyed the animals. When it says in the pasuk Yizgor Basar Tachteno, according to the Manda Omer that says that it was a tail. The explanation is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to just heal that wound where the tail was. If they were back to back, then it was a real surgery. There's a lot of flesh that HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to fit in there. Vayiven, he built, meaning, according to Manda Omer, it was only a tail. What did he build? He built up Chava. He did her hair, he braided her hair, he did her makeup, perfume, and then he presented her Adam Rishon. According to Rav Chisda, means that he created her like a storage. For storage to hold a baby, wide on the bottom and narrow on top. By the Yel Adam, HaKadosh Baruch Hu became Sheshvinim, he became their best man, so to speak. He created happiness and simcha at their wedding. You learn from your derech eretz, even though it's below HaKadosh Baruch Hu's dignity, nevertheless, it was necessary at the time, so he did so. We have halacha. You're not allowed to walk behind a woman so that a person should not come to a chet. And even if it's his wife, it's also. And if he finds himself behind the woman, he should put himself to her side. So from here we see that if Adam and Chava were connected, Adam went in front as not to be in the back of her. The halacha is, if a person gives a woman money in order to look at her, even if he has Torah Mas and Tovim like Moshe Rabbeinu, he's not going to be saved from Gehenna. Benoyach, who was Shimshon's father, one man says he was an Amoritz, because it says he went behind his wife. Says the Gemara, well, wait a minute. Elisha also says he went behind his wife. But over there, the pshat is that he went with his wife's advice. So too, Manoach went with his wife's advice. Rabbi Yochanan has to say, walk behind a lion rather than walk behind a woman, so you don't come to a chet. Walk behind a woman rather than walk behind Avodah Zarah, then you shouldn't come to a chet of Avodah Zarah. And walk behind Avodah Zarah rather than walking behind the shul that people are davening, because that's disrespectful to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Unless, of course, you have a great reason. You're carrying something heavy, you're on a donkey, there's another opening to the shul, You're running like the Gemara says in the beginning of Masechta. We have a picture in our mind what the Yetzer Hara looks like. The Gemara says that the Yetzer Hara looks like a fly, and it sits at the two openings of a human's heart. A human being has two kidneys, one to give him good advice on the right, and the left kidney gives you bad advice. The heart understands, the tongue articulates, and the mouth finishes off the words. The esophagus brings in and out food. The windpipe is to speak and to sing. The lung absorbs liquids. The liver gets angry, where the gall throws in a drop into the liver and calms the liver down. The spleen laughs. The intestines sleep. The gizzard grinds, and the nose wakes up a human being. Now, if you reverse the intestines with the nose, where the intestines wake up the person and the nose goes to sleep, you'll have big problems. And if both the intestines and the nose go to sleep, or they both wake up a person, the person dies immediately. The Yetzer Toiv controls tzaddikim, the Yetzer Hara controls the Rishaim, and mediocre people are controlled by both. Says Rabbi, we are mediocre. Says Abaye, if you are mediocre, how can anybody survive? Says Rabbi, the world wasn't created only for the worst of the worst or the best of the best. The biggest Rishaim, the biggest tzaddikim, only they could completely appreciate this world. Otherwise, you won't appreciate it completely. And a person needs to know whether or not he's a complete tzaddik. Says Rabbi, this world was only created for people like Achal Russia or tzaddikim like Rav Chanina ben Dosa. The pasuk says, "B'chol nafshecha," you should love HaKadosh Baruch Hu with your entire soul. Meaning that's for people that love their body more than money. But people that love their money more than their body, so that the pasuk says, "B'chol ma'adecha," says Rabbi Kiva, "B'chol nafshecha," you should give up your body, even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu declares something, and that means you must give up your body. Says Gemara's story. The kingdom of Rome decided no more Torah. Rabbi Kiva stood in public and was machal for Yulis, and he gave drushes and Torah. Says Papas, aren't you worried? Says Rabbi Kiva, what should I be worried about? I'll give you a mashal. The fish were worried they're going to be caught in a trap. Says the fox, come onto the land, I'll save you. Say the fish, we thought you were a smart one. We could barely survive in the water. How are we going to survive out of the water? How are we going to survive without Torah? Torah is our life. You want me to stop learning Torah? I'll be like a fish out of water. Both of them were caught by the Romans. Says Papa to Rabbi Kiva, it's beautiful that you were caught for the right thing and I was caught for nothing. Gemara tells us that Rabbi Kiva went through a very painful death. They took metal combs and they combed his flesh. And as they were combing his flesh, he would say, how could you be mechaden when you're in such pain? Says Rabbi Kiva, what do you mean? My entire life I was waiting for this moment. I always wanted to know. I was wishing for this moment that I should be able to mechaden Shem Shemayim, die in Kiddush Hashem. But the question is, it says, David HaMelech says, I wish I could die peacefully in my bed. The Malachim asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Zu Torah v'Zu Schara. This is what happens to a human being that learns Torah his whole life. Rabbi Kiva, one of the greatest human beings that ever lived, HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, Chaltam B'chaim, Rabbi Kiva is invited into Olam Haba. We learned in the mission that a person should not be lightheaded and use Kalas Rosh in front of Kodesh Kedoshim, opposite the Kodesh Kedoshim. Says the Gemara that's dafka from a place that you could see the Kodesh Kedoshim, there's no fence, and at the time where the Shekhinah is Shoyra in the Descendant. According to Rabbi Kiva, one is not allowed to use the bathroom when he's facing Yerushalayim, even if he's in Chutz La'aretz, even in our days. According to Yehuda, depends. In the time of Beis Hamikdash, it's also anywhere, but not in the time of Beis Hamikdash, it's okay. According to Tanakama, in Eretz Yehuda, you're not allowed to use the bathroom to Mizrach HaMeir, which means you're facing Yerushalayim. Beis Hamikdash. In the Gol, you're not allowed to use the bathroom which means up in the Gol, that's also facing Yerushalayim. The Chacham say that if you are on an angle, you're allowed to. Rabbi Yosef says, at the time of the Beis Hamikdash, it's also, according to the first brayso, in a place that you could see the Beis Hamikdash in Yerushalayim, and there's no fence. And after the Churban, you are allowed to use the bathroom anywhere you want. And according to the second brayso, in a place that you can see Yerushalayim, it's also a place you can't see Yerushalayim. It's mutter. Have a wonderful day. Brachos Daf Samach Beis, the Gemara tells us that Rabbi Akiva snuck into the bathroom with his Rabbi Yeshua, and he learned 3 halachas. You don't face the Beis Hamikdash. You reveal yourself in a sitting position, and when using toilet paper, you use your left hand, not your right hand, because the Torah was giving with the Baruch Hu's right hand. You put on tefillin with your right hand. Your right hand constantly comes close to your mouth. You show the signals of the timing of the trap to the Balkoyer with your right hand, and you write the Torah with your right hand. Says Benazik to Rabbi Akiva, isn't that azos to go into the bathroom with your Rebbe? Says Rabbi Akiva, Torah-hi, v'lilmad anitzara. I need to learn the halachas. In fact, Ben Azai was the Talmud of Rabbi Akiva, snuck into the bathroom with Rabbi Akiva, but didn't learn anything new. The same halachas that Rabbi Akiva told him over. The Gemara says a famous story. Rav Kahana hid underneath Rav's bed, and he heard Rav first talking to his wife, then laughing, and finally doing his strachem. A mashal to somebody that's starving. Says Rav, is that you, Kahana? What are you doing here? Get out. It's not derech eretz. Says Rav Kahana, Torah-hi. Person who uses tznius in the bathroom will be saved from snakes, scorpions, and shadim, and some say even from bad dreams. It was a famous bathroom in Tveria that had a very bad reputation. Even if 2 people went in there together, they would be damaged from the mazikim. Rabbi Ami and Rabbi Asi didn't have any fears. They walked in there by themselves, and they weren't damaged because they used extreme measures of tznius, and they were quiet in the bathroom. Yisurim can be overcome with shtika, meaning a person who doesn't complain and accepts the Yisurim upon himself and davens for the Yisurim. The Gemara tells us that Abai was brought up by this woman who brought up a small sheep to go into the bathroom, to accompany Abai in the bathroom, so he shouldn't be damaged by the shadim. And the reason why she didn't give him a goat is because there are shadim that are similar to goats, and it wouldn't work with a goat. Before Rabbi became the Rosh Hashiva, the Gemara calls him a melech, his wife used a bell to scare away the shadim. But once he became a Rosh Hashiva, he was more susceptible to the shadim, so she created, his wife, who was the daughter of Chizuk, created a window, and she put her hand on Rava's head. If there's a fence, one is allowed to relieve himself right beyond the fence, even though other people might hear him. And if it's an open field, he has to distance himself so nobody hears. Another lashon in the Gemara is that if there's a fence, he must distance himself so nobody hears. And if they can see him, he must distance himself all the way till they can't see him. There's a halacha about people who watch oil and fruits for taharas that amei haaretz shouldn't come and touch them. And the Gemara tells us, since they have to be nearby so nobody comes to touch, they made a kula and they said they could relieve themselves right beyond the fence or in a place where they could watch the oil as long as nobody can see them revealing themselves. The Gemara tells a story. There was a person who gave a hesped, a eulogy, and he said on the dead person, he said, wow, he was such a tsanua. He's very modest. Says Rav Nachman, how could you say that? Did you observe him in the bathroom? That's where you can tell if a person is a tsanua. Now, why was Rav Nachman so makbid on the hesped? Says the Gemara, because if you lie in your hesped about the dead, they punish the dead. They open up the book and they say, well, is this guy really that good? They punish him and they punish the people that hear the hesped and the person that gives the hesped. As long as the people agree with the hesped, they get punished. The Gemara tells us a person should use tznius at night when he goes to the bathroom the same way he does during the day. If he uses a corner, he goes into the corner during the day, he should use the same corner at night. But not necessarily does he have to go the same distance into the field as he does during the day. The Gemara says it's better for a person to try to go to the bathroom early morning and evening when nobody's around, rather than going during the day when he has to go out really far in the bathroom. In those days, they would manipulate the opening before they went to the bathroom. The Gemara says it could cause great damage of kishur. So one should do it only in a standing position, not in a sitting position. And if he does it in a sitting position, he should say this whole thing of loyli, tachtim, lehanim, lemahani, etc. But as he says, a person should not sleep on the ground. Some explain that means without clothing. He should not sit on a beam because he might fall off. Sleeping and relieving oneself in the bathroom is great when done by Amud HaShachar. Bar Kapara would sell words and sayings. And one of the things he used to say is, eat and drink when you're hungry and thirsty. Don't wait until after you lose your appetite. And go to the bathroom when you feel that you need to go to the bathroom, and don't wait too long. And sell your figs when you hear that bell, even if it's not your figs, even if it's your father's figs. He'd want you to sell it. It's very interesting. I noticed it says, Karna de Raimi. Today we're talking about corona in Rome, Abaya says, when he told his Talmidim, when you go out into the fields, for whatever reason, be careful not to look to the sides, because there might be women, or some say men, that are relieving themselves on the sides, and it's not their heret to look. Gemara tells a story of Abba went to the bathroom, and he made a snorting noise, as if to ask the person in the bathroom, who was Rav Safra, there's somebody in there. Rav Safra says, come on in. So Rav Abba afterwards told Rav Safra, why did you talk? You're not allowed to talk in the bathroom. Gemara says Rav Safra thought that Rav Abba had an emergency, and it was very important to have him come in. Another story, Rabbi Elazar was in the bathroom, and a Roman pushed him out. In fact, the Gemara says a snake came and took out his insides and killed him. And said Rabbi Elazar, there's a pasuk, Ve'etin Adam tachtecha, I gave you another man instead of you, and you could also read it, Edom, a Roman. Gemara tells about Shaul, he went into the cave, and David had an opportunity to kill him, and he didn't. And the Gemara says, the pasuk says, but it's talking about a third person, not David HaMelech, and the answer is, it's like Baruch Hu had Rachmanis on Shaul, because Shaul used extreme measures of tznius when he went to the bathroom. You go a cave within a cave, a fence after a fence, and you make a sukkah, he would surround himself with a tent of clothing in order to be tsanua. All David HaMelech did was, he cut his coat. He was punished because he embarrassed his mevaza clothing, so later on when he was really old and they tried to warm him up with clothing, it didn't work. Hashem said, David HaMelech said to Hashem in Tehillim, he says, if Hashem is sitcha, if Hashem tripped you, so Hashem punished David HaMelech and tripped up David. Everybody knows that when you count Klal Yisrael, you have to count with coins. David HaMelech didn't count Klal Yisrael like that. And what happened, there's a Mageifa, 70,000 people died. How long did it last? Just a few hours. From the morning when you chef the Talmud until Zrikas Hadav of the Talmud. Rabbi says until Chatzos. HaKadosh Baruch Hu told the Malach, give me the best of them. And in fact, he took Avishai ben Tzruya, he killed him. The Torah says, Vayinochem. Navi says, Vayinochem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu was calm. What calmed HaKadosh Baruch Hu down, so to speak? Machlokes Rav says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu thought about Yaakov Avinu. Shmuel says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu thought about Yitzchak. Rabbi Nachman says, it was the Kesef Kippurim. Rabbi says, he thought about the Beis HaMikdash, and that calmed him down. We learned in the Mishnah, a person should not make the Beis HaMikdash a kapandria, a shortcut. Some say, Adam Kifna, a roundabout, a shortcut. If a person goes into a shul, not in order to make it a shortcut, or to daven, that's okay. If there was a shortcut where the shul was built, you're allowed to go through there. We learned in the Mishnah that you're not allowed to spit in the Beis HaMikdash, kal v'chaymer, from the fact you're not allowed to wear shoes in the Beis HaMikdash. You're not allowed to spit in our days on harabayis, and if you do, it's as if you're spitting in the eye of HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kaviyachal. Rabbi says, but in a shul, you're allowed to spit, because if you're in your own home, you're allowed to wear shoes and spit. So too in a shul. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is that Sam of Gimel. In the Beis HaMikdash itself, they didn't say the word Amen. They would say Baruch Hashem Elikei Yisrael Min Ha'olam V'Ad Ha'olam. In the times of the Tzukim, they added the words V'Ad Ha'olam, and they said so in every single bracha. Rabbi says this following pasuk, you can read it front to back and back to front. Eis L'Aslois Hashem, Hefer Torah Secha, referring to Rishon that are doing Averis. If they do Averis, then it's Eis L'Aslois Hashem. It's time to stick up for Hashem. Or you could say that the pasuk is referring to Tzadikim. Hefer Torah Secha, there are times that you have to be over on Divrei Torah. You have to do an Aveira sometimes in order for Eis L'Aslois Hashem. Says the Gemara, Hillel Zaken would say, in a generation where people are gathering, they're not giving over Torah, you should step up and give out the Torah. And in a time where there's a lot of Torah given over, you can take a back step and be an Ana. If you see a generation that loves Torah, give it over. If they despise Torah, it's better to keep it to yourself rather than having a B'zayin Torah. But Kapara says, also referring to Torah, if you see that the price is low, gather as much as you can. If there's no men, step up and be a man. It says Abaya, If there is a man, in other words, there's a gadol that's paskening, then even if you're equal to that person in halacha, give him the right to pasken. If only for the following statement we learned the entire Masechta, it would have been worth it. Like Kapar says, it says in the pasuk, meaning, in every mundane step of our daily life, we can insert HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You could eat a slice of pizza, and you mean to fill your stomach. You could take a nice nap just for your enjoyment. You could do the same exact action and just stick HaKadosh Baruch Hu into it, and you get sechar rather than not getting any sechar at all. You say, I'm eating this slice of pizza to have energy. I'm sleeping to have energy to be Oved Hashem, and that changes it all. You should teach your son an easy, clean parnasa. The Gemara gives an example, like teaching how to sew. Rabbi says it's not a good idea to have too many friends because at the end you're going to come to fight with one of them. You should not appoint a man in charge of your house because look what happened to Ashes Petifa, which was almost over on Znus. The reason why Parshas Nazir, refraining from wine, is close to the Parsha of Saita, because the Saita was nichshal because she overdrank. And a person who sees that should say to himself, I want to refrain from wine, I want to become a Nazir. Rabbi says the reason why Parsha Saita is close to the Parsha of Trumas HaMaasros, that you have to give over a tenth of everything you earn, is because if you don't, at the end of the day, you're going to have to come onto the Kayan to deal with your wife, the Saita. And you might need to come on to Maasros. You'll be so poor, you'll have to accept Maaser Ani. But if you give Maaser, you're promised that you'll become wealthy. Rabbi Elazar Kapper says if somebody has a tzara, and rather than complaining, he thanks Hashem, he says, Baruch Dayan Emes, he's promised that his parnasa will double. If a person lightens up, takes his foot off the gas pedal when it comes to learning and mitzvahs, even one mitzvah, when he needs help, when it comes to a day of tsar, he won't be able to stand up against it. Says the Gemara an amazing story. Hanina, who was the son of the brother of Rabbi Yeshua, he was a gadol. He went to Chutzlars and he had a community, and he started doing Iber Hashana. He started saying, this year we're going to have 2 others. And Allah says you only do so in Eretz Yisrael, not in Chutzlars. So they sent messengers. They sent Rabbi Yossi ben Kippar and the grandson of Zechariah ben Kutal, who were Meshamish Nevis Hamikdash. Chanina was really excited. He said, what are you doing here? He said, we came to learn Torah from you. So he announced in public, he says, these 2 are Gedolei Hadar. Once they got that Askama, everything Rabbi Chanina said, they said the opposite. He said Torah, they said Tameh, he said Mutter, they said Asr. He says, what are you doing? And he said, we're here because of Iber HaChodesh. And he told everybody, these guys are nobodies. They're fake. They're liars. And he says, it's too late. You can't tell that to people because you already announced that we're Gedolei Hadar. And then he told everybody, he said, listen, either you come with us or you announce, you denounce HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And they told Rabbi Chanina, if you don't listen to us, we're going to put you in Cherem. Why were they so mad? Because it says in the Pasuk that Iber HaChodesh is only in Eretz Yisrael, as it says, Ki mitzion teitzei Yisrael, only from Yerushalayim. What kind of tumah? How are they able to say on something that's tumah that it's tar? Because they realize if they don't, people might go with Rabbi Chanina. When Rabbi Seinu went into Kerem B'Yavna, he went to Galus. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Nechemia, Rabbi Eliezer, they spoke about the importance of having guests because they were guests by other people. Rabbi Yehuda, who's always the first to speak in learning, he said that the oil moed was 12 mil out of the machna, and it says, "V'chol mevakesh Hashem," anybody that yearns to see HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to be like HaKadosh Baruch Hu, would go to the oil moed. He says, if 12 mil is considered a mevakesh Hashem, so certainly Talmidei Chachamim will go from city to city, or from country to country, which is a lot more than 12 mil. When the Pasuk says, Panim al Panim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe, I would like to discuss the discourse of Torah and Halach with you. With Panim, let's be joyous with each other. And he says to Moshe Rabbeinu, I want you to return the Oil Moed. And if not, it's not good that me and you should both be angry. Please return, and if not, I'm going to have Yeshua be instead of you. And in fact, even though Moshe Rabbeinu returned it, Yeshua, it says in the Pasuk Yishares, Moshe became the Mishah. The Gemara discusses the word Haskes Ushma. 40 years later, we became a nation. We were a nation 40 years ago. Says the Gemara, because every single day, Torah, it's as if it was just given today. And the Gemara says, I'll prove it to you. Because if a person says Kriya Shema every day of his life, and when he misses once, it's as if he never said Kriya Shema. Because of this concept that Kriya Shema, Torah, is new to us every day. And if you don't do it, it's as if you never did. The other pshat is Haskes. You should learn in groups of people. Do not learn by yourself. If you learn by yourself, you deserve the sword. It's a chet. And it makes you dumber. Another pshat, Haskes. You should pain yourself with Torah. Shlaki says, the Torah doesn't stay by a person unless he kills himself over it. Another pshat, Has, means be quiet. Listen first and then ask questions. And this is one of my all-time favorites. Rava says, La'olam yilnoid odam Torah va'achar kach yegeh. First you have to know the whole Torah, and then you can delve in deeper. Pasuk says, Ki mitz chalav. Whoever vomits up milk, his mother's milk, he works hard on Torah, then he'll get the butter, the cream from the top. He'll be able to pass on halachas. Umitz af yotzidam, and if your Rebbe yells at you, embarrasses you, and you don't answer, you'll be able to differentiate between dam tar and dam tameh. And if he does it a second time and you don't answer, then you'll be able to be great in dini maminox, which the Gemara says there's nothing greater than Luchas maminox. It says in the pasuk, "Im novalta bisnasei, in zamois yad lepeh." If you shame yourself for Torah, at the end of the day, it's going to uplift you. And in Zomanta, if you are quiet and you don't ask questions and try to figure out the Torah, yad lepeh, then when people come to ask you halachas, you'll be quiet. You won't know what to say. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf samach daled. Yes, it's the last daf of Masechtas Bracha. It's an amazing accomplishment. We finished the first Masechta of Shas. You should take this opportunity to make a commitment that you're going to learn Masechta Shabbos from beginning to end. It's an amazing Masechta. It's a very, very different style, but you're going to love it. If you're not part of a shiur, you're looking for a shiur, you can check us out online. There are over 2,000 people that watch the shiur every single day on YouTube. Search for Eli Stefanski or Ramat Shemesh Daf Yomi. We have an app, 8 Min Daf. And we are on Torah anytime. The Gemara tells us that when Chachamim went into Yavna, first Rabbi Yehuda spoke about the importance of thanking the host, and then we had Rabbi Nechemia, and Rabbi Yossi says, it says in the pasuk like Tisai Adoimi, and it says, don't despise that Adoimi in the Mitzri. Why not? They invited us in. Don't forget all the evil that Mitzrayim did to us, yet we have to have a first attack. So too says the Gemara Tavachaymer, if you invited them into your home and you give them your food and your drink and your money, certainly the Baruch will love you for that. Lezer, the son of Rabbi Yosef, says, Uzzah touched the Aron, and he died. He tried to touch it, and David HaMelech was very scared. So he took the Aron and he put it in Ovid's house. What did Ovid do? He cleaned it off, he dusted it off once in a while. Yet the Torah says that Baruch Hashem gave him brachos. So certainly if you take care of the Talmud Chacham, and you feed him and drink, certainly that Baruch will pay you back. What bracha that Baruch will give Ovid? That his wife Chamais, she had 8 children. Her 8 children plus her, they all had sex tablets. They had 6 children in one shot, for a total of 62 with Ovid's 8 children. So that's 62 to side. The Gemara says if you push the time will push back. Don't force anything. For instance, the Gemara says Rabbi Yosef was considered Sinai, somebody that knew Kol HaTorah Kula, knew all the prices. Rabbi was a baker hard. He was very sharp. When they were looking for a Rosh Yeshiva, they decided we need a Sinai, somebody that knows everything, all the prices, and can teach price from all of the Torah. So they asked Rabbi Yosef to be the Rosh Yeshiva, and he refused because the stargazers told him that he will die after being Rosh Yeshiva for 2 years. So he pushed it off. Rabbi was the Rosh Yeshiva for 22 years. When Rabbi was Nifter, Rabbi Yosef took over for 2.5 years, and then he was Nifter. You see that not pushing it, taking things when they're supposed to come, you don't lose out. In fact, you can gain the half a year. The Gemara tells us the unbelievable humility that Rabbi Yosef had. Although he was supposed to be the Rosh Hashiva, but for the first 22 years when Rabbi was the Rosh Hashiva, he acted with humility to the point where instead of the blood letter coming to his house to make his dam, he used to go to him. The pasuk says, the famous pasuk, "Yancha Hashem Yoyim Tzara." Hashem will answer you in the day of distress.
Yo,
Yisagevcha, strengthen you.
what up, Imp?
Shame,
Yo, dog. We've been waiting for you. What up, Cadillacs? Cadillacs, go fuck yourself. Nobody gives a shit about you. Not even your parents. They hate you, and they think you're a terrible person. Maybe the worst person ever. Cadillacs, you fuck. Nobody wanted to fucking talk to you ever. Ever. Cadillacs, you're the worst. Worst. Cadillacs, I bet you already left. I bet that Padlocks already left. Padlocks did already leave. What is this bullshit? Padlocks, you fuck.
All the food distribution in North Jersey is handled by a lot of people you don't want no fucking problems with. You know what I mean? All right, so people stay and eat the goddamn food. All right, let's get
They would suspend, so you would suspend us, but Mr. Hatch would go fuck that, go in the back. I'm not gonna let him go in the back. But if I say, hey guys, that gets run out the back door, so for a year until they move that law, we would sit in the back halfways and still make the fucking thing while the school teachers were in front looking for it. And the truant officer, the whole thing. Fucking hysterical.
Man, there was no goddamn good place in my shit town. I got no good stories. You know, we had fried bologna sandwiches. Like, oh my god, you hear that? That's your grandma rolling over.
When I went back in 93,
like just lady just flipping right in the ground.
Oh my god, when I went back in 93, I stayed with my buddy in Seacaucus named Mike Running. And down the block from his house was a fucking deli that I put up against any deli ever. But their fucking claim to fame was they had peppers stuffed with mozzarella sauce. Oh my god, with mozzarella cheese, sauce, and I go in there and I'm like, just the green peppers, just a fucking like a pepper, and it's a spicy pepper.
It was like that peppercini,
So you
right?
had to get 3 of them and a sandwich. So you can eat the pepper while you're eating the fucking sandwich. That type of old school deli. You have different types of delis, but that was
Right.
what the fuck 3 fat guys gotta talk about food for?
Because we're all stoned and it sounds great.
But it's crazy what today signifies in the Catholic religion and a lot of our religions also.
Well, I mean, our good friend George, God rest his mama's soul. She's passed this year, and you know it's hard, man. Uncle Jim passed this year. It's hard. You know, you see people at the end of their life. That cancer is a miserable thing, man. I mean, it is a horrible way to pass. You know, I'd rather get slammed into a sign on the 5 and break that bitch. I'd take, God forbid, but hey, I'd rather take that than that stuff. You know what I mean?
So it was just fun going to church. It really was. I went by myself, no pressure on my wife and the kid. I didn't want them there. I just wanted to go because we did that church over the St. Bartholomew that we did it over. So I just went in at 7:15. I tell you what, man, it just brought back a lot of fucking memories. That's what happens in church. When I go to church, I look at the 12 stations of the cross, and it's like a fucking acid trip, man.
Yeah.
I just go back into sections. And I remember I was thinking about my godfather. One of the worst things I ever did in my life was fuck my godfather over. After church, I went home and I tried to find him.
My Facebook?
Nah, he's still fucking Cubans on Facebook. He lives in the Keys. Well, really, when I was a kid, my God, it's amazing what has happened. Did you see Mad Max?
Yes.
Okay. The question that fucked me in that movie is who killed the world.
Oh yeah, man.
Keep asking who killed the world. You know what, man? They killed the fucking world. The way the world is happening, we don't even know.
No, it's more than half a
Trick or treat this week. I saw trick or treat now. There's no kids on the daytime. I mean, these are great areas to trick or treat. I didn't get one at night. I saw kids, but they're confined. The parents put the fear of God into these kids.
Yeah.
You know, Friday night I went to this trick or treat. You know what, man? Did Mercy have a great time? Fuck yeah, she had a great time. You know, did I have a great time? Fuck yeah, watching her and watching the kids and watching my wife. I dressed up. I put fangs in my mouth and she kept saying, no thank you, daddy. Take the fucking fangs out of your mouth. No thank you, daddy. breakfast was, not bad. It was a cheeseburger, macaroni salad, it was a barbecue. I enjoyed it, and then I watched her play ball with other kids, and I could tell that we're halfway there. We're okay. We got an okay kid. The ball hit her in the face 3 times. She didn't cry. Some little boy dressed up as Captain America got hit once. He wouldn't stop crying. But when the kids left to eat, she didn't want to eat, so she stayed with me. She goes, Daddy, come in. And I started playing ball with her. So when kids came over to play, she was like, it's me and him. She was going fucking nuts. That was the only problem we had all night. Everything was great. Back to Chocolate Tree. It's like cars get together. It's like a beautiful car show. And they back up. And they open their trunks and they hand kids. And they sit in front of the trunk with disguises. And I tell you what.
Is it like a lowrider club or hot rods and stuff like that?
No. It was just all these fucking Studio City people.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever they are. I don't know what was. I didn't talk to one. I talked to maybe the parents and the principal.
Man, I've done that same thing with Mexican car clubs, bro. They are the nicest. They had a whole goat cooking. Okay. I mean, it was the real deal. Old ladies was making tortillas. Okay,
Look at this athleticism.
Candies and stuff like that.
Look at this move.
They had a pan, a salsa pan. It was
No.
Yeah, that's it was for kids too.
There's no fucking salsa band when there's kids.
There's no fucking salsa band when there's kids. Hilarious. Look at this athleticism. Have you ever seen fingers like this, girls?
Olay is changing my shower game.
Yo, lady, no one gives a fuck. I mean, it's like, oh, you thought I cared. Psych, bitch.
Oh, I love a good kazoo sound.
Olay is changing. You know what? You take your Olay and you can shove it up. You can douche with it, girl, because no one gives a fuck. What'd you think about that game, kid? Worst game ever. Really? I've seen like 1,000 worse games than that. I just knew. I just watch it. I'm like, they're gonna fucking blow this. Oh, they always do. They are the worst. The worst. Worst. Watch on YouTube. No one gives a fuck about YouTube. This show has far too many people.
Kazoo. Oh, I love a good kazoo sound. We all have to find a bit to do with the kazoo. Hang on, I can barely hear you. This is kazoo. Nice. All right, I'd like one large burger, please. Nice. I'm so excited to get home from Vancouver. We're flying on this plane. We got a big guy next to us. Hope the captain has something to say.
Now, this might be the worst podcast ever. Worst podcast ever. Look at this athleticism, though. Dog, I can't believe I had 2 people come in within 48 hours of making the spot, and then since, 0. Goose egg. Worst stream ever. What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit? Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Look at this athleticism. Check this out. Community followers list 0. Oh no, my own. Cool. That's neat. Log out of that, bitch. Worst stream ever. Okay, not 2, 3. Dude, I gotta take a shit. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Push. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Creator dashboard. Open it up in 3. I have to take a shit. Welcome to community followers list 0. But look at this athleticism. But look at this athleticism. I gotta take a shit. Oh, look at this move. Oh man, I'm gonna poop myself. What is going on here? Look at this move. I've got to poo. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to... What is this bullshit? Dog. I've got to take a shit. Dog. This might be one of the times that I have to take one of the worst shits. Folks, this motherfucker got to take a shit. Old Thornhill, go fuck yourself. No one gives a fuck about Old Thornhill. No one. Worst hill ever. Look at this athleticism. What is this bullshit? Dog. Dog, what are you doing? What is this? What is this bullshit? Giza, this dick. What is this bullshit? Dog. What are you doing? You asked Firefox to always open. Agatha Christie, this dick. I've got to take a major league dump. What is TwitchCon? No one cares. No one's ever heard of that. It sucks. Hey guys, we're going to have a Comic Con, but for Twitch. Oh, cool. Are we going to feature the person who streams on our fucking platform the most? No. Why? We don't know, because we suck dick. Welcome to the After Hours. Welcome to the After Hours. I've got a shit. Rhythm. Oh, what is this bullshit? Worst stream ever. Hey, Honest Dobry. Dobry. Be honest, Dobry. Did you no one gives a fuck about you? Worst stream ever. Welcome to... What is this bullshit? Dog. This is the worst. Worst stream ever. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. You've not verified a phone number. Okay, well, give it a fuck. Gather around the fire. What is this bullshit? Why don't you stay a while? Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours. Welcome to the After Hours. Welcome to the After Hours Cast. Oh, if they're talking about carnivore, I'm throwing fists. Week 1. Week. Well, cough on this dick, girl. 1 week. 1 week. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Look at this athleticism.
Get your own big beer. You see her. I've seen her. One more sip, but don't be hijacking my big beer. I brought that big beer for me for today. I gave you a sip, and that was very cool of you to do. Don't. If you're gonna bring treats, you have to bring them for the class. No, you're right. But I only had one. I should have had more. It's right at the 7-Eleven on the way. That's the deal. And the deal is 3 of these for $7 at the 7-Eleven. That's not bad at all. Yeah. That's 75 ounces. It's basically a 6-pack for $7. Yeah. Okay.
Is it starting right now?
Yeah. I'm not. Jen, are you having a beer?
No, are we starting? Because I start rolling. We're starting.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, you fucks. You still don't get my ongoing joke forever.
I'm kidding. You still don't get my ongoing joke forever.
One of these days, he's going to be like, serious.
Well,
are we really actually rolling?
Well, here's the thing. Here's why that joke never lands. And I'll tell you. And this is tough love, okay?
Let's do it!
Because in the beginning, you were like, tell me when to record. And we are doing stuff here, and we would not text you when to record. But it's so painfully obvious when to record. Because it's when Brendan starts talking to Chris and Aaron. So that's when to record. And that should just kind of be like common sense, I guess you would say. So when
you would think, but in the beginning, I remember because there's so many different, moving parts. So many moving parts.
Yeah.
Yep. Since there were so many moving parts in the beginning, I remember you guys were like, are you recording? And I was like, are you serious right now? I was recording, I think. And I was like, are you serious right now? Because I wanted to just kind of like give you a little kick in the butt. Like, yeah, let me know when you guys are actually recording. So, so there's not, especially with you and me, case, I got to send you these files. I can't start early. It's going to be too huge. It'll take forever to send them. You're not going to like it. You're going to be pissed off. I know you, case.
All right, you're right, Jay. We should.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
The files he sends us are like 45 gigs for one camera.
It's a lot, yeah. And that's 1080p 30 frames per second.
Wow.
Right, Kevin?
CC 100.
Maybe we can talk about data rate.
Yeah.
We can.
We talk about, look.
Want to talk about data rate?
Talk about data rate real quick? Hey, do you have a minute to talk about data rate? Do you have a minute to talk about our website here? Jesus Christ.
Or Verizon just actually asking me if I have a minute to talk about data rate.
Yeah.
That's like an insurance salesman.
Seamless motherfucking transit.
Is it really?
I know what he's doing. He's setting it up on a team for
Terrence from
Oh, wow.
to save some money.
Oh.
For a great low rate, you can get online, go to the general and save some time.
Let's listen.
It's so good. It's so good.
Really?
It's
See
good.
how well it matches.
Oh,
I might do some editing to go side by side here.
I can't find they changed the tagline, so I can't find the exact one where it says for a great low rate, you can get online. But this one's pretty close. Shout out to, what's her name? Someone has a playlist. Kimberly Harris has a playlist with 105 general commercials.
Dude, these people are doing the Lord's work. Kind of archiving stuff on YouTube. They're like, all right, that's
Lord bless me. Last 7 seconds.
last 7 seconds. Tell me that now. It's the freaking thing.
It's the most replayed.
Is just not our style. Let's start insurance rates online. Go to the general and save some time.
Is that time?
Yeah, it might be one of those things where
That's an old school.
ever actually
Yeah,
say that.
a little Mandela effect with the general, but I know he fucking did. I don't. Does anybody use the general? He says you can get car insurance for like $15 fucking. Is that real?
I never even took him serious as a.
You can get online. Go to the general and save some time.
I got it in 0.1 seconds.
I watched 12 commercials right before we started.
I got it immediately.
For a great low rate, you can get online. Go to the general and save some time.
You were panicking. I'm just hearing.
I was slow, smooth, fast. I was like, you can start whatever you want. It's chill. Tender series not till 5. Only one golden hour today. Got a lot of time.
Yeah.
It's after hours. We're chill. We're just after hours.
Yeah.
5. 5 are not.
Yeah.
Vibes are so high. Vibes are immaculate
But
right
you
now.
were late today.
No. I used to come in at 11:58 or 10:58.
But there's a new,
I'm confident.
Today.
The test was, can you hear me, Chin? Yep, we're good. Let's roll. Boom.
What would happen if you couldn't hear them?
Yeah.
That's Come on, this is how I roll. Come on.
But yeah, I was cutting clips this morning, working at 7 clips. Chris Stefano on the Odell Fund. But yeah, so I was pushing it to the limit.
What was this whole thing?
What do you mean?
This general thing.
Oh, that I just do a perfect impression in general.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was so good. Nice.
Yeah, we were talking off camera. He does a good general impression. We wanted to parlay that into the episode.
I was pissing. I missed all camera stuff.
Yeah, so it's probably my best impression. Second would be Mark Albert.
Yes, allocation for free. Yes. Yep. It's good. What do you think? You're still better than Mark Albert? Yes. I
You do like a good Walter Cronkite as well. Like I think what was it, Bruce Almighty? The one where he's Jim Carrey's like the news anchor guy, or that's Bruce Almighty. Yeah. Walter Cronkite.
Oh yeah,
He does it with like the comb as a mustache.
yeah. I'd have to hear it, but I think it could be Walter Cronkite. You know what, Mark? You think you're too cool for school, but I got news for you.
Oh my goodness, you aren't.
Yeah, I think he says, but I got news for you, Walter Cronkite. And I missed it. That was the whole reason I thought of the line.
Yeah.
And I didn't say it within the line.
You also said you're too school for cool.
Yeah. I am too school for school.
It's kind of.
I love man.
It's kind of a Nick way of doing it.
Yeah.
If I may, you kind of nicked it.
Careful.
What?
I don't know.
Jin, what the fuck ass are you doing?
I have so much stuff to talk about. I came back from Vancouver.
Oh yeah, Nick.
I won just $2,500 this weekend.
Jin's doing a He's Frozen bit, and nobody gets it. And nobody knows. Is he frozen?
Is he frozen?
Is he frozen?
He might be frozen.
Oh my God!
He was not even breathing.
And now he's doing it.
He's muted.
We should just mute him.
Casey knows me very well. Casey knows me so well. Because I was doing it, and he copied
I
it.
was looking at pixels on this thing on the screen. I'm like, is he moving? Is he breathing? Did he finally?
Good job, Case.
Yep. You know what I just realized? A lot of people in college and high school called me Niche because my name was NICHLOLAS, and then because of how California and Wisconsin do their IDs, my name changed to NICOLAS, and so just as a joke, they call me Niche, and Niche is an anagram of chin.
Wow. Oh, shit.
So that's
the same.
So that's fun epiphany I just had.
That is fun.
It's the same.
We're anagrams.
Just different.
Yeah, they're anagrams and jumbo word. Palindrome. You're thinking of palindrome. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Great
Oh, this shit, guys. Here's a long palindrome, and then we can get to the stuff. Oh, yeah. A man, a plan, a canal, it's the same backwards as forwards. Oh, wow. How did you remember? Holy moly. I don't know. Because somebody, here's why. Because somebody always mixes up an anagram and a palindrome, and it pisses me off so much that I have such a deep, I had such deep anger when people would mix up palindromes and anagrams that I really dove deep into palindromes, and I found the best one. The best one.
Here's some more examples of some longer phrases. A dog, a panic in a pagoda.
Okay.
Satan sees Natasha. A Toyota or a Toyota's a Toyota.
Whoa, they should use that in their commercials.
Right.
Dennis and Edna sinned. Doc, note, I dissent. A fast never prevents a fatness. I diet on cod.
Wow. One palindrome?
Yeah.
Wait, time out. One more thing about Toyota. They should have a Toyota palindrome, and that's their app. Damn. Art writes itself.
Oh, and the car is like designed, it looks the same backwards as forwards.
That's actually a great idea.
So it's the Toyota palindrome. Cut this out. Can't give away this free game. Oh, shit. This is too much.
We'll give this to them. Be like, Toyota, you like this? We got a lot more ideas where we came from.
Hey, Toyota, have a seat. We got a lot more ideas.
Here's a good one. Nurse, I spy gypsies. Wrong. Yeah, but race fast, safe car. That's what Brent.
No, what is it again?
Race fast, safe car.
Safe car.
Safe car, yeah. Step on no pets. Good part to live by.
Hey, don't you feel the worst when you actually step on a dog that makes that loud? Oh, that's the worst feeling ever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and then they like kind of look at you all sad.
Yeah, and you try and reason with them like, brother, I wasn't. I promise I wasn't. Stay in front. The last thing I want to do on this earth is hurt you. I know.
The noise is so. Yeah, they're like scared to be near you after.
Yeah, and you're like, God, you got me all wrong, guy. There's literally nothing I care about more in this world than you. Oh, speaking of that, Henry got a haircut. Henry got a fucking haircut.
Oh, he looks so cute.
Chat, right?
It's in the chat, but I'll send you another one too. I mean, just look at how good this. I just sent a new one, Mark. Go all the way to the bottom. Please thank you, sir.
Look at that guy. Mine too. Oh my goodness.
God, he's so, you know what he looks like?
He is very cute. He looks so young when he gets a haircut.
Yeah, he really does. Youthful. Yeah. Yes. Synonymous. Synonymous.
You're like me, dude. I'll let you finish in 1 second. But while editing, I realize that I'm kind of like half listening to you know. You're like, you're kind of like doing stuff, and you like kind of get a little bits of information, and because you hear someone say something, you kind of put your own version of the same thing. I totally repeat what you guys say all the time.
Is it reiterator?
Oh, I'm like, reiterator. I'm like a palindrome, but not quite.
Yeah, I make great points, so I love when someone says it again. Oh, you do make great points. And, sometimes people say them again, and it's awesome when they do.
I know. I like that you guys haven't called it out, because I'll say it, I'm like, that's literally what Pace just said.
I think to Nick's point, it's our ego's so big, we're like, just come to that ear and say, it's okay. I vehemently agree with what Mark just said. Yeah, I just said it. All right. Anyway, do you ever trim them out? No. Because I save myself quite a bit, but I'm editing.
Really?
Just anything I don't like. Took out that whole chunk watching the 9/11 play video. I didn't think that was fit for air. Which no one would have known we even did. I know, but I like telling you guys, and now people will wonder, put it out! Yeah. Put it out! If we get 200 Patreon subscribers by next week, I'll put it out.
Yeah, like the Snyder Cut.
Yeah. We watched the 9/11 video where the planes crashed in. Something he had a Wisconsin accent, and he was like, "Can you believe that heavy accent?" We were all like, "This is not funny," and I feel bad. Yeah, it was funny though. It's funny. It was funny though. He was screaming.
Yeah, it was. We were rocking and rolling, and it was like a little bit of a buzzkill, and we're like, "All right, how do we get that?"
So I had pizza today. We did get back into it though. Great episode. Speaking of getting back into it. Look at how cute my guy is.
Youthful. Nice. He looks youthful.
His little chunks. See his legs? Yeah. Those are
chunky. Austin Powers reference. He's so sweet.
He's the chunky best. I almost brought him today.
I almost brought Tony.
So good.
I can't wait to see the dogs again.
If you get the new phone, imagine how good that picture is gonna look. A little depth of field.
Yeah, you're right. But I also don't care about how it is. You will later on. I will. I don't think so.
Look at nice photos of your people that you love.
But like, that's a nice photo. You're not gonna be, man, I wish I had more depth of field in this.
That's true. Yeah.
Like if you have a Polaroid back in the day, that gives you the same joy.
Well, I look at all of my Polaroid and I'm like, man, I wish I had more depth of field.
Okay, well then. Fuck me. That's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to say what I said. Yeah. Don't you? We just talked about it.
Give me a chance.
He's saying what I said.
He's agreeing with me. The reason I haven't done it is because I'm focusing right now.
Focused.
The reason I haven't done it is because I'm focused. Nick,
I've been anxious because I've been to Vancouver and I've been pumping it up with you about how dope I think it is. So I want to hear how you.
I loved it, but caveat, we really only spent Saturday night Sunday in Vancouver. That's weird. But beautiful area. Fortunately, there was a lot of, oh man, you should see how pretty this is. The day before the fire, there's smoke coming every single day of a fire. Yeah, it's just up in the woods someplace. I don't think houses are changed. It's like, oh my gosh, look at that. Yeah. No, it's
Probably the most beautiful place I've been.
Wow.
One of them. Have you been during like the summer?
Yeah, it should have been like the perfect time. Everybody was like, oh, 2 days ago, man.
So Maple Ridge, is that like a town within Vancouver? Kind of like there's the little cities in LA
It's
or
a suburb of like
suburbs?
55 minutes away.
I was cool when it's like dense city like that. Like that looks like Lower East Manhattan.
Yeah.
And then you have boats. Like that's gotta be such a cool place to like you. For us, it's typically either one or the other. You're in a dense city or you're like at a lake house. This is combined. You got like all of the different type of.
Seattle's cool that way too.
Seattle.
Yeah, they're pretty similar. Yeah, like Seattle, downtown Seattle, you can take like a ferry to it, and then there's also like a pool of water. I don't know how to describe it. A pool of water, like a area with like little float planes fly in.
Whoa.
And there's boats.
We did go on Saturday. We went out on Stav Lake, which was beautiful, even with one of the pictures I sent you has what I saw and what Stav Lake usually looks like. But it was a great day on the boat. Water was really warm. You could see some glaciers up in the mountains. Yeah, like that area we were in.
Nice. Freaking cool. God. Did you try any Canadian cuisine?
I had a good poutine finally.
What do you think?
I mean, it's literally like made for me. I like slop. I can't believe it's a national dish that they're like, you gotta try this. And I'm like, this is my leftovers, and I put it all in the bowl.
Yeah.
But it was delicious.
Yeah, that's literally. Yeah. I can't believe it's the like their food that they love. It is great.
Yeah, it's awesome. Because I had it one other time when I was in Montreal, but it was at a chain sports bar, and like an idiot, I had chicken, and the chicken was incredibly bad. So this is my second run at it, and it's delicious. I had a Bellini. It's like a frosty orange drink. You love a Bellini.
Yeah.
He's calling you
Roberto Bellini. I can't believe he's calling you.
Anybody would like these drinks. Yeah. I was
That's how big it is.
No, that's not my picture. That was what I was sent to what usually looks at, which we are also looking at. But the lake was cool. Most of the stuff that happened, or thoughts I have about Vancouver, like kind of really around Vancouver. It was fun. I hung out with her family. Her family's awesome. She's got 2 younger brothers that are like the coolest fucking guys ever. Like one of these guys looks like Matthew McConaughey straight out of Dazed and Confused. He's just got his he's just got his complete own style. I was like, I could never wear shit like that. Well, even now, you can't wear this. Podcasting 9 years, thousands of episodes. But they're very cool. It was really fun with the family. Saturday night we went to this 2000s party, which was a little depressing. And you're going to a retro party, and I was like, this isn't retro music. This is just music. But I forgot to bring their family gift, which like no one gives a shit, but I want to because I think that's always sweet and thoughtful. I've decided at my new thing, I want to bring people that talking fish, or that singing fish. And just when I give it to them, really excited about it. Open it. Yeah.
The bass that you in the wall?
Yeah.
Fucking thing. I hate it.
Everybody does, but like I think it's a fun bit to act like you don't know that everybody knows what it is, and like all excited. Open it, and then they have to do like
And the fact that they can't throw it away.
come on the next time. Where's Billy? So that's my good thing. That was really the big bit I had about it. Excited about it. And he's just shooting right away. No, you're getting Billy Bass. That's gonna be my catchphrase. You're getting a Billy Bass, bitch. Hey, please come to our wedding anniversary. You're getting a Billy Bass, bitch. Exactly.
All right, I'm on for it now. I came around.
All right.
How much did one of those bad boys cost?
I gotta imagine it's $19.99.
3 easy payments of $60.
Yeah, there you go. This is only $7 a for 3.
That's 75 ounces for $7. That's less than 10 cents per ounce.
You know what I'm really excited about? I found this thing on Amazon. It's like a tool where you can go in your gear and get the earwax out and it has a little camera and you can watch it on your phone.
That actually does sound.
Kev, I have that tool. I have that.
You do? Do you use it?
Yes. I have not used the camera though, but I have it, yeah.
I haven't used the camera though, so you used a Q-tip.
Okay, actually, no, so here. I think when I first got it, when I charged it, I did kind of like go in there to see what happened, but I don't use it. I just literally just use that thing.
Here's the issue.
My earwax.
I didn't know if I blood.
Here's the issue. You didn't know when to start recording.
Call back earlier.
Very good. Very well done.
Wait, you're telling me we should record right now?
Nice.
Fuck.
Chin.
Put your earwax camera in the attic.
There you go. I like that.
Oh, one thing I
No, but that freaking that trail camp's going in the attic this weekend, without a doubt. So I have news to report to you by the next episode.
What happened in the last week that didn't go up? We saw the trail cam. I was pretty excited for some footy this week.
Someone
No,
put
he
it in
can't.
for
I
me.
told you.
He's got a small friend who's going to help him put it up.
Yeah.
What? It's funny. Just I got a small friend.
Well, he's a big boy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm his small
Big boy,
friend, but
yeah.
I'm not boots on the ground.
He's not there. Yeah. So I need another small friend to come out. If that small friend is down to do it, that small friend's like, yeah, 100%. I want to do it. So me, I can put it in the attic like this. I can open that thing with a rope and put it like that.
Yeah.
But she can actually climb through into the attic and like place it to where, it'll probably be the best thing to see if, whatever. Let's say there's like little crevices around here, windows here, like face it in that direction and then come back outside.
Yeah.
I'm sending you after our listener sent a video of a man who was living in a crawl space in Oregon, and it's definitely probably the guy that's in kids.
Wow. I literally sent you guys this video. You sent some others.
You did?
In the chat. Yes, in the chat.
Oh, same guy probably texted us.
I said random guy.
No, I'm saying, did someone send it to you, or did you just come across it?
Oh, my friend sent it to me. I told all my friends about this shit. So my friend sent me the video, the YouTube video, and then I put it in our group chat.
We know it's a lie because we know this is your own friend.
I have like another couple friends. At least.
Just us,
2.5.
Sent it to me, and I consider all of them.
And living in Oregon's condo crawl space, I'm still breaking it. Let's take a look at this.
It was for like months too, I think. Dude, it looks awesome too.
Deputies discovered that you were living in the crawl space with a bed, lights, chargers, TVs, and electronics plugged into the house's power. They say he's been living there for one week steady.
That's Chin's setup. He's got a fan on the...
he got a PS5.
Gee whiz. That was a crazy ending. That's scary.
Yeah,
So that's what's going on.
did he get arrested, or did he move to Austin? That's the real question.
Yeah.
Benjamin put you on that. Oh, also, they're very progressive city. On all the buses, they were advertising for this dating app. It's a Translate. So it must be a dating app for trans people. I saw it on all their buses.
No, that's the name of their transportation system.
Oh!
He's doing a bit.
I can see what Nick is doing a goof, and I can see what Chin is doing a goof when he's doing his Frozen goof, and I can tell when Nick's doing his trans jokes. But isn't that a goof seer? Isn't that a great app name, Translate? Hey, bro, you on Translate? Oh, I just can't having trouble meeting someone.
Yeah.
Get on Translate.
Yeah.
Oh, I sat next to an improv coach on the way back. He was chatty. But he's funny. He was an entertaining guy. He was also a giant. Actually, had to sit next to a giant in the Giants on the way there and the way back. Middle seat, so that was too bad. But this guy, no, Saquon Barkley, just a big bald man. Oh, wait, he's on the Eagles. Yeah, come on. Yeah, he is. But this guy, I gotta go to my backpack. All right, I gotta go to my backpack. Nick is just a third grader in Wisconsin. I gotta go to my backpack. I found my backpack. Where I go, by the way. I'm gonna have to my listeners. It was in his packet. Oh, I love it. The zoo sound. He said, great toss. He said one of his activities is the zoo. Impressive. The zoo. Shove it up your ass. So that was my first thought too. Didn't say it to him, but literally, I was like, it's the funniest thing you can do is put your ass in fart. Yeah. I think we can all agree on that. What do we do? You don't really blow it. Look up how to use a kazoo. I was just watching this on the way here. Do you like hum or something? Yeah, you want? Yeah, more like. Exactly. I don't know how to do it. You go on the big end. Oh, really? Yeah. Fuck. So basically, we all have to find a bit to do with the kazoo. Let's see your kazoo. We can do it at the end if you guys want to think about it. Hang on, I can barely hear you. This kazoo. Nice. Wait, that's too fast. I need time. All right, give it to me. Improv. All right, order. You're gonna drive to order a burger for me. All right, I'd like one large burger, please. It is tough to typically hear the folks drive. He actually said an 8-year-old girl did that, and he was just so fucking impressed with it. I think that's so funny. Yeah, I haven't thought of anything yet. I've been thinking about it for days. You stole the girl? Oh yeah. It's fire stuff. You're a hack, bro. How about this? I got another one for you. Nice. It's popped. It does look like that. Mark's thing. Watch this. Just turning. I've done 2. You guys have done 0. It's crack. It's meth. Yeah. You guys both did smoking. Yeah, he's done that. He's definitely smoked it. Don't you guys remember my books? I just plagiarized. Yeah. Let's search Mark and make Mark do it proudly. He's so nervous. Yes. Yeah. Or they just for that moment alone. You still get. He's fucked. I'm so excited to get home from Vancouver. We're flying on this plane. We got a big guy next to us. Hope the captain has something to say. Mark, quick question. Are you sweating? Yeah. All right, now very sweaty. Now, Shin, reach under your chair. There's a kazoo. Find a kazoo. Gotcha, bitch! Oh my God! He's double improving. Also on the plane, there was oh, wait a minute. I got another one. I'm a horny dog. I was gonna do that one. Red Rocket. I had that one, but I didn't. I have 3. 3, 1, 0, 0. I have 2. You did the drive-through? No, you stole the 8-year-old. Maybe you stole mine. I'm a wolf. That's right. This fucking guy. This fucking absolute guy. What are we doing? Desperate times. I'm gonna, I don't. Oh, I got one. It's great. I'll bring it in. Nice. A squirrel. Nice. Glow dark. Yeah, really good. Yeah, nice. We're bringing a new object next week. Yeah, that's great. That's kind of where I thrive. Yeah. Here you go, Kevin. Thanks. I just got my nails done. Really good. I think that concludes
exhibit. Yeah, that was great.
Dude, I'm so ready for fantasy football. I'm gonna shit.
Yeah. What is a kazoo supposed to sound like? Like, what is that? That's nothing.
Look at this one.
Yeah, but is it supposed to sound like cool or like good or? The fuck, dude? Bro.
So I know this is playing the kazoo for 10 hours. I'm done with that.
It was a very eventful plane ride. Also, during first drink service, they approached the exit row. Well, what would you like? And there's this Asian lady. She's just staring at her. And she was like, "Do you speak English?" And she's like, "Yes." She's like, "But you don't understand what I'm asking right now?" And she just starts going in. She's like, I asked you if you spoke English and you had the capability of the exit row. The exit row is a responsibility. She goes, "I've been on 2 emergency landings this week. So when this thing goes down and everybody's screaming and trying to escape and you can't open the door," it was fucking crazy.
Whose side are you on?
At first, I was like, "Jesus, lady, chill out." But the lady did lie to her. And then, like, she came in, we were a couple seats back, and I was like, "We're ready to take over the exit seat, whatever." And then we had a nice chat. She's just a very serious, passionate. It wasn't like bitchy. It was like motherly disappointed. Like, this is not a joke.
Yeah, like you got a responsibility.
Yeah.
So you didn't take it serious.
So
you
I
get out there and you find that fucking dog.
Exactly.
And if she's been in that situation, emergency landing twice in that week, it's like,
I thought that was a crazy thing to fucking say pretty loudly on the plane.
This is the worst podcast.
Fucking plane sucks. We need you to fucking be ready.
Also, maybe she's the problem. If she's been on 2,
yeah,
like, that shouldn't be flying.
I don't know if I caught any of it. She goes,
5 seconds can save 5 lives.
She had like settled down that point, but it was stern and uncomfortable.
Yeah.
69 seconds. 69 left.
So that was fun.
I got my big beat.
Is this it? Is this video that you were just playing?
Yep. I didn't know I sent
Playing
that.
that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We don't need to watch it.
I didn't realize I sent it to you. Also, shout out to me, Benoit Saint Denis.
Yeah.
What a fuck ton of money at UFC. Did you really? And NFL, yeah. $1,500 on UFC, $1,000 on football. Let's go. It was awesome. Last night, bet Vikings. They went down. Live bet them again at plus 200. They went down again. I think Caleb Williams sucks. Bet again at plus 600. You think he sucks? Caleb Williams, absolutely. If he runs all the time, he can be good. But like in the second half, I just expect a mistake. Both those teams are.
He looked like frantic the whole time. Like, granted, the pocket collapses on him, and but his whole thing last year, which the announcers were saying, was like he holds on to the ball too long.
Yeah.
And I watched Peyton and Eli in Monday Night Football. I was so happy last night. Peyton and Eli, I love them.
Yeah. Who doesn't like them?
They were just Tom. There's my buddy Tom.
Tom doesn't.
He refuses.
Also Brady.
If you have a vendetta against them in the past because of like your team playing against them, I get it. But like as far as like I'm just a neutral sports
Look at
fan,
this.
they're like great.
Yeah, they're hilarious.
They're hilarious and they're smart.
You can kind of argue that, like, all right, we see these guys too much. The media landscape tends to just like oversaturate us with the same characters.
Yeah,
I can see that. But they're funny.
And they had Randy Moss join for the whole second half. I fucking love Randy Moss. Beat cancer. I just oh no, that's the wrong one.
Yeah.
All right.
What are you guys doing?
But yeah, the Peyton and Eli were talking about like how frantic his feet is. Like he'll look his reads, but his feet are standing still, and then he has to like wildly move. But you gotta like move your feet the entire time. You can just tell he has happy feet. In this clip, oh man, he just misses a touchdown.
The one at the end.
Yeah,
that was bad.
he just chucked it out of bounds.
Yeah.
He should throw it right there.
Yep.
Try to go like
And then he
this.
just waited. And
in
he just
college. I
sails it
forget
out of
her.
bounds.
I don't forget. It
Settled
was like,
on his feet at all. He was throwing off his back foot.
But watch again, right when they make the receiver makes contact.
Leslie. Shout out to Leslie.
He also wasn't looking at him there.
Yeah.
She's from Texas.
You think you could do better?
She blew me
You think
and
you guys could do better?
Yeah, probably.
I was quarterback
24
of
hours
the 5th grade
space,
flag football
allegedly.
team, and we went all the way to the what they call it, the Flower Bowl or some bullshit.
Wow, that sounds nice.
No, the Erickson Bowl. We played the Flowers. We played the Flowers, and they beat us.
Can we rank flowers? Flowers.
This guy said Casey looking man. It helps when I look like fucking the hair. That was pretty long at that time.
It's a tough two-shot for you.
Look at this move.
So this was your call of Benoit Saint-Denis winning or whatever?
Yeah. All right. I bet him at plus 180. You can still get him at plus 150. It's the most confident I've been in a while. It's not count tears for seal.
Oh, I do like that guy too.
He's like the Brazilian count.
Yeah.
That's why he likes him. But I think Benoit gets back on track and absolutely cares to him. And he did. Sub round 3. Sub round 2 ended up being.
That's a bold prediction, man.
Official.
Here's mine. Such a fucking badass. Benoit Saint-Denis. If you would have won 3, it would have been plus 3.
Whoa. Guess what? You won this big Mountain Billy Bass.
No way.
Yeah.
First gift.
Guys, if you're looking for a fun place to play some games and possibly win some money, we got the place for you. It's called Legends. Legends Casino.
I love Legends. They have a high RTP, return to player. You're going to win some money if you play.
They got the highest return to player. That just basically just means the best odds. But there's hundreds of games, and 100% match on your first purchase up to $100. So I like to play on my desktop. But they got blackjack, they got baccarat, roulette.
Oh, and Crash. Crash is a good one.
Crash
I'm
is a
playing
good
that a
one.
lot.
Bucket. It's fun. That's why it's fun. Find whatever you like the best.
I noticed that they have, like, I know it's like known for their games and stuff, but too in Mark said that they have sports.
And
I'm definitely going to use it for all the sports.
Yeah, all the sports, even golf, everything.
And the lines on casinos such as this, Legends specifically, they're good lines. These are beautiful lines.
Beautiful lines. They've got beautiful lines.
So go to legends.com, sign up, and get started. Have some fun. And it's Legends with a Z.
Legends.com. I played the country clubs Friday, and I played the janky one Sunday with Mark. There could not be more of a just discrepancy in terms of experience. Going to a beautiful country club, get there an hour early, have a cocktail with Ryan at the bar, hit a couple balls at the range. The round, beautiful, just redesigned, brand new course. The round took about 3 hours. Then we had a lovely dinner. There was 9 of us afterwards. Jess came to the motherfucking country club. We all had dinner there. It was beautiful. And then Sunday, get there, I get a shitty breakfast burrito that takes a half hour because the bar is now a Raiders bar, and it's football season.
Country club bars are Raiders bar?
This bar, I'm saying this is Sunday. Now this is a juxtaposition. Demonstrate. Get a shitty breakfast burrito that takes too long because their kitchen's absolutely slammed because it's a Raiders bar. You're on, the first tee, and all you hear is like, touchdown, charge. And then, we play. The round takes 5 hours because the hillbillies in front of us. Nice guys, but not wearing shoes, didn't have teeth. And I'm not judging them.
They weren't wearing shoes on the lower shoes.
No, it's like, you should have fun on the golf course, absolutely. I'm merely stating that as a juxtaposition of my experience and how fun and streamlined and fast golf can be at a 3-hour round versus a 5-hour, jank fest. So, I think that round Sunday might be the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of me getting which I can't afford, and I'm not really there yet financially. But I'm also, dual income, no kids. You know,
He's a dick.
I'm a dink.
We're a bunch of dinks.
Actually, it's a dinkwad. Dual income, no kid with a dog.
Oh, never heard of that
So
before.
I'm a dinkwad.
Dinkwad.
I could easily. I also now I've ingrained myself into the country club culture because there's two reasons I get invited. Do you want to know them? One, I'm good, and two, I'm fun. So when you're like,
That's what you think.
All right, Casey, continue. No, I'm just kidding.
Go ahead.
Unbelievable.
Hey,
I'm good and I'm funny. So it's like when you're a country club guy and you want to play with somebody, you really just want to be fast and have fun. You don't want to be, playing with guys shooting one or two balls everywhere. It's like,
Oh, so you don't want to go with me?
no, I don't.
I am funny.
That can save it. That can save it for you. Have that going for you.
And I'm also willing to just be like, okay, I'm not playing this with a hole anymore. Let's
Pick
move
it
on.
up. The pick it up. Here's my two things.
Yeah, that's the big one.
If you can't get off the tee, I call it a provisional. Typically, in actual professional golf, if you don't know where your ball went and may have gone out of bounds, provisional, which is another shot. It's a provisional. Just drop it. Just your ball's gone. You don't have to hit another. You don't have to get a mulligan every fucking tee shot. Just drop it in fairway. So fucking, I'm having big beers and playing golf, and I gotta drink.
Question.
Sure.
Have you been researching these country clubs? And also,
Expensive.
if you have a country club membership, do you have to pay every time? Still?
No.
Yeah, you just get to go.
Yeah, you
So
pay
maybe you say you can't afford it, but maybe you could make that money back. You'd go way more, wouldn't you?
I would go way more, number one, and I'm probably spending kind of close to that already with how much I'm playing. It's whatever. It's like, my question about country club is, do you want to play the same course all the time? That's a good question, and that's a fair question. Yes and no. At the right place, like, that's why they offer, like, come play around. Like, the country clubs are trying to get people to join. They're like, come play around, see if you like the course, etc. I played a course, Satakoy Club. This place is pure. It's beautiful.
Is that Jurassic Park?
It's pristine. No, that's Braemar. Braemar is out of my price range. Yes. Ryan's grandfather, he got it at, when he was younger. It was before everybody in there. Mother was playing golf. But he's in there as if he's swimwear. Yeah. You get me? Our Satakoy Club is beautiful. Look at it. Oh my God. So here's my thing. My pre-shot routine when I'm in the fairway, I line up my club, my ball in the target, and I pick a point like 2 feet in front of the ball. Their fairways are so pure, I couldn't even find any markings to even pick like a spot. That's how nice it was. Their tee boxes are like greens. It's so freaking nice. I love it there.
What does Braemar cost?
Braemar's like $40,000 to get in, and then like $1,000 a month.
Jump in the pool. You can have drinks.
But dude, Braemar's in Woodland Hills. It's got 18 tennis courts, like 10 pickleball courts.
Wow.
It's got 27 holes. It's got a renovated bar. It sounds like we're doing that for Braemar, but it's like I don't see any way in my near future where I'll be able to afford that. That's super fancy, super nice. But Satakoy Club, it's like 45 minutes northwest, so it's a little bit off the beaten path, but that's enough. I've had a huge
I have two major announcements.
Let's hear the second one.
I am launching an MMA podcast. You guys, maybe a lot of promotion for In the Arena I did maybe 5 months ago with my buddy Magic, pro better in Spain. Schedules, he was out of town. He was like in the mountains of Spain, couldn't stream all the time, but we're going to do a picks podcast. He had one with another pro better, Andrew Gombas, for a long time. It was my favorite podcast. They were just on Zoom, no production, but they know what the fuck they're talking about. Andrew is kind of left content. He's a mover and a shaker in the sports betting world, so he doesn't want to give away his tips and shit because he blows lines and fucks him and his clients and shit. I think Magic didn't want to start right away on the Picks podcast because he thought him and Andrew, but Andrew's not coming back. So we're starting In the Arena MMA Picks podcast probably will be out when this is out. I think we're going to do a live stream on Thursday. If not, it'll be next week. Really, really, really excited for that. We're talking to our great sponsors, Legends, our good sponsors at Legends, to hopefully get a little cash in the pocket for that as well. Second announcement, huge headway on getting my Twitter back.
Wow.
I am connected on an email with the head of content at Twitter. He said, just let me know what happened.
Head of content? How'd you get that?
I can't say.
I can guess.
I won't.
Guess too.
It wasn't Elon through Theo. If that's what everybody's thinking.
Yeah. Gave him a BJ.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking.
I showed up at Twitter headquarters. I was like, give it back. I'll stop everybody digging this place.
I got suspended. Who do I got to suck off and get unsuspended?
And they presented them. And it was hard work. My jaw hurts, but I get that Twitter back.
Wow, that's all that matters.
Yeah. Really, really, really excited.
What are you going to do when you get it back? Yeah, what's your first tweet back?
Just the Michael Jordan press release. I'm back.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I swear.
Nice. So really excited about that. And then if I get my back, then I'm going to try to get Magic's old Twitter back. He lost his maybe about a year and a half ago. He's immediately already got more followers than he had before, but it's like, it's your journal.
Yeah.
You got Larry's tweets in there. I want it back.
Yeah. You get mine back.
At least what they should do is if you're banned, like at least allow you to go back and look at your old tweets and like get them and archive them or whatever the hell.
I don't know how far I can scroll back, but I actually can go on my Twitter and see. I can see it. If you look it up, it says account suspended, but I can see mine. Which actually, I just found this out. I just realized this morning when I was emailing the guy. That made me feel a little bit better. But I'm pretty sure I could only scroll back to like, I don't know, some specific amount of tweets.
How'd you lost yours? My email. Lost yours. Right. My email for it was my email from Ball State where I went to school, and it's I can't get that email. It's private, so I can't see it.
Yeah, what fucked me up, I couldn't even appeal properly when I did use it because my email associated with it is dates@rowan.com, which I also don't have access to.
Damn.
So,
I actually have two announcements too.
Woo! Do the first one first.
First one first is I have to take the so I'm going to do that. But the second one is I ordered pizza.
Woo! Pizza! Baby!
For who?
For whom? For us.
Everyone.
Woo! Yeah! Is it Prime?
Everyone.
Is it Prime? Yeah, it's Prime.
Well, it's prime time.
It's my second.
You should have said everyone in the studio. Don't say everyone, okay? Because that already hurts as
We
much as
should order pizza and then we can like by association have pizza together.
Actually, Chin, you know, I have to check under your chair. There wasn't just a kazoo. We got fried pizza sent from LA.
Oh my God!
Chin, you finally found yourself. What? Sorry, go ahead.
I asked you guys a question now.
I missed it.
What was the question?
Yeah.
I asked you guys about some meatballs or a sausage. Pizza.
Right.
Because I'm gonna order pizza from a place called Layla's, which is like the #1 pizza spot I've experienced here in Austin. So I'm gonna order it right now.
I don't know
So
if
what-
I had a meatball pizza.
I have.
Meatball on pizza.
And so, Shane, your
It's
question
just like
is
one.
what's better, meatball or sausage on pizza?
Or pepperoni.
Yeah, because I should have. I wanted to wait till we were talking about on this show because there's more to it. So I'm gonna get a margarita pizza and a cheese pizza. Obviously, I'm gonna leave the cheese pizza alone. It is what it is. But for the margarita, I can split it in half, so I can have, obviously the mozzarella, and I can have either pepperoni or sausage or meatballs. So I'm thinking I'm gonna have pepperoni for both sides, and then add sausage to one side and add meatballs to the other side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
That's what I think I'm gonna do.
here's what I think. We were kind of saying it over text, but I think generally, as a general baseboard, I'll pick meatball over sausage.
Yeah.
We're gonna exclude pepperoni in the conversation because that wasn't the original question. Meatball or sausage?
Yeah.
I think you said meatball.
I immediately said meatball as I was driving in. I heard all I needed to hear from it.
Okay. There's a couple of, For me, it depends on the sausage because they can. Not all sausages are created equal.
I like the sausage that's kind of like they don't have a similar shape. All the sausages like chunks of meat in there. I don't like a sliced circular sausage.
Exactly. See, it's not all created. Neither are meatballs. I'll say that as well. But meatballs are a little bit more like neutral, I would say. But so the sausage pizzas from Pop's Pizza from Hometown and Rosini's across the street. Pizza place across the street. Phenomenal. They got a little like fennel in them, that kind of tasting sausage. I don't really like the fennel like by itself.
I don't really know what fennel is, but I think I had one time.
The fennel seeds, you kind of taste them in there.
Yeah, I've had them in a fennel in some type of salad.
Yeah. Well, like shaved fennel, like fresh fennel. I want a lot of it.
It's all vinegary, isn't it?
I think you might be. You might be thinking of like a sauerkraut or some shit.
You go. Keep going.
But anyway, I think my asterisk.
I knew there was, that was bullshit as soon as you said I had it in a salad.
Oh, you got it. You gave me more confidence.
It was a keep going. Yeah, we're all buying that you had a salad. That guy was what's that, Pop's Pizza?
Yeah.
Yes.
Damn, this guy knew what it was. These photos aren't looking that great. No, I'm liking it. This looks good. This might be sausage.
Yeah, that does look good.
But still, is this up? They put it on there?
I feel like
No, these have to be customers.
Yeah, these customer picks? Or
these are customer.
Yeah,
this is the customer pick.
I was like, do better.
I doubt that they curate this page at all. They're very like small mom and pop shop and sending Pop's Pizza on Yelp.
it's all just whoever posts whatever.
Yeah, it's just a small place.
Zoom in on that lady's face.
Not happy.
Skeptical. She's skeptical.
So that's their meatball.
What is that, truffle?
I don't want to. I'm not going to show all these photos.
You just did.
We don't want to.
I don't want to bash it. I've never met. Shout out to Pop's. They are so good. I used to work next door at the auto body shop, and I would walk over for lunch almost every single day and get like a sausage slice.
Get a slice.
So good.
Didn't somebody work at Pop's?
Not that we know, but I worked at a different pizza
I
place.
thought Dempsey worked at Pop's.
No. Me, Dempsey, and his brother, and like a few other people that were not in like our close friend group, but like friends with us who worked at Mr. B's.
Mr. B.
I hope Dempsey does
Mr. B's. We were all delivery guys, and it was awesome. It was like my favorite job. I love.
You don't like this job?
Well, Dempsey's going to be waiting on Saturday morning. He's like, I can't wait to watch my best buds, Mark and Casey, on their podcast. On their progress podcast. And then he's going to see you say he's not one of their close friends. He's going to be very hurt.
No, he's saying Mark, Mike, and other people.
Oh, Dempsey's in.
Obviously.
Yeah. We used to work at Mr. B's. We were delivery drivers. It was awesome. Like, you don't have to make the pizza. You just, you get it. You drive it to people. You kind of know every street in the town. It's easy.
Colin used to deliver flowers, and he would fart on the flowers right before he was the first thing he would do.
What?
I hate that.
That's funny. That's really funny. No,
Wait, did they take customers or
Yeah,
you just
he did.
do it for fun?
Covering up for it now. He farted on their flowers.
Hey, where does Mr. B's and Pop's rank as far as like Pepe's and the other flavors?
I mean, that looks incredible.
Yeah,
they are good.
You're kind of not going to get a bad pizza in Canada. That's just how it is. They just can't make.
They just don't know how to take pictures of their pizzas.
Yeah,
That's
I
all.
mean,
They're focused on making the pizzas.
that
And they don't know how to.
does look great. Did y'all fuck that whole thing up on your own?
That's a tummy ache. That's a tummy ache. My dad could. My dad slams a large pizza. I'm like, dude.
My dad can eat more pizza than you're not.
Dude, I'm like, what are you doing? Stop eating all that. I get destroy that. He's probably
You
listening.
eat that
Sorry,
whole
Dad.
pizza.
Really?
I get a lot.
Dude, my dad listens to the pod.
I love that.
No way. Yeah, that's fire. What's up, I don't think Dad? my dad knows what a podcast is.
How you doing, Mr. Golombesky?
Nice.
I'm Mr. Mark Golombesky, father.
Anyway, shout out Pop's Pizza, shout out Mr. B's, shout out Rosini's. Oh, there's a new place in my hometown that Barstool, what's his name? Dave Ford and I went to.
What'd they get?
I think it was pretty high. Give me a moment. I'll get back to it.
He loves the connected one. He did one in Milford that my friend John Maple owns, and John was on. Should we watch it? I don't care. We have one.
Oh,
That's what we have. No,
here's the pizza review. Well, it's a little bit long.
I think we did like very early on. It doesn't matter if we watch it again.
Buco's. It's like, I'll find a good moment.
This is in Cheshire?
Yeah, the newer place. Since I moved, it got added. It's right down the street from Pop.
Is it named as Cheshire name after the cat or?
It's English.
Oh, fire.
I'll trim this.
I used to have a shit. Hey, dude, relax.
Dude, the charred crust.
That's brick oven, yeah.
Something.
This is the prettiest looking pie I've seen yet. This is the best looking pie. Let's see what we got. Put on the carriage, cold fired.
Oh, cold.
You didn't mention the flop. That was more flop than he really likes.
You might do it on the next slice. We'll see. I've had this pizza. It's really good. It just, all I was saying is it wasn't there when I was growing up. But it's,
How much pizza did you get hot? See, that's the problem. That's why I can't eat. Why, it's not enough? No. I did our stock order from last time with large cheese and large pepperoni and a side of ranch. No. He's enjoying it, so that means it's good.
He loves it.
Absolutely bypassing the flop.
Yeah, I think he's kind of.
He's in love.
Yeah.
I've been there.
I mean, he doesn't even know it's You're gonna be went back for another bite.
So wait, pause it.
What did you say?
I was gonna say pause it. Let's guess it.
Well, I've already
I was going to say 8.5.
I don't know. Whatever.
You were gonna say just like you said, 8.5 to 8.5.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can't keep watching it, that I'm getting so hungry.
You're gonna be like, that shirt's not big enough. I could eat 2 of those shirts.
I would say that.
Have we discussed Apollonia's pizza?
No, but you had it?
Yeah.
I've been wanting to have it.
There's this place, it's like mid-city-ish. Only open the weirdest hours. It's open like 3 days a week. 11 to 3, 5 to 7. You gotta go there, cash only.
It's always a
But
line.
it's my favorite pizza. Cash only.
Yeah. There's a lot of good
It's right by my place.
I respect it. Don't love it, but I respect it.
You lie on your taxes. It's cool with me.
Yeah.
The cash only. I'll give shit.
All right, y'all. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching,
Next
everyone.
week.
Most fun I've ever had.
Shout out to Raul Duke doing it for the algo.
Yeah,
appreciate you.
Oh yeah.
Raul Duke. Mindy is great. Who else? Shout out.
Everybody.
Shout out to everybody watching. Chin, you're amazing. Real talk.
All right, we'll see you.
Okay.
Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Hey, welcome to the After Hours Pod. Hey, welcome to the After Hours Pod. Yeah, welcome to the After Hours Podcast.
It was in his packet.
Kazoo. Oh, I love a good kazoo sound.
We all have to find a bit to do with the kazoo.
Hang on, I can barely hear you.
Nice.
All right, I'd like one large burger, please.
Nice.
I'm so excited to get home.
Oh, yeah,
Cooper,
she
we're
really-
flying on his plane. We got a big guy next to us. Up the captain has something to say.
Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Hey, welcome to the After Hours Pod. Hey, welcome to the After Hours Pod. Yeah, welcome to the After Hours Podcast.
Did you ever have beef with other skaters?
I've seen drink. One more sip, but don't be hijacking my big beer. I brought that big beer for me for today. I gave you a sip, and I was very cool of you to do. Don't.
If you're gonna bring treats, you have to bring them for the class.
You're right. But I only had one. I should have gotten one. It's right at the 7-Eleven on the way too. That's the deal. But the deal is 3 of these for $7. That's 7-Eleven.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah. That's 75 ounces. It's basically a 6-pack for $7.
Yeah. Look at those. Yeah.
I'm having a beer.
Is it starting right now?
Yeah. I'm not thinking. Are you having a beer?
No, are we starting? Because I start rolling. We're starting.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, you fucks. You still don't get my ongoing joke forever.
I'm kidding. You still don't get my ongoing joke forever.
One of these days, he's going to be, like, serious about it.
Well,
are we really actually rolling?
Well, here's the thing. Here's why that joke never lands. And I'll tell you. And this is tough love, okay?
Let's do it!
Because in the beginning, you were like, tell me when to record. Tell me when to record. And we are doing stuff here, and we would not text you when to record. But it's so painfully obvious when to record. Because it's when Brendan starts talking to Chris and Eric. So that's when to record. And that should just kind of be like common sense, I guess you would say. So when
you would think, but in the beginning, I remember, like, because there's so many different,
a lot of moving parts.
So many moving parts.
Yeah.
Yep. Since there were so many moving parts at the beginning, I remember you guys were like, are you recording? And I was like, are you serious right now? I was recording, I think. And I was like, are you serious right now? Because I wanted to just kind of like give you a little kick in the butt. Like, yeah, let me know when you guys are actually recording. So, so there's not, especially with you and me, case, I got to send you these files. I can't start early. It's going to be too huge. It'll take forever to send them. You're not going to like it. You're pissed off. I know you, case.
Well, you're right, Jim. We should.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
The files he sends us are like 45 gigs per camera.
It's a lot, yeah. And that's 1080p 30 frames per second.
Wow.
Right, Kev?
CC 100s.
And we can talk about data rate.
Yeah.
Data rate.
Talk about, look.
Want to talk about data rate?
Talk about data rate real quick? Hey, do you have a minute to talk about data rate? Do you have a minute to talk about our website?
Or Verizon just actually asking me if I have a minute to talk about data rate.
Yeah.
That's like an insurance salesman going up your door like
Seamless motherfucking transit.
Is it really?
I know what he's doing. He's setting it up on a offer.
Terrence from General.
Wow.
To save some money.
For
great low rate, you can get online. Go to the General and save some time.
That's
It's so good.
Really?
It's good.
How well it matches. I might do some editing to go side by side here.
I can't find the exact, like, they changed the tagline, so I can't find the exact one where it says for great low rate, you can get online. But this one's pretty close. Shout out to, what's her name? Someone has a playlist. Kimberly Harris has a playlist with 105 General commercials.
Dude, these people are doing Lord's work. Kind of archiving stuff on YouTube. They're like, all right, that's bad. Lord bless me.
Last 7 seconds.
Last 7 seconds tell me that now. It's the freaking thing.
It's the most replayed.
Every part is just not our style.
Immediately. For great low rate, you can get online. Go to the General and save some time.
You were panicking. I'm just hearing.
I was slow as fast. That's Let's chill. Tender series not till 5. Only one golden hour today. Got a lot of time.
Yeah, it's after hours. We're chill. We're just the after hours.
Yeah, 5. Yeah, vibes are so high. Vibes are immaculate right now.
We're late today.
No, it wasn't. I used to come in at 11:58 or 10:58.
But there's a new,
I'm confident.
today.
The test was, can you hear me, Chin? Yep, we're good. Let's roll. Boom.
What would happen if you couldn't hear them?
Yeah.
That's the big question.
Then I'd be in a big panic and meet everybody. Come on, obviously. Yeah. Come on.
This is how I roll. Come on.
But yeah, I was cutting clips this morning. We're doing 7 cut some clips. Krista Stefano on the Dare Fun. But yeah, so I was pushing it.
What was this whole thing?
What do you mean?
This general thing.
Well, I just do a perfect impression in general.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So,
Nice. Yeah, we were talking off camera, and he does a good general impression. We wanted to parlay that into the episode.
I was pissed. I missed the off-camera stuff.
Yeah, so it's probably my best impression. Second would be Marvel Albert.
Yes, Alan has a favor for us. Yep. It's good. Why do you think you're so good at the more about? Yes. I
You do like a good Walter Cronkite as well. Like I think what was it Bruce Almighty? The one where he's Jim Carrey's like the news anchor guy, or
that's Bruce Almighty.
Yeah, Bruce Almighty. Yeah. Walter Cronkite.
Oh yeah, he does it.
He does it with like the comb as a mustache.
Yeah, I'd have to hear it, but I think I could do Walter Cronkite. You know what, Mark? You think you're too cool for school, but I got news for you.
Oh my goodness, you aren't.
You aren't. Yeah, I think he says, but I got news for you, Walter Cronkite. And I missed it. That was the whole reason I thought of the line.
Yeah.
And I didn't say it within the line.
You also said you're too school for cool.
Yeah. I am too school for cool.
It's kind of.
I love man.
It's kind of the Nick way of doing that.
Yeah.
If I may, you kind of nicked it.
Careful.
What?
I don't know.
Chin, what the fuck ass are you doing?
I have so much stuff to talk about. I came back from Vancouver.
Oh yeah, Nick.
I won just $2,500 this weekend.
Yeah, Chin's doing a he's frozen bit, and nobody gets it but me. And nobody knows. Is he frozen?
Is he frozen? He might be frozen.
Oh my God!
He was not even breathing.
And now he's doing it.
He's muted.
We should just mute him.
Casey knows me very well. Casey knows me so well because I was doing it and he copied
I
it.
was looking at pixels on this thing on the screen. I'm like, is he moving? Is he breathing? Did he finally die?
Good job, Case.
Yep. You know what I just realized? A lot of people in college and high school called me Mitch because my name was NICHLOLAS, and then because of how California and Wisconsin do their IDs, my name changed to NICOLAS, and so just as a joke, they can call me Mitch, and Mitch is an anagram of Chin. Wow!
Oh, shit.
So
That's the same.
So that's fun epiphany I just had.
That is.
Wow. The same.
We're anagram brothers.
Just different.
Yeah, anagram's a jumble word. Palindrome, you're thinking palindrome. That's what
That's what I'm thinking.
Like
of.
rainbow.
Oh, this shit, yeah.
Here's a long one for you, and then we can get to the next stuff.
Oh, yeah.
A man, a plan, a canal, a panel. It's the same backwards as forwards.
Oh, wow. Holy moly.
I don't know, because here's why. Because somebody always mixes up an anagram and a
Want restaurant quality meals that actually support your wellness goals? Factor's got you covered.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We have an interview this Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We have an interview this episode with Max Blumenthal, who wrote an article in the Gray Zone with Trump insiders talking about where Charlie Kirk was mentally in the last few weeks and months of his life, and the things he was feeling and the pressure he was under.
How you living?
I didn't know Charlie.
What's good, Oligar? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's good.
How'd you find out? How'd you find out about me, friend?
You invited me to your server. When you're on a public voice.
Okay, very well. Excellent.
Yeah.
Cool. What Discord were we in?
I can't remember. It's going to be let me look here. It might have been Social Heaven. Social Heaven, Chosen, or Edgy. One of those. I can't recall.
Okay, very cool. Have we spoken before?
We have, yeah.
Okay, excellent. So you know what I do? I stream my life 24/7, all that stuff.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I know what you're doing.
Excellent.
And, yeah, you're intense.
How you living, pimp?
Am I a pimp?
I said, how are you living?
Oh, how are you living, pimp? I thought you just said, are you a pimp? I'm living good.
Excellent.
I'm up early.
Fuck yeah, you are.
Yeah, thinking about doing some hard stuff. Yeah, that's right.
Fuck yeah, you can. Let's see it. Are you going to watch any football today?
No, I'm not really into football too much.
All right.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
These bands are just holding it down. It's granted.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it's kind of turning into the shape I needed. Let me get the band out its base so you can see the expression. So it's kind of like making a kissy face, like, you know. But that's how the natural rock was. That's how I found the rock. So
wow.
I kind of kept with the. I saw the lips, and then that's why I decided to make a face. But now I realize it doesn't really have a chin.
You're like You're like a modern day Michelangelo.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Excellent. All right. So you are a sculptor?
I am, yeah.
That's amazing. Now, is that a hobby or is that your career?
It's a hobby.
Okay, but how'd you?
I want to sell stuff on the side for like Etsy just to recoup material costs.
Absolutely. How'd you get into being a sculptor?
You know how a lot of people have this is like, I'm just saying, I guess. A lot of people go to the hospital for some kind of mental health issue. And then they come out of the hospital and like, I'm going to do art. Well, that's kind of the story. It's a common one, strangely enough, for people who have, psychotic experiences. I talked to quite a few people who overnight they start some kind of artistic practice. Pretty weird. I mean, it's not weird. It's just weird. It's I guess it is weird or unusual behavior. I didn't really know I could do it. I fell into it right away and quit video games, and then art kind of became my video game.
Very cool. How much time do you spend on that a week?
Probably at least 10 hours, at least 10 or more hours, maybe 20.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems like it would take up a lot of time. Okay, so you're really into art, and that's amazing. Art is amazing. What are your favorite mediums? Like basically granite? Is that your favorite?
No, I think that my favorite medium is probably modeling clay. Like I have more.
Sure.
There's some that are near downstairs. I have like them all stored.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's fun. It's 2-dimensional, like hanging on the wall. hang on the wall kind of level.
Yeah.
And here is, I knocked the eye off, so that doesn't look great. And knocked the little thing off. But to me, this looks like alien Jesus.
It definitely looks like an alien.
I mean, I don't know. Or alien Michael Jackson. I don't really know.
Tee.
Like a horse, a lot of people say.
Okay. I could see that too. So, how do you get your inspiration?
I just do it. I don't actually do any source material. I just kind of make it as I go. Like sometimes I'll use a natural object. Like see this right here is a from a fossil, a real fossil. So I took a mold of it.
Okay.
And then I took the real fossil and put it on the back of the snail here. This is a blank, waiting to be painted. And this is also in progress of being painted. So that's why it has like these natural demon eye. But like the fossil right there, I've got it stored. You can kind of see the fossil there. I'm having to like point the camera up to look at the shelf. But anyway, that is the real fossil that I took the mold from. So I'll do stuff like that. Like that might be inspiration sometimes. But I'm moving over to where the sorry, I don't know what a mess here, but yeah, I can show you the snail.
All right.
There we go. Yeah. So that's how it's supposed to look like.
Okay.
With a little, like that. It actually lights up the little stalks or whatever.
How'd you get it to light up?
This is cloth, so I embedded lights into it. Like Christmas lights that you have that you plug in a USB.
Okay.
Like string lights. Yeah. So it's just kind of embedded into the material. I don't know if you know what fluff needling is, but it's basically like sculpting with fibers.
That's tight. And that seems to be more advanced, is it?
You just take a needle, you stab at like the equivalent of like couch stuffing, and what it does is that the needle has these little barbs on it, and it keeps tying the fibers into tighter and tighter knots. So eventually, I only have an inappropriate sculpture to show you. That's on hand. Do you really care? All it is a dog with a pussy.
That's okay. That's okay.
It's okay. Okay, I don't want to be rude. It's just comical.
Let's see it.
So
Let's see it.
I didn't actually to show it here.
Okay.
It looks like President Biden face.
All right.
I didn't intend for it to, but anyway, I say it's supposed to be Biden and Lady Gaga, and that they merged into one being. Anyway, it has a purple pussy. Well, you don't care. Anyway. But anyway, sorry, so the real reason I'm trying to show you this is because, okay, so the cloth, it's cloth. You see how, like, it's a doll? Basically?
Yeah.
So this is actually couch stuffing, more or less. It's like fiber or whatever. So you just keep you take this needle and you keep stabbing it, and it actually gets, like, as solid as, I don't know, it gets actually pretty solid.
Okay, and does that light up?
What were we saying?
Does that light up?
No, but it is a feature I didn't show you. But whatever. All right, I might as well show you the full down here. Okay, watch. I didn't show you its full capabilities. Are you paying? Okay, now what? I didn't think you guys see this today. Watch. It's squirt capable.
Oh, that's
yes,
amazing.
I know it's squirt capable, but yeah, I know I'm plugging it up, but this is just really comedy, though. So I didn't expect to spring this on you, but it's the only. I could show you on the scale.
All right.
The scale's eye spots, but whatever. I showed you Biden Gaga.
There you go. Hey, we have a new friend here. Just one moment. Oh, God. G, how you living, pimp? G, can you hear me? G, how's your day going? Well, you sound like you're 1,000 miles away. How'd you find out about me, G? Gee, how'd you find out about me? Gee, how'd you find out about me? Gee, can you hear me? All right, there you go. Could you hear him?
I could hear him. And he just kind of like came in. I don't know. My feeling is that maybe he thought he was on the spot or something. I don't know what the deal is, to be honest with you. But he came in and it was very delayed, and then he only just said that one couple words and left.
All right, well, no big deal. Okay, so you like to sculpt, and you've got some good sculptures. How do you make an Etsy store?
Oh yeah, it's pretty. I need to do that. What I need to do is get all my work and kind of get a digital portfolio together. And I just put out that really what I want to sell is just garden gnomes. I mean, just to start, that's all I really am interested. But yeah, oh shit, over under here. But yeah, it's pretty easy enough. Nowadays, people want something unique on the normal Amazon stuff. They also like to personalize everything. You know, I mean, these colors, whatever. At the same time, consumer. Well, I don't know. What am I trying to say here? I wonder what the demand is for that kind of stuff these days.
Right. All right. Yeah. So you are basically selling. Have you ever sold anything?
Oh yeah. I mean, just like a figure here and there when someone is interested. But yeah, nothing like a big scale like on an Etsy platform. Etsy is a kind of like it had legitimacy in the beginning, and now with all the bots and all of that, it's very hard to compete against the people who are mass production. But the advantage of being an artist nowadays is maybe that you can do a time lapse, and the time lapse becomes part of the art. So I don't know if that's an angle, but I think people want to see the entire process of whatever it is they bought now, because with AI and everything, I think people are going to have to start human authenticating their work.
Right. So basically, you have a video of it, and you can cut that up, or at least pictures of it, and then people know that it's legitimately made by a human.
I think that will start to become part of the process, yeah. Because two things. One, why waste the entertainment angle of the time lapse, at least the time lapse? And then two, it's like, well, you know, you're also you're selling two things that you are producing at the same time. You're producing the work of art, and then also the execution of that. That becomes now part of the value because AI, AI does it so quickly. So now when that becomes the norm, which it will be, just because based on the volume of what AI will produce compared to human, then what I believe will happen is that people's focus will be like, well, how are they doing that now? You know, AI just does it automatically, but now you have the behind the scenes aspect that people will become interested in. So, I don't know, maybe that would be true, maybe it won't.
No, I think you're.
I'm happy for that.
I think you're right. As things become more mass-produced, people will want that human touch, and even people who say like, "Oh yeah, this is custom made. It's just something's changed in a computer." But if you can show them like you're doing it by hand, and then give them a video of it that they can keep, then they can show their friends, "Hey, do you like this?" Oh, do you want to see how it was made? Yeah, of course. And then it shows you like etching their name into it and painting it whatever colors they want and all that other stuff. And then somebody's going to say, wow, that was really cool. Where did you get it? And they'll be like, oh, I got it on Etsy. And then they'll go to your store and basically order from you. That's the plan, right?
Yeah, well, that, and I also really want to, and if you have these fantasies of finding, I started with clay, and then moved to rock or stone, and really whatever. I also do wood sculpture, so I don't really care what material it's made out of. It's kind of fun to actually mix and match different materials, actually. But what I do fantasize about doing is finding a big rock, the kind that have been left here, like landscaping. I'm not talking about like something natural, but here, over people have done that all for the past 100 years. They use these gigantic rocks to like mark the end of a driveway or whatever.
Right.
But what I want to do, what I really want to do, is just make something out of one of those huge rocks that's like in a public plate. No, I'm not going to ask if I can do it. I'm just going to do it. But along a bike path, and along somewhere where it's not like, I'm not going to do it in front of the light. If there's, in other words, if it's something that's been there for a long time as like a town marker, I'm not going to go do it. But if it's on the side of the railroad and no one's really looking at it, I'll go there. Yeah, I have fantasies of just doing the equivalent of graffiti art, whether it's stone sculpture. I mean, not in the inappropriateness that graffiti can bring, but just in the spontaneity.
I gotcha. Okay, so let's say I've gotcha. So let's say a railroad corporation has put up rocks. They're just like, they're not even landscape rocks. They're just maybe a boulder that's 4x4, and it's just holding up something, whatever. It's just there. It's not really there for looks. It's just there to hold up something. What would you do with that? Let's say it's a round boulder, 4 feet by 4 feet.
Yeah, what I like to do is that some people have a plan, like I want to do this or that. I'm not sure why, but all of my inspiration a lot of times comes from a shape that you see in the material, and then you kind of, it's some cheesy and like artist talk. Artists, I want to get laid talk, but you see a shape out of it, and you pull it out of it. So you kind of like we see a shape in the cloud, and that gives you inspiration. But I can, for whatever reason, every time in every texture, I'll see something that looks like a shape, and then that's what gives me the inspiration. So you'll see like, oh, that looks like a lily pad. Okay, all right. Well, I've never seen a lily pad, but in this case, let's say that looks like a frog's eye. I'll say it does. And then you're like, oh, look, just this right half looks like a frog's eye. So you fill in the left, you make it match symmetrically, and so then you just keep it going from there. And then all of a sudden you're making a frog. So that's kind of how it works for me. Luckily, the weird thing is like you go out on a limb sometimes. Like, oh, how am I gonna do this? And then the challenge is to actually make it work. Where you do kind of go out on a limb and then somehow you make it work. Sometimes you don't, and you have to salvage an idea. I'm pretty good. I'm surprised at my success rate sometimes.
Excellent. Okay, so I get what you're saying. All right, so you basically will just let the natural art, the natural object dictate what kind of art it will be.
Yeah, kind of. Like, so like there'll be natural markings on the rock, and there'll be a natural like striations or whichever. And sometimes that just will look like something, like a cheekbone or whatever. You kind of go from there. But round rocks always are lend towards a face. So I do a lot of faces. I think I always, if I'm doing a new material, I typically will do a face because it's kind of like you want something consistent that you do over wood, clay, or stone or something. It's kind of like a little, I don't know. You might know 3D printing, and it's like when you print, they all do little test prints with the same shape. It's kind of the same idea, I guess. But yeah, it's an interesting hobby, especially to wear your hands out. You don't kind of mind that.
Right. Okay. What's the biggest object you've ever sculpted?
Like a bigger up to my. Pretty big, like up to my chest. So like think of like basically a child, like a 10, like a 6 or 7 year old child, like about that tall. So about that big.
Yeah,
And
that's.
of course it's hollow, so it does it. These were not stone sculptures.
Were you proud of it when you were done?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm proud of. Of course, you're more proud than some, but what like basically when you have a sculpture in your clay, you start to build up all these little storage points. So you actually have to start getting rid of some. The amount that I want to get rid of is very few. I don't know if that's because I'm just sentimental and I want like a portfolio or whatever, but yeah, you just gotta keep them all, I guess.
Right. Are you so?
Do you do anything yourself, like artistic or anything like that? Producing?
I guess my whole life is artistic because I'm creating content. So I guess like documentarian. I'm a documentarian. But I don't really see myself like that. From an art perspective, I like to draw sometimes, kind of. Um, I've done like little cartoons when I was a kid. Um, I like let's see, what kind of art do I like? I like topiaries. If you want to include that, which I think you should, like
Topiaries.
yeah. So like that's where you like make it like an animal out of a bush.
Oh yeah.
So,
I get what you're saying. Yeah. So then it's made out of like a fern or something, and it looks like a lion, for instance.
exactly. And I'm not somebody who's really like done anything like that, but I do like them. I like music. I've made music. I like poetry. I like poetry a lot. I like creative writing. Um, I'm someone who enjoys like carpentry to some extent, but really like metalworking. Um,
Cool.
I like, what else do I like? From an art perspective, like the physical art, pottery. I think pottery is beautiful, and um, it's something that I find soothing and fascinating. Um, I like a lot of digital art. So that could be anything from like an NFT to um, a video to a music video, anything like that. That stuff's cool to me. Um, from the stuff that you do, I like that a lot. Um, I have never done anything. I mean, like the best I've done is like painted rocks. That's probably the best that I've done, like in comparison to what you do. Um, what else?
They can be pretty fun though.
Yeah, no, definitely. Um, it can be, and I mean, I did that when I was a kid, but it's soothing. I find, I almost like making colors, like when you take like the primary colors and you make a color. Like I love color, so just painting things, but creating the colors on my own. I like. I mean, it's cool if you have the colors yourself, whatever, but it's also really cool to just be able to make whatever colors you have, like like acrylic paints. I like watercolor paints a lot. So I've done some of that. I like calligraphy, lithography, photography. Those are all really fascinating to me. Um, you know, more than, I guess, like if I had more time, I would do more art, but I'm limited because I have to be like streaming the whole time. I mean, it's not something that I necessarily can't do simultaneously, but I get like random and I guess like uh, just like a question that I've been posed in the past by people is what is art, and I feel like the definition of that is just art is anything that is considered by someone to be art. So it can really be anything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I think I like. I think my brain searches for like novelty. When looking for art, you're looking for something you haven't seen before, or a variation on something you have seen before. But that's just where my lens goes. You're right. Anything can still be art. Hello, Zoo.
What up, Zoo? How you living, Pimp?
Got a new guy here.
Yep.
Hey,
He's an artist.
oh, you mean me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've come here before, but yeah, I suppose new guy.
Explain to Zoo what you do.
Oh yeah, I was talking to her. We were talking about going types of mediums that I use. Clay, modeling clay, stone, wood.
You don't have to show him everything. You don't have to show him everything, but you don't have to show him everything, but show him some of your art.
Are you from Toronto?
No, he doesn't know Riser.
I do not. I don't think I do. Here's an alien Jesus. I don't know, Michael Jackson. He did Jesus. That's cool. He looks like a really high guy named Dante or something. That's really cool. Hey, here, I'll show you the stone that I'm working on. I have to stop. I need to stop joking and telling people that's good password. But that's my joke. I don't know why. That's good. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to finish the face. It's hard. It's tougher than you think. I have to. That's Draco. What, Draco, you said? Who's up? What are you doing? Oh, we're talking about Draco? What are you designing? Oh, gotcha. Yeah. It's a. Let me take the band off so you can see it, and then maybe I'll see the. There we go. There's the full face. So it's a face. All that's just bricks that sort of stick pound on, and it transfers the force instead of just being a spring. But is this your joke? No.
Just something to do for fun.
Yeah, I'd like to do something like that, but yeah, it's you can't. It's very hard for you to do something like that nowadays. CNC. Do you know CNC? I'd rather not say because I don't want to dox myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I have. I go to a political server. And I get into heated debates, and I've already been doxxed a number of years ago, and now I have with recent political online enemies doxing attempts. Even though it sounds paranoid, it is actually real. And I know other people who have gotten doxed by the same people. But
do you want to debate right now?
Hell yeah, let's do it debate.
Yeah, absolutely. Debate.
I have to actually care about the cause. So,
all right, all right. I'll moderate. I'll moderate.
What would good intellectual pursuit to take both sides of it?
Absolutely. Okay, so what do you want to debate, Zoot?
Or to know both sides, I should say. Oh God, I don't know. You don't think I'm passionate about it? Yeah, okay. I mean, like we could try, but yeah. Well,
all right, let's let Rabbi discuss this a bit, but.
We're going to bring a topic up.
Yeah, what are you talking about, Zoot? What do you want to debate? Zoot, did you disconnect? Sometimes Zoot's internet goes out. I think it happens to everyone online.
Okay.
We'll just give him some time. Okay, so you enjoy creating art. Do you like to play any sports?
No, I'm not really too not really into team sport kind of stuff. I like to watch UFC.
Oh, dude, totally. Did you watch the Canelo? The Canelo. Did you watch a fight last night?
Oh no, I didn't, but I heard it was a big one last time.
Yeah, it was.
Just an entertaining one.
We watched.
Did I disconnect?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, we didn't
hear.
Shit.
Yeah, we didn't hear you.
I'm gonna have a debate.
Yeah.
Okay. What are we debating?
What are you debating, Zoo?
Modern day psychiatry is just influenced by pharmaceutical companies, and a lot of the diagnoses are being overdiagnosed. Where, for example, depression, anxiety, the criteria have gotten broader, and a lot of people are being medicated for depression and anxiety when under previous standards they wouldn't fit the criteria. They're just trying to benefit pharmaceutical companies.
Oh, 100%. You No, you're right. I can see it.
Yeah, how about you don't debate it and you just discuss it, because it seems like you guys have a shared opinion on it.
Yeah, and then we'll find it difficult. I have strong opinions. We'll find it difficult too. No, yeah, I think it's crazy that what I don't like is the new self-professed. I looked up Wikipedia, and now I know. Now I'm a medical doctor. Bullshit. I have this happen with my own mental status, where people make assumptions on what I have to do for my own care, based on the stigma behind it. So it's a weird thing to deal with. Where I guess the thing I'm bringing up is this: people who 30-second Google searches, and they can read Wikipedia, and all of a sudden they now think you're in med school. That, I think, is a huge problem, at least for mental health issues in the social setting.
Well, let me say something that I've worked out recently. The diagnosis is a label. Whatever you're diagnosed with is just a label they put on you. No one knows more about your brain than the person who's living inside it.
100%. Yeah, very well put. I think that at least one of the reasons for that in America is because of the way that we finance, and it affects the rest of the world, and it shouldn't. But if you get the label, that's the doorway to money. So you don't get money without the label. So that's kind of what they do. But in America, what's created is people who are label shopping, meaning they love this. They want to be like, I got DVD, I got DVD, I got DVD. Like they throw down their acronyms like they're playing cards, and they like it.
Did I cut out or did you cut out?
Oh, no, did I cut out?
Really? Yeah, it did.
Oh, okay, so
you were saying like window shopping, and then you said
they go
label shopping.
They kind of go label shopping where they want to maybe it's because let me see if I'm the okay, good, I am on the right internet. They basically like the labels because they like to be able to tell everybody about them. So they go doctor shopping until they find the person who says, yes, you have this laundry list of shit that's wrong with you, we agree with you. And then that person uses this gigantic social crutch of acronyms that aren't really relevant. And then, on the other side of things, there's people who want no label, but they have to accept one because of, to get the medication that they want or whatever. Like how many people are faking ADHD to get Adderall? A lot.
Well, yeah. Like ADHD is not that hard to fake.
Yeah, but I mean, it's definitely making shortages of medications for people who really need it. So I don't know. I'll tell you what. I can tell you my experience. Me and Rabbi have talked about in the past. This may spark your memory. But 3 years ago, I went to the psych ward, and for hearing voices. The reason why I went to psych ward is because you start telling people that you hear voices. What do you think happened when I got into the psych ward? I said, no, I wasn't hearing voices because you locked me up. Modern day psychology tells you to do that. But if someone would have sat there for 30 minutes and just said, well, what are they saying? I probably would have calmed the fuck down. But because they panicked, I panicked. But if you would have just said, what's going on? Yeah, so anyway, the point I'm getting at too is, so when you tell people that, immediately they tell you you need to be on medication. Well, the medication that you go on makes men grow tits. I'm not kidding you. I'm not joking. Makes you grow tits and produce milk. And it blocks their dopamine. So why am I doing all of that to block out a voice that just says, believe in yourself and wow, you look handsome when you look at when I go in the mirror? Has there been that's oversimplifying. Has there been challenges? Yeah. But the challenges of taking antipsychotic drugs, I know I go to mental health servers where everybody's on drugs and antipsychotic drugs because of schizophrenia. And they're in no better shape. They're just manageable. But these people also have, some people have tried to jump off a bridge. One guy ran his scooter off a fucking bridge. So I understand that these are safety belts of medication.
So did you just want the label?
Did I want a label? Fuck no. I wanted exact opposite of the label, because the label for me was very damaging. But for somebody who wants to tell their parents that they did a bad job, they say they have ADHD and whatever. I know I'm making shit up. I don't literally think this. I'm just saying that they want the reasons for why someone wants the label, as opposed to me. I don't want the label because basically my entire reality afterwards, after this label, gets to be called in question. Did you perceive it the right way? Are you hearing shit? Oh, and you also don't fucking account for the fact that shitty people will use that as a way to just dismiss you. So they know you went to a psych ward. And so they'll just say, oh, whatever, he's psycho. And it's like, no, you know I'm not psycho. You know I have a real fucking logical point. But you want to pretend that I'm, this and that, because I had 7 days of being in this state, which, by the way, were forced on me. So, yes, I heard voices, but that it didn't give you a right to essentially incarcerate me or whatever. But I also understand that that's the system we live in, and the statistics are that people hear voices and sort of feel distress can, be a trouble. At the same time, I didn't see any fucking statistics, so I don't know what their justifications were. Yep. So, anyway, so that label is bad. Shock label is they're using it as a social. They're using it as a social tool sometimes. The people who abuse it. I'm not saying everybody does, but anyway. So that was my experience. If you tell people right now, I'm not on any meds, I still hear voices. What do you think you're gonna kill somebody. And it's like, well, who gave you this training that that's the rules? Hollywood movies gave you your fucking medical training and your fears, and now I have to deal with that. 60% of people who hear voices unconnected with schizophrenia. In other words, the filter of who hears voices is the crash. So many people hear voices and they don't tell anybody. Why is that? Because you don't want anyone to get depressed. So many people have it happen like 2-3 weeks. Their voices go away in their head, and it never happens again. And then there's other people who have it like occur throughout their life back and forth, or some just kind of turned on. Mine was just turned on. I can have a conversation like we're talking to you, like I'm talking to you right now. If I'll pad over, so to speak, in my brain. But so anyway, I've dumped all that out. We're supposed to have discussion, and kind of me monologue.
You're aware the voices are just made up in your head, not real.
See, and here you go. You just did it. Why? How do you know? You just told me at the beginning, nobody knows what's inside anybody else's head. But you already have this preformed idea that it's made up. And I get why that is. Because you're like, well, the brain has not been proven that wrong. The way that I would put it, or the way that it feels, the way that it happens upon your senses and in your brain is that it's as if another mental process is running off of your CPU, and it's separate from your mental partition, let's call it. And that's just the best word, best kind of word that I can do. But do I realize that it's just inside of me and that it's a whatever kind of process? Yeah, when we get that inside of my head. But I can't know what it is. Science doesn't know what it is. And then there is some, the things that are weird are anomaly behavior. What I call anomaly or like anomaly behavior. Of course, that's my mental terminology. But what I mean by that is I have a list of words that I keep that I had to look at, meaning it's not in my vocabulary. Now I understand that how you're an intelligent person. You probably would start to begin to investigate. Well, like, okay, my subconscious must have known the word, and now it's regurgitating it up in a later date, your brain can figure things out through contextual meaning over time. You hear a word, just the audio of it, and then over time you figure out the context. That's possible. But what happened was it would be like we would do one word a week. Then it would be like, oh, you're not impressed with that? 5 in one day. 5 words that I have to look up. Okay, now some of the words, like there's a word despot. There's the very first word that I didn't recognize. The word despot is like means a warlord, if you don't know, or more or less. And that word, I was like, I don't know that word. What the fuck is a despot? And then they rewound my memory to when I first heard the word. And they said, well, for this word, you did know it, and we regurgitated it to you. The word experientialist, which I thought was a made-up word, until I looked into Webster's dictionary instead of dictionary.com, because the dictionary.com doesn't have experientialist, but the fucking English one does. And so their experientialist was a word, and they kept using my first name and saying, hey, you, are you an experientialist? Are you an experientialist? Experientialist. And they just kept saying it. And I understood who it was. So I looked the word up. And so I was like, I don't even know what the fucking word you're like. I know the word you're trying to get me to look up. I'm misspelling it. And then finally, when I looked it up in the other dictionary, autocorrected, and it was like, okay, that's the word. And then they stopped using it. And so then that became a game, which is keep repeating a word over and over until I look it up if I don't know it. And so like, I'm looking at my phone right now, but every single word I ever had to look up, it's at least at 50 now. And so this is like a running list of since 3 years ago. But so sorry, I'm getting to my point. I didn't realize I'm running. I apologize. So the mental trick is how the fuck can you get these words and they get regurgitated back to you from a book in your head? To me, that's an interesting trick. I don't care if it's made up or where it comes from. To me, that's weird and strange behavior. And that's probably not the only thing I've recorded. I kind of journal some of this, but that's the most quantifiable or something that is relatable to another person is words like that. But the other thing is like, well, before I experienced this stuff, I had a pretty good visual memory. After my photographic memory went off the charts, they would start to show me old classmates in my head, one by one. Look through every classmate I had in first grade or second grade, and they're just going face by face. And then they would stop at a certain face, and I could think something like, who the fuck's that? And sometimes they would tell me whose name it is, and sometimes not. But there was a time that they did, and they're like, oh, that's Allison. And I'm like, holy fuck, that is Allison. And I have, of course, my old class photos or whatever, and you can verify that, yeah, that was Allison, before and after. So I had these moments to hold on to in my head. But anyway, having that all said, I'm not sure how it's capable of these weird little tricks. As well as like, it can be your voice if you really wanted to. Your voice print can be captured like after 2 or 3 sentences. And I know AI can do that, but your brain can do it too. So anyway, that's not right.
What's going on, Pim?
I had to take a break from Instagram because my fucking feed is just full of ADHD and autism right now. It's really fucking annoying.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, dog. So why don't you say I'm not interested in this stuff so you get like new shit?
I should start doing that.
Word, dog.
I don't think the people that are making the content are aware of what they're promoting.
Oh, I'm sure they are. They're creating easily digestible, short form content that people with those types of issues are um, watching, and that's not good. I mean, I can tell you, it's not like with that stuff, but I'll get shit all the time in my like Reddit or whatever feed I'm in, and I just say I'm not interested in this, and then it doesn't show me. Then it doesn't show me that stuff anymore. You have to be the boss of your own social media. You can't just devour things that you're fed. You have to control your likes and
Yeah, I
dislikes.
feel like it's like you're creating so much awareness and someone comes across this video and it's like, oh, my child might be like this. Or I might be like this. And then you gotta go, oh shit, I need to go see a psychiatrist and like get the label.
I mean, yeah, there's that. I mean, you have to see who's pushing a lot of advertising on these sites, and at least in the nightly news in the United States, 80% of it is pharmaceutical companies, and I can tell you a lot of it is similar on your uh, digital formats of advertising, particularly social media advertising.
So we put labels on these people, call it this thing, and everyone has different symptoms. That kind of makes no sense.
I mean, it's whatever. I think people who have these issues end up in their own, many times, their own mental padded rooms when they just need outlets and they will get their mind off those things. I think it's really great that we have Oligar who likes to do art. That probably stops him from thinking the shit that is happening to him is happening to him and normalizes his life. And I'm sure, you know, other people have their own modes.
Oh, yeah, let me ask you a question.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Do you like your brain?
I do. But it takes, everybody's brain takes some transition. You can't. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you move, start a new school or degree, new job, there's always some transition period to something new. So if you're asking, like, do I like my new brain? I do like it now, but there is definitely some getting used to new circumstances.
Right. Your brain has never changed.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe the way that you're using it.
I mean, it's developed your brain over time, but it's all processed more new information, but it's still the same brain.
Yeah. It's I'm curious as to, I just have some theories about what people's brains are capable of. And I have some insight to what happens when you begin to have a reference point inside your own brain that is similar to, okay, so when you have just your own voice in your head, I would liken it to maybe something like having one eye. You don't have depth perception. When you do have another voice in your head, it is kind of like having a reference point. It is like depth perception. And what I mean by that is that it's hard to view your own internal thoughts, but when you have an observer pointing them out, it's way more like you have a spot or an outside observer that can tell you if a landing gear is up or down. But when you're flying a plane, you can't tell if it's up or down. I don't know. I mean, it's a good analogy, but that's the best I can do. So like my brain, yeah, I like it, but it's definitely more complicated. I would say. It already was.
Do you feel
In depth.
like there are people out there that are so schizophrenic even with a diagnosis they can't comprehend that they're schizophrenic?
Yeah, I can relate to that because there's two piles of energy that the brain draws from. One of them is the hallucination, meaning all of your senses that are now being tricked or simulated, whatever you want to call it. And then there's the delusion pile of energy, and these are not terms, of course, but it should be easy to follow. Basically, delusion is, your math. 2 plus 2 equals 4. But if you're delusional, you could believe 2 plus 2 is 4.5. Your value of the brain doesn't match up. So what you believe, like your paranoia, could be something you really think is real. So that's the best way to relate to a delusion. Everybody's been paranoid a little bit. You've seen lights when you pass the cop, and you're like, oh fuck, I'm gonna get. Yeah, but it's how much, how far do you get? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't think I told Rabbi this. I might have said this before, but there was a time where I was on SSRIs for 7 years, venlafaxine, and I would have constantly, like probably 2 or 3 years into it, from the time was for a couple of years, I was having sleep paralysis, like constantly. And sleep paralysis, and I was having lucid dreams, and I was astral projecting, and it was fucking. I felt my soul coming outside my body.
Right. This happened right as you went to sleep or was waking up. I bet you.
No, sleep paralysis is when you're sleeping, but it feels like you're waking up.
I've had it happen only a handful of times, but
when I had it, it felt like I was just waking. So it feels like you're just waking up, but you're still hallucinating, right? So you visualize everything. You can visualize, like you can see everything in, like my bedroom was like, I could see everything in my room, but I wasn't awake. I was just imagining I was still sleeping. I was still in a REM sleep.
I've had those experiences, and they've always been with sleep deprivation or near that.
I think it's a part of the REM sleep cycle that happens. It happens that everyone. It's just that people can't remember. And when I was on venlafaxine, it causes your brain to remember.
Yeah. I'm also curious. Do you know hypnogogue? Okay, there's something.
So what happens, right, is when your body goes to sleep, right, it stays still, so you don't hurt yourself, right? So when you go into sleep paralysis, that's your brain telling your body to stay still, so you don't hurt yourself.
Yeah. But you're also dreaming, so you don't want to think it's real.
So your body, yeah.
But I mean, if you think about it, your heart rate's, if you think you're getting murdered in a dream, your heart rate's still goes up. It's very interesting.
Hey, Rabbi.
What's up, Tim?
I've never, when I've been in a dream, I've never had Tourette's. Like the person I am in the dream has never ticked and had Tourette's in the dream.
There you go, big dog.
It's interesting. Do you know what the word hypnagogic means? It's either HYPA or HYPNA, hypnagogic or hypnopompic. Anyway, it's like Latin to mean as you fall asleep or as you wake. They're two different words. But hypnagogic, bring it up because some people use them interchangeably. But anyway, it's a very strong hallucination as you wake up or just go to sleep. And for me, when I have those experiences, I will feel like what you're talking about. Like you can imagine a room, and it's like you even can wave your hands in front of your face. And you're like, what the fuck? Anyway, did push your dream at all, but.
I've never had sleep. I don't want to have sleep paralysis again.
You want to have it again?
Yeah.
Have you ever had any in those states? Or do you have very vivid dreams? And what do you do in those dreams? Yes.
In those dreams?
Yeah.
Like it feels like a rock's being pressed against your head, but you can get out of it. If you go into sleep paralysis, you can get out of it, and then you can go into astral projection. You can go into an astral projection state, and that can take you to other dimensions.
I've done things like where you close your eyes, and it feels like you're opening them in another world. But I only get to see that for 5 or 6 seconds, and then that's it. And I've also, I mean, that's the thing.
I didn't actually astral project, right? I would have astral travel, but from astral travel you can go to astral projection where you can go into different dimensions. If you astral travel, you can go into dimensions and you can go explore the world and see like things. And there's people like accounting, like say like there'll be people that have said they astral travel and they're seeing people on the other side of the world eat something, and then they'll be tell them that they saw that person eat something, like things like that, and they'll be eating that specific thing. Yeah.
That's better. So, no, I was saying that can be a very just wild. I'm not sure. I just think people with brains, there's so much. How do I put it? The remote that you have access to has more buttons in it. It's just they're not labeled, but you can press them. This is a weird analogy, I know, but the thing that you're talking about, astral projection, sleep paralysis, like you want to go back to it. The reason is because my theory, me judging you, it would be that you find something interesting about that brain state. Like we inherently know that, oh fuck, we're in the settings. I don't know. I know that's a weird way to put it, but I don't know if you feel the same. But explain to me why you want to go back to it.
Why I want to because I want to know like what, like you can go like to like what was the Rabbi?
What's up, big dog?
What are the like books that I don't know if you're familiar with this being Jew, but there is a like I think it's a biblical Christian book that was no longer canon. It's called like the Book of something.
Enoch?
Oh, yeah, the Book of Enoch. Yeah. So the Book of Enoch describes like 8 different dimensions that are kind of what people who have astral projected experience, where there's like floors that you go up, and there's 8 different dimensions you can access. I'm not too, I don't know much about the Book of Enoch, but there's like, yeah. Well, that one's not canon.
After having my experiences, I want to know how much people are just making stuff up. And the reason I say that is the nature of having, well, I don't know, it's not astral projection. So I'll just say the nature of schizophrenia is that it tries to convince you of different realities. So it'll just make stuff up. Like I can tell you, no delay. You don't have to sit there and think in your own brain. Like that's the other thing that feels very narrow to me. A normal human being has to come up with the creativity in their brain. And they type if you're sitting at your computer screen typing away, you have to use your brain for mental effort for you to create works of fiction. And you're talking not even 0.5 seconds. Of course, these are my conceptions, so let's pretend they're being handed, right? And so I'm off all the time. Well, I mean, I think some of the stories you've told there are just like fantastic. I've seen hour-long. Well, anyway, I'm kind of rambling. I'm sure what I'm saying is these people have books of Enoch and all that. I'm curious how many are experiencing very, very vivid hallucination, and even if they are, does that take away meaning from what they're saying?
Well, the Book of Enoch isn't considered canon. Rabbi,
what's up, pimp?
Why isn't Enoch considered canon?
It was rejected when the Hebrew Bible was being organized, generally because it's so much different than the traditional story. It's been a while since I've read it, but basically it's like you have watchers. They're like angels who come to earth. They marry human women and father the Nephilim, which are giants. And basically they like teach forbidden topics to people, and then they go into like movement of heavenly bodies and dreams and such. And basically this didn't fit in the chronology of Jewish teachings at the time. And so when the Hebrew Bible, was being organized, essentially, it was just seen as a text, but it was not included. And generally, it's for chronological reasons.
So here's the thing, like when I was experiencing all this dream stuff and like astral projection stuff, the things that I was experiencing, I didn't even know about the Book of Enoch's existence till like 3-4 years later. And then when I found out, I was just like, holy shit, that's what it's like. Hold on, that was what I was experiencing.
Have you? Can I ask you a question? Have you heard of a book called DMT, the Spirit Molecule?
I don't know.
Well, the book is very interesting, and you can find it on PDF. And if you don't want to read the whole thing, you can skim to people's experiences. You also could go to a place like, what forum was it? This is like 10 or years ago or more that I remember. I think it was like called DMT Necklace, something like that. Anyway, it would talk about people's experiences. They were just like,
Dude, he's talking. Dude, hold on a second. Dude, he's talking. You need to listen to him.
Well, that's okay. No, I understand. We also said ADHD, so I'm assuming, I'm not sure if I'm mistaken on that. But yeah, I wonder if you relate to all those experiences. If it sounds like similar to what you experienced during the time you're talking about sleep paralysis.
My sleep paralysis is not a fun experience, but I think it happens to everyone. I just think people. I feel like it's because I was on an SSRIs, my brain it remembers trauma, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, remember that replay?
I feel everyone has, when everyone is REM sleeping, like in a REM sleep cycle, they experience sleep paralysis to some extent, but most people won't remember it because their brain doesn't process trauma.
Can I ask you of any of the experiences that you had during these times that you said you astral projected? Were there any themes that you can remember? Like what were the things that you talked about? Did you see any imagery?
No. It only happened to me twice. What happens is your brain starts vibrating, but it's an intense vibration, and then it feels like when you get past the vibration, like I've had it happen twice and a third time where I got to the vibrations and I was too scared to break free from the vibrations. And if you get past the vibrations, it feels like you're having it feels like your brain is having an orgasm once you get, and then you feel like you're turning into an angel. That's the only way I can describe it. It's like you have 1,000 orgasms going on your brain at once, and then you feel like you're turning into an angel.
That's interesting that you describe it as that. The book that I was talking about before, the DMT, the Spirit Molecule, that's the name of the book. I think it's Dr. Straussman or something like that is the person who wrote it. Anyway, the reason I'm bringing that up is that 500 people, all of whom had never met each other, were given DMT, and then they reported their responses. One of the things that they actually described is what you're saying, a loud noise that got higher and higher, impossibly loud, like beyond what human hearing can comprehend. And they were not connected. But the weird thing about human body is that your pineal gland actually has DMT in it. And you already know that probably. So I heard you. So you understand it.
Yeah. So when you astral project and you get past it, but most people are bullshitting when they say they astral project. When you actually astral project, your brain releases DMT, and it might be different for everyone, but for me, it wasn't bad noises. It was just an intense vibration in the brain, like your vibration. Like I can't explain it. It's like it feels so weird, but like it did feel like I was going onto the other side.
I felt what you have felt. I also have gotten afraid. I go kind of like, I don't know, it's a feeling of stop. Like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go down this weird drain tunnel.
But I did. I got through it once, and then the other times I've been too scared to go through it. Like I was halfway through it.
I wonder if my brain does do. I bet you that I am doing that when I go to sleep.
But I mean, we know very little about the human brain. Like we know more about outer space than the human brain. We probably know more. Yeah, we probably know even less about the human brain when we're sleeping than we are awake.
That's why I'm excited for things like Neuralink and things like that. We have this fantasy that I'm going to hook up Neuralink to my brain at some point in my life, and they're just going to be able to hear exactly what I hear inside my head. I'm not sure why. I guess it's because you want your family to be able to relate to what you're experiencing, maybe. But I also am kind of fascinated too. So. Like, I would love for them to be able to somehow take data from your brain, as you said, brain data. That is kind of fascinating to me. I'm also
the brain is just the brain probably is it's an SSRI, which is increasing serotonin, right? So that's what
I don't know if it. So there's some drugs that increase the serotonin, and then the way I heard it described from some in the medical world is that there's other drugs that clog the drain. So in other words, the serotonin that you produce is held longer because the medication, in a sense, clogs the drain. So it's like uptake. It clogs the uptake of your natural serotonin, so it stays in your system longer.
So what the serotonin? So most people who are taking what I take, they do the opposite, where they stay up. My brain, the way my brain works, it puts me to sleep, right? So I was sleeping really long periods of time. And what happened when I was sleeping really long periods of time, I saw things, felt things that most people would never experience. Right? The serotonin levels that I was experiencing from SSRIs were probably, it was probably my brain's way of going, well, you're depressed, I want you to feel less afraid of death. Which is dangerous.
It is. Turning off emotions is not good. One of my after effects is that it changed my emotional response. So in public settings, my what would maybe be anxiety or fear, like, hey, oh shit, I'm in danger, kind of shit, switch to all anger and tons of fear. So in other words, someone's fucking tailgating you in the car. Previously, you would think, okay, let's be reasonable about this. But when you're in no fear mode, you're like, fuck it, I'll brake check you and go ahead and hit my car. I don't care. Like, I'm invincible. And then as soon as you're out of that mood, oh, what the fuck did I just do? But I never was like that before. I always, rationality would speak very loudly in my head. Well, shit. I mean that symbolically for that one. What do you, may I ask? See, I don't like any of those depression drugs or anything like that. They try to put me on antipsychotics. It immediately made me feel drugged, which is what 5% of people sometimes feel. Like they put you on an antipsychotic and you feel as if you've taken like an edible, a marijuana edible or something. It's the only thing I can compare it to. It's not really, but anyhow.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay. See you. It was nice meeting you and nice talking to you.
Yeah, it's safe. Yeah, that's what it's about.
What about antipsychotics?
I feel like therapy is the best. Like, just talking to people is the best treatment than any drug you can take.
Yeah, definitely. I think that,
Yeah, I feel like antipsychotic, like schizophrenia, like if people just talk to someone and be like, oh, these things you're feeling, they're not happening, instead of getting people on drugs, it'd be a way better treatment. But the issue is that you don't get enough time to spend with someone. Like, you can't sit there and supervise someone all the time and tell them that that's not happening. So when they do have the mental breakdowns, they can't be like...
It actually is better to just let the person talk. And if they have a fucked up reality, to not correct them, to let them talk it out, and then at the end of them venting, then, and of course, don't reinforce any delusion. But I think that sometimes it's like counterintuitive. Like, if you just go and say, no, you're wrong, you're not experiencing that, then it causes you to go, oh, you're one of them, you're with them, kind of attitude. But sorry to interject there.
Yep.
Or a hole in my carpet. I've had 2 cups of coffee and I'm just like doing laps. I get 10,000 paces in before 10 o'clock in the morning. For 10,000, yeah. So, oh, yeah, good. Looks like I'm talking over you, I'm sorry.
So you just like someone talk them out their reality.
Oh, I think that it's tricky.
I mean, imagine on a bat, you take LSD or mushrooms. The worst thing you can do to someone that's having hallucinations is leave them alone if they're having a bad trip. So it's the same thing for a schizophrenic.
I don't think there's any hard fast rules, to be honest with you. I think that it's calmness and reminding of support is probably the best. You know, if you see them drowning, get them out of the water. But if you see them floating in the water, then just let them float. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like I've seen people who, like, they could be experiencing something in their head that they're being told not to talk to you. So, I mean, I directly know people who are like, you could go ahead and go up to them and say, hey, you're experiencing delusion. And then right away, that person's mental programmer will go, oh, they're with the reptilians. I have to shut up then.
Anyway,
I'm gonna go. Yeah. Anyway. Anyway, have a good one.
him. I knew people that knew him well. Everybody.
Says the Gemara, a concept. The one who owns the beam, he has to carry the most weight. His friends are helping him carry it, but he has to do most of the lifting. Yaakov Avinu, who bore the 12 Shvatim, he raised them, he did most of the lifting. He has to take care of them. The Gemara tells us that if a person benefits from a Su'udah of a Talmid Chacham, it's as if he benefited from the Ziv HaShechina. A person says goodbye to his friend, he shouldn't say Leich Bishalom with a base, but rather Leich Lishalom. When it's to the dead, he departs from the dead, he says to the dead person Leich Bishalom, rather Lishalom. As David HaMelech told his own son Avshalom, Leich Bishalom, and Avshalom ended up dying. And when Yisrael said to Moshe Rabbeinu, Leich Lishalom, Moshe Rabbeinu went up to the highest levels. A person who goes out of a shul into the base medrash to learn Torah will be zeicha to receive the Shechina. It says in the pasuk, Yechu Mechayil El Chayil, one step to the higher step. The Gemara does that. Talmid Chacham doesn't have peace and rest in this world and not in the world to come, because he's constantly climbing madregos that he can't rest. Famous ending, which is brought down in 4 different Masechtas, and the simon is Banayach, Brachos, Nazir, Yevamis, and Krisos. Omer Belazar Chanina, Talmidei Chacham Marbim Shalom Ba'olam. Talmidei Chachamim increase peace in this world. Shenema B'chavanayich L'mudi Hashem, Rav Shalom Banayach Atika Banayach Ela Banayach, the builders, and Hashem Oizam Yitin Hashem Yivarach Samel Shalom. And with that, we finish Perek Haraya, and we finish Masechtas Brachos. Mazel Tov. Masechtas Shabbos Daf Beis, amazing. We finished Masechtas Brachos, and now we're going to take this journey 156 days of Shabbos. The Torah says it's usher to do Melach on Shabbos, and that includes 39 Melachos, Avos, primary Yisurim. To that we have subcategories of secondary Yisurim. When the Mishnah Daf Ayin Gimel describes all 39 Melachos, the last final Melacha is the Melacha that our Mishnah, which Masechtas Shabbos begins with, the Melacha of Hitzah, to carry from one domain to another, to transfer an object from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, or from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid. Rishus HaRabim is public domain, a street that is 16 amos wide, and many people go by there every day. Rishus HaYachid is a private domain, property that's surrounded by walls that are at least 10 tefachim high. The property has to be a certain size, 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. Transferring from one property to the other is also. In order to be over that Isser, you have to accomplish 2 things. You have to do an Akira and a Hanacha. You have to lift that object up and place it down in another domain. When the Torah says Hitzah, it's referring to going from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim. But when we go from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid, that's called Hachnasa. Although our Mishnah describes both of those cases as a Yitziyah. The Mishnah starts off saying Yitziyas HaShabbos Shtayim, they are 2, which equal 4. When a person stands inside or outside, it's 2 that equals 4 for a total of 8. Meaning, the Mishnah starts off with a person that the Mishnah describes ani, not necessarily poor. It's just a character to describe him so we don't confuse him with the person standing inside called the Balabais. Person outside, the ani, lifts up an object. He does an akira, and he places that object from Rishus HaRabim, he places it into Rishus HaYachid. He did a Hanacha over there. He's chayv in the Reis. The second case regarding this ani that's standing outside in Rishus HaRabim is he lifts up an object in Rishus HaYachid and brings it to himself in Rishus HaRabim. He did an akira and a Hanacha, but in the opposite direction as the first case, both of them are chayv. The corresponding cases, which he's only chayv in the Rabban, not in the Reis, are case number 5 and 8 on this list. and that is when an ani does hachnasa. With the ani lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah, and he extends his arm into Rosh Hashanah, but rather than doing hanacha in Rosh Hashanah, he lets the balabais do the hanacha. Now it's two people that did one malacha, therefore with the rights of the pater, with the Rabbi. The eighth case is where the ani lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah, but rather than transferring it into Rosh Hashanah, the balabais and the hanacha in Rosh Hashanah. The next two cases in the ratio, case number 3 and 4, talk about a man who's standing in Rosh Hashanah. We call him the balabais. He does haitzah, lifting up an object from Rosh Hashanah and placing it in Rosh Hashanah. That's also in Torah because he did akira and hanacha. And case number 4 is where he sticks his hand out into Rosh Hashanah, grabs an object, and brings it into Rosh Hashanah. Also in the right side, did akira hanacha, and that's called hachnas. The corresponding two cases in this list in the Mishnah are case number 6 and 7, where the balabais lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah, and the ani extends his arm into Rosh Hashanah, and the balabais places the object into the ani's arm, not doing hanacha because the hanacha didn't take place in Rosh Hashanah. All the balabais did was akira. The ani finishes it off doing the hanacha. It's two people did a malacha, shnaim sha'asuha, turim. They're both patim in the raisa, v'chayim the rabbanan. And finally, the 8th case is where, the 7th case, the balabais lifted up the object rather than waiting for the ani to extend his hand into the rishus hayachid. He extends his hand into the Rosh Hashanah and places it into the ani's hand. Rather, the ani takes it out of his hand and does the hanacha in Rosh Hashanah. So here again, we have a case where two people did two malachas, akir and hanacha, and they are patim in the raisa, chayav mid the rabbanon. Those are the 8 cases in the Mishnah. The Gemara brings a Mishnah in Masechtas Shavuos that's very similar. That says 2 which are 4, and brings a number of cases. One of them is a shvuah. Somebody takes an oath. The Torah describes it as in the future. He says he's not going to eat or he is going to eat. That's 2. But we add the arises as well. The past. I didn't eat or I did eat. The other case is Tumah. Midarais in the pasuk talks about when a person forgets that he is tamei and walks into the Beis Hamikdash knowing it's a Beis Hamikdash, forgetting that he's tamei, has to bring a carbon out of the earth. Or he forgot that he's tamei and he eats kachim. The other 2 cases that we add to that is when he forgets that it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize it's the Beis Hamikdash, or he didn't realize that he's eating kachim. Negaim is when somebody has a white spot on his skin. The Torah talks about a se'es and a beheres. The one looks like snow, the other looks like wool, and we add 2 more deraises. One looks like lime, and the other one looks like the membrane of an egg. But when the Mishnah in Shavuos describes Shabbos, it only talks about 2 which are 4, rather 4 that are 8 like in our Mishnah. Why? Rabbi Papa attempts to make a pshat, says that our Mishnah is the Hilchos Shabbos, talking about Masechtas Shabbos, and therefore it talks about things that are also patur, not just us. Whereas in Masechtas Shavuos it talks about only Yisroel. And we have to realize, like we explained at the beginning, that hachnasa, going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, is considered in our Mishnah a yitzia, because you see that our Mishnah starts off using the word yitzia and goes on to describe immediately hachnasa, going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. And the Mishnah in Gimel, describing the last of the Lamites Malachas, talks about going from one Rishus to another Rishus, and doesn't differentiate whether you're going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, which is the Yitzia, or whether you're going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, which is Hachnasa. It calls them both a Yitzia, a Yitzah. Finally, Rabbi says that when our Mishnah talks about Shtayim Shem Arba, Shtayim is referring to the domains. There are 2 domains in the Raisa, Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah. Shehem Arba, which can cause 4 Isurim of Yitzah. And our Mishnah includes 4 additional Yitzahs, which are only us with the Rabbanan. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos is Dav Gimel. I apologize that we fell behind on videos because of Purim and the seam that we had in Shushan Purim. Be'ezer Hashem, by tomorrow we'll be all caught up. According to Shmuel, anytime it says in our Masechta that a person that does a malacha that has action to it, he's pater, it means pater avol asur. But the Rabbanan, it is asur. Besides 3 cases that a person took action and it's completely mutter even with the Rabbanan. And that is, if person A traps a deer in a room and he stands by the door, he's chayiv midaraisa. Person B comes and keeps him company for a minute, and then person A disappears. Person B is completely pater because he didn't add anything to the trapping. In a case where a person traps a snake because he's worried that the non-poisonous snake will bite him and cause him pain, he's completely pater and mutter because he's not doing it to catch a snake, he's doing it to prevent himself harm. And the third case is, if a person removes pus from within a zit, he's completely pater and mutter because he's not trying to make a hole in his body, he's trying just to remove and relieve the pain. Our Mishnah in the ratio where a person extends his hand and he's just passive, and somebody puts an object from one domain to into another domain, into his hand, it's pater and mutter. But the reason why it's not brought down in Shmuel's cases is because he didn't take any action. He's passive, he's just standing there. In our Mishnah, we have 8 cases. The first 4 cases are cases where people are chayiv midaraisa on the Isra of Eitzah, and that is because they accomplished 2 things. They did an akira and a hanacha. They uprooted an object from one domain and placed it in another domain. The 4 cases in the Seifa, it was a combination of 2 people. One did an akira, one did a hanacha. Now, if you look at it, it's 8 cases, but in fact we have 16 cases because we're talking about 16 different individuals. And in some cases, one individual did an akira, the other individual did a hanacha, and it's 2 different cases, 2 different isurim. Why doesn't the Mishnah count them as 16 cases? Well, the first 4 cases you can't count as 8 cases because the second individual is completely pater and mutter. He's not doing anything, he's just standing like a statue, holding out his hand. So we're not going to count those 4 cases as 8 people. But what about in the Seifa that the 4 cases are 2 individuals? One is doing an akira, that should be 1 halacha, and one is doing a hanacha, and that should be a second halacha. We should count those 4 cases as 8 cases. The answer is because the Mishnah is only counting cases that can lead us to an issa deraisa that you would have to bring a carbon. The only person that could get to that case of deraisa is the person that starts the malacha. The person that does the akira, he could also do hanacha. But the person that does the hanacha can never get to issa deraisa because he didn't do the beginning of the case. Of the case, he only did the end where you have to do an akira and hanacha in order to be chayav deraisa. Even though 2 people did 1 malacha, there's no reason to have them bring a korban because the pasuk says, "Me'am haaretz ba'asos." One person does the entire malacha, brings a korban. Shnayim sha'asua, 2 people that do a malacha are part. Rab asked Rabbi, "What's the halacha if a person doesn't lift up the object, rather his friend puts it on his shoulder and he starts walking?" Says Rabbi, walking is considered an akira. You lift up your feet and you move outside. However, a hand is not considered an akira. Why? Because the hand never moved. The hand is part of the body. It's moving, but the body never moved anywhere. Says Reb Chia, who is Rab's uncle, he tells Rab, "Didn't I tell you many times, don't ask your Rebbe questions in another Masechta where he's not holding. You might be wrong. You're lucky that Rebbe is a gadol and he knows everywhere. And in fact, he said, we see from the fact that if an ani, a person is standing in Rosh Hashanah and extends his hand into Rosh Hayachid, and somebody removes the object from his hand, we don't view that removal of the object from his hand as if he removed it from Rosh Hashanah. Although the person's body is in Rosh Hashanah, but his hand is somewhere else. The flip side, if somebody standing in Rosh Hashanah extends his hand to Rosh Hashanah and somebody removed an object from his hand, we don't view it as if he removed it from Rosh Hashanah, even though his hand is an extension of his body. But asks Abaya, maybe we should view that hand. You're right, the hand is not a Rosh Hashanah and it's not a Rosh Hashanah. It doesn't go by the body and it doesn't go where it's at. It's something in between. Perhaps we should view it as the Rabbanan Carmelis. In other words, it should be a penalty here. For somebody that extends his hand out into another domain, he should not let it be able to bring his hand back into the original domain as a penalty. The Gemara brings a contradiction from 2 brises and makes 6 shatir. How we could explain the contradiction. One brise says that if you extend your hand into another domain, you're allowed to retrieve your hand and bring it back into the house. The other brise says that if you take your hand from Rosh Hashanah and put it into Rosh Rabbi, you're not allowed to retrieve your hand. So the Gemara Pshat number one, maybe the Brises argue whether or not your hand is considered a carmelist, just like Abayi's question. If it's considered a carmelist, I can understand that you're not allowed to bring your hand back in, because you're not allowed to bring one domain into another domain. Another shot is everybody agrees that the hand is a carmelist. But we all know that above 10 tefachim in Rosh Hashanah is not considered Rosh Hashanah at all. It's a makom ptur. So one Bryce is talking about that he extended his hand over 10 tefachim. Therefore, he's allowed to bring his hand back in because it's not going from Rosh Hashanah Shabbos. No, everybody's talking about, both Bryce are talking about below 10 tefachim. And then before Shabbos on Friday. Therefore, he's allowed to bring it back in. Says the Gemara, well, you could say reverse bring his hand back in. Why? Because even if he would bring his hand back in on Shabbos, he wouldn't be over Issa D'Oraisa. Even if he put the object that he's holding in his hand down in Rosh Hashanah, he wouldn't be over Issa D'Oraisa. Why? Because he started the Akira on Friday. In order to be over Issa D'Oraisa, you have to do Akira and Anoch on Shabbos. Whereas if he extended his hand on Shabbos and he put the object down after he got tired, let's say, in Rosh Hashanah, then he'd be over D'Oraisa. Maybe in that case, we are lenient with him and say he's allowed to bring his hand back in. Says Gemara, well, if that's the case, if you're using that logic, then the question that we're going to have tomorrow, in a situation where a person puts bread in an oven on Shabbos, and it takes a couple of minutes for the bread to bake, and he realizes that they're going to stone him if the bread bakes, is he allowed to remove it on Shabbos? Now, removing bread on Shabbos, Ridia, is Issur D'Rabbanan. Do we allow him to do Issur D'Rabbanan to save his life? According to what you just told me, you're allowed to. Because Rabbanan didn't say that a person should lose his life because of this is the Rabbanan. So the Gemara goes into that. Do we say that kind of svara or not? Another explanation to explain the contradiction in the Brises is one Brise that says you're allowed to bring your hand back is talking about that he did it by accident, but the Brise that says that you can't bring your hand back out is talking about that he did it amazing. Another pshat is both of them are talking that he did b'shagig. The question is, do we penalize somebody for doing a shagig because he might lie in a case that he did amazing? Anytime somebody does mezid, they'll say, well, I can bring my hand back in because I was a shaygit. And finally, the Gemara says everybody might agree that we don't penalize somebody's shaygit or to mezid. So what's the question? The question is, in a case where a person extended his hand and put the object in his friend's chatzor, that's when it's asur. But if a person brings it back into his own chatzor, that's when it's mutter because he didn't accomplish anything. He didn't remove something from his domain. Whatever he tried to do, it went right back to where it was, and therefore, that is mutter. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Daled. Rabbi has an amazing question. A person takes a piece of dough, and in order to bake the dough, he puts it in the side of the oven, like they bake today lafas. Now it takes a few minutes for the dough to bake. Once it bakes, then and only then will it be chayav Issa D'Oraisa of baking. Is he permitted to remove the dough in order not to be over Issa D'Oraisa? But by removing the dough, he's over Issa D'Rabbanan called Ridia. And the question is, in order to prevent him from being chayav, a korban chatos, can we allow him to be over Issa D'Rabbanan? Now, a korban chatos comes only for a shaygig, and a shaygig is only if a person is unaware of what he's doing from beginning of his act until the end of the act. So how is it possible that he had an awareness and he came to and he understands that he's doing an Issur and therefore he wants to remove the dough? It has to be that we're not talking about him, we're talking about his friend. His friend wants to save him from chatos. But that's also very problematic. Because in Oymrim La'adam Chatei Kadesh Yiske Chavercha, we don't tell a friend, you perform a minor Aveira in order so that your friend is not over a major Aveira of a chatos. Therefore, the Gemara explains, you must be talking about that we don't want this person to be over by Isser Mezid. They did it on purpose. The only issue is that Rabbi Barabaya, in his question, he uses the language of a chatos, which means shayu. So we have to amend that and say he didn't mean chatos, he meant mezid. In fact, there's a brisa that says mefurish, so that a person is allowed to be over the isser of ridia of removing the dough from the oven, which is Issa Rabbanan, in order not to be over the Issa Deraisa of Skila. The Gemara brings the Mishnah, which says that if a person is standing in the Rishus Harabah and extends his hand, he takes an object, he does an Akir in Rishus Harabah, and places it in another person's hand in Rishus Hayachid. Hanacha in Rishus Hayachid. He's Chayev Deraisa Haitzah. He's the Akir and Hanacha. The question that Gemara addresses right now is, why is the hand of the person standing in Rishus Hayachid enough for the ani to be chayiv? A hand is not 4 tefachim, and in order for a person to be chayiv hanacha, he has to place an object on an area that's larger than 4 by 4 tefachim. The Gemara makes 7 attempts to explain this, and the Gemara Lamaskana, the last pshat, the 7th pshat is, and that's what we go with, is Rabbi who explains that a hand of a person is considered 4 tefachim. You're right, it's not physically 4, but it says if it's 4 tefachim, it's chasher like 4. But before we get to that answer, let's go through the different answers. Answer number 1 is that it goes according to Rabbi Akiva, who holds that you don't need 4 tefachim. Because Rabbi Akiva holds in a case where a person throws an object from a Rishus Hayachid, a private domain, to another private domain, but it travels over a public domain. It says Rabbi Akiva is chayev for haitzah, because it's as if it landed in the public domain. How could it land in the public domain? It traveled right over. The answer is because he holds of a concept called Kluta Kemishun Chodamim. We consider it as if it landed in the Rishus Harabah in slow motion. As it's passing over Rishus Harabah, it landed for a millisecond in Rishus Harabah, and then it continued traveling through Rishus Hayachid, and therefore he's chayiv. Gemara pushes that logic off and says that you see from Rabbi Akiva that he only holds Kluta Kemishun Chodamim when it comes to landing, but not taking off. Because if you would be chayiv for taking off also, Rabbi Akiva should say you should be chayiv twice. Once for taking off in Rishus Hayachid and landing in Rishus Harabah, and then again, it must take off from Rishus Harabah in order to continue to Rishus Hayachid and be chayiv again. You see, Rabbi Akiva holds that for landing you don't need 4 tefachim, but for taking off you do need 4 tefachim. Therefore, Rabbi Akiva does not fit into our Mishnah. As the Gemara is describing this concept of Rabbi Akiva, the Gemara brings Rabbi, who in the beginning had a suffix what the machlokes was, and at the end it says this svara. But just to point out, the Rabbi brings something called a question. We learn zrika from Moshe. In other words, in the midbar, the Levim would pass beams from one wagon to another wagon, which is one Rishus Hayachid to another Rishus Hayachid, because these wagons had walls that were 10 tefachim high, and the wagons were larger than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. But as they were passing the beams from one wagon to the other, they were going across a Rishus Harabah. In between them was a Rishus Harabah. So therefore, it's usher to pass an object from one Rishus Hayachid to another Rishus Hayachid if you're going above Rishus Harabah. And the question is, do we learn throwing from passing? And Rabbi went through that question, but at the end he decided, the Rabbi Akiva holds, Kluta Kemishun Chadamya, below 10 tefachim, you say Kluta Kemishun Chadamya. Gemara makes another attempt. Perhaps it goes according to the Shita, our Mishnah, that says that by placing an object in somebody's hand, that's considered 4 tefachim. Why? Because it goes like Rabbi. Rabbi holds that if you throw an object in Rishus Harabah and it lands on a branch, even if the branch is very small, you're chayiv. Gemara says, well, don't prove anything from that case, because the branch is actually 4 tefachim. Why? Even though you're looking at it and it's less than 4 tefachim, because the trunk of the tree is more than 4 tefachim, and the branch is attached to the trunk, so it's as if the branch is 4 tefachim long. So perhaps there's another Rabbi. Rabbi says in a case where a person throws an object from one Rishus Harabah to another Rishus Harabah, like you see in the picture, from one highway to another highway, traveling over a private domain. Rabbi holds of the concept Kluta Kemishun Chadamya. As it's traveling over the private domain, it landed in the private domain halachaku. But he adds another. He says you are in fact chayiv twice. It travels from Rishus Harabah and passes over Rishus Hayachid, so it's as if it landed in Rishus Hayachid. And then there's halachik as if it took off again from Rishus Hayachid and landed again in Rishus Harabah. So what happened was you had a hachnasa from Rishus Harabah to Rishus Hayachid. Then you had a haitzah from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Harabah, and therefore you're chayiv twice. And the Gemara pushes this attempt as well and says only in that case does Rabbi say you're chayiv, because in the Rishus Hayachid we're talking about Rishus Hayachid, it has a ceiling, and if you have a ceiling, it's as if the whole Rishus Hayachid was full to the top. and therefore it landed somewhere. Anywhere it lands, it has 4 tefachim to land. But you can't say the same logic in Rosh Hashanah because Rosh Hashanah cannot have a ceiling. Because in the desert, they didn't have a ceiling when they were doing the Mishnah. So every Rosh Hashanah cannot have a ceiling. And therefore, it doesn't fit into our Mishnah. And for the rest of the attempts, I had to explain a person's hand that doesn't have 4 tefachim, how does it work? That we'll see Be'ez Hashem on that pay. Have a wonderful day.
Completely aligned with Benjamin Netanyahu's Israel primarily, and they actually don't care about issues like abortion or LGBTQ or maybe some of them don't like mass immigration because they think immigrants might turn against Israel, but their issue is Israel, and Charlie Kirk is going to advance that for them. And in exchange, he'd be built up as like the biggest conservative youth leader in history. So I've been following him for 10 years. I have no reason to say anything.
Shabbos Daf Hey. Yes, you heard right. We are holding today on Daf Yitzchayim, but I'd like to go back to Daf Hey. One of the biggest concepts that we have in Daf Yomi is if you miss a Daf, don't try to make it up. Jump ahead and do the Daf that Klal Yisrael is doing. You fall behind a few Daf, and it might happen in our situation today with Corona. You might not be in a regular shir. Don't give up. Just start where everybody else is. Write it down, and when you have the opportunity, come back and do the Daf. So on Daf Hey, the Gemara is discussing the concept of Yad. In the Mishnah, where there's a poor person in Rosh Hashanah who brings an item into Rosh Hashanah and places it in the hand of the Balabais, the person standing in the Rosh Hashanah. Then Akira, and then Hanoch. Why is he chayav? The hand of the Balabais is not 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. And the Gemara makes many attempts until it finally comes to the The Gemara's first attempt is on Daf Hey. We have a halacha, if you take a ball and you throw it to the catcher, and he catches it in his mitt, you are chayav because you did the akira by throwing it, and the hanocha, the catching of the catcher, that's your hanocha. You see from here that even though the mitt is less than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, you are chayav. Says Gemara, you're right. That's a great raya for hanocha. But where does it say that akira, if you pick up an item from the Balabais' hand and you bring it into the Rabbi, you're also chayav? It doesn't say anywhere that the akira could be from a place that's less than 4 by 4. In addition, how do you know that the catcher's mitt is not 4 by 4? So Rabbi has another account. Perhaps we're talking about baskets. When you put the item in the Balabais' hand, it's referring to a basket, and you have to read it as basket, not hand. Well, that would be very difficult, because if Yossi Rabbi says if a person has a basketball hoop in Rosh Hashanah, and he has a basket on top, and you throw a ball into the basket, it says if you threw it into Rosh Hashanah, you see a basket and sit by itself. The Gemara has another account. Perhaps this hand that the Mishnah is referring to a hand that's really close to the ground. If you think 3 tefachim on the ground, then you can invoke the concept of love of your hand like the ground. The ground is obviously 4 tefachim. The issue is that it says the Mishnah doesn't stand up. How does his hand reach the floor? Well, perhaps he's leaning over. Perhaps he's in a pit, and his hand is by the surface of the pit. A dwarf says, Rabbi, that doesn't make sense. The Mishnah is talking about all these interesting cases. Therefore, Rabbi comes up with a final check. A person's hand is considered halachically 4 by 4. So going back to that case that we said, a guy throws a ball into a catcher's mitt, he's chayav. He did that pure and if the catcher gets up and moves towards the pitcher, then the pitcher is potter because it's shnayim shosu. All the pitcher did was the akira, but the hanacha is not where he wanted it to land. Somebody else got involved there and made a different hanacha, and therefore both did this malacha and they're both with their eyes. As Rabbi, an unbelievable question. What happens, and I saw a video of this being done actually, if a person takes a ball and throws it, let's say tosses a football, and he runs really quickly and catches his own throw. In a way, he's acting like 2 different individuals, and perhaps he should be punished. Or maybe no. He is creating 2 different malachas in one person, and therefore he should be chayav. The Gemara actually remains. If a person puts his hand into his friend's backyard and grabs water, and then you put it back. He's chayiv. And the chiddush is that water that's laying on top of water is still considered as if it's laying there, because all water is one. But if you have, let's say, a floating walnut, that's not part of the water, and that's not a hanacha, that's not its resting place, and therefore you're not chayiv. A person who received rain as it was raining in his hand, that's not considered as if he did an akira, because what's the difference if his friend put the item in his hand and he said that's not considered an akira? Or it came from the sky, that's not considered an akira. What if he pushes the water with his hand? That's also not considered an akira because it didn't come from a 4x4 place. Now if, let's say there's a roof on a slant, so it sort of slows down the descent, but that's not considered a stoppage. Whereas if it's an item like a Megillah, that it rolled down the roof but it came to a stop, that's considered as if it stopped. But water that continues to move, that's not its resting place. The Gemara says, what about a walnut inside a small little boat, a fleet, a vessel that's on the water? Do we view the walnut as if it's in its resting place in the vessel? Or perhaps because the vessel is still on the water and it's moving, they are both not considered in their resting place, and the water remains in the table. If you have oil that floats on top of wine, and somebody who's tummy, who went to the mikvah, but he's waiting for the evening, and we're discussing true, touches the oil, is it as if he touched the bottom wine as well? Is liquid is above liquid? Or perhaps we view each liquid as an individual entity. The oil is by itself, and the wine is by itself. So according to Rabbi and the Nuri, they're both connected, and if you touch one, you touch them both, and they're both coming. And according to the Tanakama, no, they are not connected. If somebody has food on him, like on a knapsack, and he keeps on going back and forth, he's not chayiv until he makes a short stop. What kind of stop? It has to be a stop that he stopped for rest. Or if it's stopped just to readjust the load, that's not considered a stop. If that's not considered a stop, the reverse is true. Use that same logic, but to his detriment. In other words, a person is chayiv if he walks in Rosh Hashanah for 4 hours. What happens if he's walking 2 hours and he stops to readjust his load? Since it's not considered a real stop, so then when he continues and he gets to 4 hours, he'll be chayiv. Because what happened was he walked 4 complete hours. The fact that he stopped in the middle, that's not considered a stop. But if he stopped to rest, then he's not chayiv for walking Daled Amos from Rosh Hashanah because he didn't do it in one shot. The stop was a real stop. And the same thing Rabbi says in the name of Rabbi, that the person lifts up a thing, he lifts up an item, and his intent was to put it somewhere in his house. And then he walked outside, then he never did an akira, because in order to be over an akira, you have to have intent to lift it up in order to take outside. But over here his intent was to lift it up and put it on the shelf. Therefore he's not chayiv, having a wonderful safe day.
After that he started getting publicly attacked. Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, the two biggest Zionist enforcers in the media, who are very close to Netanyahu, biggest forces lobbying Trump to wage war on Iran, went off on the TPUSA and said we can't be having a Big Ten if it includes Kirk. We all know who she is. She publicly attacked Charlie Kirk and said he basically had to step down. He was getting attacked in pro-Israel media.
Shabbos Davo. Gemara brings an interesting case. A person who walks with an object from Rosh Hashanah to the Rosh Hashanah, but he travels through a Carmelis. Carmelis is not a deraisa. It's a Rosh Hashanah. It's not a Rosh Hashanah and not a Rosh Hashanah. The question is, do we view this person as if he made a stopover in Carmelis, and he wouldn't be chayiv at all because in order to be chayiv, you have to go from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah? Or perhaps we don't view his walking by the Carmelis as a stopover. We ignore it completely. According to Ben Azai, he's patur, and according to Chachamim, he's chayiv. Now, it's very easy to understand Ben Azai. Ben Azai holds the Mahalech Koimim. The person who's walking is as if he's standing still. Every time he puts his foot down on the ground for a millisecond, that millisecond, he's in a standing position. Therefore, this person is patur because he walked from the Rosh Hashanah, stopped completely in the Carmelis, and then continues on his journey to the Rosh Hashanah. Since he stopped in the Carmelis, that causes him to be patur. Gemara says we need to understand Chachamim. Where do Chachamim see that the person makes a stopover, even though Chachamim hold Mahalach Lav Koyim, it's not considered as if he stood still. Where else do we see in Shas that if a person walks through a Carmel that he's chayav? Gemara makes 2 attempts before its final 3rd attempt to resolve it. Perhaps it's as if a person walked more than 4 hours with an object in his hand. Now, a person is not chayav until he places the object down in Rosh Hashanah. So a person will walk 4 hours and then continue walking. He's not chayav until he places it down. But all the long that he's walking until he places it down, he was potter. So you see that even though he walked through a place that he was potter, he is chayav at the end. That's not a good right. Because had he chosen to put the object down at any given time, at that moment he would be chayav. Whereas if he's walking through a carmelis and he decides to place it down in the carmelis, at that point he would be potter. No comparison. Okay, so we have another case. What if a person walked exactly 4 hours? If he decided to place the object down at Amma number 2 or 3, etc., he would be potter completely. Because in order to be chayav, you have to walk 4 hours. So here's a case where a person walked through a place that he is potter. Nevertheless, he's chayav at the end. That's not a good example. Because other people that would place their objects in Amma number 2 and 3, etc., would be chayav. Because for them, that is more than 4 hours. Only this individual is potter. So the actual place is a makom chiyuv for the whole entire world besides this person. Not a good example. What is a good example is if a person walks through Sidei Rosh Hashanah. For example, if a person's fence falls down into Rosh Hashanah, his Rosh Hashanah fence falls into Rosh Hashanah, he is chayav as if he went from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Now, that fence that's in Rosh Hashanah is considered a tumas. Welcome through exactly our case. So here you have a case. So a person walked from Yachid to Rabbi, and he's chayav even though he passed by a Carmelis, and that's where Chachamim got their halacha. The Gemara brings a very long brayso. It goes through every single step of the brayso, and it takes about 4 daf to explain this brayso completely. We're going to go through it step by step. Very simple brayso, describing private domain, Rabbi, public domain, a Carmelis which doesn't have the different categories and statuses of the Jerusalem and Jerusalem. And then you have Makom Chiyuv. It's completely potter. You could put an object in there, take it out, and you're not chayav anything. Rosh Hashanah is any place that's 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim wide, with mechitzos, with walls that are 10 tefachim high, even if it's underground, in the ground, even if it's on top of a wall. Rosh Rabbi is a place that's 16 amas wide and is a highway, or it's a large marketplace where people do their business. There's a lot of people, and it's 16 amas wide. Now, if a person goes from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Rabbi, by accident, he's chayav achadus. You go by mezid, you be chayav charas, and if there's edim and asra, you be chayav skila.
That's what Harrison Smith.
Why does the Bryce have to tell us that the charas you chayav misa? It's in the pasuk that if you do a malacha on Shabbos, you chayav charas, you chayav skila. The answer is because Rabbi Yochanan says that one who commits 39 of his malachas, he's chayav 39 chatas. You can't be chayav more, even if you do 12 days. You can be chayav up to 39, but you're chayav 39. There's a Megillah start. There's a Megillah. In those days, they didn't write down the Torah Shabbat. And if somebody had a very Shita, he was a Das Yachid, he was the only person that said so. In order not to forget his Shita, they would write it down in a Megillah and they'd put it away. They found the Megillah started with Isi Ben Yehuda that says there's one out of the 39 malachas that you're not chayav skila. So Rice is going to tell us, guess what? That one is not the malacha of itself. So you are chayav skila and charas. And that's why Bryce tells us to be chayav skila. If there are multiple yards, chatzeros, that belong to different people, communal yards, or a mavoi she'enim mefulosh, meaning streets that are not cut off, they go through and through.
Yes.
If they made,
obviously he fears for his life.
Streets that are enim mefulosh. Mefulosh means they go through and through. Enim mefulosh means that it's a dead end. So you can make an eruv there. If you make an eruv, it's mutter to carry. If you don't make an eruv, it's possible to carry. If somebody stands on the skufa is the threshold. It's a mokum patur.
I've been told
You could take an object from Rosh Hashanah, or you could take an object from Rosh Hashanah to this people, but it cannot be the middleman. You can't take an object from Rosh Hashanah and place it in Rosh Hashanah and vice versa. If he does, if three people do so, they are all potter, but it's possible. Acherim say that Iskufa, this threshold, depends. If the door to the house is open, then it acts as a Rosh Hashanah. If the door to the house is closed, then it acts as a Rosh Hashanah. If there's a house on either side, a person owns a house on either side of Rosh Hashanah, and he wants to make the Rosh Hashanah his own private domain, could he do so? Because he simply puts a beam from side to side on both sides of the houses, so the area between the two houses is considered Rosh Hashanah, where he puts a lechi, a standing beam, a vertical beam, on each side of his house, the corner of one house, two corners. They act as walls. Don't say you can't take a public domain and make it into a private domain. That's impossible. What's the chiddush? Why does the Raisa use a lashon that Rosh Hashanah Gemura? What's this lashon Gemura? Says Gemara, some hold, even if a person throws an object from Rosh Hashanah into this area that a person put a lechi in a kara, he's not chayiv from going to Rosh even though formally we don't say so. The lashon of if there's a highway or a public plaza, zuhi Rosh Hashanah. This is a Rosh Hashanah Gemura. Why is the price such a strong lashon? To exclude the case of Yunim. Yunim is an L-shaped wall that's an amma by an amma. You put four of these L-shaped walls in the middle of Rosh Hashanah, and you have a well in the middle. And they act as a Rosh Hashanah that people could bring their pails and draw water and give water to their animals when they're ready. Even if people are walking through it, there's a lot of Rabbi going through it. Matan Torah when the Kaishol is in the Midbar, the desert is considered a Rosh Hashanah. But in our days, it's not considered a Rosh Hashanah.
In the British Prime Minister's toilet. Like, never let Netanyahu take a dump at your house.
Let me ask you a question. Damage relations between the U.S. and Israel or the UK and Israel? You know, when an ally is found to be that everybody spies on everybody, but when you are putting a list of
Shabbos Daf Zayin. We continue with the brisa that describes the four domains, the four Rishuyos, Rosh Hashanah, Rosh Hashanah, Carmelis, and Mokum. While describing a Carmelis, the brisa brings an example of a bikah. A bikah is a valley, a large field. So we're saying that a bikah is a Carmelis, but on the other hand, the Mishnah tells us that a bikah is considered Rosh Hashanah 3 out of 4 times, and the other time is considered Rosh Hashanah. In other words, in the summer, we consider Rosh Hashanah if somebody carries from a bikah into Rosh Hashanah, and in the winter, if somebody carries from there, it's chayiv. And when it comes to Tumah, a bikah is considered Rosh Hashanah, but in the summer, it's considered Rosh Hashanah. What does that mean? Tumah has a special halacha that if you have a suffix Tumah, you have a doubt whether this thing is tummy, you are tummy. You look at where you are. If you're Rosh Hashanah, you are tahar. If you're Rosh Hashanah, you are tummy. And why is that? Because we learn from a saita. Saita, a woman who's secluded with another man, there are no other people there. So if it's in Rosh Hashanah, there are people, and therefore you are tahar. So in this case, only in this case, in the summer, there are some people that go off the beaten path and they go into the field, and therefore it's not considered Rosh Hashanah. For Tumah, it's rather considered Rosh Hashanah. The question remains though, we're calling this bikah Rosh Hashanah. Sometimes it's Rosh Hashanah, but never do we call a bikah a Carmelis. So why does the Brisa call a bikah Carmelis? The Gemara brings 2 answers. Ula says, in fact, it is a Carmelis. Just regarding Tumah, there's a Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah. And that's why we call it Rosh Hashanah versus Rosh Hashanah. But halachically, it's actually a Carmelis. Rabashi doesn't like that answer, because it says specifically it's Rosh Hashanah. It says Rabashi, because we're discussing a specific case of a very large field that's enclosed with a fence. And that creates a Rosh Hashanah, the Iraisa. However, Midrabanan, you're not allowed to walk in that Rosh Hashanah for Amos because it's very similar to a Rosh Hashanah. While describing this Carmelis, there's 3 cases plus a Carmelis. In other words, the Brisa says, Yam, sea, a bikah, a valley, Istavanis, benches, big Carmelis. But we are describing Carmelis. So what does this extra word, the Carmelis, come to tell us? A special case of Keren Zavas Rosh Hashanah. there are houses lined up on the Rosh Hashanah, and one of the houses is set
How are
back.
you?
Now, people could actually go from the Rosh Hashanah into that setback, but they
I'm
don't.
lovely.
They don't
How'd you
like using
sleep?
that. Therefore, that area is not considered Rosh Hashanah, but rather it's
You ready to take on the day?
Reverend says,
All right, go
in those
hit it hard,
days,
girl.
in
I'll
the middle of
see
the
you
highway, they would have
Beverly.
a pillar, and people would hang their goods on it themselves. Says Rabbi,
Take care.
the area of these amudim, these pillars, is considered a carmelis. It's difficult to maneuver between them. You could, but you don't. Says Rabbi Yehuda, the benches that are in front of these pillars, they are considered carmelis, meaning that the beams are not a carmelis, because you could maneuver if you want to, but you cannot drive over a bench. But Rabbi Yehuda says that the pillars are carmelis. Certainly, he would agree that the benches are carmelis. The Gemara discusses a case where a person takes a sticky object, like a wet fig or silly putty, whatever it is, and he throws it 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah, and it lands on a wall. He is chayiv because he transferred an object 4 amas. Now, if it lands on top of the wall, on top of this smoking tool, you have like a stone in the middle of Rosh Hashanah. How do we view any object in the middle of Rosh Hashanah? Could it cancel Rosh Hashanah? Says the Gemara, if the stone is 3 tvachim by 3 tvachim, and 3 tvachim high, then it becomes a mokum kul. And if the fig lands on top of this object, this stone, then he's potter. If it lands on the side of the object, of the stone, then he's chayiv, because it's considered as if it landed in Rosh Hashanah. Whereas if it landed on top, it landed in a mokum kul, and he's potter. Now, what about thorns that are less than 3 tvachim? People don't like to step on thorns. Does it cancel out Rosh Hashanah? It's machlokes in the Gemara. What about waste? No one wants to step on dog waste. So the Gemara, it's considered by most as a mokum kul. However, Rav Ashi says you can't start canceling out Rosh Hashanah when you feel like it. Say this item is cancels it, this doesn't, and therefore he says anything that's less than 3 tvachim high is batal to the Rosh Hashanah, is part of Rosh Hashanah, and it doesn't cancel, doesn't become a mokum kul. The Gemara says, when Chachamim invented the concept called carmelis, they took the best halacha from Rosh Hashanah and the most kula halacha from Rosh Hashanah, and they brought in the carmelis. And they said, just like Rosh Hashanah is a special halacha that in order to be Rosh Hashanah, you have to be at least 4 tvachim. So too, a carmelis must be at least 4 tvachim. Anything less than 4 tvachim is still considered a mokum kul. And just like in Rosh Hashanah, it only extends in Rosh Hashanah up to 10 tvachim. Anything above 10 tvachim is a mokum kul. So to in a carmelis, anything above 10 tvachim is a mokum kul. However, Rosh Hashanah, you know, can extend all the way to the sky. You have a giant pole. On top of that pole, it could be 100 tvachim. It will still be considered a Rosh Hashanah. Gemara brings an interesting case. A person has a house. Some might call it a dog house. Very short, only 3 feet tall, let's say, less than 10 tvachim. But the exterior walls actually are 10 tvachim because if you count the roof and everything, you have 10 tvachim. Inside that house, everything is a carmelis. Above the house, it's all a Rosh Hashanah because you have 4 by 4 tvachim, and you have the lower walls, and we use a concept called gud asik mechitzah. The walls on the side extend halachically upward and create a wall that is 10 tvachim tall. Now, what happened if that person decided he'd like to use the house and he'd like to dig down into the ground and create more than 10 tvachim height in the center of the house? But the side of the house, the side of the room, is less than 10 tvachim. Says the Gemara, the entire house turns into Rosh Hashanah because of the concept called Chayrei Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. The holes in Rosh Hashanah are like Rosh Hashanah. The shelves that are in the walls of Rosh Hashanah have a halacha of Rosh Hashanah. So anything that's less than 10 tvachim is considered a shelf and therefore has a halacha of Rosh Hashanah. What about shelves in Rosh Hashanah? You build a wall to separate Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah, and there's a shelf in the wall. What halacha does that have? According to Rabbi, it's considered a Rosh Hashanah. Why? Because people benefit from it. They like to use that shelf. According to Rabbi, it's not like a and Rabbi asks Rabbi, didn't we just say before that Karen Zobs and Rosh Hashanah, when there's a setback to a house that's considered a carmelis and not a Rosh Hashanah? Says Rabbi, in that case, no one likes to use that setback. But shelves, everybody wants to use a shelf, and therefore it has a halacha of Rosh Hashanah.
obviously, in the
Now, going back to that case where somebody threw a sticky object on a wall, even if you threw it above 10 tefachim, it should be considered Rosh Hashanah at that hole. Well, there's a concept called Tfagit. And we go according to Rabbi. The mayor says that anytime you have a hole that's less than 4x4, I halachically carve out a 4x4 area. Have a wonderful day.
Going into Iran again. What is the likelihood of us doubling down? I mean, there's a huge project now, or will be a very huge construction project, I believe, in Gaza. I mean, they're moving people out of Gaza. They're going to build a new Gaza. Is the United States going to be providing peacekeeping? Is it going to be NATO peacekeeping forces? Is it going to be U.S. contractors? Going to be boots on the ground? Are we going to be funding it?
Shabbos Davches, Achenu Kol Beis Yisrael. We're in very trying times. There are many of us that are in quarantine or self-imposed quarantine. I want to give you chizuk. Have bitachon. Learn a little bit more. Daven a little bit stronger. In retrospect, let's think, why is this happening and what can we do to become better? If you are in quarantine, you're looking for a shir, we are still live streaming 7:15 a.m. from Israel, and then it goes to YouTube, WhatsApp, all daf, Torah anytime, and on our app at 8mindaf.com. Be mischazik. The Gemara says an amazing concept. If you take an entire Rishus, take a Rishus HaYachid and transfer it into Rishus Rabbi or Pater. How do you do so? You need an object that's 4x4 tefachim by 10 tefachim high. The best example will be if I take a basket, a kaveris. Now a basket is typically round, and this Rishus is 4x4 square. How do I get a 4x4 square into a round basket? Well, the Gemara is very simple matter. If I have a 1x1 square, the diagonal is 1.4 according to Gemara math. Very simple math. So if I have a 4x4 square, the diagonal is 5.6. In order to get a 4x4 square into a circle, I need a diameter of 5.6, which is the diagonal of my square. So my basket needs to be 5.6, or Rabbi says, let's make it 6 tefachim to be certain that you have the right shape. If I have a 6 tefachim basket by 10 tefachim, now my basket is a Rishus HaYachid. Says Rabbi, I don't need 6 tefachim, because once you have a basket that's 10 tefachim, automatically it's more than 10 tefachim, because you have something called krumis. You have these little pieces of unwoven straw or whatever that sticks on the top, and it goes above my 10 tefachim to Makom Ptur, and once it's in the Makom Ptur, then my whole basket is considered in a Makom Ptur, and I am. What if I take a basket that's 7.5 tefachim, flip it over, and bring it within 2.9 tefachim of the ground? Now I can say lava. Anything within 3 tefachim extends my mechitzos, extends the walls of my basket all the way down, and now my basket is slightly above 10 tefachim. Once it's above 10 tefachim, once again it's in the Makom Ptur, and I'm in. But let's say the basket was exactly 7 tefachim. I have to go a little bit less than 3 tefachim in order to get lava. Now my basket is slightly less than 10 tefachim, and it doesn't work. Rav Ashi says, even if I flip my basket over, I can't extend my mechitzos anymore. Why? Because the basket is not meant to be flipped over. The usage of a basket is when it's flipped upright and I can store things in it. Therefore, there's no lava. Now, what if this basket that's upright is 2.5 tefachim away from the ground? I still don't say lava to extend the walls because there aren't any walls that are visible. All I see is a flat bottom. The halacha is, if I take an object and I throw 4 amos from Rishus Rabbi, I'm chayiv if it lands in the Rishus Rabbi. What if I have a little bump in the road that's less than 3 tefachim? That's all part of the Rishus Rabbi. It's less than 3 tefachim, people step on. What if it's 4, 5, 6, up to 9 tefachim? That's a Makom Ptur, because people don't step on it and people don't use it for anything. But anything above 9 tefachim, people use to readjust their load, and therefore it becomes part of Rishus Rabbi. What if I have a hole in the ground that's exactly 9 tefachim? According to Rabbi Yosef, just like I say, a beam that's 9 tefachim is considered part of Rishus Rabbi, so too a hole in the ground is considered part of Rishus Rabbi. Rabbi says no. A hole in the ground is hardly used. It's very difficult to use, and therefore it's not considered part of Rishus Rabbi. And I'll prove it to you. There's a mission that says, later on in Afkuf, and if there's a stream of water that goes through the Rishus Rabbi, and somebody throws an object into that stream of water, and that stream of water is less than 10 tefachim, it's considered as if I threw it into Rishus Rabbi. Because people walk through it. The question is, why does the Mishnah repeat itself twice? Well, the first part I explained easily.
The
part that talks about the water, because some people use it in the summer to cool themselves off. And I think in the winter it's not considered part of Rosh Hashanah. That's why it repeats itself the second time to say that even in the winter, when people do go into the water to clean themselves off, perhaps in the summer they don't, and therefore it says, but why does it say, it says, Rabbi, I'll tell you what. It tells the concept that when you walk, when people don't really like to walk through the water, it's still considered walking, still considered Rosh Hashanah. But usage so use a hole in the ground, that's not considered part of Rosh Hashanah. Now the Gemara brings the concept of Eruv. We know Eruv Kuman. If I want to walk 2,000 amas outside of the city limit, I place a meal consisting of a bread and an egg, and I say, okay, that's where I am residing on Shabbat, even though I'm not there. So I walk towards my bread 2,000 amas, and from the bread I get another 2,000 amas. Says the Rabbi, so what happens if a person puts that meal in a pit? Now we must say the pit is less than 10 tefachim, because if it's more than 10 tefachim, then it's Rosh Hashanah. And he, in his mind, thought he's going to reside in Rosh Hashanah. So his meal is not where he's residing. Therefore, it's less than 10 tefachim. But it's a question on Rabbi, because you see, to use a pit, people use holes in the ground. It's considered hard usage, yet it's part of Rosh Hashanah. Says Rabbi, no, we're not talking about Rosh Hashanah. We're talking about a karmel. The reason why it says Rosh Hashanah can't exclude Rosh Hashanah, because in Eruvin, you either have Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah, but he happens to be in the karmel. Another very interesting paras the Gemara says is that in fact the man himself is in Rosh Hashanah. His Eruv is in a karmel. Now you asked if it's in two different domains, then he can't really use it. The answer is he could, because since a karmel is only Issa the Rabbanan weren't makbid when it comes to Ben HaShmashos. It's considered a shvus. A shvus is an Issa the Rabbanan. Issa the Rabbanan doesn't apply during Ben HaShmashos. And since during Ben HaShmashos he had his Eruv in place, so that wasn't an issue for him to go fetch it. So he was considered as if he resided in the karmel. What happens if you have an object? Let's take an object, and it's in Rosh Hashanah, and he takes it and he goes like this, and he flips it over. Now, if you see this point is stationary. It never moves when he flips it. The Gemara says it was never over on an akira. He never lifted it up, and in fact, when he took this object and he rolled it in Rosh Hashanah, then he's chayav. If he dragged it in Rosh Hashanah, he's chayav. Because he moved the entire object while he's dragging it. When he rolled it also, the entire object moved. Whereas if he just lifted it up on its point, it never moved. When the Brisa discusses in a skufa, threshold, Brisa says, the Brisa is discussing a threshold that's a makkah. It's less than 4 tefachim wide, and therefore, if somebody's standing on this skufa, he could reach into a Rosh Hashanah and grab something from someone, or he could reach to the Rosh Hashanah and grab something from someone. But he cannot act as the middleman and bring something from the Rosh Hashanah all the way into Rosh Hashanah. The Gemara asks, what's the difference? Rabbi says if somebody carries something above his head in Rosh Hashanah, and above his head is above 10 tefachim, and above 10 tefachim is a makkah tur. Yet this person, if he travels 4 hours and he places it down, he's chayav. The answer is because he never rested, he never stopped. But when a person takes an object and places it on in the skufa, he stops in a makkah tur. Then he goes from the skufa to the Rosh Hashanah or vice versa. So he made that stop, and therefore he's not chayav for going directly to Rosh Hashanah, stay safe, be healthy, and have a wonderful day.
Global economy and therefore the world, and that is why I'm always talking about this, and why I think people need to understand the danger.
What do you think happens if they can't? You know, obviously there's members of the Trump administration that do not want to go along with this. I would say probably Trump's one of them. I don't think he sees a good domestic political outcome of going to Iran. What lengths are they willing to go to make this happen?
Shabbos Daf Tes. Please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can watch the full 45-minute shir. The end of the Brisa tells us, Acherim Oimrim. Acherim is usually Reb Meir. Reb Meir says that in the skufa can serve as a Rosh Hashanah and as a Rosh Hashanah, depending if the door to the Mavoi is open, then it's a Rosh Hashanah. If the door to the Mavoi is shut closed, then the skufa, the threshold, is part of the Rosh Hashanah. Now we need to understand, what are we dealing with over here? What kind of skufa? We learned the concept of Kaira and Lechi, that is, you have either a vertical beam or a horizontal beam on top that make a distinction and tell us this is the end of the Mavoi, from here on out is Rosh Hashanah. Be careful. If this Lechi, standing up, is on the inner part of the skufa closer to the Rosh Hashanah, how can you use these skufa, even if the door is open? And then you're going to tell me that the skufa is less than 4 tefachim, and therefore I can use the walls of the actual mavi as a sign, as a lechi. That's not true. In order to use the rest of the skufa, Rabbi says I need an additional lechi on the outside of the skufa. So being that usually the lechi is on the inside, what are we dealing with? Says Rabbi, I'll tell you what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a kaira, not a lechi. There's actually a horizontal beam on top of the door. Now, that beam is only half wide. If the door to the mavi is open, then it serves the entire mavi, and we could view this beam as 4 tefachim. And once we view this beam as 4 tefachim, there's a new concept called pi tikra yored b'saisa. The actual roof comes downwards. The edge of that board, we view it as coming down and creating a new mechitza. And therefore, I can use the skufa that's underneath that kaira. Rashi says, I have a different view. We're not talking about a mavi, we're talking about a house. The threshold to a home. And on top of the threshold, there are 2 beams that are distant from each other, less than 3 tefachim. Less than 3 tefachim always tells me I can use lava to combine the 2. The 2 of those beams combined, the red and the blue, are 4 tefachim. Once I have 4 tefachim, I can use the concept of tikra yored b'saisa. And therefore, I can use the entire skufa because I have an outer wall and the inner walls, and now the skufa is completely surrounded by walls. There's one trick. There's a door situated in between the 2 kairos. When that door is closed, it causes separation between the kairos where I cannot use lava. And if I can't use lava, then the kairo is less than 4 tefachim, and if it's less than 4 tefachim, I can't see tikra yored b'saisa. Once I swing the door open, the 2 kairos combine with each other, there are 4 tefachim. Tikra yored b'saisa said. Sometimes I use the kairo, I use the skufa as a rosh hashanah, and I can use it. And sometimes it's like rosh hashanah, and I cannot use the skufa. We're going into a new sugya. The final brisa though says one other. That if the skufa is 4 by 4 tefachim and 10 tefachim high, it's its own rishus. Like Rabbi said, that even if you put a rosh hashanah within a rosh hashanah, you create a beam in rosh hashanah, you cannot use Rabbi and forget. Says the Mishnah, we're going now to the Tesam base, brand new Mishnah, brand new sugya. We're not even dealing with Shabbos. We're talking about a weekday. What things are you not permitted to do before you daven mincha? The Mishnah is referring to mincha gedolah. That is a half hour after midday. Let's call it 12:30. We're talking about church manuals and divide the day to 12 perfect hours, not hour. You're not allowed to get a haircut. What kind of haircut, according to one shot? A very extensive haircut. The haircut of the Kohen Gadol, which means the bottom of one hair touches the top of another hair. It takes many hours, so you might forget that. You're not allowed to go into the bathhouse. We're talking about a very long bath with the schwitz and the sauna and all the good stuff. You're not allowed to have a big meal, like a wedding. You're not allowed to go into your factory or bursiki where you can't hide or something similar to that because you might come to forget about mincha. And you're not allowed to start it entirely. Now, before mincha kana, which is 6.5 hours into the day, Rabbi Shulchan Levi says, even if you're not allowed to taste anything, and if you start the meal, you must stop immediately. Now, another shot the Gemara brings is a Rabbi. We're not talking about big meals. We're talking about a regular meal. We're talking about a regular bath, a regular haircut. But each thing has a problem. A regular haircut, we're worried, we're concerned that in the middle of your haircut, the barber's scissors will break, and therefore you'll forget to daven mincha. You won't be able to daven. When it comes to the bathhouse, perhaps you'll faint and forget to daven mincha. When it comes to the bursiki, you'll find out that you had such a loss, and you'll be too sorry, you'll be too painful to daven mincha. And when it comes to a small meal, you might get involved in the meal and bring more food, and then forget to daven mincha. When it comes to the Torah, perhaps you'll find some other reason, some other logic, and it will cause you to forget me. Once, for Kriya Shema, since Kriya Shema is the Eraisa, you have to stop right away. Shema Esrei, if you could accomplish and do the 2 things, let's say eat your meal, and then Shema Esrei, once you start, you don't have to stop. But what does it mean once you start? So Gemara says when it comes to a haircut, it means that you put the apron on. You don't even have to cut your hair. When it comes to a meal, it means you either wash your hands in Eretz Yisrael or you undid your belt in Bavel. When it comes to the bathhouse, it means once you remove one article of clothing, the first article, then that means you started the bath. When it comes to the Torah, it depends. If there were no other Din Torahs that day, the Gemara on Daf Yud Amud Aleph says it means once the judges put on their cloak. But if they're already wearing their cloak, it means once the Bali Din, they start saying their argument. Abaye says in Bavel, where the minhag was to strap on a tight belt and undo it for the meal, it depends. If you hold that Ma'ariv is Rishus, it's not obligatory, then once you open your belt, we don't force you to daven Ma'ariv. But if it's obligatory, if you hold it obligatory, then we tell you you must daven Ma'ariv. Now, what's the difference between Ma'ariv and Mincha? Mincha, we said that once you open your belt, you don't have to daven Mincha. Two answers in the Gemara. Either Mincha time is not a time to get drunk. People don't get drunk in the afternoon. Usually they get drunk at night. So at night is more of a concern you forget Ma'ariv. Or the shot is that a person doesn't have that much time to daven Mincha compared to Ma'ariv. It's only 5.5 hours. So a person is always concerned they'll forget, and therefore we are not concerned that we'll forget. But by Ma'ariv, people procrastinate and say, wait, I have the whole night, and they'll come to forget, and therefore we tell them, daven right now, have a wonderful day.
This is not things you're getting off message boards or a Discord. You're talking to people in the know that believe there's more to the story. That's pretty shocking.
I can only say that I read this. I mean, some people want to say there was this very fabricated narrative on the right that the killer was a leftist, Muslim. They clearly wanted that. Now, people on the left are saying he was a
Shabbos Daf Yud. How are you supposed to look and what are you supposed to wear when you daven? Says the Gemara, he claimed the Kras of Yisrael. When you daven to Hashem, wear the clothing that you'd wear in front of the king. In other words, if your belt is undone, make sure you tighten your belt. Mishnah says you should not wear pajamas, don't wear boots. Maybe nowadays don't wear Crocs. Rabbi Bar Huna had special shoes that he wore for davening. Rabbi would take off his cloak, the one that made him important. There's no importance in front of his Baruch. Took that off, and then he clasped his hands as so, like a eved, like a slave in front of the master. Rav Kahana did both things. Listen to this lashon of the Gemara. When there's pain in the world, and I myself can't remember a period of time where there was that much pain in so many countries, like today. 156 countries, from Iran to the United States to Israel, all over the world is pain. So when there's pain in the world, Rabbi would remove his important clothes. Rav Kahana would remove his important clothes and he'd clasp his hands. But when there's shalom in the world, Rav Kahana would put on his clothes, he'd put on his towels, he'd claim the Kras of Yisrael. Rabbi absorbed Rav Amnuna davening a very long davening. And he said, what are you doing? Torah is the most important. You should be learning Torah. It brings you to the world to come. Tefillah is for this world. What are you davening for, says Rashi? You're davening for health, for parnasa, for shalom. But that's only Chayeshah. That's for this world. And Rav Nun himself told you right. Torah is more important. But once you daven, not tefillah l'chod, you can use davening. Rav Yiri was talking and learning with Rav Zera, and he was in a rush to get to davening. So Rav Zera pulled out a beautiful pasuk on it. It says in the pasuk, "Meisur Oznei L'Shmai Torah." You want to take your ear away from listening to Torah? What's going to happen? Then your tefillah ends up in abomination. It's no good. The Gemara now discusses the importance of being a dayan and doing it in Torah. Machlok is how much you should do every day. Rabbi and Rabbi, they would make a noise on the door, telling people, "Come, do it in Torah by us." In other words, the Torah is more important than Torah itself. But Chiz and Rabbi, the Gemara says, they were doing the Torah all day long to the point where they became very weak. It says, repeat to them, you learned the wrong shand. It says that Rabbeinu stood on Klal Yisrael in a boiker there. Doesn't mean that he necessarily did Torah from day to night. What it means is that one who does it in Torah, it's that important as if he's a partner with HaKadosh Baruch Hu in Ma'aseh. Another sheet in the Gemara is that a dayan should do his Torah all the way to the 6th hour of the day, to midday.
he's going to go on his own campus.
The Gemara uses a lashon that the Dayanim, they are dealing with Gvura of Torah, whereas other people are drinking and getting drunk with wine. They need to eat all the time, to the point where they eat human. So they eat, so are up all night, they take a quick nap, they need to eat in the second hour. Yarshin, the trust fund babies, they don't have to worry about parnasa, they eat in the third hour of the day. All other people eat on the fourth hour of the day, the fifth hour of the day is for the workers, and the sixth hour of the day are the coming, they push it off all the way to the sixth hour. But if you eat after that, it's like throwing a stone into a barrel of wine. It looks like there's more wine, but there's no more wine. Unless, of course, you eat hashakas, you eat a morning meal, then even if you eat after the sixth hour, then the food will be beneficial. The bathhouses in those days had 3 rooms. You had the bath itself, where people stood there unclothed. You have the middle room, where people ran out to get dressed, so some people are dressed and some people aren't. And they have the front room, where most all the people are dressed. In the first room, you can say Kriya Shema and Shemon Esrei, you can say Shalom Aleichem to your friends, and you can even put on tefillin. In the second room, you can say Shalom Aleichem, but there's no Kriya Shema and Tefillah. You don't have to remove your tefillin, but you're not allowed to put on tefillin. Third room, there's no Shalom Aleichem, there's no Kriya Shema, obviously. There's no Kriya Shema and Tefillah, and you must remove your tefillin. Now, the reason why you can't say Shalom Aleichem is because Baruch Hu's name is Shalom, as the Pasuk says Hashem Shalom. But the word Ne'eman, faithful, that's not Hashem's name. Hashem is faithful, but that's not his name, so you're allowed to mention that in the Beis Hamikdash. If a person designated a bathhouse, who's never used as a bathhouse, you're allowed to dive inside the bathhouse. But if a person designates a bathroom without using it, that the Gemara had to suffer. Once you use the bathroom or the bathhouse, even if you clean it out completely, it's awesome to dive in both. The Gemara brings 4 different sayings from Rabbi Bar Machasio. If a person gives a present to his friend, he must notify him that he's about to give a present in order that the friend should be embarrassed. You see, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave a beautiful present. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I have a matana toiva kugnozai. I have a beautiful present, Shabbos, and I want you, Moshe Rabbeinu, to tell him the Sechar of Shabbos. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu notified the recipients of the present what the present was. If you were to give a piece of bread to a child, make sure you notify his mother so that there's peace and harmony between people. How do you do so? Not recommended to do so today, but you paint his face with some glue, with some oil. If you're concerned about witchcraft, so then sprinkle his head with whatever item you gave him. You gave him some bread, sprinkle some crumbs on his head. A present that's eventually going to be known who gave it to you. Like when HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave the glow to Moshe Rabbeinu's forehead, he didn't tell Moshe Rabbeinu they gave it to him, but someone from Klal Yisrael obviously went up to Moshe Rabbeinu and said, hey, your forehead is glowing. And Moshe Rabbeinu realized right away it was glowing. Shabbos, that the Sechar wasn't going to be known, but both had to notify Klal Yisrael. Rav Chizda says the Gemara had Matis Kuna, had the Zeroy L'chaim Keba that a Kohen gets, and he said, I will give this, I'll distribute this to someone who will give me a Bartzayr from now. Comes along Rabbi Machasio, and he said, Anais Matana, L'chaber, it's up to L'idiyah, I love what we just said, you give a present to your friend, you have to notify him. Rav Chizda, beautiful, here it is. Says, Rabbi Machasio, you love these Divrei Torah? He says, of course. Rabbi Machasio, you're like a person who wears this fine garment, only he enjoys it, only he likes it. You are so used to Rav's Divrei Torah, you love it. Who said this? Rav. So Chizda was very impressed. He said, really? That's Rav said. I like the second saying of Rav more than the first one. I wish I had more matnas to kahuna to give you. Another saying that Rabbi Machasio said is, don't treat one son differently than the others. Don't give him more Yerusha. Don't give him more presents. Look what happened to Yosef Atzal. Ravina gave him nothing. His little garment, and it ended up that he had to go to Mitzrayim and the whole palace and everything. And one other halacha is, if you're choosing a city, pick a newer city, because the time of a city accumulate. Look, David says, Imaltana, let's run away, like it says, to Mitzor, to Tsoyar, which is younger than Zdaim. Zdaim was 52 years old, and Tsoyar was 51, and the Pasuk says, Imalta, no. And one last thing, Zdaim sat in peace for 26 years, whereas it was under turmoil for 26 years. Have a wonderful day.
The joy, the glee, the delight in this man's assassination. Again, I don't don't understand how you could look at his wife, who's collapsing in front of his casket, who's crying, where the children are asking where their father is. I cannot get to that place where I can understand enjoying that. And it scares me that there's a lot of people that are there.
Shabbos Daf Yud Aleph. Yesterday we had 4 sayings from Rabbi Bamechasio, and today we have 5. The first one is, always make sure that your shul is the tallest building in the city, because otherwise it can cause the city to be destroyed. That does not include towers and forts which are not built for living. Rav Ashi was the Rosh Hashiva in Machasi said, I saved the city from being destroyed because of the saying. I never allowed anybody to build above the shul. The city was later destroyed, but for different reasons. If a person, says Rabbi Machasi, has a choice to be a servant, he should go in the following order. First, he should serve a Yishmaeli. If that doesn't work out, go for a Roman. If that doesn't work out, go for a Chabar or a Parsi or Iranian. If that doesn't work out, only then serve a Talmid Chacham, because if you upset a Talmid Chacham, the consequences can be disastrous. Worse than a Talmid Chacham is a Yosem al-Makrai. Another saying, says Rabbi Mechasi, the worst disease is the disease of the intestine. An ache, the worst one is a headache. And the worst thing that a person can have is a bad life. Rabbi says, and they're trying to explain what this one means. Rabbi Mechasi says, if all the oceans were ink, and all the heavens were paper, and all the reeds and wood in the world were pens, and all the people were writers, they wouldn't be able to write down all that is going on in a king's heart, because he has so much to deal with that it's impossible to write down. And someone trying to explain, it means that you should never judge a government because there's so much going on. You should down for the government in a second. Rabbi Mechasi says, if a person has a very bad dream, there's nothing like a good fast to get rid of that dream. Just like fire destroys linen, a fast destroys a bad dream. In fact, Gemara says you should fast immediately, don't push it off, even if that means to fast on Shabbos, which typically you're not allowed to do. Gemara tells us Rabbi Yeshua went to visit Rabbi, and they brought out in front of him the best veal possible, Igla Tilta. And he refused to eat it. He said, I'm fasting today. He said, well, you could always push off a fast. Be mashlamit, do it on a different day. He said, not a Tainis Chalayim. Tainis Chalayim has to do today, even if it means to fast on Shabbos. We had in the Mishnah, if a person started taking a haircut, or he went to the bathhouse, or he started his meal, he doesn't have to stop to say Shemona Esrei for mincha. But Kriya Shema, he doesn't have to stop. And then the Mishnah finishes off, but he doesn't have to stop for Shemona Esrei. What does that mean? You already said that once. Says the Gemara, we're talking about somebody who's learning Torah. You don't stop learning Torah to daven. And that is if you are, like Shimon Bar Yochai, somebody whose job it is to learn Torah and he never stops learning, and he doesn't stop for davening Shemona Esrei. But he does have to stop for Kriya Shema, which is the Eraisa. The only time they don't stop for Kriya Shema is when they're debating whether or not to add another month to the year, the Hebrew Shema. The Mishnah says that a tailor should not walk out with a pin. Just like a writer should not walk out with a pen a half hour before Shabbos, because he might come to forget that it's Shabbos, and he'll walk Dalet Amos, so he'll bring his pen or his pen from Sayachat to Shusarab. There's a Mishnah in Eruvin that says that a person should not stand in one domain and drink from another domain from a cup. So you shouldn't stand in Shusayachat, lean over into Shusarab and drink, or vice versa, because you might bring the cup back into the other Rishos. You'll be over and Eitzah. And then the Mishnah finishes off, the Chaim de Gas, and the same halacha applies to a wine press. Abaye learned that a wine press is a carmelis. In other words, we discussed already in Rishos Hayachad and Rishos Rabbim. Now we're talking about a third Rishos, which is the Rishos Midrabanan, like a sea, a valley, a smaller street, not 69. The Mishnah is telling us, don't stand on a carmelis and bend over into Rishos Hayachad or vice versa and drink. Rabbi says no. That would consist of Xera L'Xera, and we don't do Xera L'Xera. It's a double safeguard. Meaning, a carmelis is a safeguard that you might carry in Rishos Rabbim. So that's one safeguard. Now I'm telling the person, don't carry something before Shabbos because you might carry it on Shabbos. That's a double safeguard. We don't do that. So what is the Mishnah talking about? Meiser. Before I drink wine, I have to take 10% and give it away to Meiser. That's only if the wine is a finished product. But if he drinks it from the wine press directly, his whole body is in the wine press, then it's a non-finished product. It doesn't have to take meiser. That's what the Mishnah is telling me.
I mean, that's all I can say. I don't.
We have a similar Mishnah that says the mayor holds that if you dilute your wine, doesn't matter if it's with cold water or hot water, and you drink it casually, meaning it's a shtiyas arai, you're leaning over into the wine press, Rosh Hashanah, most of your body's in the wine press, you don't have to take meiser. The Lezer says no. Once you dilute the wine, that's the finished product, you have to take meiser. And Chacham make a compromise. They say, it depends. If it's diluted with cold water, I can always pour it back into the wine press, so it's an unfinished product, I don't have to take meiser. But if I used hot water, then I can't put it back in the wine press, it'll spoil the rest of the wine, then I must take meiser. There's a brayso that says that a person should not take a pin and put it in his clothing and walk outside before Shabbos. Unlike our Mishnah that we can't prove exactly what it's talking about, maybe he's holding it in his hand, and to walk with a pin in your hand would be a deraisa. Putting a pin in your clothing is only the Rabbanan. So over here it says there's a gzeira. Don't put the pin in your clothing, that's one gzeira, and walking with that is only the Rabbanan. And the second gzeira is you might forget. So the Gemara, we must say, in order to explain Rabbi, who says there is no gzeira. Because according to Rabbi Yehuda, that holds that a professional, a tailor, since it is the way for him to walk out with a pin in his clothing, then that's not considered a gzeira anymore. Now we're down to one gzeira. Similar to what we have in the brayso. It says that a tailor should not walk out with a pin in his clothing, nor should a carpenter walk out with a pencil or a piece of wood in his ear, or a money changer that used to walk around with money in their ear to show people that they're money changers. And if he does so, he's putter, but it's awesome. That would go according to Rabbi. But Rabbi Yehuda says that a professional person, that's his profession, he is chayav. It's only everybody else who is helpless. And there's a contradiction in the braysos. One brayso says that a zav that has emissions and he wears a pouch, a kiss, a diaper, to see whether or not he has additional emissions. It's also for him to walk out like that on Shabbos because it's not the way to walk around with a pouch. And if he does, patur, aval asur. It's asur, no more than that. The other brayso says not only is it asur, but he's chai v'chatos. Perhaps we can reconcile the braysos and say, the brayso that says that it's asur goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. This particular person, it is his way to wear a pouch. And therefore for him, it's also considered the derech to wear it. The other brayso goes according to Rabbi that says, since most people don't wear pouches, it's patur. Says Abaya. Even Rabbi agrees that it has to be that no one wears it like this. Where if some people wear it and some people don't, the professionals do wear it, Rabbi will agree that it's asur. Baraya, if somebody drills a hole, that a professional usually drills a larger hole, and he drills a smaller hole, you think this guy is patur? Of course not. Therefore, Rabbi says we're talking about one brayso, a zav only saw 2 sightings. And in order for him to be a zav gomer, he has to see 3 sightings. So for him, it's necessary to wear the pouch. That's why he's chayav. The second brayso is talking about that he already had 3 re'iyos, and it's that day. So therefore, the pouch doesn't really accomplish anything, and that's why he is patur. The fact that the pouch prevents his clothing from becoming dirty, that's not considered enough of a usage of a tzarech, and therefore he is patur. Have a wonderful day.
I can't quite get into your head. I said this in 2020 when people were talking about the need for violence. Not only protests, violence. And I said, this goes to a terrible place. If you stop having conversations, if you stop debating people, if you stop listening to people, or if you stop, America doesn't have to be any one thing. That's why there's 50 states.
Shabbos Daf Yud Beis is continuing with the contradiction we had yesterday in the brayso. One brayso says that a zav who walks out with his pouch is only over Issa the Rabbanan. The other brayso says is over Issa the Reis, and if he did it b'shoyim, he's chayav v'chatos. The Maschanas HaGemara, Gemara says it's dependent on the famous machlokes Rabbi Yehuda and Shimon, a melacha she'en tzricha gufa, a melacha that you don't need to do the actual melacha. You want the outcome. For instance, if a person digs a hole in Shabbos, he's over Issa the Reis. But if he wants only the sand, he doesn't want the hole. So according to Rabbi Shimon, he's patur. According to Rabbi Yehuda, he's chayav. In our case, since the zav doesn't want the pouch, doesn't want to walk with it, doesn't want to get dirty, therefore according to Rabbi Yehuda, it's still be chayav. According to Rabbi Shimon, he's patur. halacha is that one is allowed to walk outside with tefillin before Shabbos. We're not concerned that he'll forget and go into another rishus on Shabbos. Kavachomer from the tzitz of a Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol's tzitz only has one mention of a Kohen Baruch name. Nevertheless, he has an obligation to constantly feel his tzitz and make sure that it's still on him. So tefillin that have the name of his Baruch many times. The person constantly has to check his tefillin and make sure it's still on his head. And we're not concerned that he'll forget that it's Shabbos and walk outside for one rishus. The famous Hanan Yoimer. A person has to check his pockets before Shabbos to make sure he has nothing in them, because perhaps he'll walk outside with something in his pocket. The Gemara says, this is a very important halacha when it comes to Shabbos. We learned in the Mishnah that a person should not remove lice, and the Gemara explains it means for the candlelight. Just like one is not allowed to read in front of the candlelight because he might just wick, so too he shouldn't remove lights. Shmuel adds, and he says that in certain situations a person is not allowed to pick his clothing from within his wife's clothing because it's so similar. In those days, men would wear skirts. Well, it depends. If he's a guy that doesn't really work, so his skirts are different, they are wider, they're different than his wife's. Or if they're young women, they have wider skirts, so it's easier to differentiate. Older women, they have narrower skirts, harder to differentiate. Also, to pick them out. The Gemara teaches us proper etiquette. It's also to remove lice in public if it gross other people out. The same will apply to causing one to vomit in public. The question is, are you allowed to kill a louse on Shabbos? According to the Ksilo, the incredible halacha, they say you're allowed to kill a louse on Shabbos. And according to the Shammai, you're not allowed. These are one of the Gemaras very difficult to understand. They still say that anything that's not part of a rava, it is created through the sweat of a human, you're allowed to kill. And there are those who explain it is so small that it's hard to see the tree of a reveal, and therefore it's allowed to kill on Shabbos. The Gemara goes on to say that Rabbi Shol would just take the louse and toss it. You wouldn't even squeeze it. But the Tanakh says you let us squeeze it and not kill it. By squeezing it, you cause it to get weak. And Rava would kill it in water. Rav Nachman would go a step further. And he tells his daughters, I want to hear my enemy die. I want to hear them pop. I want to hear that sound of death. Some explain because he wanted to show that he's not being over Issa the rights by killing. You're actually his enemy, and that's why you're allowed to kill him on Shabbos. Unlike the popular song by Shammai holds, you're not allowed to do a shidduch on Shabbos. You're not allowed to teach a tinuk l'lamdei sefer on Shabbos. You're not allowed to send your kid to the tutor or to teach him a profession. Because it says in the pasuk, "Chatotzecha," you're not allowed to do your personal needs, and these are your personal needs. In addition, says Bishamai, you're not allowed to be in the back of Chayla or Mikim Avelim because you'll cause the other person pain. They still say no. When it comes to mitzvah, that's not your own personal need. So all these things, shidduchim, teaching your kid a profession, that's all part of the mitzvah. It's not considered chavtzecha. You're allowed to be Chayla or anything like that. What do you tell a sick person on Shabbos? Is a four-way machlokes. Tanakh says the famous Shabbos even mizah. Not scream and cry and be in pain on Shabbos. With full korban. The healing is coming soon. Remeir would say, you could, Shabbos itself could cause the healing if you are not in pain on Shabbos. Shevna Ish Yerushalayim would say, when you walk in, you'd say Shalom. But when you leave, you'd say, Shabbos and then you would add the words, V'rachama Meruma Baruch Hu, his Rachmanis is much. You should say the Shalom and you should sit in peace. Rabbi says, anytime you mention the sick, you have to mention all of the sick of Klal Yisrael. Put them, insert them within that, and therefore you'd say, Hamakom Yirachim Alecha. Hashem should have Rachmanis on you. The Seif Sha'ar Klal Yisrael within all the other sick of Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Lazar would sometimes say, is saying in Lashon HaKodesh and sometimes in Aramaic. He would say, Hamakam Yifag the Shalom, or he would say in Aramaic, Rachmani et Kirino Shalom. Hashem should remember you in peace. And the question is, Malachim don't understand Aramaic, so how are they going to bring these people up to Baruch? And the answer is that Baruch was down here below, together with, he supports the sick, and he feeds the sick. The sick person's head, it's also to sit on a sick person's bed, or to sit opposite of him. Now, when the Mishnah tells us you should not read to the light of a candle, we don't differentiate. Even if the candle, if you read with another person, and you're reading the same exact material, then it's much to read the light of a candle, because the other person will remind you not to adjust the way.
Just to answer your question,
if you're reading in front of a large bonfire, where people sit at a distance, and they're worried about the fire catching on, then it's usher to read, even if you're reading the same material. Rabbi says, an important person who never readjusts the wick, even during the weekdays, he's allowed to read by the candle on Shabbos because he won't readjust it. The Gemara asked a question from Yishmael ben Elisha. He said, I'm not worried about adjusting the flame on Shabbos. And he sat down and he read, and in fact, he readjusted the flame on Shabbos, and he wrote down in his notebook, when the Beis Hamikdash is rebuilt, I owe a nice carbon chatas. And the Gemara tells us because Yishmael ben Elisha, when it came to Torah, he acted like a simple person. He would adjust the wicks himself. He wouldn't ask his servant to do so. The Gemara asks a contradiction. On the one hand, it says that a servant is allowed to look at his dishes to the light of a candle, and if we're not worried, he will readjust it. On the other hand, it says that a servant should not do so. One answer is that the Brisa that says you're allowed to check the dishes to the light of the candle because we're talking about a servant who's not a permanent servant. A permanent servant is so worried about losing his job that he'll readjust the flame on Shabbos. Another answer is we're talking about a permanent servant in both places. Just one Brisa is talking about olive oil, we're worried he might readjust it. And the other Brisa is talking about nef, kerosene, where we're not worried since it smells so bad, he won't readjust it. Rav says the halacha is that a servant who's not permanent can check with olive oil, but don't tell people this halacha. We don't say this halacha in public. And Rabbi Yirmiyah says we do tell people this halacha in public. Have a wonderful day.
For the Israel lobby, and they basically owned him. They basically controlled him. Well, he started to move away, and I was hearing about, just to tell you about how this kind of this article came into being. I was hearing about this before he was killed. That something through the grapevine. I mean, I grew up in Washington. I've been in the city, so people talk, and honestly,
Shabbos Dafid Gimel. We're hunkered down here in quarantine or Ramat Bet Shemesh, but nothing's going to stop us. We have Torah. The Mishnah tells us that about Torah who has to lay in the following morning. So walk over to the children that are reading from the Torah to the candlelight and peek inside. The pshat is that he's only looking for a Rashi Prakim. So at the beginning of the parak, and that will remind him and make it easier the following day. What about the children themselves? How are they reading from the Torah to the candlelight? The answer is either they are only reading Rashi Prakim as well, or since the Rebbe is standing over them, they'll be aware and they won't readjust the flame. When Nisim Dayan says on the side of the Gemara, he says a beautiful pshat. Children, they rather the flame go out. They don't want to readjust. They want to run home. The Mishnah tells us that a zav should not eat a meal with his zava wife because he might come to an aver. The Mishnah doesn't say anything about a person who's tar should not eat with his wife who's tmeya because that we don't have to make a gzeira. People are very makbid on tuma and tahara. Another halacha, a person who's a zav parch, a person who's makbid to eat chulin b'tahara. You should not eat together with a zav who's amaretz. Rabbi says the pshat is because
well, how are you?
Amaretz makes feeding food that's from some mice
take your names. How did you find out about me?
Because we're concerned that later on when this zav becomes starved, amaretz
cool, man.
feed him food. That's
feel free to chill.
We know the answer
I'm just
to this
taking
question.
a nap.
Laura asked, a husband and wife, the wife is a nida, can they be in the same bed, fully clothed? The answer is no. Why? Because the Torah tells us when the pasuk talks about an Eishes Ish, and right afterwards a nida, and we say just like an Eishes Ish, you cannot be in the same bed with her, even though you're both clothed. Rashi says why? Because the Yichud Taisa says it's just logic. So two, a nida is awesome. The Gemara says perhaps we should bring a raya from the fact that they still say it's also to eat chicken when on the same table there's cheese. And chicken and cheese is only the Rabbanon, nevertheless they say it's also. So the other reason is because it's only one person. There's nobody there to remind you. Whereas with your wife, she'll remind you. Perhaps you can bring a raya from two people that are eating on the same table. If they don't know each other, they're allowed to eat even meat and milk. If they do know each other, it's usher. So here's a case of two people that know each other and can remind each other. The answer is, it's different. In our case, since they're both wearing clothing, that's a hecker, that's something different. And perhaps it's different than you would be allowed. What about our Mishnah? We learned a zav and a zava should not be able to eat a meal together. And the answer is, there is no hecker though. Yes, it's two people, but there's nothing different about them. The Das, he's mechulk on this whole thing. He says the only Issa D'Oraisa is Gilui Arayis, Tashmi. Everything else, especially if you're wearing clothing, there's not even an Issa D'Rabbanan. The Gemara tells us that when Ula came back from learning from the Beis HaMedrash, he would kiss his sisters on their chest, and some say on their hand. But Ula himself is mechulk on himself, because Ula holds, just like we say the famous saying, you tell a Nazir, Leich, Leich, Amri L'Nazira, Sechar, Schar, person who has to abstain from alcohol, from wine, from grapes, you tell him, don't go through the vineyard, go all the way around, because you might come to do an Isser. So too, when it comes, Harai is the concept of Harchaka. The Gemara tells us an amazing story. Tanan Develio is once a Talmud who was a tremendous Talmud Chacham. He learned all day Mishnah, Torah, and he was Mishamish Talmud Chachamim. Yet he died at a very early age. His wife was very upset. She took his tefillin and ran around the Beis HaMedrash, and she asked, it says in the pasuk, Torah is your life. It gives you longevity. Why did my husband die? And nobody knew the answer until Velio told her, let me ask you, how does he treat you when you're in Nida? He said, Chas v'shalom, he doesn't even touch my small finger. But how does he treat you in your Shiva Nekiyim, the second 7 days? And she said, oh, he eats with me and drinks with me, and we sleep b'kiruv basar. And he said, if so, he didn't do our chaka. It's a good thing he died. He deserved to die. And Tysus points out that in those days, perhaps, after 7 days of Nida, a woman would go to the mikvah once, and then do Shiva Nekiyim and go to the mikvah a second time. And he held that since she was tired, I mean, the Rashi she's tired, it's only from the Darabban, it's okay. The Gemara says, Rabbi says, he had a very large bed, and there wasn't any cure of basar. And there's the answer that what's going on, that she was wearing pants, sort of pants, so there's no cure of basar on the bottom half. We learned in the Mishnah that a person is not allowed to blouse his clothing or read a sefer the candlelight. And it says that these two halachas are from the 18 halachas that Hananiah ben Chizkiah ben Goroim said in the attic. What happened was, the Talmidim of Bishami got together, the Talmidim of Yisrael got together, there were more Talmidim of Bishami than Yisrael, and they won. And they made 18 zeres, and those are two of the 18 zeres. Who's this Hananiah ben Chizkiah? He wrote a brayse called Megillas Tainas. It goes through the calamities of Klal Yisrael, the Xeris, the terrible Nisim, the terrible tragedies that happened in Klal Yisrael, and then the Nisim, the Gula that happened to Klal Yisrael. And Rav Shimon says we could also write a sefer like that, but there's so many tsaras and gullahs that Klal Yisrael went through that we're not going to write. Or the pshat is, the Gemara says that a shaita, a crazy person, can feel pain. He doesn't know that something is wrong. We don't know all the good that HaKadosh Baruch Hu does for us. Or the Gemara says, a person who's alive, who has dead flesh, you could run a knife through it and he won't feel anything. And by the way, the Gemara says, a dead person feels just like a worm that goes into his flesh is like a needle into a live person. Hananiah also saved for us Sefer Yechezkel. Without him, Chacham wanted to destroy Sefer Yechezkel. There's too many contradictions, and they gave him 300 barrels of oil, and he sat in his attic, and he rectified all the contradictions that are in Sefer Yechezkel. The Gemara continues, and we're going to learn in great detail what the rest of the 18 Xeris are. Have a wonderful day. Stay safe. Stay healthy. And I'll see you tomorrow, Be'ez Hashem.
The two biggest Zionist enforcers in the media, who are very close to Netanyahu, biggest forces lobbying Trump to wage war on Iran, went off on TPUSA, said we can't be having a Big Ten if it includes kooks. Laura Loomer, we all know who she is. She publicly attacked Trump and said he basically had to step down. He was getting attacked in the program meeting. What we didn't know, which I learned, is in private, the pressure was even more intense.
Shabbos Daf Yudalad.
Text messages.
We're discussing the 18 halachas that Bishamay and Basil agreed upon. 9 of them have to do with Psulei Truma, and that's exactly what we're going to be discussing today. It's very relevant to the current events today. When you understand Corona, you could have a better appreciation for Truma and Tahara, how you have to distance yourself from Truma, how spit could be Matama you, etc. Paisei Truma means you designate fruit for Kayin Truma. If one of the Tmeim Deiraisa touches the fruit, you have to burn the fruit. Chachamim instituted another 9 things that could passel the Truma. Passel, Lashon of Psul, means the Truma becomes also to eat, but it doesn't have power to be Matama of something else. It's possible, it stops right there. What are these 9 things? Well, yesterday we discussed 10. The Gemara in our daf removes 1. A Tful Yom, somebody that went to the mikvah and is waiting for Shkia to become completely tar. That is the rice. If he touches fruit, Truma, it becomes puzzle. So we remove that guy from the list. We start off with 2. Somebody that eats a Rishon L'Tumah. Rishon L'Tumah means, the way it works with Tumah, you have an Avat Tumah, let's say. If it touches a fruit, it goes down 1 level. It becomes a Rishon. If that fruit touches something, it can go down to another level, to a Sheni. If a Sheni touches something, it could possibly go down, not always, to a Shlishi. And a Shlishi touches something, it could possibly go down, depending on what it is, to a Revi. It always goes down 1 level. So if a human being eats a Rishon, a Tumah, if he touches it, nothing happens. But if he eats it, ingests it, he himself, according to Yeshua, becomes a Sheni. It goes down 1 level. Here's the big finish. According to Yeshua, if he eats a Sheni, rather than going down 1 level, he remains a Sheni. Now, this can't go according to Eliezer, who says that you are what you eat. So if you eat a Rishon, you remain a Rishon. If you eat a Sheni, you remain a Sheni. If you eat a Shlishi, you remain a Shlishi. However it goes, according to Rabbi Yeshua. Says Rabbi Yeshua, a person eats a Rishon or a Sheni, and then he touches Truma, with the Rabbanon, he makes that Truma puzzle, and you have to burn it. That's a big chiddush. You have to burn the Truma. It's like a Deiraisa. Why is it? Why did they institute that? We were worried, Chacham said, that maybe he'll eat something that's coming, and it'll be, let's say, hot in his mouth, and he'll try to rinse it down with wine of Truma. Only wine is what we're discussing with Truma. That's the only thing that you have to take Truma from, and you can possibly ingest wine. And you're not allowed to do that, because now you're making the wine that's Truma coming. So they instituted every time a person eats something that's coming, even a Rishon or a Sheni, and then he goes out and touches Truma, he makes the Truma. The third thing on the list is, and it's the same kind of Zera, somebody drinks something that's coming, a liquid that's coming. And why is it? Because perhaps he'll drink something that's coming, and then he'll put something in his mouth that's Truma. So why do I have to say it? Isn't it the same as 1 and 2? No. Most of the time when people eat something that's hot, they'll try to wash it down with some cold liquid. But most of the time, rarely ever do people drink something and then they try to stuff something in their mouth. So that's a big chiddush. The 4th thing on the list is, let's say somebody went to the mikvah and he was a Tful Yom, he has to wait until the night time. And then he rinsed himself off, he took a bath, or he poured water on himself. He becomes why is that? Because what happened was people used to go to the mikvah and the water was very dirty. So they rinsed themselves off with clean mayim shuvah. And eventually, people started thinking that the way they became tar was from the clean water. They didn't realize it was the mikvah. So in order to prevent that, from people not going to the mikvah, just pouring water on themselves, instead, pour water on yourself, you become tummy. And in order to make sure that this Xera holds, they instituted another Xera, and that's number 5 on the list. But even a completely tahar person that cleans mayim shuvim pour him 3 lugim, he becomes tummy. Otherwise, the first Xera would fall apart. And the 6th thing on the list are all Sifrei Torah, Nevi'im, and Ksuvim, all parchments that they themselves are tummy, that if they touch Truma, the Truma becomes puzzled. And why is that? because people would hide their truma right next to the Sefer Torah. They said the Sefer Torah is Kaddish, the truma is Kaddish. Let's keep them together. Mice would come to eat the food, and by doing so, they would destroy the Sefer Torah and the Vim and Ksubim. If you have hands that weren't washed, they are tummy in the common truma. Why? Because your diamond is going to your hands touch all over your body like Corona. They keep on touching things. And people might touch truma and get disgusted by the truma after you touch a certain part of your body. So they instituted if you don't wash your hands, truma becomes possible. Rabbi Parnach says, hands that touch the sefer, they pass over truma. The Goiness says that if you touch a sefer with your bare hands, you will be buried naked, meaning without that mitzvah that you were dealing with. So let's say you were learning from the Sefer Torah, and you touch the Sefer Torah, so all your learning that you do with that Sefer Torah flies away, you don't get that mitzvah. And what came first? The chronological order is, says the Gemara, first they made a gzeira on hands that touch the Sefer Torah, and only afterwards they made a gzeira on regular hands that they are tummy, because if it was vice versa, then there's no need to make a gzeira on hands that touch the Sefer Torah. They're already tummy because regular hands are tummy. Number 8 on the list is food that became tummy from liquid. The gzeira is because you might have liquids that touch a sheretz, which is common midori raisa, and it also that everything that touches even hands, which is the rabbanon, is also tummy. Number 9 are vessels, kelim, that became tummy through liquids that touch the sheretz, because midori raisa, the liquids of a zav, the spit of a zav, is mitame midori raisa. So we said that the liquids that touch the sheretz are mitame midori raisa. Gemara says that Shlomo HaMelech is the first one to institute the concept of washing your hands for touching. Later on, Hillel and Shammai instituted the concept you have to wash your hands for truma, but nobody accepted it. Klal Yisrael didn't accept it until the Talmidim, Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel came along, and they instituted the gzeira, and then they even said, Hillel and Shammai originally said that it's so strong the gzeira that you have to burn the truma, which typically you don't do. You typically do toilet, you let it stay there and go to waste. The Gemara tells us that there's a part, there's zugos. The first zug was Yossi ben Yoezer's trader and Yossi ben Yochanan Yerushalayim, and they instituted a number of gzeiros. One of them was that dirt from other nations is mitama because the other nations weren't careful and didn't mark their graves, and their dead are tummy with the rabbanon. So they said that the dirt is also tummy. And they said that even glassware is mitama, becomes tummy, and so too clean matchets, which we're going to go into. Shimon ben Shedach said that up until that day, the ksuba of a woman was put aside. It doesn't say here's a ksuba, it's in this vessel. They didn't get really mad at her and say, take your ksuba and go, because you had nothing to lose. It was already designated. Shimon ben Shedach said, no, a woman could go after any of the husband's money anywhere. She could go after his business, whatever she wants. So therefore, a man will think twice before he divorces her. And finally, Shmuel tells us that Hillel and Shammai only argued about 3 things in the entire Shas, whereas the Talmid and Beis Hillel and Shammai argued on many, many things, including every one of the 18 takanas they were second of this wonderful day.
In your estimation, why do things like this not damage relations between the U.S. and Israel or the UK and Israel? You know, when an ally is found to be, everybody spies on everybody. But when you are putting a listening device in the Prime Minister's bathroom, you're reportedly putting tracking devices on Secret Service emergency response vehicles.
Shabbos Daf Tesvav, we're discussing the 18 machlokas between Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel. But halacha is like Beis Shammai. Even though they still argued with Beis Shammai every single one, once they passed in halacha like Beis Shammai, the following day Beis Hillel agreed that they were right, Beis Shammai was right. There's 300 machlokes in between Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel, but there are only 3 machlokes in between the Rabbi, Hillel, and Shammai themselves. The first one is, how much dough does one have to make in order to be chayiv in a first challah? According to Hillel, it's 2 kav. According to Shammai, 1 kav. They're machmer even in a lesser amount. And according to Chachamim, it's 1.5 kav. The Torah says you bring challah on a oimer, which is asiris ha'efa. It's 1/10 of an efa. An efa is 432 eggs. A tenth of that is 43 eggs. How do you remember that? Challah, Ches, Lamed, Hey, 43. That's 18 kav. 18 kav is 452 eggs. A tenth of that is 2 kav. How is a tenth of 18 2 kav? Well, because we're going millibar. In other words, in Gemara math, you take the final number. 2 plus 18 is 20. 10% of that is 2. Chachamim say, well, let's talk about Beisil and Bishamai for a second. They both agree it's 2 kav. But Bishamai say that the 2 kav is for 2 meals. So we're dealing with 1 meal. 1 meal is 1 kav, and 2 kav is on 1 kav. Chachamim say we don't go millibar, we go milligar. We do 10% of 18, which is 1.8. In addition to that, we're not talking about the shiurim of the middle, we're talking about the shiurim of the Yerushalayim. They took 6 and made it 5. Later on, when they took again 6 and made it 5 in Sipari, the shear changed again. Rabbi Yossi said you have to add a little bit more because the eggs were larger in the desert than they are now, and he added another 5%. Second machlokes is mikvah. A mikvah needs 40 saw of rainwater. Let's say you're trying to fill up a mikvah with rainwater, and then you decide, that's not on purpose by the way, you decide to put in a little extra water from the sink. It makes the mikvah possible. But how much water do you need to introduce? According to Hillel, it's a hin. Use the word hin like his Rabbi, like his Rabbi, which means 12 lugim. According to Shammai, it's 36 lugim. And here's an amazing thing. Chacham and Paskin, like 2 weavers that lived next to Shara Ashby. Rashi points out, weavers is the lowest profession possible. One cannot be a king or a kohen gadol if he's a weaver. And the worst neighborhood in the world is Shara Ashby. Yet, we paskin like these 2 weavers that testified in the name of Shmai V'Avtalion that it's 3 log. Why? Because they learned Torah. And the third machlokes is regarding a woman who sees dam. Any food that she touches becomes tummy. Dam takes time to emerge. Once it leaves the womb, she's tummy. Yet Shammai says she's only metama from here on out. Even though she touched food 10 seconds ago and it's impossible for the dam not to be metama, no. Dayan shatam from here on out. Hillel say that it's from the last time that she saw dam, in other words, from the last time she did a bika, could be months ago, everything in between is every food she touched. And Chachamim come along and say, it's me'es leis 24 hours. But if she did a bdika less than 24 hours, then we go to the bdika. Whatever is less, the bdika or me'es leis. There's seemingly a fourth machlokes. And that is, if a person brings a carbon ion, is he allowed to do smicha or not? Does he lean on the head with all his might? According to Hillel, yes. According to Shammai, no. The reason why it's not included in we only have 3 machlokes, not 4, is because this is a very old machlokes. This is actually the first machlokes of Klal Yisrael. And Shammai and Hillel just repeated the machlokes. There's another machlokes. Somebody who takes his grapes for wine, and some of the grapes leak wine or grape juice. Is that considered mashkin, a liquid, to make the grapes susceptible to tumah or not? According to Shammai, yes. According to Hillel, not. But since Hillel later on agreed to Shammai, this is not considered a machlokes. The Gemara just tells us there's 3 stages when it comes to dirt that comes from Chutz La'aretz. As we mentioned the other day, dirt that comes from Chutz La'aretz, since the Goyim don't mark the graves, it's possible that in the dirt there's fragments of bones and therefore it's the Tama. So there's 3 stages. Yosef and Yoezer, and Yosef and Yochanan, the first Zug, they made the first stage. And they said that if that dirt touches Truma, you cannot eat the Truma. You don't have to burn it, but you can't eat its whole title. And the ear space, they didn't do any kind of Xera at all. They cannot say that they said that you have to burn it, because the only thing that was burnt right away is something that was Truma that was touched by somebody that had hands that weren't clean. Later on, the Rabbanim of Shemaim Shana, meaning 80 years before the Churban Abayis, they added. And they said that the ear space is also toilet. It also has tumah. You don't have to burn it, but it's tumah, you can't eat the tumah. And later on in Usha, one of the 6 Xeros that they made in Usha was that the dirt from Chutz La'aretz that touches tumah, you must burn the tumah. But the ear space remained the same, it's just toilet. Rabbi Yossi said that 180 years before the Churban Abayis Sheni, the Romans came in, they started to conquer. And 80 years beforehand, that's when the Rabbanon of Usha, the Rabbanon the Rabbanon of 80, which they called, they said the Tumah, and they said what we said before. And the guys are also on glass. 40 years before the Korban, the Sanhedrin moved from Lushkas Hagazis to Chanuyos, and they stopped doing capital punishment. The way it went, there was 4 generations, 100 years before Korban Habayis. It went Hillel, Shimon, and then Reb Gamliel, and Reb Shimon. In Usha, there was 6 Sfeitos. We have Beis HaPras, that means, according to Rashi, if there's a grave that's in a field and we don't know where the grave is, so any truma that touches that field has to be burned. As we discussed, the second thing is dirt from Chutz La'aretz. Third thing is clothing of an Amoritz that his wife Nida might have sat on them, and it was the time of a medrash. If you find it clean the street, touch it. If you touch fruit, to spittle, you have to assume that it came from a zav, and you have to burn the truma. And finally, make red light. Yossi says you burn this truma in Rishus HaYachid, even if you're not sure that you touched it, even though it's a spek. Let's say it came, you're not sure if it came from a chutz la'aretz, you're not sure if there's a bone in there, and you're not sure if you touched it. Double spek. Since it's in Rishus HaYachid, you burn it. Chacham say in Rishus HaYachid, you don't eat it, you don't burn it. And Rishus HaRabim, it's tahor, because Safek from Rishus HaRabim is tahor. Now, why did they make a gzera on glassware? Because glassware is created from sand, and sand is similar to what we create earthenware from. If so, how can you put glass in a mikvah and be with a hole in it, and you fill the hole with lead? Now we're looking at a kli that's made out of lead. Like Rabbi says, anytime you have a maimek, something that makes the kli function, over here is the lead, then the whole kli turns into lead, and therefore that's the only time you put such a glass in a mikvah. Have a wonderful day.
Providing peacekeeping for, is it going to be NATO peacekeeping forces? Is it going to be U.S. contractors, going to be boots on the ground? Are we going to be funding it? What do you know about what's coming next? What's the next phase of what happens there?
Well, with Gaza, it's not a construction project, it's a destruction project.
The Gemara says there are 3 different dinim in Shtar. The person told, "He's zoichen the skarka, the plane, make a king of this land to someone, and then write him a shtar." So once they made the kinging, this land belongs to this place. Now, if he wants to go back and give him the shtar, for some reason he changes his mind about the shtar, he doesn't want to give him the shtar anymore, he can take it back as long as they didn't give him the shtar. Now what happens if he says, make a kinyan on this land for someone, right? Acquire this land for someone, make a kinyan, hazaka, and then, on the condition that you're going to give him a shtar, write him a shtar. Now, as long that they didn't give him the shtar, you can take back also the field itself, also the gift, not just the shtar. Now, there's a third thing in a shtar. He wrote the shtar, the seller wrote the shtar to the buyer before he made the sale. And when he made the sale, he told him, acquire, when you're making a kinyan on the land, acquire the shtar together with it. Then, does it make a difference where the shtar is? It's being acquired with the land, and the reason is that mechafim she'en le'lachayim, meaning the taltalim, things which are movable, can be acquired together with them, even if they're not in the land, they're somewhere else. But a person does need to say the word kni and the word aga, which means acquire. I want it to acquire, and acquire it together with the land that you're buying from me. Okay.
So that's just that's one
thing
I can put in, and it will be the crime of the century.
Kinyan aga, buying something together with land. It's not just combined, it's also by giving a present. A person can give a present together with the land. It doesn't make a difference if it's to buying a land or renting. Renting is also considered buying. The Gemara proves that in the story of Rabbi Gamliel, that Rabbi Gamliel told Rabbi Yoshua, rent from me a room in my house, whatever it is, and together with that, I'm giving you a present, the meister which is in it. The Gemara has a suffix. The person can give karka to one person, meaning land to one person, you sell it to him, and together with that, you want to give the talpinim, portable things, to someone else. The Gemara doesn't know if it works or not. The Gemara tries proving it from the story with Rabbi Akiva that he acquired the matonis with the anim together with the rent he paid, but the Gemara says it's not a raya. Perhaps Rabbi Akiva is like the hand of anim since he is the guy like Stoko, or Rabbi Gamliel rented it to the Maisa. The Gemara says that we have different kinyonim, and the different kinyonim are different in a way that Kesef has the power to redeem Hekdesh and Ma'aseh Sheni, which nothing else has the power. Star has the power to divorce a woman, which no other kinyonim can do. Both of them, Star and Kesef, can acquire never divli, which Chazaka can. And Chazaka has something that Kesef and Star don't have. And that is, if you have 10 fields, which are not close to each other, you can acquire them all by making a kinyan on one of them. The Gemara says that only if a person paid for all the 10 lands. If you didn't pay, you can't acquire that. Applies to the Metaltalin also, which you know you can acquire them together with land. That's only if you pay for them. And if you pay for parts, you pay 50%, you acquire 50% of the Metaltalin. The Gemara says that it's not similar. This land business is not similar 100%. Someone selling 10 animals and he gives the person to hold onto them, so then he acquires them all, because over there the person is holding all of them together, and over here he's just making a kinyan in one of the land. It's also not similar to a case, which a person will tell him hold to one of them and be kind of one, because I would think it's similar because also over here he makes a kinyan chazaka only on one of the lands. The idea is that it's not the same, because over there he's really holding on to one. But over here the whole land of the whole earth is connected. So when he makes a kinyan on one, he basically is connected to everything else. The last piece that we're seeing today is the idea of Gilgul Shivua. And the idea of Gilgul Shivua is that if a person owes you a shivua for something, you can ask him to swear to me on other things also. We'll see with Rabbi with tomorrow's daf exactly what you could tell him to swear to you, what you can't, but almost everything you could. So this thing of Gilgul Shivua is learned from Saito. The Pasuk says that the Saito says, Omein, Omein. And Omein, Omein twice, the Mishnah explains, he also takes on himself a shvuah and also the curse in case he really did the Avela. And she also is adding to say that she swears that she didn't do it in other times, meaning when she was a Rusa. The Gemara says that there's no way to make a woman take a shvuah and a Rusa on its own. So the only way that the Mishnah can say that she takes a swear on the time she was a Rusa is by Gilgul Shvuah. If she owes him a shvuah already, and now after the Nisuin, she can tell her, take a shvuah also of whatever happened before the marriage. The Gemara says that if it works by Saito, so then for sure it works by Momon also, because by Saito, the original shvuah, not the one with doing the Galgal on her, the original shvuah needs to be done with 280. 280 needs to come and be made that she was nistal in order to be mechayev her shvuah. But by Momoin we know that 1/8 can be mechayev shvuah's Momoin, so for sure the Gilgul Shvuah will apply also by Momoin. And we learned from Saito, after in the next Talmud, we learned from Saito the same way that by Saito we're making her swear even on a suffix, also by Momoin we'll make her swear also on a suffix, even though the original shvuah of Momoin of monetary issues is only when the person says fully, not in suffix, only when he says I know for sure, only then the Teilah is the highest God of person's shvuah. Okay, so that was the dot.
He sees that this is the last moment before Trump leaves the stage where he can get everything he wants in his dream for his entire political career was to destroy Iran, regime change in Iran. And he believes if he can achieve regime change in Iran, then all of his problems in the region will, and Israel's problems in the region.
Kiddushin Daf Chavches, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. We're discussing the concept of Gilgul Shvuah. That is, if I could force you to make a shvuah, let's say I claim that you owe me 200 and you admit that you only owe 100, that's called Muddy Mitzvah, and I can force you to make a shvuah. Once I force you to make a shvuah on that, I can force you to make a shvuah even on karka, which you typically don't make a shvuah. Where do we learn this concept? We learn it from Saita. Saita is a woman whose husband warns her not to seclude herself with another man, and she doesn't listen, so he takes her to the Beis Hamikdash. And the Kohen makes her swear, and he gives her a curse, and she says at the end, Amen, amen, both on the shvua and on the curse. But in addition to what the husband suspects, he could also say, listen, once you're swearing, I want you to swear on other things. Gilgul shvua. I want you to swear that you didn't seclude yourself with another man before our marriage, even during Erison. Now, once you know this idea by Saita, we say Kavachimer that this applies also to monetary issues as well. Why? Because monetary issues, I could force somebody to swear based on 1/8, whereas in Saita, you need at least 2/8. So if there's a Gilgul shvua by Saita, certainly by monetary issues. And just like Saita, I can make somebody make a shvua swear on a suffix. Because the whole idea of Saita really is a suffix. The husband doesn't know for sure what happened to make him swear on a suffix. So too, by monetary issues, it makes somebody swear on a suffix. What's very interesting is that a person could say, listen, you're already making a shvua that you don't owe me more than 100. Well, I want you to swear also that you're not my Eved Ivri. Now, I would think that Eved Ivri is such a famous thing. If somebody is an Eved Ivri, the whole world will know about it, right? And since nobody's talking about it, then obviously it's not true. And why should somebody make a shvua about it? No, nevertheless, I could be Megalgal shvua, I could force to make that shvua. But let's say somebody says, I want you to swear that you're not my Eved Knani, you're not my non-Jewish slave. That's too much. Now you're pushing it. Not only that, we're going to put you in Chayrim for accusing somebody of being Eved Knani. It's a terrible thing. You're Mezalzel in a Jew, and we're going to be Mezalzel in you and put you in Chayrim. If you call your friend a Mamzer, you get Malchus. Malchus Martis could be up to 40 Malchus. And Rashi says an incredible thing. People prefer to get Malchus than to be an Edom. If a person calls his friend a Russia, now you can't go to Bezin. Bezin won't do anything about it. So you can take things in your own hand. You're allowed to hate him, and you're allowed to hurt his business. There's a case in Bamitzia that says to the point where you're allowed to burn 1/3 of that person's crop. And now we're into a brand new mission, a brand new sugya. The mission says a very interesting lashon. So according to Rav Sheshes, the pshat of the Mishnah is that you can take any item and use it for chalipin. Chalipin is a switch. I give you this handkerchief, and you give me in return an animal. So the Havamina was that you could also use money. You could take a coin and use that as the switch. You're not going to use it as a kinyan kesef. You're using it as an item. At the end of the Gemara tells us that that's not the pshat, because we paskin that in Madber Nasa Chalipin you cannot use a coin for Chalipin. But the pshat of the Mishnah is that any item that you evaluate and assess to see how much it costs, like an apple, you don't know how much an apple costs, you have to weigh it and assess. So in other words, any metaltalin can be used for the kinyan of Chalipin besides money. The only thing you can't use is money, because that you have das on the surah of the coin, and that's going to be bought. According to Rav Nachman, this is in Rashi, you only do Chalipin with a shoe, because that's what it says in the Pasuk. Shalvish Naloi. According to Taisvis, it's in any kli, any tool, any kind of kli that you use, including animals, which you actually use to plow a field, etc. Rav Nachman says the Mishnah is going like Rabbi Yochanan. That according to Rabbi Yochanan, the Raisa, Mois Kainot, you could actually acquire objects with money. They create a kinyan. And we're talking about a case where the buyer switched his loan for an actual item. In other words, Reuven owes Shimon money, so Reuven gives Shimon a cow instead of the money that he owes. He's not giving him money now, but rather his loan is being forgiven, and that's what creates the kinyan. And the reason it works here, whereas money doesn't work, because typically we say, why does money not work as a kinyan? According to Rabbi Yochanan, the rice it should work. And the answer is because it's exeris chastamim. That people might say, this is aliyah. Your grain that you purchased with money, even though it's by me, since you didn't pick it up, there's a little fire, and I didn't feel like extinguishing the fire for you because it's yours. I have nothing to gain. That zera was said on something that's very typical. But this case of forgiving a loan is so not typical that they never made a zera on it, and therefore it actually works. According to Rabbi, who holds that money is like kindness, you cannot purchase something with your rights with money, so he must say that this Mishnah, our Mishnah, is going according to our faith. And now we move on to the next Mishnah. The Beis Hamikdash can acquire things with money. So let's say the guy goes out and wants to purchase an animal. He gives the owner of the animal money. And even if the animal is in another country, the animal becomes Hegdish, becomes part of the city. But a regular person, the only way he can be Kaina is the Meshicha. The Mishnah calls it Chazaka, the Mishnah means Meshicha. And one other halacha, with that we're done for today, when you say to the Beis Hamikdash, this house is going to be Hegdish, this animal is going to be a carbon, just by saying it, it happens. Rabbi have a wonderful day.
Considering that as a possibility?
Yes, I would say they don't accept the official story, or no one even knows what the official story is.
So a highly placed person in the Trump inner circle doesn't believe the official story of Charlie's murder.
I mean, no one does, but I would just say that the
Daf of Tez, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute daf. Today's daf is a very, very famous daf, a very geschmacked daf. And before we get to the Mishnah where it all starts, you have an aim and you have to teach your son how to swim. The Gemara tells us that when it comes to Hegdish, the only way to purchase something from the Beis Hamikdash is with money. And the Gemara gives us 4 cases. 2 of them are with money, 2 of them with Meshicha. Both in money and Meshicha, it's possible that the price goes up or the price goes down. 3 out of the 4 cases, you lose, Beis Hamikdash wins. In 1 case, you win. The Gemara tells us that if you do Meshicha on Hegdish, since the only way to be kind of on Hegdish is with money, if the price goes up, you must add. If the price goes down, you lose. Why is that? Why should you lose? You only did Meshicha. Well, the answer is because you can't be better off than if you purchase from an individual. An individual, by doing Meshicha, you're kind of. Now let's talk about money. You gave money to the Beis Hamikdash. That's the king that works. The Beis Hamikdash. And the price went down. You lose. This is the one case. If the price goes up, you gain. And the reason is because even with individuals, there's a concept called Mishapara, and that is if you take back any word that you said, you made up with somebody, you're going to do the deal, and you take it back, you're over Mishapara as like a personal physical. And now, the beautiful Mishnah, when there's a case for the father to do something for his son, like Mitzvah Mila, it's only the father, not the mother. Mila, for instance, it says in the Pasuk, "Vayom alav rosh, tzivur on Abelis Kim." It's raining, it's 2 days of Shana. Tzivur is a command. Mizaras of Rabbeinu today, and for future generations as well. As them are mechuyev to do it, and if they don't do it, then the individual himself is mechuyev to get out of the forest. He's mechuyev to give himself a b'shula. Tikkun Ben, it says in the Pasuk, and we read it, Tipada, which tells us that only someone who you are chayav to redeem, then they can redeem themselves and they can redeem others. But a woman, who you're not chayav to redeem, therefore she's not by herself and she's not by the other people, including her own son. Why don't you redeem her? Because it says Zachar and not an. If a person has an option, he only has 5 selah, and he realizes that his father never did it for himself, and he has his son that he has to be fighting. Which comes first? He comes before his son. What if a person has 5 selah available, and 5 selah in real estate that he sold after he already had the field? According to the Mamara that says that a field that you have in the Torah, it's as if it's written in a shtar, so you had no right to sell this piece of real estate. This field goes to the Kaim. You should have given that 5 selah to the Kaim. So what you do is you take the 5 selah that's available for you, you redeem yourself with it. And then the Kaim goes and grabs the piece of real estate that you sold to someone else because it was already distributed. What if you have a dilemma? 5 selah, that's all you have, 5 selah. And that's how much it costs to go to Yerushalayim to be either regal on Yom. According to Kama, what you do is you do Pidyon Ben, and only afterwards you do Alila Regal. Why? Because the Jews are Pasuk, you see that the Pasuk is Pidyon Ben, and then afterwards Alila Regal. According to Yehuda, you do is Alila Regal first. Why? Because that's a mitzvah that's goes away, never comes back. Let's do that when we have Yontif. Piyar Ben, you'll take care of later. As long as your son is alive, do Piyar Ben. To teach your son Torah is a chiyuv on a father, not a mother, because it says in the pasuk, and it also there's another pasuk, you should teach and you shall learn. You had a chiyuv to teach yourself Torah before you teach your son. So if you're not a learned person, teach yourself. According to Yehuda, if your son is a very sharp person, sharper than yourself, then you teach your son before you teach yourself. Rabbi was sharper than his son, and therefore he said, you stay home, let me go learn Torah by Rabbi. The Lord tells us a phenomenal story where there was a shade that had 7 heads, and hung out in this measures, wasn't scared of anybody, people in the middle of the day. He used to damage people. When Rabbi found out that Rabbi Yaakov was coming to town, he told the people in town, don't let him sleep in your house. And therefore, he'll be forced to sleep in the base measures. And that's what happened. And he went to town on this shade, and every time he bowed and davened, he knocked off one of the shade's heads, and finally, he destroyed the shade. The halacha is, a person should get married, and afterwards learn Torah. And the Gemara tells us that's talking about Bava, that they don't have the oil of the marriage. They go out according to Rashi, they go to Eretz Yisrael to learn Mishnayos, and they're not going to be bothered with the oil of the family taking care of whatever it needs to be taken care of, and they get rid of the machshavos rise, but at the same time, they'll be able to learn. Rav Huna told Rav Amnuna that he doesn't want to see him until he gets married, because once you reach 20 years old and you're not married, Kippah Chatzmoisa is bones will swell. Why? Because that was the problem with Hirur. And Rav Chizah says, I'm better than my friends that got married when I was 16. And imagine if I would have gotten married when I was 14, I wouldn't have any fear of Kate. And I would say, Gira Beina the Satan, arrows in the eye of the Satan, the Oisai, have a wonderful
biggest threat since Trump has proven so easy to move and manipulate and so afraid. We can't overestimate Charlie Kirk's importance to the Trump machine and to the Republican Party. He was sort of a unique figure, and I don't think he can be replaced. It will also be interesting to see who steps into his wake.
Kiddushin Daf Lamed, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute daf. Try to do the synopsis of daf in under 8 minutes. The Gemara tells us that there's a very specific age where a child can understand and accept chinuch from his parents. During that age, that's when a father should give chinuch, should admonish his son according to one shot, or marry off his son. And that age is either between the age of 16 and 22, or between the age of 18 and 24. But any younger than that, the child's intellect is not developed to the point where he can fully understand the musar and the chinuch. The Gemara tells us a person has to teach his son Torah. And there are some who say that not only his son, but a person has a chiyuv to teach his grandson. And the Gemara brings a case of a person by the name of Zvulun ben Dan, that his grandfather taught him Torah, the Miksuva, Mishnah, Agada. The Gemara says that it happens to be that the chiyuv of a grandfather is to teach him chumash and let the kid continue on his own. But a grandfather who teaches his grandson Torah, the pasuk the Torah considers it as if he accepted the Torah himself from Sinai. The Gemara brings a smack for that. You see that the pasuk which discusses teaching a grandson is right before the pasuk of Torah of Har Sinai. The Gemara tells us a story that a sugar lady grabbed his grandson for the one side, and he didn't have time to put the proper head covering on. So he wrapped himself with a sheet. And the Gemara says, why? What was the rush? He says, I'm going to Kabul Torah from Har Sinai. I don't have time for just the proper covering. And the Gemara learns from that for breakfast, to eat meat before you take your kid to a yeshiva is not proper. First, you drop off your kids in the cheder, and then you eat breakfast. The Gemara says, what you do is, first you do chazara with your kid or your grandchild, and then you add another pasuk and you bring it to something. Say in Kriya Shema every day a number of times, there's a double nun over there. And the Gemara learns from there that you should triple up your Torah, meaning, according to one shot in Rashi, that is, that every day you should divide your day into three. Learn Chumash, Mishnah, and Gemara. According to Tosfos, it means that every day you should learn Gemara, because Gemara, Bavli, includes Torah, Mishnah, Haggadah, it includes everything. Shinantam, that the Torah also should be sharp. Al Tigamgim the Toimar Lord. Don't stutter and tell a person when he asks you, you should know everything clear. Why tells us that there were in previous generations people that were called Sefer. They were counted. They counted the letters, the words in the Torah. And they were able to say, this letter is exactly halfway through the Torah, this word is halfway through the Torah. But us, in the time of the Gemara, they weren't talking in Chaseris and Seiros, the extra vowels, yields, how to read it, and what exactly is considered a word or not. And they also weren't even mumchen to understand how many psukim are in the Torah. You see, in Eretz Yisrael, they took a simple puzzle, like Hine and Noisvi, which is very long, and they divided it to 3 separate psukim. So you have it in there. There should be 5,888 psukim in the Torah. Tehillim has 8 more than that, and Yamim has 8 less than 5, 8. The Pasuk says it's Vai Basufa. But when you learn Torah even with your own father, you can go to war and battle with him. But at the end, the Sufa, the Saifa, at the end, it's Vai, it's a Hava. Even though it's a Sefer, it's a Mokama, keep learning, and then there's going to be a lot of love. The Samtim is Dvarei L'Sam Tam. Torah is the complete and perfect antidote to the Yitzhak. The Yitzhak, even his creator, the Rabbi Shalom, calls him Ra, evil. And without HaKadosh Baruch Hu's help, you would never be able to overcome the Yitzhak. But all HaKadosh Baruch Hu asks is that we move forward, that we make a move, and we try to beat him, and then he'll help us out. So the Yitzhak renews himself and finds Tachbulos every single day. One way out of it, and the best way out of it, is to learn Torah. Schlep him. There's a medrash. Learn Torah. There's a Rabbi there. And I do want to give a tremendous yishakayach to our artist, Yoshi. He did such a phenomenal piece here with this art. He tries to entice you with the titles that we have in our days. All you need to do is shield it with Torah. The Gemara tells us that a father must help his son get married, and he must help his daughter. How do you help your daughter get married? By buying her nice clothing, by giving her money, she has a nice nadin, so that other people will want her. A person must teach his son a trade or business. Why? Because, according to one man, the Omar, business is not enough. Because what if you don't have business that day? But if you have a trade, you can always fall on it and make a parnasa, and you won't have to come to the last things that reads to steal from other people. Pasuk says, you can learn Isha as Torah. And you can also learn Isha Shud Kamashmai. When it comes to Kibbud Aim, there's 2 things. To be mechaber a father and mother, and to fear a father and mother. That halacha, to fear of parents, also applies to a daughter. So then why does the Torah say the word Ish? A man is never under somebody else's resource. A man is always independent, and therefore he's always chayiv in fear and keep it out. Whereas a woman, once she marries somebody, she's under his jurisdiction, so therefore she's not chayiv in kibbut. But once a woman gets divorced, then she's equal to a man. The Torah compares kibbut aim and moira aim, the kibbut and moira hamakot, the mechaber and fear HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And when you fear your own parents, you mechaber your own parents as if you fear and mechaber HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. Because the 3 of them, the parents and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, are partners in the creation of every human being. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day.
Open to understanding. I think it's a pathology. I don't think it's a political point of view when someone whose head is blown off in front of their children, and for someone to say, "Oh, good." It's not a political point of view. That's
Kedusha and Daf Lamed Aleph. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. Today's Daf is just an incredible Daf about Kibbud Aim, very, very famous stories and a lot of great insights. When it comes to Kibbud Aim, the Torah gives us 2 psukim. One about kavod, one about yira, fear and honor. When the pasuk talks about kibbud, the father comes before the mother, and the reason is specifically a son gives more honor to a mother, she speaks sweeter to him, nicer to him. So the Torah has to say no, you have the father first. When it comes to yira, the mother comes first, because typically a father teaches his son Torah, says more yira
delight
a father and mother
and
who are married,
in
then
seeing someone
the
come
son should
down
be mechabed the
like
father,
that in
because
I
the
don't
mother also has a
agree
duty to
with
mechabed the father. The
a
divorce
lot of the
and the
people
covenant
that
is
run
equal.
the state that I'm sitting in right now is
The Gemara
California.
tells us that
I
initially when
feel
it was
they've
spoken,
been
said
incredibly
Anointing Hashem,
destructive
the
to
Ummah Sa'ilam, they said,
my
what is this?
living
But then when
in the
HaKadosh
sense
Baruch Hu
that
said,
like
Chabad
I
Sadiqa,
think
they
they
realized that Hashem wants us to be
ruined
Chabad parents, and that's the same idea to be
large
Chabad him.
swaths
He
of
wasn't
the
in it for
most
himself.
beautiful state in the
What
union.
it tells
I
us
think
is so much to
their
learn from the
policies have
non-Jew,
driven
Dama Ben
business
Sina,
out
the
of
famous
state.
story. Chachamim came
They've
to purchase an
increased crime,
extremely
and I agree
expensive
with their
jewel
policies on
worth
some things. Right?
600,000
Like
golden
I'm
coins.
pro-choice, I'm pro-gay marriage, I'm
And
pro.
because Dama Ben
You
Sina,
know, on a lot of the social
his father
issues,
Nesina, was
I have
sleeping on
kind
a
of a
pillow with the
libertarian
key
view.
for the safe,
So like
he refused to wake
states
up
like
his
New York
father,
and
and he lost
California,
that property. A year
I'll
later,
agree with them on certain things,
he
and
had
then
a
on other
Torah Aduma,
things,
red heifer.
you know, I don't agree with
He
them.
realized
Right?
that this
I
is
don't
no
agree with
coincidence. His Baruch was paying him back. So he told Chachamim,
like pick a
he came to
gender
purchase, and he said,
day
I could ask for
in
any amount of money. There's
preschool or
only one
whatever's
like this in the
happening.
entire world.
Obviously,
But I'm only going to ask for
there's
what I
things
lost
that I don't agree
last
with
year.
at
The
all.
Gemara tells us,
And
Dama Ben Tzina
I
didn't have the
never
chiyuv to give
want
and this is how he acted. Certainly
any
us,
of the people
we have a chiyuv.
that I
And there's a
disagree
concept.
with to
God
die.
will have a tzuva va'isa, Mosheinu tzuva
I
va'isa.
would
The
never
person who
want
has
any
is
of the
commanded,
people
who has a
who
chiyuv
I
to do a
politically
mitzvah.
disagree
The
with on
sachar
any
is
issue to be
greater
shot in
than
front
a
of their
person that
children.
doesn't have a chiyuv. Because the pressure to do the mitzvah
I don't
actually
understand.
prevents him from doing
You're
the
at a
mitzvah.
place in your life. If
So
you're
we that
enjoying
have that chiyuv, we have a bigger
very
mitzvah,
bad
we have a
place in
bigger
your life.
obligation
You're not at a
to be
good
mekayim
place in your
chiyuv
life.
lavei. Rabbi
And
Yosef,
that's
who
what
later
I
on
can
in
say.
his life became blind,
I don't know many
he was upset with this because he
well-adjusted,
thought that he'd get more time because he's not a mitzvah Yosef, and then he realized that he gets less time. He said, I would make a big yontif for Rabbanan if they're able to sneak around the halakha a little bit.
whatever.
Rabbi Yosef, when he heard his mother coming from a distance, he would stand up. He said, I'm standing up for the Shekhinah. What does this person could feed his father a very expensive bird, but it takes him out of Olam Hazeh, it takes him out of Olam Haba. And the reason is because when he gave it to his father, and his father said, how do you afford it? Says Rashi, he says, keep on eating, don't bother with it. And that kind of, those words, they take away from the mitzvah. On the flip side, if he tells his father, here, deal with this, do some hard work. I want you to work on the rechaim, on the milk. So somebody standing on the side would say, wait, that's not chiyuv lavei. In fact, it is. In this case, because what you didn't see is that the soldiers came to take the father, and he said, I'll go instead of you. You dad, you do the rechaim, and he's zochet olam haba. Avini had 5 sons who were smuchim, they were all g'daylim. Yet when Avini's father came to the door, Avini ran, he wouldn't allow his sons to do chiyuv lavei, and he wanted to do it. One time, his father said, get me a cup of water. By the time he got back, his father fell asleep. He stood over him in a bent position, full of fear and covet, waiting for his father to get up. And that's when I both gave him a beautiful shot. The Mizmor La'asah, as Rashi explains, it shouldn't be a Mizmor that the Mizmor is not a song, it's a Kina, it's a Tisha B'Av. Yet, Rashi says unbelievable. Sometimes when things are destroyed, it's a yontif. As Hashem is saying, I'm taking out my finger on wood and stones and not on a human being. When a father and mother want to give to a child, the Gemara tells us the father, especially the father, I'm talking, we shouldn't take from the father. But take from the mother, she does it full-heartedly. The father might have some sort of chalishas hadas underneath. The Gemara tells an incredible story about her parfum. His mother, when she wanted to get into bed, she would go on all 4 and let her step on him as a step stool. As you can see, a live demonstration in Shir. Nevertheless, the Gemara tells us that that's not even half of what a person has to do for chiyuv lavei. A real test would be if she took his money and destroyed it, threw it into the ocean, and you don't see it. Yohan says, so much is chiyuv lavei, severe avera, praiseworthy is a person that was born without parents, because that's how chomer it is. Chas v'shalom yo'over on it. He himself was a yatzis from a father and a mother, and so was Abaya, although throughout Shas, at least 15 times, Abai says, Amrli Aim. Says the Gemara, Aim is not his real mother, Aim is the woman who brought him up. Ravasi wanted to be careful with chiyuv lavei. His mother, the Vilna says, she lost her mind. She ran away to Eretz Yisrael. When he heard that she's coming to Eretz Yisrael, he wanted to go out and read her, try to get a heter from Rabbi Yochanan to leave Eretz Yisrael. Rabbi Yochanan wasn't so happy. He said, listen, I'm not going to be upset at you if you leave. So he left. By the time he got his mother, she was already married. And he felt really bad that he left Eretz Yisrael for a reason. When a person, instead of using his father's honor, send me out of here, get me out of here in honor of my father. Instead of saying that, he says, in my honor. That's not Kibbutz Avei. When a father dies, you should say, Abba Moiri, Hareini Kaparis Mishmavai Halavai, because both should put his einish on myself. And afterwards, he says, Zechariah with brachos, Lashon what we say today, Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day.
Talking about the need for violence, not only protests, violence. And I said this goes to a terrible place. If you stop having conversations, if you stop debating people, if you stop listening to people, or if you stop, America doesn't have to be any one thing. That's why there's 50 states.
Kiddushin Daf Lamed Beis. How's everybody doing? Halacha is like the mandama that says that when you do it on the aim, you don't have to use your own money, use your parents' money. However, if you have to stop working in order to do that, you must do so even though it's going to cost you at the end. You're preventing yourself from gaining money. If your father decides to throw his own wallet and waste money, throw the wallet into the ocean. Even if you're the Yairish, you're going to inherit this, you're not allowed to say anything. Ravuna, he was Michael his own covenant to the son, and he tested him by ripping his clothing on the scene. He wanted to see if his son is going to be upset, leave a cast. The Gemara tells us that you're permitted to give your own son Meiser Ani. That's the Meiser, 10% of what's left over from your produce that you give to the Meisers. On years 3 and 6, you give it to the Ani. So if your son is poor, you're permitted to give him from the Meiser Ani. But your own father, son's father, you're not allowed to give him unless he has nothing else. Because, as Zima Mills says, it's not nice to give your father Meiser Ani. When a father makes a mistake in halacha, you have to tell him, there's a pasuk in the Torah that says this and this. And he'll understand by himself that he made a mistake. Halacha is like easy. That if you have two things in front of you, you have a mitzvah of, let's say, burying a mace, and you have to do that alone. If it's a mitzvah that can be done from somebody else, let's say going to Rabbi, you let somebody else do that mitzvah, and you do that alone. Otherwise, the other mitzvah is first, because you and your father, you both b'chut that mitzvah. The halacha is a father who's moichel on his covet. It's a good mechila. He can be moichel on his covet. Rabbi agrees that even a Talmud Chacham, because a Talmud Chacham, Torah is considered his own Torah. Yes, it says in the pasuk that it's Hashem's Torah, but it says in the pasuk also, the second pasuk in Tehillim, your own Torah you shall learn day and night. So therefore I can take that Torah, as long as it's not a bullshit Torah, that I should be my father. Yet, Rabbi himself, when his son got married, he went around the wedding and pouring everybody l'chai, and he was upset, he was mocked on the Amirayim that didn't stand up for him. Yes, he belittled himself, and he was saying, I don't want covet, but he expected them to show at least a hint of covet by standing up slightly off their chair, just to show that they're makbid on. It's godless. It's machlokes by the Nasi of Klal Yisrael, the head of Klal Yisrael, the head of the Sanhedrin. Machlokes is whether you learn from Avraham Avinu, that Avraham Avinu was a human being, he went and he put himself down by feeding the malachim, which he didn't know they were malachim. They looked like Arab. Or do we learn from HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself, who every single day sets our table, gives us sustenance, and he's putting himself down to the So, according to everybody, a king is not only moichel on his covet, but a nasi is moichel on his covet. The king, it says, you have to have fear of the king, so he's not allowed to be moichel on his covet. The sugya of standing up, for example, they say the Chacham. According to Tanakama, since it doesn't say Chacham V'Adarta twice, so it's mashma, it's one, that one is a Zakan, he's a Zakin, and a Chacham. He's an older person, and also Talmud Chacham. According to Yisai Gubis, since it doesn't say Mipnei Seva Zakin, it's mashma that he's also Yamek and a Chacham. In other words, even a younger person who's a Chacham, you have to stand up. And according to Isi Ben Yehuda, Seva means every old person. So we have a three-name in other words, a person who's not a Chacham, who just happens to be an older person over 70, according to Isi, we will put it stand up for him. Boyside, have a wonderful day.
Daily meds to support more spontaneous moments. ED is more common than you think, and simpler to treat than ever. Through him, you can connect online with a licensed provider to access personalized treatment options discreetly and on your term. For him, you can access personalized prescription treatment options for ED, like hard meds and SexRX, plus climate control and prescribed. HIMS offers access to ED treatment options ranging from hard meds to trusted generics.
Kiddushin Daf Lamed Gimel. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. Today is Erev Rosh Hashanah, and I'd like to take this opportunity to give everybody a bracha. It should be a year of simchas, of health, gezund, nachas from our children, shalom bayis. As we were discussing yesterday, three shittas when it comes to standing up for Talmid Chacham, an older person. We'll make it simpler. The Torah says the word seva and the word zaken. So according to the Tanakama, you need both. You need that the person should be an older person over 70 and also Talmid Chacham. Otherwise, you don't have to stand up for him. So if you have a young Talmid Chacham, you don't stand up for him. Rabbi clearly says, no, they're independent. If he's old, even if he's not a Talmid Chacham, you stand up for him. And if he's Talmid Chacham, even if he's not old, you stand up for him. And this is when Yudah says a tremendous chiddush. That if a zaken is a Russia, you stand up for him because he's a zaken. If he's a Talmid Chacham and he's young, you also stand up for him. And guess what? The Gemara Paskins like Isi Ben Yehuda, you stand up for a Russia. The Gemara says there's a comparison between Kiddur and just like Kiddur doesn't have the Saran kiss, you don't have to come out of pocket. So too, when it comes to Kima, in other words, you don't have to stop work when a Talmid Chacham walks by, because we learn it from Kiddur. A person who's actually working doesn't stand up for Talmid Chacham, but he does stand up for those who are coming to Yerushalayim with their first fruit, the Bikurim, and he asks how they're doing, because Chaviva mitzvah b'shaita, when you do a mitzvah, you're more cautious than Talmid Chacham. Another pshat the Gemara says is we don't want to discourage those who are bringing the Bikurim to Yerushalayim. We want them to come next year and have a great feeling, so let them feel good. Rashi says this, they're not needed to shut them. What if the person is very cautious? He's going to come next year anyway. You don't have to just say Shalom Aleichem to him and everything. But if the pshat is the mitzvah is more cautious, then you do. In a Beis HaKisei, Beis HaMerech, that's the bathroom or bathhouse, you don't stand up. But the outer rooms that people are clothed in, you do stand up for Talmid Chacham. Gemara says the whole story. Shimon was in the Beis HaMerech, stand up for him. There's no raya, says the Gemara, exactly where he was standing. It's possible he's standing in the inside room, and his father said maybe they're thinking and learning. Maybe the Rabbi said maybe they're thinking and learning. Because what he meant is, if somebody is very involved in learning all day, even when he goes to the Beis HaMerech, sometimes he can't control his mind and he's thinking and learning. Torah says, Akum, be a racer. You should have fear about his broken. His broken knows what's going on in your mind. So don't play games. Don't close your eyes as the Talmid Chacham is coming into your field, into the Daled Amos, and as you come to the Daled Amos, oops, I don't see him. My eyes are closed. Hashem knows that you're playing games, and don't try to get out of it. You stand up for your Rabbi Muvah, your permanent Rebbe, when he's within Daled Amos, and the Av Bezdin, as far as your eye can see. You sit down after Daled Amos. When it comes to Nasi, you have to wait until he sits down. It says, the Gemara tells us you only stand up for your Rebbe twice, once in the morning, once in the evening, because even for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you only say Shema twice. Nevertheless, the Talmid Chacham should be careful not to make people stand up for him. In fact, if the Talmid Chacham goes out of his way, make sure they don't stand up for him, he'll get arichas yamim. But if you're a Talmid Chacham and you don't stand up for your Rebbe, you're considered a Russia, you don't have arichas yamim, and you forget the learning. Abaye would be upset to curse those who were learning Torah and say, "Oh, I don't stand up for my Rebbe because I'm learning Torah." Get cursed for that. The people from Muslim Chassia, they were so used to coming to Chachamim that they didn't even put on a head covering when they walked in front of the Chachamim. Rabbi Yochanan would give honor and stand up for a non-Jew, because elderly non-Jew went through a lot in his life and realized the nisim that his Rabbi did for him. Abaye would give old man his hand, Rabbi would send the shliach, Rabbi Nachman would send his officers. Rabbi Nachman said, if not for my Torah, I would be just another Nachman in the marketplace. So therefore, it doesn't befit somebody that learns Torah to help the non-Jew. I'll let my officers come. And one has a suffix. If the son is the father's Rebbe, does the son stand up for the father? Does the father stand up for the son? Why does it suffer? In fact, Shmuel told his Talmud, Rabbi Yehuda, you should stand up for your father. But on the other side, his father's Rabbi Cheskel. He's the big tzaddik, so maybe even Shmuel stood up for him. Maybe everybody should stand up for him. The Gemara says that a Tamachachim that's on an animal, there's two ways to look at it. You can say that Tamachachim is sitting. Or you can look at it as the animal standing. Does he have a halacha somebody sitting? Or a halacha somebody walking? And then you have to stand up for him. So the Gemara says that somebody that's on an animal is like he's standing. You see this halacha by Evan Amidaz. The Evan of a Mitzvah that has saras on it is Mekama B'Layel. It's in a room or under a tree. Everything under the tree becomes tummy. But that's only if the person holding the stone is sitting. Like a Mitzvah who's sitting. The Pasuk says you have to be in a sitting position. So therefore, you see the idea that even though the person is standing, the stone is considered standing. If the person is sitting, the stone is considered. So too, the person is on an animal. It goes by the animal. If the animal is standing, the person is considered standing. We all stand up for Sefer Torah. Why? Because we make a Kavachaymer, the Kavachayim that learns from the Sefer Torah, you stand up for him, you stand up for Sefer Torah. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day and an unbelievable year.
Charlie Kirk began coming under pressure from his own base. I would say, I actually forgot which year it was, but it was like 3 or 4 years ago. And it was called the Groiper Wars. And Charlie Kirk would do these TPUSA tours around the country, and young men would file in, and they would, you get to question Charlie Kirk and debate him, and they hit him from an angle he never expected. They were from this organization called the Groipers, which sort of follows Nick Fuentes. They're anti-Israel, they're kind of anti-Jewish. Some people call them white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. They're very anti-Israel. They believe they're the true voice of America first, because the U.S. government has fallen under the control of this malign foreign power in Israel. So they would confront Charlie Kirk with the history of, for example, USS Liberty, the U.S. naval ship that was deliberately struck by the Israeli military in the 1967 war in order to cripple that boat, because it was a surveillance boat. It was listening to Israeli communications, and they killed scores of sailors. They would confront Charlie Kirk with a difference between Israeli interests and American interests while holding up a cross, and Charlie Kirk would just shut down the conversation, because he knew that if he would give an inch to them, he would threaten the relationship with his donors, the TPUSA collapse. And after October 7th, the pressure was just too extreme. The whole crowd of the conservative movement, everyone under 35 started to question the U.S.'s relationship, because they wanted to be America first. They saw Netanyahu just leading Trump around by the balls. They saw Miriam Adamson, this Israeli intelligence asset billionaire, just calling shots inside the White House. And a lot of them are pro-life and were horrified by the slaughter of babies that they saw in Gaza. The bottom dropped out of right-wing news support for Israel, to the point where now only about 25% of Republicans under 35 support Israel over Palestine. So Charlie Kirk has to answer through his own grassroots base, and you can hear he's starting to make some noises. He's talking about October 7th possibly being an inside job. Israel let it happen in order to carry out long-term political goals. He starts to question whether Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli Mossad agent at a time when the Epstein files were becoming an uncomfortable issue for Trump, and it all blew out into the open at TPUSA's July Youth Summit in, I believe it was Tampa, Florida, right in Tallahassee. Tucker gave a speech. Right. So Tucker gave a speech. I mean, that was the seminal moment, but it wasn't just Tucker. Megyn Kelly had started questioning Israel, and she's on stage calling Jeffrey Epstein a Mossad agent with Charlie. Comic Dave Smith, who myself is a Jewish anti-Zionist where the humor comes from. Libertarian world, so he was welcomed on stage to debate a Zionist propagandist who works for Newsweek, Joshua Hammer, debate. No, that's not something you want, especially at this point, if you were like a pro-Israel enforcer. And Dave Smith was openly talking about the slaughter of children in Gaza, and the crowd was cheering in this cathartic way. Then Tucker comes out and says, you should not be, your citizenship yanked if you fight for a foreign army. Right? Hundreds, thousands of American Jewish who go to Israel and fight for their army instead of our own. So that's a direct blow to not just the Israel army, but like the concept of Jewish communal life as it's understood by its leadership. Then Tucker calls out Bill Ackman, who's one of the biggest Netanyahu money men inside the U.S., who's pulling strings at Harvard, getting their funding pulled unless they crack down on Palestine activism. And he questions Bill Ackman, he calls him a scam artist, and said, how did he make $9 billion? Like, where did it come from? I mean, and Bill Ackman, the next day, he couldn't really answer the question. He published like a 5,000-word meltdown Twitter post trying to defend his financial investments. It was just bonkers. I'd never seen anything like it. But it was all Charlie Kirk's fault for sanctioning, for giving basically the people what they wanted. And after that, he started getting publicly attacked. Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, the two biggest Zionist enforcers in the media, very close to Netanyahu, biggest forces lobbying Trump to wage war on Iran, went off on TPUSA, said we can't be having a Big Ten if it includes coups. Laura Lugar, we all know who she is. She publicly attacked Charlie Kirk and said he basically had to step down. He was getting attacked in pro-Israel media. What we didn't know, which I have learned, is in private, the pressure was even more intense. He was being bombarded with text messages. And at some point, Netanyahu personally called him and offered to basically fund his organization to new levels that he never even imagined, which meant, Zionist Israeli takeover, complete recapture of TPUSA, an organization they basically helped create. And Charlie Kirk turned him down. And after Charlie Kirk was killed, we know that Netanyahu wouldn't stop posting about it. Like minutes after he was killed, when his body was still warm, Netanyahu was posting about him, interrupting his 7-front war in the Middle East and his global assassination spree, where he's trying to kill people even inside a U.S. ally.
Some listeners say, it's not as one goal. This is very trivial event in previous video. So that's how we learn the cultural commissions say that are not as one goal because only these and not the others. Or we learn it from Syrian as we saw with the federal center, only Syrian the culture.
I mean, never seen anything like that. Right. And
or we learn it from Syrian. Yeah. Syrian, our mitzvahs say as man gromo. And the federal center are two, meaning that every mitzvahs say which are not as man gromo, which are not all the time, they are obligated to do. Now, according to Rabbi is an interesting thing. He holds the three of the video ladies are obligated. You know, so now you have one mitzvah, which is not as man gromo, they're higher. Now he has another mitzvah that then one of these two is Moivo Ava Kiud Avo Ein, this is saying that not as man gromo, and ladies are also obligated in that mitzvah. So now, people are not married. So now, they have two mitzvahs, I say, which are not as man gromo, that they're obligated, so why isn't that make sure like that one don't teach it anywhere else? That's what the Gemara is telling you, that they're both needed. You can't bring one from the other, you need both, so it's not considered to make sure avoiding that one. Okay. Now we're moving to mitzvah loitas, and that's the mitzvah says that they're obligated in every single mitzvah loitas set aside a few. So what's the reason they're tied in loitas? So there's a rule in the Pasuk. The Pasuk teaches that they're equal to men, don't unteach of a Torah, Rabbi, loitas, explain it, with Malchus Perlam, also for being for any dealing with has to do with business, monetary issues, for issues like that, and also if anyone kills a woman, or not kills a woman, it has the same halacha as killing a man, it's equal. The Gemara says the Torah needs to write all three, they typically write only that they're obligated in unto in Switzerland, using Kafala, they write dealing, because that's the only way they can live, and they can write like Esau. I would think that the Torah is not somewhere to cause, or why? Why?
Left and the Palestine solidarity movement
and that aspect is like a man, that's why I mean.
And so in a way, he was kind of through by what had happened. And that fuels the speculation. But the real issue was, as we learned from a longtime friend of Charlie Kirk, who had spoken to him, I would say, a week or two before he was killed about this, he was afraid of Netanyahu and he was afraid of these billionaire cutouts of Netanyahu, and many of them had funded his organization. So let me ask you,
Then you would use this to different halacha to teach you only the way of teaching of shaving the beard. You're not allowed to shave a beard only with a knife, and not with something that pulls it out or the scissors. You're allowed to shave the beard with scissors or something that pulls out the hair. So that's why the Torah wrote the word payas extra to teach me that it's a full zera shava. They don't think that the Bnei Ahari, which says by Tumah, goes only on the Tumah, it also goes on shaving, which is in the same cause. The Gemara says that we find a place, a brisa, that says that if a lady or a studies have a beard, it's considered a beard. So what is it talking about? It's obviously not talking about the issue of shaving, because she's allowed to shave it in whatever way she wants. So the Gemara answers it's talking about tumas negoin. That there's a difference in halacha between tuma of a nega, which is any other place in the body, and on the head where there's hair. So if she has a beard, it's considered like she has a beard. To tumas negoin that has this unique halacha for a place with hair. Have a good bench deal.
Providing space in the largest conservative youth organization in American history, which is the institutional grassroots apparatus of Trump and the Republican Party, for Israel critics and even anti-Zionists. So I didn't say that. I don't have I can't see any hard material evidence that Israel had him killed. But there's
Kiddushin Daf Lamed Vav. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. A Gemar Chasin Toiva with Ben Shior. Sitting here on Tzon Gedalia. Hope it's a new fast for everybody. There's an Isser D'Oraisa of Karpa, which is if a person out of pain, losing a close relative or somebody that they know, rips out their hair from their head, they're over on the Isser of Karpa. He comes up with a big solution. He says this Isser doesn't apply to women. Why does he say that? So they have a three-way machlokes. Those who say because it says in the pasuk the word banim, and banim refers to sons and not daughters. The fact that the Torah says Am Kadosh, the entire nation, holy nation, is referring to another Isser called Yedida. Yedida and Srita are very similar. According to Isi, they're the same. Yedida is where a person takes a tool and rips his skin out of pain for the mace, and Srita is with his hand. Now, he holds that Yedida is in the entire body. Everybody holds it's on the entire body, all skin, whereas Karka is only in the head. So therefore, he removes that Isser. He says that doesn't apply to women. Abai and Rabbi have a different reason. Abai and Rabbi both say that the word banim doesn't refer to sons, rather refers to children. But it says, they both say that all of Klal Yisrael is considered banim, regardless. And we're going to get into it a little bit. So according to Abaya, this is going to hold as Xer Shava from Karpa from the Kohana. Now, without the Xer Shava, we would think that, as you see in the parasha, it says Bnei Aaron. In the beginning, it talks about the sons of Aaron. Does it refer to the entire parasha afterwards, including pasuk Hey that says about Karpa? Because without the Xer Shava, I would say that pasuk Gimel makes a break. It should become tamei to a sister who's never married. That applies also to women. Women should bury a sister that was never married. That's a positive. That's a mitzvah say. Go ahead and bury them. So perhaps it's a hefsek for all the lois assays that come after that. So the Bnei Aaron doesn't apply the pasuk Hey for that. Because we have Xer Shava, it does. According to Rabbi, this Xer Shava only comes to teach us that Karpa is not just being in Ephraim like the pasuk says. It's referring to the entire head, all here in the back, in the front, and the sides. And if a person rips out 5 different places of his head simultaneously, he's chayav 5 times. And it only applies to rip out your hair for a mace. Rabbi doesn't hold like Abaya. They can learn a second Xer Shava from the extra hay of Karpa. So Rabbi learned the Xer Shava of Beini Neicham from Tefillin. Just like Tefillin, women are potter from wearing clothes, so too they're potter from the Isser of Karpa. When Abaya uses Xer Shava, Beini Neicham to teach us that Tefillin must be put on the head where there's hair. And the fact that brought in the shear that if you put your tefillin shorosh slightly below the roots of your hair, in other words, if somebody has long hair coming down, that's not the makom. The makom is where the roots are. Slightly past that, the Mishnah says it's not yaitza, and it's a bracha of akala. It's possible a person wears tefillin his entire life, and he's never yaitza. According to Rabbi, Klal Yisrael are considered budding children only when they act like children. Do the proper thing. According to Rabbi, even when they act b'shtus, or they're not loyal, like Amo, or mashchisim, even if they do avodah zarah, they're considered budding. A person does tshuva after he does avodah zarah. Not only is he considered a ben, but he's considered a ma'alya, a great son. Mishnah tells us, brand new Mishnah, that the following things don't apply to women at all. These are avodas in the Beis Hamikdash. First one is smicha, where when you bring carbon, you lean your entire body weight on the carbon. You see sleeping, that doesn't apply to women. Smicha, take a mincha, and you shake it like a lulav, like forwards, backwards, up, down. Besides, a mincha soita and a nazira, which do apply to women. A woman doesn't do the avodah kohanim doing malika, which is the way you chef the bird in the Beis Hamikdash with your thumbnail, hazah, sprinkling of the blood, even that of a bird, because it's not flavor that you hear from an animal. An animal, you can do shechita with a Yisrael. Yisrael's kosher with the shechita, but from that point on, the time takes over. But when it comes to a bird, the malik is only with the kind, so certainly from that point on, it has to be done with the kind, and not a woman. The hazah of the paraduma is sprinkled towards the Beis Hamikdash by paraduma, and the parapini and kippur being a parrot, that's kosher, that's something that's only the kind of. To receive the blood after the shechita, only a kohen, not a woman. Hagasha, to take the mincha in its pot and touch the southwest corner of the mizbeach, that's not a woman. Mitzah, to put your hand into the flour and grab 3 fingers worth of flour to make it mitzah, that's only by a man. And hakara, I'm putting the carbon onto the mizbeach. We learned the idea of pluva with a kohen from a saita, and the fact that it has to be the owner as well. We learned that from Shlomo. Make it Gzer Shava Yad, that kohen together with the bailam, even the saita, the kohen does together with her, and that's how you do knufa. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day.
Get a king size bed. Don't do that. I could never sit up. I could never sit like that. But you guys ought to jump on the bus sometime and we do this church in other parts of the country. Yeah. The bus, it will be here tonight. It'll get in tonight from Tennessee. And
Kiddushin Daf Lamed Zayin. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. The Mishnah tells us that any mitzvah that's dependent on the land, on the karka, or on the growth that comes out of the land, like Shemitah, that's a mitzvah that only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Besides 2 mitzvahs, Arla, the Isser, to have any benefit, any hana from fruits that are less than 3 years old, and Kalayim, that's putting together 2 species of plants. And that's halacha l'mishmasina, that those 2 things also apply in chutzpah. According to Lezer, the word moishah means every single place. Therefore, the Isser of Kadosh, and that is that all grain that took root before the second day of Pesach is usher until you bring the carbon oimer. And that Isser applies every single place, even the chutzpah according to Rabbi. And that's how most Rishonim pass today. Isser Kadosh applies in the chutzpah as well. Rabbi Shmuel says that the word Moshe means after you inherit Eretz Yisrael and you settle in it, Yerusha and Yeshiva. Therefore, the Isser of Kadosh only applies in Eretz Yisrael and not in chutzpah. In other words, according to Lezer, when it says the word Bia and Moshe, and some say that it applies also when the word Bia is by itself. Why? Because you learn from the Bikurim and to make yourself a king. and it's not considered Shnei Ksuvim Labayim Kefach. Typically speaking, when you have one halakha in the Torah, you take that one halakha, and you learn the entire Torah from that one halakha. When you have two psukim saying the same exact thing, Shnei Ksuvim Labayim Kefach ain't Melamdi. Because what we're saying, it's only these two places. However, if each one of those places has its feature, there's a reason why the Torah said this and this. So now you can learn from this. So what's the feature? By the Purim, the person has a hana, immediate satisfaction when he has fruit. So you think, why wait for 14 years until you inherit Eretz Yisrael and divide up Eretz Yisrael? Read the Purim right now. Does the pasuk know? You wait for 14 years. I would think that the Purim is like Chala. Chala, the Torah says B'vayachim. Immediately, when you come to Eretz Yisrael, you chai Chala. The Purim is also something you give to the Torah. On the flip side, the king, I would also think that it's something that you should do immediately when you go to Eretz Yisrael. The king leads the war. I need a leader. I need a general for the war. Marshal, no. You wait 14 years. That's why, you know, that an individual who brings Nesachim, when you bring a carbon, many carbonis require you bring oil, you bring wine, Nesachim, you bring wine. That only applies once you have Yerusha Yeshiva, 14 years in Eretz Yisrael. But according to Rekiva, that an individual was already bringing Nesachim in the Midbar. So when the Torah says that when you come into Eretz Yisrael, so what's going on when I come to Eretz Yisrael? What changed? I already brought Nesachim. Oh, what the Rekiva means that when you have a Bamas Yachid, you have your own private Mizbech in your backyard. When you come into Eretz Yisrael, what changed is now you start bringing Nesachim on that private Bama, whereas in the Midbar you did it. Any mitzvah that's dependent on the person, not on the ground, like Shabbos, Mila, etc., that you have to do all over the world. The Zara says it straight out, all over the world. Now, it says, Moshe by Shabbos, to teach us that this applies everywhere around the world, but that you don't need to do Kiddush, you don't have to do a Kaddish. All other Yom Tovim, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, it's dependent on Bezdin being Kaddish the month in Yehuda. Once you know when there's Kiddush HaChodesh, you know when Yom Tov. So I would think that maybe every Shabbos is dependent on Bezdin saying, oh, these days in Kiddush, no. Not Kosh Baruch Hu Kaddish Yisrael and Shabbos. The issue that we have to eat Keilah, fat, blood, today, not only in the time when it's Korbanos, even though it says the halacha by Korbanos, because we have this idea of Moshe everywhere. Matzah Mara, even though there's no carbon Pesach, same reason. Now it says the word Gia by Tefillin and Pedachamar to teach us that the mitzvah, these two mitzvahs of Pedachamar, which is to redeem the firstborn donkey, you give a sheep instead of a donkey. If not, you have to cut its head off. Tell us that these two mitzvahs is why we were Zoicha to go into Yisrael, Yahoisav, having a wonderful day.
Terminals are so close together that there's no room for a fucking one of them chairs. You give $20 to a black guy with a golf cart. No, you gotta fucking hump it, dude. You gotta fucking rock. And then if you're hungry, fuck you gotta rock. There's no eat. Sometimes I take out for the one night with my ear infection. You know what? So they gave me this.
Kedushin Daf Lamed Ches. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. Discussing the Isser of Chodesh, and that is all new grain, the 5 grains that grew after the second day of Pesach, it even took root after the second day of Pesach, is also to eat, even in our days, even in Kitzlaret, until you bring the Omer on the second day of Pesach. Once you bring the Omer on the second day of Pesach, it becomes Mutter. We can't bring the Omer, we don't have a Bisamidah, so the second day of Pesach is Matter. When the man the Omar that this Isser only started once Klal Yisrael was in Eretz Yisrael for 14 years after the Yerusha and Yeshiva. So why did they wait until the second day of Pesach to eat from the new crop? The answer is because they had plenty of mun. The mun lasted them all the way from Zayin Adar, which was the last day that the Omer fell. That was the day that Moshe Rabbeinu was nifter. The mun only came in the schus of Moshe Rabbeinu. So they had this mun from Zayin Adar all the way till Ches Zayin Nisan. Moshe Rabbeinu's nifter, the K'tzei Eretz Canaan, without Ismail. And Ezai Nisan, Yisrael obviously was already in Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Nation. There's a total of 40 years that Yisrael had money, because we're going to take into consideration the Ugois that they took out of Mitzrayim that had the flavor of money. Moshe Rabbeinu states, I'm 120, ben Esrim, May of Esrim Shana Anochi Hayoim, I'm 120 years old today. That's the exact day he was born on, that's the exact day he was nifter, because of his Baruch fills the years of Tzadikim to complete these mashim year. According to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, he says there are 3 mitzvahs that take place everywhere in the Derais: Chodosh, Arla, and Klai. It says the word Moshe by Chodosh, or we make it have a chayma. If Chodosh, which is the easier Isser, you could bring a carbon oimer and it becomes mutter. You're allowed to feed the oimer even before you bring the carbon oimer. You're allowed to feed that wheat, that grain to your animals. So certainly Klayim and Arla, which they are also bahana, you can't feed it to your animal, and they never have a heter when they're also. So certainly they should be also chutzlards as well. Arla, by the way, its isser is not an isser oil. In other words, after 3 years, this tree becomes mutter according to that. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's son, Rabbi Elazar, he argues on his father, and he says Chodosh is mutter chutzlards, just like all the other mitzvahs that the minhag Yisrael started keeping it after they came to Eretz Yisrael. There's an exception to the rule, says Rabbi Elazar Bar Shimon. 2 halachas. The halacha of Hashmatas Ksavim. If you loan somebody money and Shemitah comes, he doesn't have to pay you back. Even according to Rabbi, that it only applies in a time where there's Shemitah's karka. And Shiluach Havadim, you have to send off your slave. If you have a Jewish slave, you send them off by Yovel. Even though the minhag of we're only noig only in a time when there is a Yovel in Eretz Yisrael. There's a Mishnah that says anonymously that Chodosh is also midoraisa, and we learn that Arla is a halacha l'Moshe Sinai, although there are those who argue and they say that Arla is not halacha l'Moshe Sinai, rather it's something that Klai Yisrael accepted as halacha. Klayim is the Rabbanah. According to the Manor about Arla, they'll hold both Klayim and Arla is the Rabbanah. Therefore, when you have a suffix, is this Arla? Is this Klayim? The suffix in Eretz Yisrael is also. That's how it's asking in Syria, it's mutter. In Chutzlar, it gets even better. When it comes to Arla, as long as nobody sees him, the guy picking it. And in Klayim, you're not allowed to pick it yourself. The voice eyes have a wonderful day.
Fly fucking Southwest. So what happened was, I come back on a Monday night from fucking El Paso. I've been sitting on a bus for 12 hours. I must have fell asleep sideways. I was about 370 at the time. And the crease of the fat in my ass built the pimple up. 3 or 4 inches from my asshole. Had it like
Kiddushin Daf Lamed Tes. How's everybody doing? And welcome to the 8-minute daf. According to everybody in Chutzlar, when you have a suffix Arla, you're not sure 100% that this is a piece of Arla, a fruit that grew in the first 3 years of the tree. According to everybody, it's supposed to be. The Yochanan, however, said that those who are not matzah in Arla or Chutzlar, you have to do something about it. And he said it's also to make a suffix be a dime. In other words, you can't go deliberately pretend that it's a suffix and give it to somebody else to eat. The Lord tells us to grab a tree, take a branch and put it into another tree physically. For that you get malchus, even a chutzlar. This is an isser which Baruch gave before Matan Torah to Bnei Noach. And the reason is, we say it's just like Harvah, just like you can't put 2 animals together to create a third species, so too you can't take 2 trees and put them together. It's the same isser from before Matan Torah. The Torah says the word Yisachar, your field, that's a field that was received from Shemayim. That's an Eretz Yisrael. When it comes to exclude Klei HaKerem, that's when you take seeds and you plant it in a vineyard. That's also in Chutzlar. What's also in the Rabbanan is only when you take 3 types of seeds. You take wheat, barley, and a grapeseed together, put them in the ground. That's also in the Rabbanan. Why? In Chutzlar, because that itself is also bahana in Eretz Yisrael. So we take it down a step. This that round. famous Galad Rabbi, he had a yeshiva. And for his Bachar yeshiva, for his Talmidim, he planted a garden of vegetables. And he planted them in individual rows. Why did he do so? He lived in bubbles. Well, don't say it's because he's makbid on putting the different seeds together in Fuslars, or rather the reason is because he wanted to have a beautiful garden for his yeshiva, or for the shamish that his job was to pick the vegetables. It's easy for him to find them. With this, our boy side, we finished half a Shas. And right now we're on to the second half of Shas. It's a beautiful mission with Agadita. The mission tells us, and we just read the simple words, it's difficult to understand, but that's why we have the Gemara. The mission tells us a person does one mitzvah. His Rabbi is going to do good for him, his Rabbi is going to do good for him, and give him a and he's going to have Olam Haba. But the point is, the Gemara tells us, we're talking about an individual that he has 50% mitzvahs, 50% others. And with one extra mitzvah, now let's say 51%, whatever the percentage is, that takes the scale to the good. What about the famous mitzvahs that we say every day? These are very 5 special mitzvahs. To the point that the person is exactly 50-50. And on the side of the mitzvahs, one of those mitzvahs happens to be one of these 5 mitzvahs. Let's say kibbud avei. So even though it's only 50-50, not 51%, 50-50, that mitzvah has the power to tip the scale in his favor. According to Taisus, HaKadosh Baruch Hu considers him a tzaddik gomer. Whereas in other mitzvahs, he's considered a beinani, an average Jew. But there's a brisa, and the brisa says that whoever has more mitzvahs than averos, he gets yisurim, terrible punishments in this world. What does it mean? So according to Bible Shabbos, he receives a yom tov. You can call it any way you want, be a young Rav or a young Puff. But the point is that it's a good thing, because if you do bad for him, because through the bad, he receives his proper reward in Olam Haba. By getting rid of the bad in this world, you free yourself up for the good in the world to come, and vice versa. If Russia gets good in this world, that's a young Rav, because he's actually, even though he's getting good, it's bad for him. Because now, in Olam Haba, he won't have what he wants. According to Rabbi, the brisa goes like Rabbi Yaakov. Yaakov is of the opinion that in this world you don't get awarded for mitzvahs. There's no schar l'mitzvahs by the Why? Because he himself saw a story that forced him into this. He saw a father tell his son, go climb up the ladder to the tower and retrieve the chicks from that bird. She blew off the tower. The two mitzvahs that the Torah says you get arichas. And on the way down, the son fell off the ladder and died. She says it's impossible. It's not a steer to the pasuk. Shari is again arichas yamim is olam ha'emes. And the fact is that even with all this, if a person thinks to himself, he says, look, it can't be. If he's doing such a mitzvah, he won't even be able to be bacharer in Avodah Zarah. So how did he die? Must be olam ha'emes. Now, there's another issue. When a person does a mitzvah, he's a shliach to do a mitzvah, he shouldn't have any damage, it says, even on the way back. Over here, it's a little different because we're talking about a ladder that's a broken ladder he used, and he shouldn't have been using that ladder. The Gemara tells us, Achad, he's a Russia, he's a Meir's Rebbe, he's a big buckle, and he went off. Why did he go off? So we learned different reasons, I think it was, but the Gemara here tells us, because he saw this story, and he had the question, how is it possible that a son that's been given out of aim and Shulchan Aruch doesn't have a Arichas Yom? And immediately he went off. The Gemara says it's also possible that he saw the tongue of Chutzpis HaMetzuyim. Chutzpis was the Metzuyim of the Yom. He repeated all the Torah, and he said, how is it possible that somebody repeats Torah from the Yom, the rolling in a pillow, and his tongue is on the ground, and pigs are dragging his tongue around and one up again? When a person doesn't do an Aveira, he has an opportunity to do an Aveira, and he watches himself and he doesn't do that Aveira. It's as if he performed the mitzvah, and not only that, he gets a special shmirah of protection. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day.
So fucking worth it. You just buy it.
The economy is working.
Goddamn
A couple weeks ago, I was upgraded to first class, and I still didn't know to make the flight because of the security on it. This is what's going on out there. The holidays.
Kiddushin Daf Mem, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. Gemara tells us that if a person is faced with an Avera and he controls himself and doesn't do the Avera, this is the greatest mitzvah a person can do, says Rashi. The greatest mitzvah. In fact, Gemara brings 3 stories. One with Rabbi Chanina, the other with Rabbi Tzadok, and Rav Kahana. All 3 of them faced a situation where a woman invited them to do an Avera. Rabbi Chanina, he jumped into a bathhouse even though he was mazikin and he was saved. Rabbi Tzadok jumped into an oven in order not to be over that Avera. And Rabbi Kahana actually jumped off the roof. When Yohanavi came and saved him, and because of Yohanavi, the reason why I got into this beginning is because I was selling baskets to women, and it's because I'm poor. So Yohanavi gave him money. The point is that when a person saves himself from doing an Avera, it's a tremendous thing. Like we spoke later on, there's news of such a person. The famous Mishnah, the Gemara wonders why isn't Shiluach Haken one of the mitzvahs in the Mishnah? Shiluach Haken, as the Torah says, you get a Arichas Yamim, you get a Mazeh, you get a Rabbi. And the answer is because the Mishnah is only bringing things that you're good with your Kodesh with them and with your fellow Jew. You do Kibbutz Avayim, you do Miras Chesed, etc. Whereas Shiluach Haken is between you and your Rebbeinu Shalom. The Gemara tells us that a mitzvah has dividends. Hashem pays more than the actual value of the mitzvah. Whereas in Avera, Hashem pays exactly as the Avera is. There's one exception. If the person does an Avera, where other people learn from him. He's an important person, for instance. And other people do that Avera because he did it. So now that Avera that he did has dividends. Other people are mimicking him, and therefore he'll receive a punishment for the dividends that he has. It says in the Pasuk of Choshvei Shemai that a mitzvah is Baruch Hu's mitzaref, machshava l'maisa. A person thinks about doing a mitzvah, and then he has some sort of oinus and he can't do it, Hashem will give him the sefar. But in Avera, typically speaking, if a person thinks about doing an Avera and he doesn't do the Avera, he doesn't get an oinus unless it's one of the following exceptions. If he followed through his machshava, he had a machshava, then he did an Avera, he gets punished for the machshava. Or if he had a machshava of a zara, even though he didn't do that with the zara, as we had yesterday, he gets an item. And also, if a person does the same Avera over and over, to the point where he becomes so used to it, he thinks that it's mutter. It's as if it's mutter. So just thinking about that Avera, even though he didn't follow through, he receives the item. Gemara tells us it's better for a person to do an Avera in hiding with Zochel Hashem rather than do it in public. A person who controls the Yitzhak and does that Avera in hiding, then that's a big slap in the face of the upper Rebbeinu Shalom. Because now he doesn't care of the Rebbeinu Shalom. According to Rabbi, it's referring to the Isser of looking at a rainbow. When it comes to Chil Hashem, the Baruch Hu doesn't wait, it doesn't let the person build up credit, so to speak. The Baruch Hu takes care of the Avera very quickly and swiftly. And not only that, if the person has 50% Avera, 50% mitzvahs, then the Baruch Hu will use that Avera of Chil Hashem and tip the scale in the wrong direction. The Lord gives us an 8 seconds. The person should view himself for the world as if you're 50-50. So anytime he does a mitzvah, he's tipping the scale in his favor, in the world's favor. And if Chas v'Shalom is an Avera, he's tipping the scale in the wrong direction. A person who feels bad for the mitzvahs that he's done in the past, or the Averas that he's done, he erases those mitzvahs and erases those Averas. It's a tremendous yisod. A person goes his entire life doing mitzvahs, and the last minute he feels bad for everything that he did. It gets erased. Brand new Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that a person who has these 3 things, he learns Chumash, he learns Mishnah, and he has their parents, he won't be chayta so quick. He won't sin that quick. When a tzaddik has yisurim, it's as if he's a tree that's in a makom tahara, where its branches go to a makom tumah. And when you take off the branches from the makom tumah, then everything, the entire tree remains in a makom tahara. So too with yisurim. A tzaddik is complete tahara, but he has a little bit of a problem, a little bit of tumah. Hashem chops off that place so that he completely is tahara. And when it comes to Rishon, it's the opposite. They're completely in Tumah. They have a little bit of Tahara, so Hashem gets rid of their Tahara in this world and gives them some Sechar, so that when they come to Olam HaEmes, they don't have that. The Tarfin held that doing a mitzvah is greater than learning Torah. Min v'Dami. The Rabbanim came together, the Tanaim came together, and they said, that Torah is greater, because Torah brings a person to do mitzvahs. And therefore you have both. You have Talmud Torah and the mitzvah. Even that Torah came 40 years before Chala, 54 years before Kings of Meisers, 61 years Shemitah, and 103 years for Yovel. That's Misham in the beginning. And when a person goes up to Shemayim, the first thing they take care of, the first business they take care of, is have you learned Torah? How much Torah? Why did you learn Torah? And the first Sechar they give him is for Torah. Why? Because Torah comes before Ma'aseh. The person who doesn't have these three things, Mikra, Mishnah, Torah, then he's not Yishul. He doesn't belong in this world. He's Pasala this. Just like a person who eats in the marketplace in public is similar to a dog. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day.
It's amazing how much these companies treat the customers like crap. Like, especially, well, there's no fucking reason why they. I mean, all right, if you were the worst person in the fucking world, go work at the airport, because no one will bitch about you because they don't have time to fill out a form. They don't have time to fucking talk to your manager. They just don't. They got a plane to catch, so they go like it's a dick, and they watch you next plane. You get it. If it's free, it's awesome. You're an asshole. Cool to get
not supposed to send a shliach to do it for them. A woman doesn't have this problem. If you're not worried that when she's something in his appearance that may bother her, the lady is happy with whatever appearance her husband has, as long as she's trying to marry him, she's happy. Now, still the Mishnah says, she gets married on their own, it's better than doing it for shliach. Halacha, when you can do something on your own, a mitzvah, you do it on your own, but when you do it on your own, you get more reward, but it's better when you're involved in the body in the mitzvah. There's a concept of mitzvah where it's better to do it on your own. It's a fucking happier, it's like bounding yourself. But you see how many also bound yourself and doing the mitzvah on their own. Going for Shabbos, there's a father who introduces his daughter to his owner, and the daughter being Anaya. If you remember looking at the father, able to marry off his daughter under his wealth. Anaya was his wealth, old enough to say, I want to marry her. So the person has only done marrying her off. Again, it's not the reason to say that. The reason that you have to make it earlier, it's made up the image in the favor. So then it's allowed to marry her, marry her off, even if she did the time. Now we move to the next topic of fucking Shibami. So how do you know that says by eating the Shalach, so you take the Shalach from the word, and you say that means that man can just from the extra hey, the Shishach, and then the woman can go Shliach, and from the fact that Shalach says the word the Shishach wife, you name the Shliach, and make the Shliach to the point of another Shliach. So that's how we know in Egypt. How do you know that the Egyptians? Because hey, we also the wife of whatever. But Kevin will work hard and make a ton of money. But what if he takes 2 years off? You know, just to relax and build up a new habit. You know, that's when you're rating props to 5,000 likes. I mean, but Stephen Joe and Kevin do it. No more. I mean, it's juggling. You still don't go around UFCs, right? But that's how we know in culture. If you want to take it from together, from country, and from action heroes, also, what it is, but you know, if you want to bring a right specifically in, Yama, then the answer is that I would think there's two answers. One answer is that it comes to give his life. That's what according to the Shita, they're going to give his own Tmula. He gives his own Tmula, what things to say, can be a Shliach for a Jew, so when he takes Tmula, he's called to be a Shliach. Now, there's an opinion that one can't give his own Tmula, so there are 40% can't be a Shliach. So when you take say a pasuk of Tmula, the Ganate, so that what things to say, you Tmula, you can't have a Shliach. Why? Because the pasuk says Atem. The word Atem translates through. That's not to do yourself. Giving Tmula, not your worker, not your partner, not the worker that you're finding, unless you make Tmula whatever the reason that you're supposed to do, as you follow the Lord teaching. But to give Tmula everything there that you just feel like something doesn't have to make it. Now, one thing is also you can't do a Shliach. That's what it's saying, specifically that you could make a Shliach by Tmula also. Now, when a person is a Shliach by Tmula, what does he do? If he knows what that person doesn't usually give, he gives what that person is supposed to be a Shliach. Because that Tmula usually gives. But if he doesn't know what he gives, he gives by only 2%, 1 out of 50. And if he gave 1 out of 40 or 1 out of 50, what? That's what the person would want to give. Now, about that, it's also, okay, if he does it, that's what I thought, the person can't say, that's not what I did. So, one short point about the difference in point between differences. So, Tshuva is realizing that there's no more value. Hashem wants us to understand why it's possible. He gives us the best insight. It turns out the best advice. There are some sort of advice, how to live life the best way. And you realize you're going to know you're coming back in the shed, you're in the safe. I want to come back and regret all the bad things I did against the will. So now I'm totally what you want me to do. So Hashem says, oh, come back. That's why he made me different. You have to believe that the person doesn't believe in the Chacham of the Kippur, doesn't get it. So you have to believe that everyone the way it comes less than what the way before. That's how we're going to have to. Should all be grateful. I'm not going to say that happy life. This phone call out the door, so regarding their degree and authority, for a show for 5 good years, and my glory, to stick away from my kids. The kids are fine. He's fine. The U.S. belongs to with the UFC, so it's all in house. So yeah, then people make me laugh. I know these clubs are like, so what's it gonna take for Joe Rogan to come to my club? I want to say, listen, act to God. He comes in for one fucking.
Kedushin Daf Mem Beis, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the Minute Daf. It's Erev Yom Kippur right now. It's a few hours before Yom Kippur. I want to wish everybody a year of health, of nachas, parnasa, and all the best things. A year full of Torah. We're middle of a sugya of shlichus. We have Shalom Kamoisa. A person sends an agent to halachas. It's as if he himself did that action. According to Rabbi Yonason, that learns from the pasuk in Korban Pesach, the Shachatu, that the Prophet is coming to say not the idea of shliach, but rather that all of Klal Yisrael could be yotze for one single animal, even though it's impossible to give each person a kazayas. So how does he know the idea of shlichus when it comes to korbanos? That he's not a shultif with the other korbanos. He learns it from V'yikulu. It says it twice by Korban Pesach, the idea of shlichus, and we know throughout Shas. You made an even zeh, then you even nachar. I can't use this pasuk here because I already have another pasuk. Let me use it for something else, for other korbanos. The fact that the Torah says ish with the achloi, he learns ish means an adult. That if an adult finds an object in the street, he can have in mind, let me be zoich on this object for my friend Shimon somewhere else. But a cotton cannot do so because it says ish, an adult. The pasuk says v'nosi echad mimake, that from each shevet he appointed a nasi, a prince, to take care of the Yerusha, the Chalukas Haaretz. And the Gemara learns from here that Bezin can appoint an apotropos for these sons. So let's say there's 3 brothers who lost their father, Rahman al-Islam. Then Bezin appoints an apotropos for each one of the 3 boys, divide up the inheritance, the Yerusha. Even though they intend for the good of that child that they're representing, nevertheless it's possible that it won't turn out so good. According to Shmuel, if they made a mistake in the size, in other words, one of the boys, let's say, inherited from his mother previously a field. Now, the apotropos gave him from the father's field, he gave him a different caliber. Now, even though it's the exact same value as his brother's field, it's not good, because he wanted 2 fields to be close to each other. So it's a mistake in ruchos, inside. That's something that he could go back and annul. According to Rav Nachman, you can never annul anything, even ruchos. Why? Because of the idea, in Kain by Koyach Bezin Yachad. What power are you giving Bezin? Bezin has to have power that whatever they do, regardless if it's a mistake or not, it's a good division. Yet, if they made a mistake in value, they gave another person. So let's say the case was, you have somebody that borrowed money, and Bezin said he has to pay back, and he runs away. Bezin can take the loiva's property, sell it off, and pay the lender. But if they made a mistake in a shtus, which is a 1/6, Rav Nachman himself says that sale is off. But you just said that Bezin has power. Well, that's because they made a mistake. By Yisraelim, they didn't make a mistake. It was a perfect division. Just one of the Yisraelim didn't like it. So that stays. Rabbi says that looks like Rav Gamliel, that when Bezin make a mistake, the sale or the division is good. It's a good division. It's kaya. Even if they made a mistake in more than a shtos, where typically, in a purchaser, you would annul the sale. The Rabbi says that brothers who divide up property, they have a halacha like a purchaser. The halacha is that if somebody purchases an object for more than a 1/6 of the market value, the halacha is it's a good purchase, but the seller has to give back that 1/6. And if it's less than a 1/6, it's a good purchase. So when it comes to brothers, that's exactly what the halacha is. Besides, if one of the brothers sent an agent, then he could say, no, even if it's less than a shtos, I don't want this. Because I sent the agent to punish it, I sent you to do good for me and not to harm me. Another very interesting halacha is that anytime you divide up a property with a measuring device, a measuring stick, you divide anything up with weight or even a count, 100 tissues for a box, a dozen eggs, then the mekach is bottom even less than a shtos. There's no mechila on something like that. Even in real estate, where typically there's no halacha something else. If you sold something with a measuring stick, you divided something up with a measuring stick, and it's off, then you have to give back the karka. Gemara tells us halacha that ain't shliach le'varvei. In other words, you cannot send a messenger to burn down somebody's house and say that the sender has to pay, because there's no shliach le'varvei. There's a concept. Divrei harav, divrei talmud, divrei mishayim. When you're faced with a dilemma, Baruch Hu said to do one thing, but somebody else told me to do the other thing. Of course, you're going to listen to Baruch Hu. Therefore, the person doing the act that's wrong, he has to pay, not the sender. But there is an exception to the rule. There's a number of exceptions to the rule. One exception to the rule is Mi'ila. If a person uses money from the Beis Hamikdash unknowingly, he's chayav and has to pay a fine. If he sends a messenger to do it, then the messenger is not chayav. The one that sent him is chayav. So why don't we learn the whole Torah from Mi'ila? Because it's not just Mi'ila, it's somewhere else. It's shlichus yad as well. We'll explain what that is. But before we explain, once you have Mi'ila and shlichus yad, it's shnei ksuvim. It's 2 ksuvim. They say the same exact halacha. They ain't allowed, you can't learn out to the rest of the Torah. What's shlichus yad? Shlichus yad means if I give an object to somebody to watch, he becomes a shomer, a watcher, and he's part of the Neva Aveda unless he uses that object without permission. Not only that, if he sends an agent to use that object, then the shomer, the original shomer, he's responsible for Neva Aveda. So you see this idea only in 2 places, Me'ila and shlichus yad. According to the Shana, they say that you're chayiv in shlichus yad, in the word devar, that you're chayiv even thinking about using that object. So now you can't use the shlichus yad as the same person. So they learn, and that is, if a person steals an animal, and he goes ahead and he shechs the animal or he sells the animal, he's chayav 4 times that animal or 5 times the animal, depending if it's a sheep or not. But if he sends somebody to shech or to sell for him, he's chayav, not the shoichet or the seller, and that's the second pasuk. But Ein Melamdim, Rabbi say, have a wonderful day, have a very meaningful Yom Kippur. Be'ezer Hashem will see you after Yom Kippur.
She used to drink a Bloody Mary with a Heineken in it. Get it right. Makes a Bloody Mary with a Heineken in it. Walk around your house. She was such a spink. Like, she was such a spink. She didn't even have to sell it. She'd just fucking break it, put it in a drink, and eat it while she was talking to me. But you have to appreciate this.
Kedushin Daf Mem Gimel, how's everybody doing? Welcome to Beit Daf. Just yesterday we had Yom Kippur. Have a Givaldic year. Rabbi say, in the middle of a sugya of Shluch Shalom K'moisai, I appointed the shliach, an agent. He just fits right in as if I did it. The Gemara says, typically speaking, I cannot send somebody to do an avera for me. There are exceptions for you. And one of them is Mi'ilah that we said yesterday. And today we're talking about Tvicha U'Mechila. And that is, if a person steals a sheep or an ox, and then he goes ahead after he steals it and he sells it, or he shechs it, he's chayav 4 or 5, depending if it's an ox, it's 5, if it's a sheep, he has to pay 4. The halacha is that a person who sends a shliach, you shech this ox for me, the shaycha doesn't have to pay, the ganav has to pay. Why? Because it's just like Mechira. When you sell something, you need two parties. You need a purchaser, you need a seller, so too, by Tvicha. But here's the concept of Yesh Shliach L'Bayro. Here's a case where I send a messenger, and the sender has to pay. Shammai holds, and we say a lashon, and we have to explain it. But the person sends somebody, he hires a hitman to kill somebody. The one that hires is chayav. What does it mean chayav? So one shot is, Shammai will hold that it's shnei tzibim ba'im te'achad u'melamdim. Typically speaking, when we have two psukim that say the same halacha, in melamdim. But in this case, Shammai will hold that Yehuda, you have melamdim. You have Me'ilah and Tvicha, two psukim that say the same halacha that Yesh Shliach L'Bayro, and we learn to the rest of the Torah Yesh Shliach L'Bayro. The problem is, there's another pasuk that Shliach puts, that if you take a korban, like an oil, instead of shechting in the Beis Hamikdash, you shech it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are the sender is not chayav. The guy that does it is chayav. Why? Ein Shliach L'Bayro. So we have two psukim on this side, on the right side. We have one pasuk on the left side. Which one do we learn from? Well, Shammai won't learn from Shliach because they don't darshan the word hu. What does it do with ahu? We say that when two people shech the same animal, they hold on to the same knife, they shech the animal outside of the same English, they're potter. Also, they say that the shayge oinus or a mistake, potter. You can also explain what Shammai meant to say, is that, yes, when it comes to murder, the sender is chayav. It's a special halacha by murder, because it says by David HaMelech, he sent Uriah to the front line, and Nosson HaNavi accused him of murder, even though he didn't murder, David HaMelech didn't murder, Plishka murdered him. Oisai Arakto B'Chayr B'nei Ammon, through the murder. According to Chachamim, David is not chayav at all, because Uriah was a murdered Malchus. He used the lashon of Adoni, not to the king. In front of the king, he said, Adoni, my master, to somebody else. So for that alone, he's chayav Nisa, so David HaMelech is potter for killing Uriah. Another pshat is that Shammai meant that if you hire somebody to kill somebody else, you chayav. What does it mean chayav? So what does Hill say? Potter, obviously not. Hill would say you're chayav not for murder. You're chayav for something else. You're chayav for Ramadan murder. Shammai says no. When you get up to mind, you're going to be dying you as if you're a real murderer. It's a real strong avera. Gemara tells us, even if you say that according to Shammai, that if somebody sends a messenger, an agent to do something, it goes back to the sender. That would work in all the averas of the Torah, like Shabbos, but not for an avera that is enough, like Arayis, so we never found anywhere where a person benefits and enjoys an Aveira and somebody else pays for it. So there's a sheet in the Gemara that according to Beisilo, if somebody sends 3 people to be Mekadosh a woman, they cannot be able. This is a sugya of Shliach and Kedushin to be Mekadosh a woman. But he flip into an aid and testify, yes, this woman received Kedushin. Yes, this will become an aid. There's another sheet of Beisilo that says no, that a Shliach could become an aid. Bottom line is, we pass them, the way you cut it, we're going to have to say that Beisilo hold Shliach Nasei, and they say Shliach Nasei, and Rab also, who's obviously not going to argue on Beisilo ever, also holds Shliach Nasei. Make your adin, the same halacha applies to Kedushin, that a Shliach becomes a maid, and the same halacha would apply by Mamonis, by a Loiv and a Malva. At the end of the day, there's a new concept that we haven't had in a while called Shvuah Asasas. And that is, in addition to the regular Shvuah, when a person admits to a partial claim, he has to make a Shvuah. Even if he denies the entire claim, he has to make a Shvuah Asasas. Therefore, an agent who brings money to a Malva, and he says, and later on testifies that he gave it to the Malva, we don't believe him because he's biased. Because if he would say that he gave it back to the Loiva, but the Loiva will invoke the Shvuah Asasas. And now, a person doesn't want to make a Shvuah. He might be a Ganav, but he never wants to make a Shvuah. He'll always say that he gave it to the Malva, and the Malva cannot invoke the Shvuah Asasas. Therefore, he's biased, and now we don't trust him. Derech Hagav, Rashi says this comes from the halacha of Chen B'nei Al-Kumchas. And that is, a storekeeper sometimes extends credit. So if an employer tells a store owner, I want you to give my employees credit, that's how I'm going to pay them their salary. The store owner says, I gave them credit. The employees say, we never received it. So each one says to the other one, I have nothing to do with you. The one that owes me is the boss. So they go to the boss, both of them make a shvuah. The store owner and the employee make a shvuah, and the boss has to pay both of them. So that would be the same idea by us, that the agents have to make a shvuah, and at the end of the day, the loiva has to pay. Chachamim holds by a get of a naira amurasa, and that is, if there's a girl who's either a kana, and even a naira who's between 12 and 12 and a half, and she's only engaged, not completely married, the first stage of marriage, naira amurasa. So, Chachamim holds she could receive the get, in addition to her father receiving the get for her. Even though she's in her father's domain, she can still receive a get. Rish Lakish takes that a step further and says, just like you say that she can receive a get, she can also receive a Kedushin, because Kedushin and Kedushin are the same. He's not to the Haisa, whatever you do by get, you do by Kedushin, whatever you do by Kedushin, you do by get. According to Rabbi, you're going to know there's a distinction between Kedushin and Kedushin. That by Kedushin, Chacham will agree that only the father can accept the Kedushin. Why? Because this Kedushin takes her out of the father's domain, and he doesn't allow the daughter to receive the Kedushin. Another halacha in the Gemara, that any girl who's that young, who keeps on going back to her husband after a divorce, you can't divorce her. It's Mishal Chol Chazeres. You have to give her a get, and she doesn't come back. If she comes back, it's not a good get. Places hold that if the father is able to prevent her from coming back, that's considered Mishal Chol Chazeres, and it does work. Rabbi side have a wonderful day.
So the next morning she woke me up again. She's like, yeah, I cooked something. She goes, but let me tell you something. She goes, get up. And she got up. I was like, oh, fuck. And she goes, first off, I'm sorry for putting my hand on you. You're too old for me to be hitting you. But number two, she goes, I just...
Kedushin Daf Mem Dalet, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. So we're in the middle of a machlokas. The halacha is, by get, that if the father has a young daughter, and she's married, not only does he receive a get for her, but she could also receive it. And we had a machlokes yesterday between Rish Lakish. What about Kedushin? Rish Lakish says Kedushin and Gerushin are the same, just like she receives the get, she receives the Kedushin, and that's the Bahaisa. Everyone says they're different. What if she's engaged? She receives Kedushin, her father receives Kedushin, and then her husband or cousin dies without children. So she becomes Yivama, she falls to Yivam, the other brother. Goes one of the brothers and wants to give her a ring that's called Maimar, because it only is effective with the Rabbanon by a woman. So that you need the consent of the father. But if she's a Nara, very cold result, you don't need the consent of the father. Why not? Why is it different than Kedushin? Because midoraisa, she's skuka. Skuka means she's a bond, she's attached to the yavam somewhat. The yavam is only finishing it off with this ring. So for that you don't need the consent of the father. Either Rabbi Yehuda goes by a get. He argues on Chachamim, like we said before. He argues on Chachamim that the girl cannot receive a get. Over here, it'll admit that the girl could receive the minor because she's already skuka. Some say that according to Chachamim, a naira doesn't need the das of a father by minor because you consider minor something that could be done even forcefully by father. Why? Because Rabbi holds that could be done forcefully. He compares minor to the regular act of Yibam. Just like Yibam doesn't need the consent of the Yibam to be done by father, so too the act of Kedushin, even though it's the Rabbanan, still can be done by father. Chachamim say on the other hand, that no, the act of minor is like a regular act of Kedushin in a regular woman. And for that, the woman needs her consent. So too minor. The Gemara goes on to tell us that our Mishnah, even this part of the Mishnah, is Reb Shimon, based on the end of the Mishnah, which we're going to have on Daf Memvav. You see, this machlokes, not on Memvav, but it's very similar to Memvav. I'm just going back to the original machlokes. If a person takes 5 collaterals from 5 different people, and he swears, now typically if he swore to one person, he is found to be a liar, as being an asham, over here he swears to all 5, and he lies to them. Is it considered one shvuah or 5? So machlokes, according to Reb Shimon, in order for it to be considered 5 different shvuahs, he has to say the word shvuah lecha, shvuah lecha, shvuah lecha, etc. And according to Rabbi, as long as you say shvuah all the way at the end, according to Hanakama, if you say shvuah in the beginning. I also now understand. If a person tells a woman, I want to be mekadosh you with this fruit, and I want to be mekadosh you with this fruit, so they're not mitzvah. The value between them are not mitzvah because he said a lashon, kedushin. So that would seem to be Reb Shimon, and therefore the beginning is also Reb Shimon. The Gemara tells us Reb Shimon, however, also holds of Rabbi Yehuda, which we mentioned, holds that a girl, a tana, cannot receive kedushin by herself. Only the father can receive kedushin for her. Now, it says in our Mishnah, Ish mekadosh bitoy naira. It's mashma from our Mishnah that only the ish, only the father can be mekadosh, not the girl. At the end of the day, the Gemara tells us the halacha is a good deal. How do we know this? Because Ravan came out of the Bismarck and he said, in the Bismarck, everybody passing like a bear's money, and the Rishon stood up there and he screamed like a crane. He was screaming, the yachts of a house, you have to compare Kedushin to Gerushin. Nobody cared. In other words, when it comes to Kedushin, only the father receives the Kedushin, not the girl. The Gemara goes on to tell us that when it comes to get, a nara, a girl who's 12 years old, Simanim, is like the extension of the father's hand. She's not a chotzer, she's a yad. Why? Because if it's a chotzer, it only works if the person, the girl, will be sleeping, tied up, and you watch him like we have by a slave. And obviously the girl is not any of those, and therefore she can accept it as a chotzer. She must be, she's accepting the get as a yad. However, even though she's an extension of the father's hand, she cannot make another shniah. Because a hand doesn't have the ability to make a shniah. You need dash to make a shniah. We have a sugi that we're going to go into tomorrow's daf. A kana, a minor that did not ask permission from her father to get engaged, she became possessions on her own. So the Gemara tells us she needs a get because perhaps the father agreed to this condition. And she also needs something called a meal. She needs to refuse this condition because maybe she didn't accept the condition. So she didn't accept the condition. Why did she have to do it? Or, I'm sorry, the father didn't accept the condition. The answer is because this act of meal shows that it's not a real condition. It's only the Rabbanan. And we want people to know that perhaps there's nothing going on here. And if this individual got engaged to her sister, people say, well, look, it was a get. It's Reraisa. That engagement to the sister is nothing. Anybody can marry her. And in fact, no one can marry her. Because perhaps the first girl is not the possessor, and the second one is. We need to show that the first one might not be the possessor, so she doesn't win. And therefore, people will be careful with the sister. And the Gemara tells us this halacha takes place by shikhu. But this is shidduch. In other words, then we can say that the father is retail. We spoke about it, it's discussed. According to Ula, the Gemara says, a girl who gets engaged without the father's consent doesn't need a get and doesn't need a museum. It's a big fat zero. And either the side is talking about no shidduch, or some say even it was talking about even in the case of a shidduch. Is that we found that she got engaged to herself, because we know we must be saved. We're talking about a Yisrael b'chayav. In other words, she's already married once. Then, because she's married, she leaves her father's domain completely. The second time around, she got engaged to herself. This that we find that a father sells his daughter who's an almana. How's that possible? That's we're talking about that he sold her as an almana, and the master married her. So he had some sort of consent to the marriage, but it's not really as if he married off and never received anything, and therefore he's able halachically to sell her after she was already married. The boy side had a wonderful day.
So she's going to the chicken wings. Oh my God, that's the best.
Here's the deal. The guy would go, Lenora, I got signed on right field only. So he would have to run past her. If she would sit there and he ran past her, she would lose.
Kiddushin Daf Mem Hey. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. We're talking about a case where a katana accepted Kiddushin from her chassan without the father's consent. And then unfortunately this chassan passed on to the next world without any children. So if the Kiddushin was a good Kiddushin, then she would fall yibum. So the halacha is that she is required to do chalitza, because perhaps the father agreed to this, and then midaraisa she falls yibum, even though it's only erusin. But she doesn't have to refuse the marriage, because everybody knows that a sister of a chalutza is only awesome to Rabbanan. And if somebody goes ahead and marries her, let's say Yavam, would marry her, everybody knows that the Kedushin is good Kedushin. And we'll explain. Because if this Yavam guy goes ahead and gives this katana, the original katana, gives her a ring, that's called Maimon. It's Kedushin only to Rabbanan, and because we require that he gives her a get for that Maimon, that becomes a problem. Now people think, hey, they were married midaraisa, why did he have to give her a get? And it's possible it's midaraisa if the father agreed to it. It's also possible that they're not married at all, that they have no connection because the father didn't agree to it. So therefore we require her to do a meal. That meal shows that there's a problem. The meal is only to our butter. So people will be concerned and they'll think that if the Yavam got engaged to this kind of sister, instead of them thinking it's nothing because he's completely married to the first one and he can't be married to the sisters, they say, you know what, maybe he wasn't married to the first one at all. And therefore, she's the Ish Ish, and nobody will marry. According to Rabbi, we're not concerned that maybe the father agreed if they made a deal. Let's say two fathers had a discussion. I want my son to marry your daughter. Now, when it comes to a son, it's a lot worse than a daughter. By a daughter, there's a possibility that a father sees his daughter get engaged without his consent, and he's happy with it because Tavla Mesa can do Mila Mesa Varmini. But a boy is always in a diet. He wants to make sure he doesn't want his father to marry him off. So therefore, in that case that a father marries off his son to somebody else's daughter, you don't even need to get. Another halacha, if somebody gives a young girl without the father's consent, these are a bundle of vegetables in Kaddish. According to everybody, it's not a Kedusha. That's a bizarre. And if he's Kaddish in a marketplace, it's a bizarre. The Gemara does this story. There's a couple who had a big argument. The father wanted his daughter, who's a kind of, to marry his relatives. Oh, my relatives are the best. The wife says, no, my relatives are the best. I wanted to marry mine. At the end of the day, the father was mevater. He agreed to his wife, okay, let her marry your relatives. Let's make a big party. Before they were even engaged, during the party, the father's relative went ahead and was mekadesh her. So Rava says, in this particular case, because they made a big party, nobody wants to lose a party like that, so therefore the kedusha is not good. Rabbi says, no matter what, once the father told the wife, let's marry off our daughter to your family, she'eris Yisrael yasu alba. The Jews don't lie like that, and he'll never intentionally agree to it behind his wife's back. We know that marriage has two stages, Kiddushin and Nisur. If the father agreed to the Kiddushin, stage one, the money part, the ring, and then he went off overseas to do some business, and the girl lost patience and she married the chassan without her father's consent. According to everybody, if she dies, the chassan doesn't get the inheritance. She stays in its place, goes to the however, there's a machlokes whether she could eat. Meanwhile, until the father comes back, if she did truma, if she marries a child, because the Rabbi says she eats from anyways once she's engaged. Or perhaps you have to be concerned that when the father comes back from his business trip, he'll disagree with this marriage. And retroactively, she wasn't allowed to eat truma. But if the father is present, and he doesn't say anything, he sees his daughter, she doesn't eat truma. Why? Because even though he's quiet, the reason why he's quiet is because he's furious, he's angry. Other Madam says no, she could eat. Why? The fact that even the Kiddushin, the first part, was against the father's will. And he's here, she couldn't. Because nobody's going to be quiet in two stages like that. And the reason why he's quiet is because he's mafkir his chos. It's as if he's agrees to the whole thing. And Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
I'm fucking 10 and my mom's telling me go put this. I don't ever want to see that fucking bell again. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that bell. I don't want to see Rusty stop. As long as I live, I swear to God, I don't know what I hit. My mom used to get superstitious against certain things. Okay, so now the bell that carried it throughout the whole baseball. Not only that, the bell.
Kiddushin Daf Mem Vav. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. Where Tana got engaged without her father's das, without her father's consent. We have machlokes between Rav Asi and Rav whether or not she could renege on this engagement. She accepted it, but her father didn't accept it yet. According to Rav Asi, she did not renege. According to Rav, she could. You want to show maybe bring a letter from the father. The other is that if somebody seduces a girl, he has to pay 50 shekel knas to the father, even in a case where the father agreed that he should marry his daughter, but she doesn't want to. So isn't this similar to our case? Because over here we don't have the father's will to begin with, and she's against it. So you see that she could be moichel. It's a right to right. No, it's not a right. So we could say, like we always learned in Cheder, that we're talking about a people that the man didn't have das for Kiddushin. You don't want to marry him. And even if you say that it was the Shem Kiddushin, it would be necessary to do another Kiddushin, more you Moreno or Yisha, to do another Kiddushin, because you didn't have the father's consent to begin. And now we're in a brand new Mishnah. If a person uses a lashon, it says, he takes a fruit, he takes a date, and he says, "Is kachli b'tmora zu," and then she eats the date, and then he gives her another one. So if one of them has a shavar pruta, it's a good Kiddushin. So we have machlokes. What exactly is this? According to Rabbi Shmuel, at the beginning, where a person says a double lashon, "Skachli b'zu," so "Skachli b'zu," he breaks it up very strongly with those words, "Skachli, skachli," and the Kiddush is that even though she's eating something, but she has an immediate satisfaction enough, nevertheless, there's no Kiddushin, it's less than a shavar. According to Rabbi, it's talking about the end of the Mishnah. He doesn't say sketchy, but rather he says sketchy bezu, ubezu. And all the dates together. There's a shavar pruta, then there's a Kiddushin. And the Kiddush is that if she eats it right away, then you need, the last date should have a shavar pruta. And from here the Gemara says, we see a number. First of all, we see if somebody gets engaged, he tries to make a Kiddushin with a milva with a loan, it doesn't work. Because over here, you see, it doesn't work unless there's a full fruit at the end. You can't use the previous dates because they're already gone, they're consumed, they're a milva, they're alone. Yeah. In addition to the forgiveness of the loan, there's a fruta. So a guy forgives this woman $1 million, but he gives her one lousy date that's worth a fruta. Her das is on the fruta, and it's a good Kiddushin. What if the Kiddushin is not chal? What happens to everything he gave her to begin? All the dates that he gave her, does she have to pay them back? Yes, because if it was matana, it would be a good Kiddushin here. But obviously, it's only a milva, and that's why she has to give it back. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister, he says, he gives her money. Now everybody knows you can't get married to your sister. So what is he trying to do? According to Rab, she has to return the money because all he's doing is he's trying to give her a picadon. He wanted her to watch it, and he figured if he doesn't say it in a funny way, she won't accept it. According to Shmuel, it's a pure gift, she doesn't have to return it. The reason why he didn't say, here's a gift, and he said it in a funny Russian, he didn't want to embarrass her. He figured she's not going to accept it. The halacha is that when a person separates challah from his dough, that's great, he gives it to the kohen. But what if he separates challah from flour? The halacha is that the kohen must return the flour. The Gemara wonders why. Why does he have to return the flour? So the Gemara tells us because we're concerned that the kohen is going to fall in a trap. He's going to forget, he's not going to realize that what the Yisrael gave him is higher in more challah, and he's going to take that flour and add it to his own personal flour, and he's going to make bread out of it without being mafresh challah. And it's teva, it's also the rice eating. Another shot is no, Kohen won't make such a mistake. The concern is that the Yisrael will make a mistake. Yisrael will think that what he did was fine. He's mafresh challah from flour. Everybody knows he's supposed to take from dough. Oh no, that's just to make it easy for the kohen. If the kohen agrees to take from flour, you could take from flour. But the truth is no. Rashis arisei seicha. Challah is only given from dough, not from flour. Now, there's a number of things when it goes into it. Perhaps the kohen should keep the flour and just give a little bit of trumas and maasros from that flour that he gave. Why does he have to give it back to Yisrael? We see something similar when a person takes truma from a pot that has perforation, which is the rice of chayav and trumas and maasros, on a pot that doesn't have a hole in the bottom, which is part of the trumas and maasros with the rice. Or if you say you should take truma, even though you take truma, you should go ahead and take truma again, like as if you took truma from a non-perforated pot, perforated. It's different. Like pots is different, the Gemara says, because when you have two pots, the person understands that he made a mistake here. There's the one that's high, one that's hot. When it's one bowl of flour, he's going to be lazy, he's not going to want to take truma. In the case of a sour, spoiled watermelon, let's say. So over there we say, Yachzer Yitron, you should take a second truma. But in fact, when the rice, the first truma was a good truma, Rabbi Sai have a wonderful day. And also, a beautiful young
Well, not every one of them, but watch one of each series and feel like a fan, you know? You know what I mean? I like the Houston Astros. I started staying up there in 90. I loved them. Me and John Wesley, we went for a foul ball, and the little kid was going for a foul ball. We were throwing out of our balls. And instead of me squashing that kid for that fucking foul ball, I broke the seat. Okay? And the kids got the ball, and everybody's cheering, and we're on the big screen, and I'm holding that chair together, motherfucker. I just got my left hand on the chair up. Okay? And John's laughing. He goes, you broke that chair. I go, this motherfucking chair is done. I broke that ass and I've been there 30 fucking years. And I fucked that chair up. We got up, it fell to 4 pieces. I swear to God, get Johnny West on the phone. That is so fucking funny. Oh my God.
A couple things got said.
I've broken a lot of shit. I
break lawn chairs, Pittsburgh Funny Bone.
Yeah.
The home with Great Bowl. They used to have naked pictures all around the bar.
Yeah, right. I hated that. You know, I used to hate those.
Yeah, I hate lawn chairs.
Yeah, the chair you have on your mouth. I never knew why you had that goddamn chair.
I broke one and you broke one. Why broke? I was like pushing the jar and you came and just talked and commented.
Well, for a background, this is the worst chair.
I'm going to get a shirt and pilot. For VH1, did I break the chair?
Yes.
Something happened.
Yeah, you broke it too. It was awesome. Oh my God, that's so fucking funny.
Chair broke. One time with sleep apnea, chair broke in Miami.
Dude, you broke Gavin's toilet. Remember, you went in there and you just sat down too hard and you broke that fucking toilet. And then you made the slow creep. And water came out and flooded Gavin. And Gavin got out of his, because you were sleeping in my mouth. And then you were like, fuck him, I'm going in here.
I broke Gavin's full time. That was classic, dog. I heard that thing snap. happen 8 ways. When you're a fat fuck, sometimes without even knowing, it's the most embarrassing thing. Living like a fat fuck, so you break a ton of shit. Clothes. I wear clothes. I remember one time in somebody's car in a Jeep they had, I went to get the handle, and I went to pull up and have the fucking hand down.
Oh, man.
Stop being a fat motherfucker.
Man, ain't nothing easy.
Let me do some shout-outs and get the fuck out of here. I'd like to thank Mike and Mary Johnson at Unique Bows. Thank you very much for the bows. We put them on a little hair for Halloween. Thank you for listening. Rusty Shackelford, Dead Squad, Dallas, and the rest of you.
I love those guys, man.
Sandman, Benito Munoz, Sean Cappuccino, Jimmy Carroll, and Greg Brooks.
You know who I know is watching? Is my man D in Colorado, who's a cool motherfucker. I know D in Colorado, that motherfucker's got wings 15 foot tall. 15, the biggest ass buds. Dude, he's a great guy, man. That guy's cut from rare.
I just talked to him on Twitter a couple days ago. He's a good dude.
Yeah, he's a good dude, man. He's a good dude.
Yeah. What's up with you, Tarzan? We're going to kettlebells tomorrow. You stay for the jiu-jitsu, we're going to bust it. We're going to put this.
Sounds gonna kill it.
Let's do it. Let's fucking go. I got shit on. I got to take headshots on Wednesday. Stupid shit.
Yeah, I'm going in and out. Alright, you fucking gonna get real. Okay, we're 3 fat guys. You're gonna talk about workout sessions now. We've been talking about fucking assholes. Breaking bad. I better bet, motherfucker. That's what I did. Fuck it. Fuck breaking them. Buy the best.
Well, he wants me to flip over my back. I can't do it. I've never in my life been able to do it. He's like, "Oh, just do it." I'm like, "Yeah, but it's never gonna happen."
Give some fucking go there and do the best you can. Don't worry about doing nothing.
Oh my God.
No, I know. It's easy.
Okay, I can't believe I can join this conversation, but I can actually and be relevant. Holy shit. Okay, I've been trying to limber up and like, because traveling so much it hurts. And so my doctor, as part of, I broke my wrist, said, as part of my physical therapy, go to yoga, okay? So I'm having this one-on-one with this yoga instructor, okay? I'm going down and I got my legs spread as far as I can, and the fucking yoga mat split in the middle, and my ball hit the fucking floor, and I almost passed the fuck out. My fucking thighs have been killing me for 3 weeks. Dude, I swear to God, I did the full splits like I was trying to block a goal. It was the worst. Oh my God, dude. I think I ripped my groin muscles. All the shit. I ripped that yoga mat right down the fucking middle. You're the first person I have said that to because it's so embarrassing. But those fuckers will rip if you get fucking 450 splitted. Oh, Jack, I busted my ass. It took me so long to be able to get up. I didn't even know what to do. The instructor just pushed me back on my back. And it eased up. Oh my God.
One of the worst things ever happened when I drowned in the YMCA that time.
That's the hell of your book. That's the hell of your book.
Oh my God. As a fat guy, I was never more embarrassed in my fucking life. I've done some fucked up shit as a fat guy. And you get embarrassed about being fat, you can't fat shame. But the time I almost drowned at the Wiley fucked me up. I didn't say nothing for like 2 months. I didn't say nothing. I just snorted coke and tried to hide it and shit. That was embarrassing. I was just starting to lose weight. Things were going great for me. I lost like 8 pounds. I was still snorting blow. I was doing big blow. And I fucking got up one morning and Terry went to work and I overslept. And I said, fuck it, I gotta swim. And I went over to the Y, and the Y is back. I used to go to the Fat Man pool, which is a little Russian pool. Right? It was like 4 feet, but it was 96 degrees, so it was like a therapeutic pool. And I would walk around, and if there was nobody in there, I would do laps. And then it's short laps, and nobody would see you. If you go to the big pool, there's kids, and people see you, and there's lifeguards. I was still too embarrassed. I'm not gonna be a fat guy who wears a t-shirt in the pool.
No, I am. I'm a hot mess. You don't want to see me. I keep all this head.
I'm gonna go in without a t-shirt. Lee, I was 400 pounds. There was fat everywhere, Lee. And I'd sit in the sauna and I'd make it look like I was losing weight in the sauna. Then I'd go in the steam bath. Then I'd jump in the pool. And I do this every morning at 5 a.m. I did this to start off, but I was still snorting blow. So in my mind, if I ate sushi and I went to the steam room, I would sweat the cocaine that I wasn't a fiend no more. So now it's 2 in the afternoon. I go across the street to the Y. I'm still a little hungover on the blow. And the fucking steam pool was packed. With kids jumping up and down. And I'm like, I can't do my fucking laps. But the adult pool, the lap pool, was wide open.
Oh, shit.
I go, fuck this. I swam. I was in bowling. I've been swimming for 3 weeks. I'm ready for the big fucking pool. Why am I swimming with these fucking fat fucks for? I wonder when I put my name on the blackboard, guys. I put my goggles in. And on the deep end, I jump. Just the cold water hitting me, bro. It just shocked my body. It just shocked my fat little body. And then I'm trying to swim. I'm swimming. I'm putting everything I can. I'm turning my head. I'm remembering my form. And I look up, Lee, and I haven't even moved like 5 feet. I'm fucking sideways. But by this time, I'm out of air. Like I was smoking 2 or 3 packs of cigarettes a day. I'm dying. I'm 10 feet out. But I can't swim back. And my feet can't take it, so I'm just holding on to the rope. And people are swimming by me. They're going, come on, let go of the rope. Come on, swim. And I'm like, I'm dying. I'm trying to get to the shortest distance was this way. If I swam vertically to the fucking wall, I'd never make it. So I had to swim this way. So I pulled myself like Spider-Man. And I get to the wall, and I'm huffing and puffing, guys. Guys, I was fucked up. Seriously. That's when I realized this has to end. And I'm holding on to this, and I can't kick no more. And I'm out of oxygen, and I'm holding on. And I got my fucking chin on the thing, just holding me. And some kids are like, Mister, are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm not okay. Help me. And they're like, come on, pull them out. And all these little kids get these little Mexican kids. And they're trying to pull me out, and they can't pull me out. They're like, 1, 2, 3, pull. And they're pulling, and I'm turning purple. I'm not breathing. I don't even know if I'm breathing through my nose. I'm starting to panic. People are starting to circle and look around, and these little kids can't pull me out. They're like, fucking ring the buzzer. And they ring this buzzer. And it's going, right. And all of a sudden, this chick gets on the thing, and she turns this thing around, and they're actually going to make me listen to this. They couldn't get me out. So they were going to fucking drop a hoist into the pool, and they wanted me to swim into it, and they were going to pull me out like a fucking whale, like orca. And by this time, there's 50 people watching me. You have any idea, Lee, how embarrassing that is? I got kids that by my stomach. Lee, I'm purple. And they're like, swim to the middle. Get to the middle, and go in, and we'll drop the hoist. And the hoist will pull you out, and then we'll bring it to the side. Lee, by that point, I'm so fucking embarrassed. And now, out of the corner of my eye, I see ambulance tech workers running in with a fucking mattress. Like I got shot in Vietnam. And something made me put my fat little foot over. I just went, and my fat foot got over. Oh my God, that thigh must have weighed 1,000 pounds. And I fucking pulled myself up, and I rolled down like orca. I just rolled down to the pool. I got up, and I got up right in time. As I went to the fucking door, the 3 ambulance workers were running in. They're like, where is he? Like, that's him. And I just walked right past him, dog. Because rule number 1, don't stop and don't sign nothing. You don't need to get checked out. Mind your business. You're fine.
You know,
as long as you get to your car.
I gotta be honest with you. I think there's a thing called secondary drowning. Look it up, Lee. It happens. You just take a little bit of air, a little bit of water in your nose, and it gets down your actual windpipe, and it can be a very small amount. You don't have to have this deep, long thing. It's a secondary drowning. Look it up. Lee, explain it. basically, that's what it is. That's what I thought you had, because I swim all the time, man. You know, we belong to that tennis club. People invite you to come up there like regular white people, and let's have a goddamn party, okay?
You're down 8 days of fucking year.
I'm calling that out. Let's go, okay?
All right, next summer.
No, that next summer. Stop. Come on. We got the whole holidays. We got the holidays coming. I'm gonna smoke turkey. I'm trying. Okay, if you can teams in me, alright, trust me. I got problems, okay?
We don't got fucking problems.
Yeah, I'm fucking Jay-Z over here, but I got 100. Alright?
We don't got problems.
Word to that. But you know what? She's fucking being so great. It's so, like, freeing for both of us. And I still love her. I'm in love with her. I love my babies. And that's why, you know, this wasn't an acid trip night. You know what I mean? It could have been. But it just simply wasn't. I got real shit to do tomorrow. You know, I got 2 beautiful babies that love their daddy. And I've been getting so much bullshit, you know, about me and the wife filing for divorce. Truth was, she was just responding. They only check LA records. She was already, I had filed on her like 10 days before, okay? And so there was going to be this big jurisdictional battle. Then my lawyer in Tennessee goes, you're going to spend about $150,000 just fighting over what state we're going to have the divorce in, okay? Not counting my money, all right? I was supposed to write a retainer tomorrow if she wanted to go to war for like $50,000, okay? It's retarded, all right? And we're just being cool. It's like, my babies, I always want them supported. My wife will never want for anything. She'll have the house that she designed, okay? She can be free, and I'm a miserable person to fucking live with. Not that I'm a fat piece of shit, is I'm worth all the fucking time, or always. I've got babies that have to be in school. But since this shit broke on the internet, man, they had people taking pictures of my kids, man. It's like, motherfucker, I'm the guy. You know what I mean? It's like I'm the guy behind the microphone. You know, those are my babies. And they're just being fucking dicks. You know, I couldn't even go hardly trick-or-treating with people all fucking up in my business who I never even knew. I wanted to slap so many motherfuckers. I couldn't take it. I just sat down. Because everybody knows my fucking business. But they also know my babies. And they go, yeah, their parents, you know. And everybody up there is either swinging, fucking divorced, fucking somebody else, or doing coke. You know, there ain't no innocent ones over there, but they're throwing stones. But man, they're coming in.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You told me a story that was fucking hysterical. I didn't understand it. Because you're a funny fucking dude. Whatever's going on in your life right now, Ralphie, with your children, the people in the church, we love you. And
I know.
I got your back. I want you to know one thing. Divorce ain't easy. There's 2 ways to do this. You want to do this with shotguns and Jews?
No.
Or you want to do this with it? And that's the way you got to do it. Because you have a career.
Yeah.
And you want peace of mind. You want peace of mind. Listen, man, sometimes people try. I'm thinking about Russia, Rosalind. I don't know anything. Guys, I don't know anything. I just found out that these people broke up. And she's dating a new dude. When does this happen? How does this happen? The singer from No Doubt. She waits to find it. Yeah, she's dating the judge from fucking The Show or something. He broke up with his wife, and she broke up with her husband after 14 fucking years. And they had like a thing today, like,
That's Blake Shelton guy.
Yeah. You know, listen, man, people in life sometimes don't. I pray every day that Larry stays in love with me. And I keep it together with her. I pray every day because I know how quick it can go. And the longer you're with a person, the harder it fucking is. And when you have children, it's even fucking harder. So hard. There's 2 ways to do a divorce. You could either A,
Go to war.
or B, take a fucking few lumps in the head, which you're gonna take anyway.
Okay, that's all
You're gonna take anyway.
I've taken that my whole life. That ain't no big deal.
Either 10 people could hold you down and put a big black dick in your ass, or you could just take a fucking white flag, get naked, put it on your back, turn around, look your whole asshole, and let them do what the fuck you gotta do, okay? know what? A dick in the ass hurts both ways. But I tell you what, it hurts more if you clench it up.
She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't do nothing wrong. And you know what? She did help me in my career. You know, the truth is, when I got Last Comic Standing, okay, Jay Moore, dickhead, called me on Thursday, go, hey, I need you for an audition. I was in Hawaii working at the Laugh Factory, and he said, come back. I need you here on Saturday. And I looked online, the cheapest ticket for round trip, because I still had to finish in Hawaii. There's nobody on that fucking island who could have done it, right? And so I had to come back, and the ticket was like $1,100, you know, and that was 2 months rent, man. That's real fucking shit. Like for a maybe, for a big fucking maybe, and I rolled the dice, and I couldn't afford it. Lana had a credit card that her mama gave her for insurance, and she put it all on there. And that's what launched my whole career. So does she get half? Yes, motherfucker, she gets half. Okay? And she should get more than half. She's gonna be drawing a salary from my place. She's gonna be getting alimony like regular white people, because we're Jews, you gotta respect. Alright? But babies already have big things set up for them. They'll never want for anything. They'll never have what I went through. You know? And it's like, that's what you want. But now they're coming. It's just so irritating. It's like, you know, they're just dumb. These motherfuckers. You know, it's
the internet is a good thing and a bad thing.
Yeah, right?
The internet is a good thing and a bad thing. You know, I use the internet for certain things. I see people use it for other things. And that's fine. That's what the internet is. It's your expression. But sometimes, if you open up your life on the internet, the result isn't going to be good. It's happened to me. It's backfired.
Yeah.
But in this situation with divorce and stuff, who knows? You know,
and nothing's happened yet.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Trying to put the pieces together.
Trying.
Be a father. Listen, the divorce in my life had to be tougher than a prison sentence. I lost a child in the divorce. I lost dignity in the divorce. And to this day, I have animosity. I know that I'm like Michael Douglas in Stephenson movie when he just snapped on the 405. Walking tall, standing tall, when he started shooting people.
Yeah. Last straw.
You know, when I saw that movie really scared me. Why? You ever seen that movie? When he goes nuts on the 405.
Yeah, he's lost his job.
Drug dealer goes to mug him, and all of a sudden he shoots him. You want my briefcase? He's pretty funny in that. And now Duval is looking for him. It's a cliche type movie. But I always saw that happening to me with my ex-wife. That's how bad of a divorce it was. I forgave my stepfather. Until this day, I talk to old school humans, and I always say, fuck him, he never gave you what was coming to you. You know, so I gotta go get what was coming to me. That was my frame of thought back then. He didn't give me my mother's money. What do you want me to do? I'm gonna shoot him. For 3 years, I lived with him. I was preparing to hide under a car and grab his foot and shoot him. Where's his money now? So I shoot him. How am I gonna get his money now? So I had a terrible idea. And I hated him for fucking years. And one day I go, what? This is the guy that raised me. Would you give me $300,000? What was I gonna do? Was I gonna invest? Was I gonna buy a building? Or
You'd be dead.
I was gonna buy a plant or some fucking.
Fuck yeah.
So in a way, he saved my fucking life, you know? So I forgave him over the years. And I forgave him. That was it. When he died, I didn't go to the funeral. I sent flowers. I went to see his wife, and then she died. But I let it go. I gotta tell you something. I had such
I don't have any anger. I have
right
only
now,
love. No, I know. I don't care. I would have seen all the numbers. I just love my babies. I got another place here, and I hate it.
Listen, has nothing to do with numbers. Okay? There's levels of a divorce. When she walked out of the house, she goes, listen, I'm just gonna be a mile up the road. You come over anytime you want. Let me just get some space. And I was cool with it. I'm like looking at it going, this is a dream come true. I could work on comedy. I wanted to be a fucking comedian. I just got out of prison. I was doing the working, stiff stuff, and I go, fuck it. I want to do fucking comedy. And all of a sudden, it went from one thing to another. I hope it doesn't go that way. I hope you handle it maturely.
I love my baby. I love my wife.
I hope that the attorneys don't get a hold of this and turn it into something else. I hope that, because that's what happened with me.
Yeah.
Once attorneys get in legal, once the fine print, there's a fine print. And once that fine print comes out, we say that there ain't no coming back. And that fine print has to exist. It has to exist. The law says it has to exist. And sometimes that hurts, you know? So, you have my love. You have my love always. I call you every day. I hang out.
I know.
I send you videos of a little Spanish guy.
You gotta knock it out with that, man.
I'm the real deal.
It's like,
I'm the real deal. I've been through a divorce. I've been through a separation. Guys, it is brutal. I always advise people, hey, keep it together. Keep it together.
Well, no, I disagree.
If there's no love, there's no love. If there's no love, there's no love. You have love.
No,
So there's
we
something
both
still there.
have so much love for each other, but it's like, here's the real deal, okay? I have really fucking bad PTSD, and now I'm properly medicated by probably the best. He's the head of psychiatry at Vanderbilt. He's fucking amazing. He's got me chemically dialed in. I sleep 8 hours. I'm up. I don't take naps. I walk. I feel great. He's done it all. He's fucking amazing. All right. But before I got properly medicated, I was a fucking nut and a complete asshole. Okay. And you know what you do after 2 years of getting on?
Elvis class, you should have worried me that day. What question did you have over that?
It's not a question, but it was my parents got divorced when I was in high school, and I actually wish they got divorced earlier. Like they said, like they stayed together because of the kids. Even back then, I thought it would be better just to have like a.
Just a tough dude. This is listen, man.
Ralphie, I feel great now.
Let's get something out of the air. Last Comic Standing is a great show. And it shows a lot of comics to the country and a lot of vice versa. I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying. When Ralphie was on Last Comic Standing, he was already a brilliant headliner. Ralphie was already had a lot of people paying tickets to go see him. This just accelerated the program where now these kids become somebody. Ralphie May was already somebody. You follow me? Ralphie May was already somebody. It went from one thing to one thing, Ralphie. I judged it. I was there. When you were, cooking for us with no money. And also, next thing you know, we're sitting on Bullshit Boulevard with a jar of weed in the living room. People just sticking their hands in it. Taking weed to go. And nobody didn't give a fuck. Take it. That's showing them how you look, the fucking whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, every time you'd see me, give me $200 to do what you do. It's hard on a person, never mind on a marriage. This has been a journey for you. You've learned, and now I hope that you keep it together.
Man, I've got so much more peace in my life. I've got so much less stress and less anxiety. I don't have nightmares every night.
The PTSD from smoke bombs.
No, that's hilarious. Hey, that was 12K. Shut your mouth, cocksucker. That was a good angle. All right, I broke my fucking boat, but hey, I fucking got 12K out of it. Word to the mother. No, it's when I had bilateral double pneumonia, pulmonary embolism, and I had to stay awake for 9 days because if I couldn't help my lungs expand, I would die. And I had the blood clot was so big that because I had pneumonia and I had broken 2 ribs from coughing, and that's what caused the blood clot to go right. It was right here, and they said that a radiologist was going to come in at 7 a.m. and enter this vein and go into that and find it right there by the lung. And he goes, "You have to be awake. We can't give you any anesthesia, and it's inside you. It fucking hurts in there, man. All right." and they're gonna. You got a 5% chance of living. Okay, if it blows the clot out, okay, you fucking live, and if not, you bleed out in your brain, and you have a stroke. Good luck. Hey, sleep tight. Boom, motherfucker. out your fucking head, dude. And so, what I've been doing like a lot of PTSD groups, okay? And they're always like, what the fuck are you doing here? And I'm like, look here, cocksucker. I'm just as fucked up as you are. And let's get to the real deal. Let's talk about some shit. Oh, like, you don't even know about me. I mean, you know how many times I've gone overseas for the fucking military? Like 19. I'm in a 44 forward operating bases in multiple war zones. Okay, by the way, Afghanistan this time of year is fucking beautiful. All the Taliban's turbans, change colors, lieutenants, insane. They're dirty motherfuckers. They're like reds and yellows and beautiful. Okay, but I've been there, and then they start getting real, dude. I mean, when those guys get real, it gets real. You know, I mean, it's like, I know it sounds stupid, right? But you're absolutely right. It's stupid.
Ralphie, man, I gotta tell you something. I'm sitting here, bro. I'm gonna end this podcast in a couple minutes, but I gotta tell you something. It's, I'm 52, man. I've had a great life. I laugh. I love being upset and laughing. I live to laugh, people. I know sometimes I come across as a prick. I love giggling and I love laughing. I have a lot of regrets in my life. I did a lot of fucked up things. I was talking about my Godfather before. One of the biggest regrets I have that we didn't have the money to do it, Rabbi. What a mistake that. What a mistake that we didn't go back and rewire that apartment with a camera.
Oh my God.
We would have a show. And I'm telling
that would have been the all-time.
It would be
HBO's all-time greatest comedy show.
And you can't, and you know when I'm sitting here across from Ralphie, I'm listening to the story and I'm like, I can't even go to HBO. Like I'm telling her, I'm taking a Ralphie and I really show my adventures in the fact that and just even all that stuff that too when we fell that time.
Oh, falling on Gardner.
Listen, I'm sitting here.
Okay.
Not even Gardner, the thing you were telling me about that he's going on, you don't understand. This chick is living in his house. Before we're talking about this story, he has 3 guys trying to fuck the same chick.
It's miserable. I'm the only one not trying to fuck her.
But when you wanted to fuck, if your face fell into her asshole,
it wouldn't have been hard.
It wouldn't have been hard. So something happened. They're having an argument. You cannot write this, Lisa. This is an apartment that's living on whatever Ralphie is. I'm sorry. I'm living on Ralphie. I got a little bit of coke in my pocket. Ralphie's making Bloody Marys. And we're going over we're hitting this every night.
Red Devil.
Everybody knew that at 2 in the morning after the couple stuff.
Party was in my apartment.
The Red Devil, Ricky Cruz.
Babaloo,
you know. And we just talk shit.
The producer.
Somebody would have a joint, somebody wouldn't have a joint. But one night it was just me.
Dude, we always had
drinking Bloody Marys. And we're giggling. And Jody says something to Ralphie to piss him off. And there was a big Japanese lamp in the kitchen. All right, and fuck over here. He sits down and she pisses him off. And he's sitting in the position. And something happened. The light got a little low. And he's fucking saying shit to her with his face red, right? He's like, fuck you. This is my house.
Like anger from inside out.
Don't you ever talk to me like this. This is my fucking house. You believe this, Coco? She's my guest, and she's talking to me like this. This is my vodka or something. And he, in the middle of his rage, he's like, ah, and he stops because the light burning his head.
It burned my hair.
You can't write that. You cannot write that. That's Inspector Gadget type shit.
For like 3 weeks, I was like Junior Judge Wolf. I always had a hat on.
You busted that toilet in your house, don't you?
No, it was Gavin's. It was Gavin's. You fucked up Gavin's. Stop. You also shit in Gavin's shower and then pushed it down with your toe, motherfucker. Okay, I know the real you, Coco. Alright, you can bullshit with these other faggots, but I'm bona fide. Okay, I was there at the beginning. Okay, I was fucking. Okay,
lighting the bomb on fire.
You light the bomb.
People's pussy in that apartment building had a fucking camera.
Oh my God.
We would be multi-millionaires. I tell the story tonight. For Shayma there, and she was giving these people, drug dealers wanted to fuck Shayma.
Oh, so
and I left it down downstairs in Gabby's apartment. Comedian.
Oh, she's dancing.
And she's dancing, telling the ESPN story. And I come back at 5, and there's one guy like,
horrible impressions.
Oh
my God, horrible impressions. Oh my God.
Every time they get out of
She's all coked out. I'm still and this Disney bitch like breaks out into like
you have no idea.
Like, hey, shut up, bitch. Dance, take them titties out. Yeah, that's what she had told her. Did you remember that? You fucking told her. Goes, yeah, whatever, bitch. Take them titties out.
I always loved her. I still talk to her when I go to Vegas.
Is she in Vegas now? That's awesome. She is so cool.
She opens for everybody. She got a little gig. She's a
dude. I wish I could get a fucking man.
She's 45. She dances in the cage.
She looks like she's like 26.
She dances at a fucking lesbian bar. She keeps marrying gay guys by mistake.
What?
She hooked up with that dude in Alaska. I had to do this.
What?
Listen to me. About 15 years ago, I got to do this shit. Listen to me. I had to do this gig in Alaska one time.
And Charlie's.
And one of those people. And I canceled. I got like this stupid TV show, some of NBC. And I had to cancel. And she went up there and met a go-go dance, like a male dancer. And they fell in love. And she put his name on her little pussy. And then they went back to LA and they were in love.
Man,
he was like unemployed, but he always came up with a little bit of money. And she was dating him for like 2 years. They were in love. And then one day, she wanted his email. She saw an email from old dudes that he would go to their house in the afternoon and put like a bikini and he would dance for old dudes and shit. They would get like $50 and do meth. So she threw him out and shit. She was heartbroken because she always makes fucked up choices. I've told this story before.
God bless her.
Somebody tells me this is the name of the guy that she's got on her pussy. This guy is a go-go dancer for old dudes. And he's smoking meth, so she throws him.
Holy shit.
She throws him out. I hear about this. About him. I bump into her, and she says to me, how you doing? We're going back and forth. And I go, hey. I didn't know what the guy's name was, but you know, I go, so how's Mark doing? And she gets kind of sad. She goes, I'm not with Mark anymore. That's a shame. I go, listen, I know this whole dude.
You know what, Shayba, you gotta give it up to her. She is a queen of a ball buster. She will give it, but she will fucking take it. I tell you what, she takes it better than a lot of fucking bona fide grown men.
She's always like,
she's fucking funny.
She came up at the comedy store. She came up
when nobody.
Her mother's a biker. Her mother's Gemma. Did you know that? Her mother's like Gemma. She was telling me stories, showing me pictures one time in the house. Her mother's like Gemma. And she's half Arab.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she's Arabian. She's like a Armenian. She's beautiful.
I tell you, if you look at her, you think that she had plastic surgery, and you're like, but you realize it's just natural. She grows.
Her and April Mason used to be real fucking tight. 2 pieces of ass. I had knocked together. This is 12, 15 years ago. They go and doing this dirty shows all over the place. And they start doing our Forces show. They got a my face. What was before Twitter and MySpace. They got a MySpace page together. And they would do all these dirty rooms. And they got penthouse to pay them peanuts. But they had something going on in Vegas. They were really trying. And every time you'd see one, you'd see the other. And one day I see Shay. I'm like, what's going on? Where's your buddy? She goes, we don't talk about it. So in the back of my mind, I'm like, wow. It's 2 girls. They went for the same guy. It's some girl shit. About a month later, I find out they're on a trip back from the fucking Mets in Sac. Tiana verified. They're on a plane on the way back. Also, the plane says having engine trouble, and they're gonna die. The plane's gonna go down. All of a sudden, they go, we're gonna release the mask. And they released the mask, but only one came down. It was Seamus Banks. Fucking April Macy took it, held it down, started choking. That's savagery comedy shit right there, Ralph.
Oh, man.
I used to on the Netflix tour.
Yeah, we've got the West Coast this whole month or the next 2 weeks, and then Lord's Day is Thanksgiving. You got to get back to Grace. I'm hitting Eugene. I got Santa Cruz, Fresno. Holy shit! Portland. I don't know what I'm on, but man, this is great. Seattle.
It's a flying Jew.
Oh, he is fucking in sumo land. Jesus Christ! Look at you. Dude, I'm telling you, Louisiana, get that mustache. Like them villains, get that mustache all busted up.
You alright?
Look like the fucking circus strongman.
You should have seen your face come up.
Hey, all the church members up in Canada. First time I'm coming to Vancouver, man. Come up and let me out, man.
That's the fucking town.
That's a town, Jack. I've heard a lot of great things about
shit,
Vancouver.
they're gonna carry out to the busing.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No. I had to go to Utah. Those cocksuckers. The cops searched me. Those motherfuckers asked me if I did cocaine. I'm like, the fact that I'm this fat and can talk to you proves I cannot do cocaine. I've never done it. Okay? And then the guy asked me if I want some Quaaludes. You want my own Quaaludes? And I'm like, what the fuck year is this? 77? Yeah. Can I buy Quaaludes from you? Give me 20 fucking grams of Triceratops horn, you dumb fuck. There's nothing there. You know what the official quote was? The one I gave him? Because I was fucked up. You know what I was fucked up on? Cold medicine. I had a sinus infection because I had just come from a goddamn Disney cruise with my kids. Okay, we were in the Bahamas and I was on that fucking pool, give me that boat of germs. Okay, and then I flew to Denver, so I went from 82 to 12. Okay, fuck me. All right, and I had all this shit in my head, and it was horrible. So I started off with like all the Dayquil stuffs. Okay, like fucking. Just like Dayquil, Theraflu Day, okay, like every Mucinex day, every day shit they had, and I dried up a little bit. I wouldn't have boogers coming out of my head. All right, this is the real deal, okay? All right. So, but I started shaking, dude. I started shaking because I'm all fucked up on all that cold medicine. So, okay, go, I'm not gonna bullshit you. I got the NyQuil out. I'm trying to smooth this ride out, I'm trying to fucking mellow this drink. And then I just take a big old swallow of fucking NyQuil, right? It wasn't weed. I played NyQuil roulette and lost. Okay? And you know what my wife goes? She goes, dude, why didn't you use the measuring cup? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Measuring cup. That's that cap on the top of the fucking NyQuil. It's a measuring cup. I've never fucking used that in my goddamn life. I had no idea. Okay, I just drank it up. I go like 2 shots. Fuck it.
Like when you broke shit down.
Hey, that's your fault. That's good. That's fucking drugs again. Alright? Okay. That was you agreeing with me, motherfucker. You own that. Okay, you're a dick. And I wasn't the only one. You fucked up some shit on getting out of there. Okay, so you suck a dick. And by the way, we went to that jack in the box right behind his house because we were smelling all them fucking jalapeno poppers. Bullshit, fuck you.
No, I didn't go to that jack. I had to pull over. I couldn't stop laughing.
So what happened? Okay, alright. Denver, you get your balls in, motherfucker. Alright, nobody wants to see that. Alright, I see him putting my life. Alright.
Christ, stop.
No, man, fuck you. Let me finish this, you cocksucker. Alright? Because I know you don't believe me. But my wife goes, that's a measuring cup. And I'm like, well, I may be dumb, but you're a dirty bitch. I ain't never seen one in a dishwasher. That's just gross. You like the same cap? That's disgusting. Alright, and so I was just like, fucking hit it. But you know what I quoted them? Because they were just making lines up about me. I was like, last thing I said before I hit on stage, I heard was, all I said was, yes, Mr. Cosby, I'd love another cocktail. That's all I remember. And that's just like, go fuck yourself.
You get fucked up on Michael?
Dude, I was so fucked up on Michael.
We'll get a bottle of Michael, give you a star. That's a little smoke and joint. It's all over. It's all
Dude, in 92, I played the hip-hop comedy stop. Steve Harvey's and Rashawn McDonald's, all black, and comedy club at a hotel. Okay, and I was sitting back there with these crazy ass, like, I met this guy and he goes, yeah, my name's Willie D. Alright, he's Willie D from the Ghetto Boys, okay? And then this little ass midget walks over Bushwick Bill, okay? And he's a gangster, okay? I mean, Bushwick Bill was no bullshit. He had knives on him and shit. That little motherfucker cut your balls off. That was eye level to him. Okay? No. With codeine syrup. Codeine, and we listen to fucking slow records. This guy named DJ Screw would do. Alright, but we drink that with 7-Up, okay, or Mountain Dew. Boom, they do a Mountain Dew so they wouldn't pass out. So they just drink that syrup. Alright, and we was fucked up.
How much do you pour it? Because I only, like every time I get brought, kind of say,
Dude, they poured a lot in mine. Okay, they poured a lot, and they shitload, and a lot of them was putting that. What's that? Is it the raspberry liqueur, like Chambord or something? They pour Chambord in it too, so you'd have you'd have like grape soda with some Chambord and syrup. Okay, and all those fools were doing that. All of them. It was, and it was like, I didn't even know what hit me, okay, because it didn't taste, it tastes like Kool-Aid. And I was like, what? And they called me up on stage, and for whatever reason, it was the greatest set of the 4 years I've ever done comedy. And but I was, I'd been smoking weed in the back with this little crazy midget passing, because it was so funny to look at a midget when you're on codeine and smoking weed, and like if the midget takes the joint out of your hand, but it's so much infinitely bigger in his hand than it ever did in yours. It's crazy. Like, what? Whoa. Okay, it's amazing. But I came in and blew the place apart, got a standing ovation, alright? But a comic came on stage who hated my fucking guts. That he was trying to be like the number one guy, and he tried to do everything, and I blew the guy out of the fucking water. Steve Harvey told me I did. Okay, it was fucking unanimous, and he starts talking shit about me being fat, like making all these fat shit jokes, and the audience turns on the guy, and then out of nowhere, you see this nickel 45, 1911, 45 caliber come up and go, and it is Bushwick Bill, and he goes, bring the fat white boy back, shut the fuck up, nigga. Alright, and he was about to shoot that man, okay? That's how gangster and fucked up this guy was. And they were like, okay, well, fuck it, Rabbi. I had nothing fucking left. What the fuck? How can you follow what you just did? I had nothing at all. I'm like, man, I love those midgets, they always got your back up to here. Alright, and I got the fuck out. I was so scared. I'm like, he's already pulled a gun once. He's gonna shoot me for making a midget joke at him. But he loved it, because he was all fucked up and falling over and shit. It was crazy, man. Midgets, when they pass out, they just kind of like, weeble wobbles, and then they go, okay? Things that big ass, okay? You never hung out with them midgets like that? Dude, not me. I like them. I like them. They're the people. Shit happens.
Get the fuck out of here.
Word to that great church, by the way. Thank you for having me come.
Man, just getting fucked up on call. I want to drink. Black people are drinking now. I saw it on drugs.
What is it?
That shit they drinking. Not fast in the south.
What is it?
It's like a liquid codeine and mix it with Kool-Aid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, syrup. Yeah, that's the exact same thing they were doing.
Did you mix codeine with that drink?
No, what you do is it's cough syrup. It's cough syrup. And
let's go, baby.
As a kid, I discovered Michael when I was like 9. I fall asleep. Oh, so I liked it, but I didn't like the feeling in the morning.
I've never chucked codeine, but it's great. It's like a joint. It's like a joint. Dude, I get so fucking. I can't eat that shit. My fucking little pooper gets worn out. I can't shit and it's miserable. Fuck that. I don't do none of that shit no more, man.
Some of that cold medicine and shit one night.
Dude, you don't want to. Oh man, that's what we used to do. Play slow records.
This motherfucker one time. On your back, on your horse, and this motherfucker one time.
Hey, Lee, put this song on. Okay, this is a great song.
Hold on, we gotta get the fuck out of here.
Alright.
Get the fuck out of here.
Word to that.
Let's do this real quick. For 9,000 years, that's how long humans been making wine. That's also how long they've been confused about which wine to drink. Some people get a headache after they drink wine. I used to get a headache. One time I shoplifted a bottle of wine from Albertsons across Hudson County Park, and I drank it with Diddy Gonzalo, Louis Cassidy, and I had a headache for 2 fucking days. But for many of us, it's a shopping part that causes a real headache. You got too many choices. You don't know what to do. People coming over, they're serving chicken, they're serving lobster, and sometimes you go down there and wine's expensive. You went in there to buy a 20, next thing you know you're dropping 60, and you got no guarantee of what you're gonna buy, right? Let me tell you something. It's overwhelming to pick out a good bottle of wine sometimes, especially when people don't know. Your own personal experience learning about wine and why haven't you bothered to learn about wine, that type of stuff. This is what we're gonna do. I joined a new wine club. It's called Club W. They changed the whole game. It's easy. You go to clubw.com and you answer 6 questions. The algorithm reads a palette profile just for you. I don't know where the card is right now. It's pretty cool, man. If you've ever seen anything like this, Club W is leading the glass wine revolution. What means is they cut out the middleman. They work directly for the vineyards, and they cut the guy out, which in turn saves you some don't rate me. So with Club W, you get premium wine, customized.
Kedushin Daf Memvov, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-Minute Daf. We're kind of got engaged without her father's das, without her father's consent. We have machlokes between Rav Asi and Rav whether or not she could renege on this engagement. She accepted it, but her father didn't accept it. According to Rav Asi, she could not renege. According to Rav, she could. We want to thought maybe we should bring a rider from the father. The halacha is that if somebody seduces a girl, he has to pay 50 shekel knas to the father, even in a case where the father agreed that he should marry his daughter, but she doesn't want it. So isn't this similar to our case? Because over here we don't have the father's will to begin with, and she's against it. So you see that she could be moichel. It's a right to right. No, it's not a right. Because we could say, like we always learned in Torah, that we're talking about that the man didn't have das for kedushin. You don't want to marry him. And even if you say that it was the shem kedushin, it would be necessary to do another kedushin. Mari Moreno Levisha has to do another kedushin because he didn't have the father's consent to begin with. And now we're in a brand new Mishnah. If a person uses a lashon, he says he takes a fruit, he takes a date, and he says is kachili b'Torah zu, and then she eats the date, and then he gives her another one. So if one of them has a shavuot pruta, it's a good kedusha. So we have machlokes. What exactly is this case? According to Rabbi Shmuel, talking about the beginning of it, where a person says a double lashon, iskachili b'zu, iskachili b'zu. He breaks it up very strongly with the word iskachili, iskachili. And the chiddush is that even though she's eating something and she has an immediate satisfaction enough, nevertheless, there's no kiddushin with less than a shavuot. According to Rabbi, it's talking about the end of the Mishnah. It doesn't say iskachi, but rather it says iskachi v'zu u'v'zu. All of the it's together. There's a shavuot pruta, then there's a kiddushin. And the chiddush is that if she eats it right away, then you need the last date should have a shavuot pruta. And from here, the Gemara says, you see a number of things. First of all, you see if somebody gets engaged, he tries to make a kedushin with a milva with a loan, it doesn't work. Because over here, you see, it doesn't work unless there's a full fruit at the end. You can't use the previous dates because they're already gone, they're consumed, they're a milva, they're a loan. if, in addition to the forgiveness of the loan, there's a pruta, so a guy forgives this woman $1 million, but he gives her one lousy date that's worth a pruta, her das is on the pruta, and it's a good kedusha. What if the kedusha is not high? What happens to everything he gave her to begin with? All the dates that he gave her, does she have to pay them back? Yes, because if it was matana, it would be a good kedusha. But obviously, it's only a milva, and that's why she has to give it. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister, he says, I read the Kedush, he gives her money. Well, everybody knows you can't get married to your sister. So what does he try to do it? According to Rab, she has to return the money because all he's doing is he's trying to give her a cut and he wanted her to watch it and he figured if he doesn't say it in a funny way, she won't accept it. According to Shmuel, it's a pure gift, she doesn't have to return it. The reason why he didn't say here's a gift and he said it in a funny way, he didn't want to embarrass her. He figured she's not going to accept it. Halacha is that when a person separates challah from his dough, that's great, he gives it to the kohen. But what if he separates challah from flour? The halacha is that the kohen must return the flour. And the Gemara wonders why. Why does he have to return the flour? So the Gemara tells us because he's concerned that the kohen is going to fall in a trap. He's going to forget, he's not going to realize that what the Yisrael gave him is higher in more challah, and he's going to take that flour and add it to his own personal flour, and he's going to make bread out of it without being mafresh challah. And it's hevel. It's also the rice people. Another shot is no kohen won't make such a mistake. The concern is that the Yisrael will make a mistake. The Yisrael will think that what he did was fine. He's mafresh challah from flour. Everybody knows he's supposed to take from dough. Oh no, that's just to make it easy for the kohen. If the kohen agrees to take from flour, you could take from flour, but the truth is no. Rashis arisei seicha. Challah is only given from dough, not from flour. Now, there's a number of things where it goes into it. Perhaps the kohen should keep the flour and just give a little bit of trumas and meisers from that flour that he gave. Why does he have to give it back to Yisrael? You see something similar when a person takes truma from a pot that has perforation, which is the rice of chayiv and trumas and meisers, on a pot that doesn't have a hole in the bottom, which is part of the trumas and meisers with the rice. Or if you say you should take truma, even though you took truma, you should go ahead and take truma again, like as if he took truma from a non-perforated pot. Perforated, it's different. A patch is different than Gemara says because when you have two pots, the person understands that he made a mistake here. There's a one that's high, one that's hot. But it's one bowl of flour, he's going to be lazy, he's not going to want to take truma. In the case of a sour, spoiled watermelon, let's say. So over there we say Yachzav Yitron, we should take a second truma. But in fact, with the rice, the first truma is the truma. Rabbi Sai have a wonderful day, and also a beautiful yom.
I go everywhere. I'm in Portland Thursday through Sunday, and I'm in New Jersey next week at the Stress Factory. All right, guys? Hey, I love that club, man. Maybe those boys from Ramblers come out, man. I like those guys. Thank you for coming out. Hey, church, you know what? That's fucked me up. Coco, you know, there's cameras and microphones here, but at the base of it, it's back 16, 17 years, 14, 40.
Good morning, Rabbi side. You can do it again. You know what? That's what we'll do. Good morning, Rabbi side.
You've been right there with us.
Most of this is tough.
Close it up. We thank you, Ralph, for me for coming on.
I love you.
Friday night. I love you, cocksuckers.
I love you. Thank you, sir. And thank y'all for having me on. I really appreciate it. You stuck around. And I know I get long.
You're valid. You're listening to Mr. Mordechai live from the Italian Alps.
This show was brought to you by Club W. Go to clubw.com/Joey to get 50% off your first order. That's right, you go to clubw.com to get 50% off your first order. I'll see this later.
what's happening now, would like to introduce you to PetNet. Stop worrying about feeding your pets the wrong amount of food every day. The PetNet Smart Feeder will feed the healthiest portions at the right time, every time automatically. Go to PetNet. Get your PetNet Smart Feeder, plus free shipping when you go to petnet.com/Joey. That's petnet.com/Joey. Petnet.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by Onnit.com. Go to Onnit.com and use code CHURCH to save 10% on all of their optimization products like Alpha Brain, Strong Bone, New Mood, Shrimp Immune, and Shrimp Tech Support.
Oh shit. The church of what's happening now, bitches. Get that muley. Monday, October 17th. The day the devil was buried at sea. Please sign that. Rowdy May. Uncle Joey. Little Michael Shagner. Oh shit. Break out those fucking bazookas. Uncle Joey's in your living room tonight.
Ever Falls, Hobson Verge said,
What's happening, beautiful people? I missed you, cocksuckers. Rowdy May here.
Hey everybody, how are you?
Had here, same old fucked up crew. It's a Monday night, October 17th. I hope your weekend was fucking tremendous. We had a great weekend. I want to thank Chicago for letting me take my special new beautiful fucking city, which I've always loved to death. I finally got Leo when I turned him on to a beef fucking combo with the sausage, with the fucking green peppers and onions. Forget about it.
It's like the hot beef with sausage combo.
Beef combo, that's it.
Oh my god, they're crazy. Which one do you go to?
We got House.
Strong.
It was close to the day. It was a World Series,
Yeah, right. You don't want to go up there.
We didn't want to go all the way down. We didn't listen to like fucking around. We were taping. I had to do shit in the afternoon both days. So we just kept it light. We're playing myself. And I gotta tell you, we didn't keep it light at all. It was just great. It was a great. It's the reason why I picked that city. Especially.
That's amazing. It's such a great town. They're great audiences. They're like blue collar but smart. It's a rare thing. They're not shocked by shit. Chicago. Fuck you. I lost my phone in the hotel. And they turned it into the front desk. Fuck yeah, that's Chicago, man.
Did you lose in the restaurant?
I don't know. We're at the restaurant.
You got up. You saw me. You got up. But you did not have it in the restaurant. You got up. You left. You were sitting there playing with the phone.
Yeah, I must be
put it next to you. You got up when you saw me. And you left it there. I felt terrible because I lost. I dropped the hour. When I got there, somebody gave me a great fucking hour. Rainbow, long day rock and roll. I went to eat the Cuban sandwiches. I left it downstairs. At night, they called me in my room. We have you out downstairs.
That's amazing.
I'll get it.
That's great.
Great little city, Chicago. I mean, listen, man. Chicago's one of those places where once you get into the suburbs, it's the last American frontier.
Yeah, right.
It's really neat.
I hate that the whole city's being raided. It's like the whole Wild West, you know? I mean, everybody's dying and shot and shit like that. That's only certain parts of Chicago. Nobody gets it. Yeah, man.
There's parts of Chicago that are fucking bad. There's parts of Houston.
Oh my god, so bad. Yeah.
Different element to Houston.
Oh shit.
Those areas where we used to go from.
Yeah, no way.
This is going on across the country. Where you just can't say Chicago. Chicago is a great city. Chicago is a scary place. Look what happened last year in St. Louis.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You know, that's so crazy because I used to go to St. Louis as a kid, and man, I remember in like '84, they had this whole 4th of July down there. Okay, I mean, for every white guy, there was 2 black guys. Okay, we're all listening to Cool Gang, eating fucking hot dogs like Americans. Alright, fireworks, everybody was having a blast.
I can't believe that town went to what shit is today. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, I've never seen more people having more fun and no racial BS bullshit anywhere than at that fucking 4th of July. It was fucking outstanding. Cool in the gang.
Shit.
Clarksville, Arkansas.
That was the big city for my wife.
Yeah.
That's the team you watch.
Oh, yeah.
Paducah, right? That's Kentucky. She grew up in, by Milan.
Oh, my God. That's like Jackson.
That's like Jackson, yeah. A couple of miles.
Yeah. We go to St. Louis to watch the games, and then we go to Memphis to watch wrestling. And we go to Hot Springs to go to the horse races. My grandfather would get a place.
What type of wrestling was there?
Oh, shit.
Was it the guy you saw on TV?
Fuck no! When we saw him on local TV, I mean, that's where I first met Spittin' Dick Murdoch, fucking the Funk Brothers, okay? Man, Jerry Lawler, I saw Jerry Lawler and Kaufman fucking wrestle. And then, like, 2 weeks later, I saw Kaufman get beat by a woman. One of these big bitches from Tennessee. I mean, she's big. Probably Mississippi, North Mississippi. Okay, this big bitch whipped his ass. Okay, so that
WWE wrestling.
it's third tier, but it's legendary. You know what I mean? It was Mid-South and something else. I forget the name of that one, but I mean, dude, I went to so much wrestling. I saw Ric Flair win the heavy metal belt from Harley Race, and it was his second world championship. And then I saw Dusty Rhodes beat him, and then he beat Dusty Rhodes again for his third championship. It was tremendous. Blood was everywhere. It was fantastic. And wrestling was so fucking good, dude. I remember as a kid spitting on fucking Abdullah the Butcher. I spit on him, you dirty motherfucker. Okay, I spit on him. Who else I spit on? What was her name? Oh, yeah, man. All the kids are down there. We were fucked up on suicide cups. That's what you ever have a suicide? I don't think so. Okay, it's where you take a Coke, all right? You tell them there's a little ice. And then you hit every type of Coke on the fucking day. That's the suicide.
Miami adults looking for their first win as San Francisco becomes a no clock Purdy, no George Kittle today. They're going to lose the team of the Saints.
We have like access to ice. Like a bridge, like he's right or something. So good.
That fucking sounds so good right now. Fucking ice. That bong is deadly, by the way. Just want you to know. I was surprised I'm not bad. There's fucking one hit of that.
So high.
I like the plastic with the fucking pistol grip and on the car. I like that.
yourself.
And this was clean and sober for you?
This was clean and sober. I gotta say.
There's people who think I need an intervention.
No. Okay. Okay, so.
You want a number 2 good rehab? I got one.
Okay, so. Sure, yeah, right. I was so happy to have you.
Nobody can read with your fucking eyes.
I'm trying to figure that out. I don't have the master scoreboard. That's like,
yeah, right.
I'll have the scoreboard over here so people can see. From 80 to 85, it was always something. You know, I'm not embarrassed to say it. No, because it went from.
When did your mama pass?
My mama passed, that's not 79, but before that, I was already scared. I was already already I was doing.
You were dancing for money at the bar at 6.
No, but I had already by that time when she died, I was already doing acid.
No shit.
So acid that I had some. I was making up living off of acid, living off of microdot acid. I had a science relevant. I was such a science. Had a color friend of mine in on it, and then the black jeans.
Those are the spoilers, right?
The lunch. So I would get 1,000 for $45, but I would sell 100 for $35. And then you sold 1 for $3,000. And you went, Ralph, you sold 40 of them. You already got your money back.
Right.
And you still had 9 things, 60 of them. There was no you. The only way to lose money on that.
Yeah.
And I would sell those to wrestlers.
Well, like you're doing now the Adderall.
Right. You get the, but not getting it for the numbers I was getting.
No.
Not for those numbers.
Walgreens don't get them those numbers.
But these black beauties were fucking solid. I was getting these from these 2 chemists that were getting out of fucking. And the days was already here. And I remember towards the end, I was going down these streets when I was opening them up and just snorting them in 2 capsules. So you figure, I think of weed a lot. So I go home at night, I think about drug shit. And go out one particular night when I was selling purple microdot acid. I probably had, when you sell a lead, you do it. So remember, you build your resistance. So I might sell you one. You want to get fucked up. I got 4.
Here we go, kids. This is Daddy's favorite time of the week. Really? Nobody knows who that is. Oh no, Trevor Lawrence.
Martin's just going to take this all the way across the field. This is what happens when you establish the run. This is a play action, and Martin's just going to run across the field. Watching the young man gets his first NFL touch and first NFL touch down.
That means I got a partner. And we smoked that fucking acid. And I got a headache like one of those. I was freaking out on the fucking ass already. But to make a long story short, I'm sorry I went on this tangent.
No, I love it.
When I go out those days, you really didn't know what was going to happen. Like, all you knew then was that you had $42, Ralphie had 64, and I had 80. We're going to go to a bar and have a few drinks, and maybe I can show up against Pittsburgh.
What was that like?
Show up. You know, and it was like,
Well, that's what I wondered about the fucking Quaalude.
like I went from living this fucking, going to the bar on Monday night.
Come on, Miami, you fuck. Okay, nobody knows who that is.
I got these fucking quaaludes. Oh my god, the guy fucked up with the chemicals. He made 100 of them, but he had to pay it that way, so all the chemicals went to the fucking bottom of the quaalude. So the ones on this side is the one he sold, so they're like 3 string. And next thing you know, he's like, Jesus fucking Christ, okay, I'll split one with you. Because I gotta get some sleep. I'm leaving here in 1 hour. You see my clock? Like, I remember just people saying it to me. Like, you see that clock? In 1 hour from now, I'm gonna be the fuck out of here. And I would just sit there and go, this is when I'm completely irrelevant. Casino with Mickey Rickles. That little one. The plane broke. When the plane broke, and now they got you. That's like, at that point.
That's fucking, God damn it, what's his name?
Josh Allen get this guy in close territory. Also Bill Simmons, and then New York Giants getting in the Cowboys territory there with his approaching to tight end. Johnson moves the sticks on that one and pick up that drive in just a bit. So third and 7 for Lamar Jackson and Baltimore.
Come on, baby.
Jackson on the left.
That's what I'm talking about.
Down in there, just like last time. Adam Smith again. This time they were prepared. How you know what?
Never pass. We give it fucking 20. Let's get the 6 pills, all right? Cut this shit. And that's it. That's how quick it happens. You went out and you're going to have orange juice and a hamburger and watch the game. And you're going home jacked to the gills at 5 with a gram of blow in your pocket and 6 whales you didn't want.
And your dick's mysteriously wet.
I owe you $20. I gave you 3 good whales to hold. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't want whales because I don't want me. I don't want
Oh, man. George would be holding and didn't even know it. He didn't check the inside pocket.
So that was brought off your drugs, essentially. No, not.
Like some people carry it sometimes.
Fuck, cooking the core.
Honestly, at home, okay. Coco's is the head French man over in church I've been a member of the church. I might have been the first member of the church. It was us. And, okay, the last time I saw Coco doing exactly what he was talking about the 80s, like he was a demon then. 10 years ago, Christmas, Thanksgiving, Coco did a quarter ounce of mushrooms. He smoked nearly an ounce of weed, drank beers all day long, then went down and did the Comedy Store and copped. Okay, and that was the last night of evil. Oh, and acid. Acid too. He had 4 hits of acid. What? He ate a quarter ounce of mushrooms. I swear to God. Okay? 4 ounces. Alright, and then 4 hits of acid. Smoked at least an ounce of my weed. Drank all the fucking orange juice. Okay? I had to call the convenience store twice to come up and bring more orange juice. Oh, dude.
Are they still there?
Yeah. Okay, I get them to set up a chicken salad, toast, stop. Chicken salad, yeah, avocado and tomato. Damn, lady, I'm fucking strange you for it.
That place, there was ants in your sandwich, and you sent that back, and she still gave you a bill for half the sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
Because she said that there was only scans on the west
On the west side. Where the fuck is that spot?
The place next to the
Oh, my God, yeah. Greenblatt's. Greenblatt's. Fucking charged me for having a sandwich with that hand on.
Listen, I saw it.
Oh, my God.
Extra outlet around for students. The baseball tournament, that's just what the Jets did.
He looked at the sandwich and was like,
They're on top, and now it calls for family. Gets it immediately. But you're right back to that guy. Check this out. Third and 9 in scoring range for Keith Williams and Chicago.
I went there the time before that, and I got a fucking salami and egg sandwich. Okay, that's a strong move. Okay, late at night, boom, a couple pops from Stone's Boom, that's right. And they fucking fried up the salami. And the goddamn thing left the plastic on the outside, so it burned. It's all toxic. I'm like, what the fuck? Can you just send this back? Fuck it, I don't want to eat anything here. And I got high with you.
Pepperoni. The reason I haven't got pepperoni in a few months is because so we can get some plastic.
Oh my God.
When you get wraps. No. I would make sandwiches.
Oh my God, really?
Every bite would have the ring around it, so I'd have to tell them.
to lower the star kind of there, and then she took melting in the chest and not the head. Let's head back to something.
Yes, I make pepperoni sandwiches.
Right away, I heard everything. That's why you're reading the string is still on.
Yeah.
Same thing they didn't call it, so police are
I know. LA's problem is it's like an airport. You know,
they got it this way, right?
Yeah, but it's like a wrap. But not the fucking plastic. It was the plastic.
It's the plastic.
No, there's a difference between the wrap and the case. It was no, but it was like you can't take casing like around it. It is like I've had pepperoni. Trust me, I've had pepperoni before. There's not that. And I told them, and when you tell them about it, you can see a difference. Like that's why I don't go to the I did something really weird today. What you did?
What did you do?
I left my cart at Ralph's. I got pissed off because they didn't have what I wanted. Like the deli counter was full, way full. And I was looking at my cart. No, Magnolia.
It's a crazy fucking
Magnolia across from the barbecue place.
The DX has open. It's right across. It's right past Lancashire.
Oh, you got that? Hello.
It's hard to remember everything I got.
That's the worst one. That's why you get shitty cold nuts. They don't have the cold nuts there.
They don't.
No.
Where do you go?
To the Rouse up by fucking cold water and any other Rouse but that one. They don't have a slice that they give it to you.
No, they have a slicer.
Yeah, but they give you the shit thing.
Yeah, most of the time.
No, they don't have to do it, but you can't go there. You know, you gotta go to Vineland.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's what I go. Magnolia Vineland. Yeah.
No, Vineland and
You sit across the street from the barbecue place.
Yeah.
No,
That's
not
not
that.
Vineland.
No, not that. No, that dump is a dump. Okay, that's a dump. That's where that Jack in the Box is. There's something in there.
Yeah, there's a girls' street.
Yeah, that's why you go there. It's a Subway too. That's why you know why that is. That's why I'm sucking. But you don't think I know, but I know. Hey, I've been there. No, you can't go to that one. You gotta go to one by Ventura and Vineland. Underground barbecue. Very nice. You got the bread that you can cook yourself at home.
that is
Yeah. You go to the worst, man. The worst super
No, there's a worse one. There's one on Laurel Canyon and Victory where they don't have a deli counter. That one's scary. I went there once.
That's the scariest place you go to. What's the one?
used to be John's.
It is one of the weird nights.
John's, scary, all rushity.
Sunset. Up by the burger.
Food for less? Oh yeah, I know. I wanted to go in there with fucking get a bunch of newspapers, like about to get shanked in the yard. Oh my god. Right.
Parking was scary. Parking was scary.
It's the whole thing.
Funniest jokes about that place is Felipe. Felipe goes to food for less. It's the only place you go in this drug deal with the like that fucking. It is a fucking.
How are the spoons? I'm missing.
Just shot a CD in San Jose.
Fucking so good.
DVD in San Jose, whatever the special.
It's fucking funny, man.
Felipe's a great guy. He's doing a great podcast.
So I gotta get it.
With my brother Simon Bob. We have to get in here after doing this podcast.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, Rodrigo Torres, we have to do this podcast. I've just been so busy the last 2 fucking months. So, Melissa was still all here, Ralphie.
I know.
I just had Willie with me, Rogan's doing his thing, fucking.
Man, Joe's doing it big, man.
Big Cook is working.
Fuck yeah.
Duncan's working. Ari's working. We're still here, I guarantee that nobody expect us to be here,
No way.
Josh Wolf was in Syracuse this week. He's working, I mean,
I like Q's. Q's in the house, oh my god. Yeah, man. I just hung out with y'all, man. Just come and deep in and stay with me. And Andy Andrews and Junior Costa. Get all of it out there as an entertainment. They're all fucking weird. And they find over just singing a final rap, which is fucking hilarious. That's a real song.
Come on, Lamar.
Going up on Facebook, like, hey, something wrong with your lips, dude, let me touch it. He had his little pinky down. He's awesome.
Also, first down. Well, just had a big play. The Jets and Bills game. Justin Fields looks so good in week 1. Here he goes, play action, looking to throw for it. Runs out of time, though, as the pass rusher finishes. And gets to it. Coming in to knock away the football. Fields is secure. A.J. Epinesa comes up with the football. Son and James from Buffalo. And Josh Allen in the Bills. In the red zone. Come to this game right now as Josh Allen looking to add to a 7-point lead.
Sets a standard. That's it. First and 10 is Cook again. Down to the 20. We were just addressing the cut out to Tracy first.
Number 1 overall picks from back to that year's Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow. First look at Lawrence, sidearm straight pass to the facial. And he's possibly in, but not until he gets 24 yards. So congratulations on his sidelines. Sam Darnold, next possession for Seattle. Looking for a choke play. It's snatched out of the sky. And that is Jalen Ramsey, the hero at the end of the Pittsburgh game last week. Comes up with his first interception as a Pittsburgh Steeler. Josh Allen shaking a connection. Dawson Knox is up with the football, and that's a first down. Bills are knocking. We're going to bring in a double box now as the Jags reach the base of 2. They continue to move the football against the Cincinnati offense, and they are now in the red zone.
Ability on high. A fourth receiver on the depth chart is playing like that. This Jags offense is real this year. Hard to watch. I'm glad of that.
Many times if you've been on the other end of the I'm sure that their ability showed you how they can become they're going to be another opportunity for a year of this draft. They got to stand up. So George needs that. It's incomplete. A lot of blocking speed by Quincy Williams. He's excellent space. He's one of the best screen in the game. Like that. I can't remember. I think that was wrong. Look at that. First and 10. She's looking near side. Another contested ball. With this organization. Felt that contact right away. The second and 10 now
It's like high horse back in 18. That's around it was left side. Josh out the extra, see the defense, getting to the right play, man. The signee by way of the Chargers is going to be Prater time. I'm talking about Prater. I'm watching. So go get that 32-yard game watch. Yeah, they're taking the red eye in for the white guard. So this will be just 28 yards. 41-year-old. Second oldest player in the league. Prater. Is good. So, 10 points in 2 minutes. Jets get off focus. He's like that. They only give up a field goal. 10 in Jersey. Mac Jones is running for the Jared. I want to see. Mac Jones goes to Ricky Pearsall. They've got all kinds of problems with the pass receiving. And when it comes to injuries for the Niners, we're going to see that completion for the Niners fans. 15 yards on that one. Stevens, 24/7. You wake up first. It's 7 to 8 with Brody in the morning, and then like 12 to 1. The last 2 stops of the night for Brody, the Comedy Store main room, or the original room. You'll wait here. Was it 3?
Exactly. Because he knows so many fucking people. I mean, I don't think people really understand. I was at Fox, and Tom Brady walked up to Brody Stevens and was like, "Hey, Brody, how are you?" And that's fucking Tom Brady, man. Okay, and he was like, "Oh my God," and Brady was doing good, man. You know, feeling good, doing good, positive. He didn't say positive, in there. But I saw it.
I see it, and I'm not even sitting there like,
I'm not even close to Brody, but he was fucking funny, man.
I wouldn't be like one of those guys that, oh, look, this guy can do away with it. I'm old. I'm talking about Brody Stevens and what he does on Periscope. What he does on Periscope. It just against Miami's defense last week. So if we don't want to be that guy, fuck yeah, the mornings he looks weights in South Florida for his offense.
Plays the drums for no reason. He's in the middle of the traffic. Just one sometimes beating the shit out of his steering wheel with drumsticks.
Talking shit over the bush, you know what I'm saying? I don't have no
Where's the cat?
I don't have no I can't smoke in the house. If I can smoke in the house, I have the cats in there every day. I have pure fucking No, I can't fuck with the kids and get high from them and shit. That shot, that cocaine thing. I got it, I came back. He lost that fang and shit. It's now driving and taking possession. Shit's real, Jack.
Hey, this is hilarious. I remember
Detroit defense before the Cincinnati and Jack.
Okay. And
that same other crazy recently
we did around
retired former defensive end edge rusher.
Everything from Doug, there was this guy, Blackjack or something. Okay, Scrabble or something, or just fucking, just be, bring over coffee, go over jokes and shit. And Blackjack would just show up because he knew where Doug was. And at the door, screen door open up the first on territory. And every time you come in, Doug would just nonchalantly slide a videotape of outdoor animals as a fucking gang finisher. Okay, and this girl had TNF. All these dumps and shit in there. Oh my god, it's just like a little turn it upside down, like,
Good morning, Rabbi. ROTHSCHILD. Kedushin Daf on how's everybody doing? Welcome to the Unit Daf. We're discussing the issue of Qadr, and that is all new grains, the 5 grains that you have to. Sunday vacation. That the young promises that you will become a better person, a better husband, a better wife, a better father or mother. That the young and Mayor Shapiro and candidate unites all of my Israel. And there's a special camaraderie between the people that help us here. And there's a special unification between you and the Hanayim and the Rabbi, and especially between you and the Holy Father. That the young Shas that is encompasses all of Torah. You're not just learning halacha or agadah, but you're learning it all. As Tosis points out, when the Gemara says Yashlish Adam, the person spend a third of his days learning, because it says this means the Gemara was included Mishra, and Torah is being received in Agdah, Chatorah, and Chafzirah. Every day, we're doing a new concept that you haven't heard of yet, you've probably never heard of before. When you travel, you'll see people learning on the plane, in the airport. 90% of the time, those are people who are learning that language. There's nothing like starting off the day with a good, Dr. Mother, 45 minutes, an hour of Torah. And finally, when a person sets aside time to have a date with Kaviyachal and Baruch, that's an amazing connection that you make with Rabbi Shalom. And now, some of the reasons why people fall off the bandwagon. People say, the Rabbi is really expression. I don't become that. Like, the learning is, I don't remember what I learned last week. Or they'll say, I'm used to how we learn in yeshiva. Love this. This is not the proper way to learn Gemara. You have to learn it slow. Love this. These are all valid points. I'm not going to get into whether supposed to look like this, fast or slow. The question is, what's the alternative? Are you learning every single day with Rabbi? Are you learning on Friday? Are you learning on Shabbos? Are you learning on Sunday? If the answer is no, then this is for you. The other question you have to ask yourself is, if you learn all of Torah, if you learn all of Shabbos, when are you going to do that? And finally, the Zohar says, because time being down, the Lord talks about it, if somebody will learn something in this world, when he gets to Shemai, he will be able to learn that with Baruch, his Baruch will explain to him better. Go through all of Shabbos, even if you don't remember it, even if you don't really understand that, his Baruch will explain it to you better. But if you don't learn it, you know, you learn the feelings, the numbers, the sparkling, the high, it's touching. If you don't learn it, you're not invited into the shade. And finally, one of the pitfalls that people have is when they miss a dot, the other thing, you miss a dot, is sickness, is sickness, is vacation. And a mistake that the Zohar makes people do is, he says, you have to make it up. Don't go back to the shiur. Let's make this up first because I don't want to hold my Gemara and my Masechta. And that's a big mistake. Skip what you missed. Go back to the shiur. Go back to where the Vice was holding. Write down what you missed, and you'll make it up at a different time. But today, you must skip. Don't fall for that. And don't be a perfectionist when it comes to that learning. Don't say, well, I didn't finish this session, I don't want to do this. I need to finish. Because at the end of the day, if you finish $3,700 versus $2,711, it's not the end of the world. Better to do that than not to do it at all. And now, listen to some things. In the beginning of Shabbos, the Mishnah discusses Kriyash Shema. The Torah says that the Shafar of the Reference is the rise to say Kriyash Shema twice a day. When you go to sleep, nighttime, and when you rise in the morning. And what is nighttime? The Mishnah in the Gemara brings down 6 Shitas. The Shita in the Mishnah says, say something about it. And the Mishnah uses a Russian of when the timings were tongues. The girl is playing the mikvah, and then after it's covered with able to keep school. Until what point can you say seriously? The Rebbe said, until the end of the first Mishmar of the Malachim, the night is divided into 3, so the third into the night. Chavam said, until Chatzos, halfway through the night. And the Gamliel says, until Amid HaShachar, until the light of dawn. In fact, the Gemara says, Chachamim agree with the Gamliel that the time is Amid HaShachar. But the Rabbi saw the Naveira, and according to distance people from Naveira, he made a siyag, he made a gather, and he said, you must say Yishma before Chatzos. The same halacha applies to Hektik halacha in the and to, in other words, when the Hanan puts their bonus, the ladies under his band, and certain providers that are only people for one day and night, such as Shabbos and Asham, the shiur is until Chatzos, but the real shiur is until Amud HaShachar. The reason why I actually starts Kriyash Shema of Ma'ariv, not Kriyash Shema of Shachar, two reasons, the Gemara, because the Torah says it was a Shachar, and then only afterwards we cannot read it. Or, because by Kriyash Shema it says that Erev, first the night, and then by the Boiker, the day. As we mentioned before, the time that each Lulav, after he's Kodesh, after he's the Chacham, and even before he's the Kodesh, because the Torah says, you talk Hashem is the Torah. Unlike the typical meaning of the custom of life, it means when the sun comes up, the ball is when the sun goes down, the fire, and it says that the Father came, this day the light is God. And now, we go to the 6 Shitas that the Gemara brings down, where the Rebbe says, the time of saying Yishma is Shkia, that's when Shabbos comes in. The name of the first Shita is slightly before it says like the Father, that's when the Hanan are playing on the Torah. Yeshua says, say like the Father, the middle Shita. That's when the Hanan comes in the Tumah. And Anina says, after it says like the Father, that's when both people sit down to eat. And the name of the second Shita says, when you eat, Friday night, it's like after that, and the Alpha says this is the latest moment. It's when people sit down to eat a weekly meal at night, have a wonderful day. You should be serving up to finish shots together of late.
Josh Allen has come to the field for the Buffalo offense. Your quarterback design volunteers looks like he may be hitting his face against one of his offensive linemen, and Allen immediately comes to the sideline with his head down. This is just 20 seconds ago. We've seen the
Rabbi is not Gimel. Tremendous manifest to every single one of you who started Shas. You should be zealous to stay on board, stick it out, and finish Shas in Hashem. Welcome the over 1,500 new subscribers in the last 24 hours. That brings us up to 7,500 new subscribers in the last 4 days, I think it is. Our goal initially was to get to 10,000 new subscribers with the Siyum Shas. We're almost there. With your help, just send out the link, put it on your status, tell your friends about it, or make a tremendous hit for a big difference. Remember the mission that told you that you take Yishma until so much more we shine until the end of the first mission. There are 3 Mishmars according to one sheet of the Mayim, that was the Malachis and Shira, and when one Mishmar ends and the next one begins, that's when you can take 3 Mishmar. The question is, if you divide the 9 into 3, it equals to 4 hours each. So why didn't you just say you can take 3 Mishmar for 4 hours? The answer is to teach us that the Mishmaris of the Mayim coincide with the Mishmaris down here. We also have Mishmaris. For instance, the first Mishmar, you'll hear the donkey's name and making noise. The second, at the middle of the second Mishmar, you'll hear the dogs barking. And at the beginning of the third Mishmar, the babies wake up to nurse. And when a couple wakes up, the wife starts calling their husband. According to another chat, all 3 of these signs happen at the end of each Mishmar. End of the third Mishmar is very daytime. I don't need a sign. But it's telling you that in your dark room and your wife starts talking to you, or your baby wants a nurse, you should know it's time to say Mishmar. Because the Baruch Hu shows you carry, he roars like a lion 3 times a day. And he says, only in the Bible about the same practice basic. Wow to the nation that because of my sons, I had to destroy my house, and I had to burn my vehicle, and I had to send fire on the dogs. So the Yaisi, I was once on the way, and I had a davening. So I went off the path, and I went to ruins, the Churba Achas Yerushalayim. Rabbi Anavi waited for me by the door, and when I finished, he said, Shalom. And I said, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi and Moed. She said, what are you doing here? I said, I had a davening. She said, davening, you daven on the way. She davening to the Tzara. So the Yaisi, I learned 3 things from him. First of all, you don't go into a Churba. And if you're traveling, you daven on the way. And what do you daven? Tfilas Habeinu, you tefillah Tzara. And so Rabbi Anavi continued and asked him, what did you hear in the Churba? And he said, I heard a voice that sounded like a pigeon cooing, and the pigeon was saying, or the voice was saying, oh, body, my people said that I had to be master of my house and burn my vehicle, and I had to be magnified. Says the Rabbi, in the lesson of the Shvur, and double Shvur, I swear to you, double. And his Baruch Hu says this every single day, 3 times a day. When his Baruch Hu sees fights for one of his souls, and they say, Amen, Yishmi Rama, he bows his head to the Yahweh, and he says, and he's started that up, but he sent fires from the goes. Why don't we go into a further on the rulings? There are 3 reasons to the month. First is Hasham, the suspicion. And that's the reason if you don't even keep people, they're not that good, the truth's in it. So there's still a Hasham that a person will be with a Zaina. People will say it was with a Zaina. The second reason is my fellows were worried that the ruins will cave in. And that's a reason, if you don't deal with 2 kosher people, they don't have Hasham. Finally, the third reason is Mazik and Shaitan. If it's a brand new place and 2 people that are kosher, but it's in their place that the Mazik like to hang out, it's still dangerous in the right people. Or if you're just with 1 person, or you're by yourself, and you're in a field, so there's no woman, there's no first time. Yet the Mazik, Rabbi says that the night consists of 4 mishmaros. In other words, 3 hours each. The Rabbi says, we woke up every night at sunrise and says, Kodli Inni Hashmeros. I woke up 2 mishmaros before that. Now, if you hold that there are only 3 mishmaros in the night, and you only woke up at sunrise, which is in the middle of the night, that means there's only 1.5 mishmaros left. How do we reconcile this? So the Gemara, because there are people saying they woke up 6 hours for the end of the night, plus 2 hours, because kings would sleep 2 hours into the day. Basically, you woke up 8 hours before everyone else. 8 hours divided by 2 equals 4 hours. In other words, it's 2 mishmaros that he woke up before the yes, it's only 6 hours of nighttime. 1.5 mishmaros was 8 hours before the king, which equals 2 mishmaros and 4 hours. But Rashi says you can call 1.5 mishmaros mishmaros, 2 mishmaros. The Gemara says, in front of the next person is not talking learning. Because it's like since a dead person can't talk in learning, he'll feel bad. Unless you talk in learning, the dead person was mechanic. Another challenge is you shouldn't talk any shpriyot, you shouldn't say anything in front of the mace. It still makes it feel bad unless you're talking about the mace itself. There's a contradiction seemingly in the Psukim. One person says that David woke up at Chatzos, the other person says that he woke up before the night. The Gemara has each other. Either David is saying, I never slept as Chatzos, or he said that I was learning Torah up on the Chatzos like a horse that dozes off, but he's learning in his dozing. And then he came back to the Iman, he was gathered to stretching himself like a lion. Or the shot is, until Chatzos, he learned Torah, and then from Chatzos on, he basically Shiras. This is Bachos. The word Nesach means when something goes away, when the night becomes day, or when the day becomes night. So the Melech says, Chatzos Laila Akum. I wake up at Chatzos. So in other words, the Melech knew what Chatzos was, and on the other hand, it seems like Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know what Chatzos was, because it says, Kach Chatzos Laila, he tells Paro, Kach Chatzos. Almost like Chatzos. Fourth something in the Gemara. Either David HaMelech knew what Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know, because David HaMelech had his pinor, his heart, which told him exactly what Chatzos was. Or the shot is Moshe Rabbeinu also knew that David HaMelech needed his pinor in order to awaken him. Third shot is Moshe Rabbeinu knew what Chatzos was. He was just worried that people will say Moshe Badoy, he's lying Moshe Rabbeinu, so that's why he said Chatzos, they don't catch him on his word. Or the shot is that Moshe Rabbeinu on the 13th of Nisan, he said, Chatzos, just like now, tomorrow, tomorrow, the world will take place for Adam. By at least the Shafik Gemara tells us, Chachmei Yisrael came into the Mela, it means one time they came in, every day they come in, by at least the Shafik, but once they came in, he said, we need to also find yourself, so that let them do business with each other. And the father was shouting out, and the father said everybody, he said, go out to war. So you might have to go out to war. You have to fight. In other words, the strategy of war, you get them out to fight. You don't need Yada, means you ask for the Sus from the Sanhedrin. Yasa means you ask for food and the Kumim, and Yada led them to war, have a wonderful day.
Punched out their blood. How good are NFL defenders these days at aiming a fist at the football in the arm of the ball carrier and popping it free? But Baltimore retains possession there. We'll get you back to the next Raven snap after a ABC test for Matt Crater. Here's the kick from 52.
Rabbi stopped out. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. A few months back, when I found out that my sister-in-law got sick, that day I started taking her down. Just recently I promised her that for specifically for Shlema, and we try to get 10,000 new subscribers during the Sima Shas. In fact, today, Baruch Hashem, in your spot, we achieved that monumental occasion, and Shoshana Blasio Basika should have a pure Shlema. I also like to thank over 1,500 people who viewed the regular 42-minute cheer. You can find that on YouTube, search under Eli Stefanski or Ramat Shemish Yomi, and subscribe. The Pasuk says in Tehillim, David HaMelech says, show me a nachi, chassid ani. So David HaMelech tells us, don't you think I'm a chassid? Keep shopping. Don't you think I'm a chassid compared to the other kings of the world who get up 3 hours every day, and I get up at Chatzos? Or the other kings, they sit around with their friends while I act as a local rabbi. I check out afterbirths with my fingers. I get my hands bloody to make sure that women are taller to their husbands. I'm a chassid. I ask Miki Boishes, who's known as Ish Boishes. The reason why it's called Miki Boishes is because he embarrasses David HaMelech. David HaMelech asks him questions and he says, is this tar, is this kosher? And he embarrasses him by halacha. He's not much better than David in halacha. But David HaMelech got his revenge, so to speak. When he had a son Daniel, he was called Hillel because he was able to embarrass Miki Boishes in halacha. It says in the famous pasuk, Lule and Manti Miraz B'Kuv Hashem. The word Lule has dots on top of it, B'Kudas. David HaMelech wasn't sure that he would be Zoicha B'Olam Haba. And the reason is because he was worried, Shemi Yishroi Ma'achei. Perhaps he'll sin and he won't be Zoicha. As we see by Yaakov Avinu, even though HaKadosh Baruch Hu promised the Shmira protection, it says in the pasuk by Yira Yaakov, he was worried. Why? Shema Yigrim Achem. In fact, we see that the Chet was Gair. Ezra should have had the same kind of nisim of Kriyas Yamsuf as Israel had the first time when they went into Israel. And the reason why he wasn't Zayich is because Gairav HaChet. According to Rabbi Eliezer, we know that the Shachtacha means when people go to sleep, the time that they go to bed, which is a 4-hour period from the time it turns dark until the end of Ashmura Rishayim. According to Rabbi Gamliel, the Shachtacha doesn't mean when you go to bed, it means when you are sleeping, which means the entire night all the way till Amid HaShachar. Chamin, but you read to Rabbi Gamliel. That's what the word Shachtacha means. Well, they say that you can only say Kriya Shema to Chatzois, that the distance a person from an area. You are concerned that a person will come home from work, hard day, work on the field, will eat a little bit, and say, let me take a little nap, and will fall asleep the rest of the night, and that will be Mechayiv Misa. Why is the Gemara so strong with its language? Mechayiv Misa. Because sleep is very dangerous. You try to take a short nap, you fall asleep for the rest of the night. And another chapter, we want to tell you, you should know Meir is not for your choice, it's obligatory, and so you not in Meir. You say Kriya Shema, it says the Gemara, and then immediately you say Shemona Esrei, like goes according to the Rebbe. The Rebbe says that so much you do it. When you mention Yitzis Mitzrayim, you have to say Shemona Esrei immediately. Rashi explains beautifully that that is because first, praise of his heart, and as a level you open up his Baruch's heart, and once his heart is open, you can jump in and ask for the Yisrachim and say Shemona Esrei. Shmuel Levi says, you don't say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei. The opposite. You say Shemona Esrei and Kriya Shema. Make a sound. When you wake up in the morning, you say Kriya Shema, then Shemona Esrei, then Shemona Esrei, and Kriya Shema. In other words, it's Kriya Shema on both sides. And why it's the Shaila? The question is whether you consider the Geulas Mitzrayim, the main part happened during the day, we know. But perhaps as we're doing it on, there's a little bit that started at night, and therefore at night also you have to say what you will feel. Shmuel Levi says no. The main thing happening in the day, and that's what we need to concentrate on. Or the question is, the Shachtacha of Kumach is a hekesh between laying down and getting up. According to Rabbi Yochanan, just like when you get up, you have to say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei, so too when you go to sleep, you say Kriya Shema and Shemona Esrei. So Rabbi says it's a hekesh. What we learn from the hekesh is that when you get up, you say Kriya Shema. In other words, Kriya Shema is closer to the sleep. And also, first say Shemona Esrei, then you say Kriya Shema so that Kriya Shema is closer to sleep. If you have to say Kriya Shema and then immediately Shemona Esrei, why is it that during Meir we have brachas in between Shema and Shemona Esrei? The answer is once the Chumrah is sat in it, it's considered it's a long expression of Yitzis Mitzrayim, and then for the same reason when we say Hashem's Chesed Tov, it's a tefillah that's part of Shemona Esrei. Whoever says Ashrei 3 times a day, the famous saying is Muftach L'Shem Ben Olam Haba, because Ashrei contains the Seder of Aleph Beis. Every pasuk starts Aleph and then second pasuk Beis Gimel, and the other reason is this combination of these two reasons that contains the famous pasuk of Seach V'Sugach HaMasbir HaChaveh. Notice Ashrei is missing the pasuk that starts with the Nun, because that pasuk talks about how Klal Yisrael falls and doesn't get up.
No.
In Eretz Yisrael, they learn that Klal Yisrael fell down, but they will get up from the fall. As though I'm not having look at this, and say right away, the following letter, Samach, Soyet Hashem L'Chol the Baruch Hu lift up those who fall. The Lord tells us that the mouth who falls, when he flies, it's non-stop. But Gabriel has a stopover. He makes one stop. So basically he has 2 flights. But Rabbi has 4 flights. In other words, there's 3 stops. The Malach HaMavis has 8 flights. The Malach HaMavis has 7 stops. We want the person to be able to do tshuva, and we make it harder for the Malach HaMavis to arrive at his destination. Yet if he's a Magyefa, and many people are dying, then the Malach HaMavis has a direct flight. The Shmuel Levi says that there's a mitzvah to say Kriya Shema al Mikvah, you see the pasuk Yudzi B'Achato, Inu B'Vachon HaMishtatim, and you're laying down, you say Kriya Shema. However, from a Chacham, he constantly repeats his prayer, this Chazaras, perhaps watches the evening daf, not really. But something like that doesn't have to say Kriyish Malamisa. Rabbi says, even if I'm a Chacham, they say one puzzle, for instance, not after Yuki, the Isa is to Hashem again, Hashem paid Emes. That was a wonderful day.
I was right across the hall and the fire department did come by. Oh my God. And I said, anyway, I go, I don't know, that fucking bomb, probably somebody just driving through that fucking alley, flicked it on it. Fuck him.
Rabbi got paid. I'd like to apologize. We're simply overwhelmed by the vast amount of new subscribers that we just had in recent days. And it's very difficult for us to get the video out to everybody. We're working on it, we're working with technology. Hopefully in the next few days, we'll have it all sorted out. The Gemara says that a person should use his Yetzer Kai in a battle against his Yetzer Hara constantly. If that doesn't work, he should learn Torah. If he sees that he's not beating the Yetzer Hara, he should say Kriyish Malamisa. If it's still not working, he should remind himself of Yom Hamisa, the day of his death. This has come as a surprise to some people that even Shas, all of Shas, came down to Moshe Rabbeinu on Sinai. As we learn in the passage, the Edom of Luchos Ha'edem, that's referring to the Luchos that says the Hebrews, the one is required to learn Torah. Hamisha comes to Torah. The mitzvah is referring to Mishnah. Asher Kosafti is Nevi Mitzvah. How do I get halacha? From Gemara. You cannot derive halacha from a Mishnah, rather from Gemara, and all these came from Moshe and Sinai. We want to discuss this Kriyish Malamisa. That Kriyish Malamisa acts as a double-edged sword to kill away the Mazikim, and the Torah says to get rid of the Yisurim. Says Rabbi, I don't need a pasuk for that. Everything else, the pasuk says if you do everything that the Baruch tells you, for a matter of something will try with a similar Torah is something that gets rid of the Yisurim. So if you don't learn Torah without the Torah, then the Baruch sends terrible Yisurim. So the Gemara says, Baruch doesn't act like a regular person. Regular person who gives a present to somebody,
right, give it to my boy.
When he sells something, he's upset. Baruch gave us the Torah and he's excited about it. He says, if a person has Yisurim, and this is a Yisai for life, a person should introspect, should check to see what might cause Yisurim. If he can't figure it out, he should assume it's because he's not learning Torah, he's about to Torah. And if not, you should understand that Yisurim Shalahava is a concept of both Yisurim in order to double the Sakai and Earl Haba. Because Baruch says the Gemara gives Yisurim to the people he loves. On one condition, that his people accept the Ahava, and if they do, they'll be Zoyfon, the children, and Arifas Yamim. Because my point is, Yisurim Shalahava is only a situation where it doesn't create the Torah, when one man knows it's only in a situation where it doesn't create Bittul Tefillah, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, even if it creates Bittul Torah and Bittul Tefillah, it's still considered Yisurim Shalahava. What is a Kavachoyim? If a slave leaves his master when his master knocks out his tooth or his eye, certainly Yisurim, which take hold of the entire body, they should give you a kapara amanis. Rishim Ba'ifai says, and this is also a great, the Lord gave us 3 gifts, and He gave us Elam Haba. If a person is involved in Islam, buries his children, says the Gemara, Boyfriend like all Avinaisa. All the Averis are for you. The Rebbe says, although Tzaras is considered a kapara on Mizbeach, yet it's not considered Yisurim Shalahava. Those Yisurim, the difference is, those Yisurim come to take away Katayim and Averis. Yisurim Shalahava, as you mentioned, means that it comes to double Yusachar. To make a distinction, says the Gemara, perhaps somebody has Tzaras and Eretz Yisrael, and it has a lot of Gusha. It's very embarrassing as to leave the mountain, as to leave the cabin. then that's considered not Yisur Shalahava. But if it's in Kutzlaretz, in America, in Bodo, if you have Tzaras, that's Yisur Shalahava. So another distinction you can make is if the Yisurim are visible to others, if the Tzaras is visible to others, that's not Yisur Shalahava. But if the Tzaras is covered, that's Yisur Shalahava. Famous Lashon of Rabbi Yochanan had 10 boys that were nifter, and he carried on himself a bone of one of his children, of the last child that died, and he said, this is a reminder of the Surim of a Hava that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave me. Because Rabbi Yochanan was decided he didn't have the Surim that wanted to Hava. And he wanted to distinction. If a person never has children, that's not Yisurim Shalahava. If a person at one time loses a child, that's Yisurim Shalahava. Here, Abba was sick, and Rabbi Yochanan went to visit him. And Rabbi Yochanan asked him, are you happy with the Yisurim? And he says, no, I'd rather not have Yisurim, and I'd rather not have the Safar. The explanation is because it causes me to be fire. Rabbi says, give me your hand, and give me his hand, and he's guilty. Rabbi Yochanan himself was sick, but he couldn't heal himself because a person cannot take himself out of jail. Rabbi Yochanan said the same thing. He says, I'd rather not have Yisurim, I'd rather not have the Safar, and the Skiver Abba took his hands and healed the dirty. Rabbi Yochanan once visited Rabbi Lazar, who was also sick, and he saw that his house was dark. He rolled up his sleeve and it became light in the house. Rabbi Yochanan's skin shined. And he asked him, why are you crying? If you're crying about the Torah that you didn't accomplish, the famous concept, doesn't matter. It's quantity, it's the quality that counts. And if you're crying because you don't have parnasa, so not everybody has two shulchanos, two tables. You have Torah, you should be happy with that. Says Rabbi Lazar, I'm crying about you, about your beautiful face, your beauty that one day is going to be buried. He explained, because the Yochanan, my son explains, the Yochanan was the last of the beautiful people that lasted from Kuban Abayis. And that's the end of an era. So they both sat and cried. Rav Huna, 400 of his barrels became vinegar. Chacham came to him, and they said, listen, you have to look into what you've done. There's a reason. And he said, what you questioned me? And they told him they knew. They knew that you did something. And so what you're questioning, that will do something without a reason. You see from here, every Yisurim, all the Yisurim that we have comes with the Hezbollah. And he said, I don't know. You tell me. And he said, well, perhaps you didn't pay your sharecropper. And he said, well, the sharecropper is a Ghana. He stole from me. That's why I didn't pay it. And so nevertheless, even though he's a Ghana, if you steal from him, then you taste a little bit of the Gneda. She said, okay, I took it by myself, I'll pay it back. And in fact, either all his 400 barrels became wine, or the price of vinegar became higher than wine. Abba Binyamin died before he did any malacha, and before he ate. And Rashi says before he learned Torah. He says, you don't understand what Rashi is saying. Of course you can learn before davening. You should put your bed between north and south because the Shekhinah is facing east and west. And if you do so, you'll have what is current and what won't miscarry have a wonderful day.
No. We're losing for the first time.
Rafa is Davav. If we had the capacity to see Shadim, we'd be so scared that we wouldn't survive it. They're all around us, and there are many of them, many more than us. In fact, each person has 1,000 Shadim on his right side and 10,000 Shadim on his left side. And you can blame the Shadim for everything. The fact that our clothing is worn out, that our feet knock each other, that our knees are weak, that when we go to a shear, it feels as if it's crowded. It's all the Shadim that you can blame. If you want to see evidence of Shadim, you take ashes, you put it by your bed, and in the morning, you can see footprints that look like those of a chicken. If you want to see them, that's kind of dangerous, but you can if you take a black cat, female black cat, who's the eldest, who's the daughter of another black female eldest cat. You take the afterbirth, you burn it, you put the ashes in your eyes, and then you can see shaded. Rabbi tried this trick, and it actually damaged him. The Chachamim had it down for him to be healed. Abba Binyamin continues to say halachas, and he says that tefillah is heard only in the shul. It says, "Yishmaya elaruna v'tefillah." The place that is rina, that is singing, there is where the davening is. The Baruch Hu is found in the shul, when he comes to where there's a minyan, he actually comes before the minyan gets there. And so the Baruch Hu is there when he's doing the Torah, when he's doing the Dayanim, the Torah is the Torah. The Baruch Hu is there when a Chabrusa is learning Torah, and the Baruch Hu is even there when a person is learning by himself. The difference between a person learning by himself and a Chabrusa is that a Chabrusa is explicitly written down in a sefer that's for everybody to see. Yet, for an individual, or in his own private sefer, that's how Tosis explains it. It says in the Pasuk, famous Gemara, that a person speaks about doing the mitzvah, he had an einus and he couldn't do the mitzvah, will get schar as if he did the mitzvah. At this Baruch Hu is clear. The Baruch Hu says, Klal Yisrael gave me this one great shvach, and he said, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. I'm going to say, Yini Kam Kol Yisrael Baruch Hu. One of the Baruch Hu put in his tefillin, and one of the batim he has, Kimi Goy Gadol, and the parasha Umi Goy Gadol. In the second bias, he says, Ashrecha Yisrael, and the parasha Umi Goy Gadol. In the third bias, it says, Oya Nisa Elokim, and in the fourth bias, it says, Ulikitcha Elyon. If a person is used to coming to a shul, and he doesn't show up, the Baruch Hu asks about it. Says, where's this guy? If he finds out that it's because he went for bar mitzvah, the person will have life. If he finds out that he went for bar shus, even to make a parnasa, he won't have life. Chaim brings this tomorrow, and Chaim says it's impossible for the Baruch Hu tells a person that this is what a person is going to earn this year on Rosh Hashanah from the Rosh Hashanah. It's impossible that if a person has more than the time to go daven and to go learn, and he takes that time instead of learning, he goes and he earns the parnasa. It's impossible that the Baruch Hu will take away from the learning that he's supposed to learn. In other words, he should stay and learn, and nothing will happen and make the same amount of money. The Rebbe says if the Baruch Hu comes to a shul and the meaning is not there yet, miyad koyos, he gets accepted immediately. The person has a permanent place for his davening, then he's like a little kinu, and it says that he can't run by Ezra, Hashem will help him. And when he dies, they say, who's this Anav, who's this Chassid, the child of Avraham. When you go towards the shul, you should run. But when you leave the shul, you don't run, because it looks as if you're running away from the shul. In fact, on Shabbos, when it's us to run, you're allowed to run. It's encouraged to run for shul. The Gemara has a list of things that what we might perceive that you get schar for, it's in fact something else. When you go to shul and listen to speech, you don't really understand the speech, you get the schar not for listening to the Torah, but rather for walking to shul. The schar for arguing and learning is the schar that you get for the tircha, for the amilas HaTorah that you get from coming up with the svara. The schar that you have going to a base of Aval to be Menachem Aval is not the talk, the opposite. The Kusa is being quiet is what's referred. When you fast, on a fast day, you think that the schar is for fasting. In fact, the schar is even greater when you give money to the poor person to break his fast. The schar of you mastic somebody saying a hesped is not in the speech that you give, but rather in the crying that you do. And the schar that you have from going to chasana is the schar for telling the chassan great things. If you daven in a shul, outside of the shul, according to Rashi, means opposite of Daran Kodesh, that wall. When your back is towards Daran Kodesh, you consider the rush and the mercy, the story that Allah Nabi met somebody that's davening outside the shul, and his back is towards Daran Kodesh, he said, "Should turn around?" And Allah Nabi took out his sword and he killed the person. It says in the Pasuk, these are the things that people are used to, such as davening, and people disregard the davening, they don't treat it with proper respect. The other says, Krum is a lashon of a bird. when a person is being supported by others, he has a certain isha that his face turns to the color of his bird called gold. Not only that, he is evil. He is midai. He gave him a punishment with patient knife, fire and water. The Gemara says you must be careful with all three tefillos. In Mincha, you see that our Navi was answered during Mincha. By Ma'ariv it says Mincha Zera, and by Shachash it says Hashem Boiker Kishma Koyim. If you benefit from a wedding meal without creating simcha at the wedding, you're over on the 5 kolos that says in the pasuk for sasim, for simcha, etc. If you are misameach chasim kala, you benefit from the 5 kolos that it says by Matan Torah, by the kolos of Rabbi. The continuation of Chasasim and Chasim is a very long pasuk. It says that Nevi'im Toido Beis Hashem. Some say that when you go to a wedding, in Sameach Chasim Kala, it says if you brought a Toido. Or it says if you built one of the rooms in Yerushalayim, but that's also the continuation of the same pasuk. It says Yoshev Shvus Haaretz Yerushalayim. If your friend says hello to you, you should try to say hello before your friend does. As it says in the pasuk, Batu Shomber Chayu. You should seek out peace. Now, if your friend says hello to you and you snub him out, you don't say hello back, you're considered a gazlan. It says in the pasuk, a lashon of Zeilas Anim. You're a poor person, you don't have anything. All you have is the ability to say hello, and somebody stole that ability from you. That other person is a gazlan. Have a wonderful day.
You get a boner? No.
TSA makes me relax. Just 7 to 8 minutes, okay? Much.
Rocha is Dav Zayin. The Gemara tells us that even HaKadosh Baruch Hu davens. But what does he say? Who does he say it to? The Gemara says he says it to himself. It's actually the same exact word as the famous song, just he says it to himself. The famous song, Tanya, Omer B'Shmuel Ben Elisha, Hamachas Nichnasi L'Hakis HaPeres. I once walked in the Beis Hamikdash to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu with the Peres. V'ro'isi HaKadosh Shvitel K'va Hashem Tzvachim. I saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. V'yoishev and he's sitting, V'omar Li, and he told me, Barucheinu, give me a bracha. Amarti Lo, Yirotzeh Mefonecha, Shivitzi Shurachamecha Skarscha. Your mercy should overcome your anger. As the Gemara is going to explain it, because both gets angry. And your mercy should overcome your midos. You should treat children with mercy. And he shook his head in agreement. Rabbi Baruch says it a little differently. He says the same words. He just says, what do we learn from Rabbi Shmuel? We learn that if HaKadosh Baruch Hu could ask a bracha from a basar v'dam, and he gave it to him and he agreed to it, so that any basar v'dam, even a hedyot, al tia prikas hedyot kalbina, even a hedyot, a simple person could give you a bracha and you should enjoy it and benefit. We learn from HaKadosh Baruch Hu that you don't accuse a person when he's still angry. Wait until he calms down. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, wait until I'm not angry anymore. When does HaKadosh Baruch Hu get angry? Every single day, for a split second, for a 16th of a second. The Gemara says it's 158,888. One part of that, which is a 16th of a second. Or the amount of time that says that it takes to say the word rega. And Bilam knew that second. Bilam wasn't that smart. His own donkey beat him in an argument. But he knew that split second, and when you know that split second, you could use it to curse somebody in the curse words. HaKadosh Baruch Hu knew that Bilam was about to curse Klal Yisrael, so he didn't get mad those 2 days. And he got his injuries those 2 days. As his tongue, there wouldn't be anything left. What says the story? When Shua ben Levi was upset at a certain speech who was bothering him, so he wanted to kill him. What he did was, he took a chicken and tied it to his bed. There's a simon. When the chicken's comb turns from red to white, that's the time that the devotion gets upset. And he waited there, and he noticed, and he fell asleep. And he realized that his sign was Shemayim, and that's supposed to be sufficient. It says, V'racham avachol ma'aseh, Baruch Hu has rachmanos even on the bad sleep. The Baruch Hu gets angry when the kings of the world, they take off their crowns and they bow down to the sun. If a person has self-discipline, it comes from within himself. It's not from the outside. It's a lot better than if somebody would hit him and give him malchus. So it's better than 100 malchus. But it says in the Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu asked for 3 things, and he got all 3 things according to one man Omer. He asked that Klal Yisrael should have Shekhinah. He asked that Gedolim should not have Shekhinah. And he also asked to understand why is it that sometimes Tzaddik V'Raloi, the good guy, is sometimes has a bad life, and sometimes Rosh of the third life, the bad guy has a really good life, supposedly. And he was told that one shot is Tzaddik V'Raloi. We're talking about a Tzaddik, it's not a Tzaddik Gomer. If it's a Tzaddik Gomer, you wouldn't have that. What's the shot? Baruch Hu wants to give a person his surah so that the tzaddik is not gomer, to give gomer. Going to Gan Eden. And Russia, the third life, is Baruch Hu wants to erase all his chusim in this world, giving his star in this world, so when it comes to the Olam Haba, he shouldn't have Gan Eden. The mayor says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, I want to see what you look like. The Baruch Hu said, listen, when I offered you by the Sinai, you didn't agree. Now that you want, I'm not interested. So the Gemara brings and says in the Sechar that Moshe Rabbeinu covered his face. He was so familiar with Yehuda that his face glowed. The Sechar that Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful of Hashem, so humans were fearful of him. But you will be Yeshua. The Sechar, when he didn't look at the Baruch Hu, his Baruch Hu showed him his Achayra. What does Achayra mean? Says the Gemara. He showed him the knot of the Tefillin Shulchan. When a Baruch Hu says something, he promises something, even if it's connected to a condition, if the condition doesn't happen, the Baruch Hu still will fulfill his word. For instance, the Baruch Hu said, I want to kill all of Israel. And don't worry, Moshe Rabbeinu, I'll make you into a great nation. And then he didn't kill Israel, yet he made Moshe Rabbeinu a great nation. In fact, Moshe Rabbeinu had, as the Torah tells us, 600,000 descendants. The Rebbe said in the name of Rabbi Yochai, Rabbi was the first one to call the Rebbeinu Shalom master, Adar. And when Daniel was saved, it was a merit of Avraham Avinu calling the Rebbeinu Shalom Adar. Leah was the first one to be Moed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to sing praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to realize that what Hashem gave her was more than what she deserved. The name Reuven, says the Gemara, is made out of 2 words. Reuven, see my son. Leah was saying, look at Esau. He sold his Bechar willingly, then he complained. And he said that Yaakov took it away illegally. My son Reuven lost his Bechar to Yosef, yet he didn't complain. Not only that, he wasn't jealous, he tried to save Yosef by Yitzhak the other. The name Rus comes to describe David HaMelech, that would seem she is focused on his Baruch. In fact, you see that the name of a person has a tremendous effect on the person. A son, a kid who's rebellious is worse than the war of Gog and Magog with his parents. And the Gemara asks a question, when David HaMelech was running away from his own son Absalom, it's considered the worst thing in the world, yet David HaMelech says, Mizmor LeDavid. He's saying a phrase that goes Baruch Hu, David HaMelech was relieved, like a person paying off a big debt. It's upsetting, but it's a relief. He was relieved that if Rabbi told him you're going to have a rebellion from within your house, and he thought perhaps it's a mamzer or a nevet, it's going to rebel. He's relieved that it's his own son. His own son is not going to kill him. When are you allowed to start up with a bad guy, with a Russia? So there are 4 ways. Either when it's really the Shemaya, it's the Shem Shemayim, it's not a danger. Otherwise, it might be dangerous. Or if the Russia is not having a good time, it's not a good time for the Russia in his life. He's on the down. So on the down, you're allowed to go after him. Or he's on the up. He's doing really well. But you're a Tzaddik Gomer. Tzaddik Gomer, go after him. The other thing is, even if he's not a Tzaddik Gomer, still go after Russia if it's not a good time for him. If a person sets a permanent seat in a shul, then his enemies fall from within him, in front of him, and finally the Gemara says it's better to serve a Talmid Chacham than to retire from him. Have a wonderful day.
The show is
Bracha is Daf Pes. Today must be one of the highlights of the Daf Yomi career. I was saying over the Gemara Tanya, Amr Shmuel ben Elisha, when suddenly one guy started singing the famous Avram Creek song, and then the entire group, 60, 70 guys together. It was an unbelievable feeling. If you want to be part of a Geshmak Chevra, a fun, entertaining shir, check us out on YouTube under Eli Stefanski. Understand why there are close to 2,000 subscribers. The halacha is, if a person has an itis, he's sick, and he can't make it to shul, and he can't gather 10 people to his home, it's preferable that he should daven at the same time that you're davening in shul. Because Baruch Hu doesn't turn down the tefillah of the tzibur of the rabbi. Baruch Hu says, whoever learns Torah, does milas chasadim, and davens with a minyan, it's as if they redeem me and my children from within the nations. Rishonim says, if there's a shul in a city and he doesn't go in, he's considered a bad neighbor, and because of him, he creates galus for him and for his children. Rabbi was under the impression that there are no extremely old people in Babel, because it says in the pasuk, that's referring to Yisrael. When he found that there were old people, he said it must be because they come to shul early in the morning and they leave shul late at night, and that gives arichas yom. Rav Chizda says one should not sit right by the door, the entrance of the shul, because it looks as if he wants to run away from shul. Rather, he should give himself 2 doors distance into the shul. The Gemara brings 4 pshatim for this pasuk. Al zois yishal kol chassid eilecha. Every chassid, pious person, should daven for this le'eis Messiah. Right before he needs this thing, and he'll get it if he davens for it. What is this thing? The first pshat is, Rabbi says, it's referring to looking for a wife. As it says in the pasuk, matzah isha, matzah payv, the matzah matches matzah in the pasuk. In fact, in Yisrael, they would ask, matzah, or you might say, after you married, now did you find out, the woman you married, is she a matzah, matzah isha, matzah payv, is it a good woman, or u'moitzani marli magas is a isha? The Rabbi says it's referring to Torah. You should ask for Torah and you'll receive it. Rabbi Yochanan says you should ask for kvura, for burial. Rabbi Yitzchak says it's talking about death. You should ask for a good death, a pleasant death. In fact, Gemara says there are 903 types of death. The worst one is askara. The best one is Mrs. Nashika, like taking a tear out of milk. Askara is like taking thorns out of wool. It's very difficult. You should ask for a good misa. Mar Zutra says it's referring to a bathroom. You should find a good bathroom. The word says, in fact, Mar Zutra seems to be the best out of all of them. Says Rav Chizda. It's in the pasuk, Oyav Hashem Shari Tzion Yikom Mishkanei Se'ata. What does Hashem love the most? He loves Oyav Hashem Sha'orim Tzion Ba'alacha. He likes the places that they come to the bottom of the halacha more than shuls and Bati Mesrit. The halacha is one should daven where he learns. When I heard this halacha, he changed his ways. He used to learn at home and go daven in shul, but then he changed it to where he would daven and learn in the same place. Rabbi and Rasi, they had 13 shuls in Feria, yet they chose to daven by the pillars of where they used to learn. It says, "Miyosh Chavis Hamikdash, Ein Leila Kodesh Baruch Hu Elo Dal Ramas Shal Halacha B'Ovad." In the time the Churban Abayis and Baruch Hu only has 4 anos of halachas. In other words, that's why Abai also he decided to daven in the same place that he learned halacha. That's why Kodesh Baruch Hu is. Gemara says somebody who has Yiras Shamayim and earns a living is greater than somebody that earns that just has Yiras Shamayim without earning anything. It says in the pasuk, "Yagia kapecha v'soichel ashrecha v'toivlach." You learn ashrecha b'olam hazeh v'toivlach b'olam haba, whereas just in Yiras Shamayim only has olam haba, not olam hazeh. There's a halacha that one should live right next to his Rebbe if he's subordinate to his Rebbe, if he accepts everything his Rebbe says. Otherwise, it's not good to live next to your Rebbe. We see that Shlomo HaMelech didn't marry the daughter of Pari as long as his Rebbe, Shimon HaGeri, was alive and lived next to him. It says the pasuk, "Va'oizvei yichalu." There's a halacha that if the Sefer Torah is open in shul, you're not allowed to leave the shul. The Bavo would leave the shul between Gaber and Gaber, between Aliyahs. Rabbi asks, what about between Pesukim? If there's a pause, can you sneak out? And he remains with the takeaways. Reb Shimon says, I turn my back to the Sefer Torah and I learn. They're doing what they want to do and I'm doing my thing. The halacha of Shnai Mikra Vecha Targum brings Arichas Yamin. You should say 2 psukim and 1 targum. What if there's no targum on the pasuk? Like at Teres Divar, Atras Divar. Says Rashi. In that case, the Gemara says you should still say it, meaning you should say the pasuk 3 times, once instead of the targum. One should not wait until Yom Kippur to say the Shnai Mikra Vecha Targum, because every Yom Kippur, the day that we eat, is as if you're fasting, and do not say Shnai Mikra Vecha Targum earlier than the week that you need to say that. Yeshua Levi told his children, first of all, when you chef the bird, be careful that you chef all the bleed in the veins, make sure that all the blood comes out. Be careful with the Talmud Chacham Zaken that had Torah, even though you forgot it now because of A'inus, just like they put the broken luchos into the Haraim. This person is a broken Sefer Torah. Rabbi told his children, do not cut meat on your hands. One shot is because it's a sakana, you might cut through, you might slip and cut your hand, or you might nick your hand, some of the blood will go into the food, and it'll disgust everybody. The halacha is, you're not allowed to sit on a mita aramis, a bed of a gaya. One shot is, it's referring to going to sleep without saying Kriya Shema al mita. The other shot is, Rabbi was telling his children who were Kohanim, do not marry a Gyaras because you're Kohen, and some say that it's a Goya Mamish. Why? Why can't you sit on her bed? Because the story of Rabbi, a woman told him, a Goya said, sit down, and he said, let me see what's underneath the bed. And she lifted up the bed, and there was a dead baby there. She wanted to blame him for his death. Lata is, one should not go behind a shul. It looks as if you don't believe in the shul. Gemara says there's a number of conditions here. If a person is carrying something heavy, it's obvious that he's not trying to avoid the shul. He's wearing tefillin, it's obvious that he's Yerushalayim. If he's running, it's also obvious that he's trying to get somewhere, and if the shul has another door, then people will think he's trying to go to the other door, and it's not a bizarre to the shul. Rabbi Akiva loves 3 things about the nation of Modan: that they cut their meat. They don't cut their meat on a table, and they would kiss each other only on their hands because of germs. And when they discuss private things, they would go into a field so nobody else could hear. Rabbi Yehuda says, I like 3 things that the Parsim did. They had sneas in 3 areas: when they ate, when they went to the bathroom, and when they had relations. Nevertheless, the Parsim are ready to go with all the sneas. They're ready to go straight into Gehenna. The halacha is like when we will in the Mishnah that you can say Kriya Shema all the way until Amud HaShachar. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai says that there's a possibility of saying Kriya Shema one after another. One will be for the night, one will be for the day. That is, if you say Kriya Shema right before Amud HaShachar and right after Amud HaShachar, the one after Amud HaShachar will count for the daytime, even though halachically right after Amud HaShachar is considered night. Since people get up then, the Yotzah, Kriya Shema Shachars have a wonderful day.
Good singer, good song. Okay, if they just have a good singer and a good song.
Rocha is Daf Tes. The Gemara tells us a story. The two Talmidim that came home from a wedding drunk, and they didn't say Kriya Shema. They asked the Shuvah lady, the father of the person, whether or not they could say Kriya Shema, even though it's the Netzach Ham. So he says, yes, we're passing like we're very fine, but in the time of A'inus, like being drunk, you could say Kriya Shema of Meir all the way to the next. In fact, that's the halacha. You're supposed to say Kriya Shema of Meir up until Chatzos. If that doesn't work out, you have until Amud HaShachar. And only in the case of an A'inus, you go until Netzach Ham. As in our Mishnah, we had that the sons of Gamliel, they also went to a wedding, but they didn't have a A'inus. They didn't come home drunk. And he asked him, Gamliel, did he say Kriya Shema? He said, yes, up until Amud HaShachar. Because they weren't sure whether or not Chachamim or the Rabbim argued their father or not. They knew their father should be, but they weren't sure if Chachamim agreed. And Rabbi said, yes, Chachamim agree with me. The shir really is up until Amud HaShachar. Chachamim made a takana siyag, say Kriya Shema before Chatzos. Lezim and Azariah has it. Zeri Shalom. There's an extra word, hazeh. It learns out that the time to eat the Korban Pesach is only up until Chatzos, whereas the Kiva holds time to eat Korban Pesach is all the way to the morning. But the Kiva learns from the word Chipazon. Chipazon he holds is the hastiness of Klal Yisrael. When did they leave? The hastiness in the morning, so therefore you can eat the Korban Pesach till the morning. Lezer holds that Chipazon is referring to the Mitzvah they were in a rush to get Klal Yisrael out. The Geula started by Chatzos, by Makkos Bechayros, they wanted Klal Yisrael out. In reality, Klal Yisrael only left the following morning. There's a pasuk that seemingly has a three-way contradiction. It says, "Sham tizvah pesach." When do you shep the Pesach? Bo'era, which means in the afternoon. Pasuk continues. It says, "Kiboy Hashemesh," as we learned, "Kiboy Hashemesh," referring to Shkia. Then the pasuk continues and says, "Moyed says Chametz Mitzrayim." When did Klal Yisrael leave Mitzrayim? In the morning. So which one is it? Is it noon, Shkia, or the morning? So the Gemara, the pasuk is telling us three different things. Shkita of the Korban Pesach happens in the afternoon. The eating of the Korban Pesach occurs only after Shkia. Up to what point can you do something? According to Yeshua, which is likely to keep, you can eat all the way to the morning. According to Rabbi Lazar, it's until Chatzos. The Gemara now goes on to explain a few secrets. When the Baruch told Moshe Rabbeinu to tell Klal Yisrael to borrow gold and silver from the mitzvah, the pasuk uses an interesting notion. Daber no ba'oznei ba'on v'yishav. What's this no? I beg of you, please. The Baruch told Moshe Rabbeinu, I don't want Avraham Avinu to come to me with kindness. I promised that the mitzvah will enslave Klal Yisrael, and that they did. But after the Sheitzim took Dodo, didn't happen. So therefore, I beg of you that you should beg of them that they should borrow gold and silver. So that Avraham Avinu doesn't have to. And Klal Yisrael said, we don't want to borrow. We want to leave. If we can leave, why should we wait until tomorrow? Let's leave right now. Vayashilu with a mem at the end, says Rabbi means that it happened forcefully. What happened forcefully? One shita says that the mitzvah were forced to lend. Another shita says Klal Yisrael didn't want to borrow. They felt that it might be too heavy and they needed to run away from the mitzvah. The mitzvah might give chase. They wanted to go lighter, and therefore they didn't want to borrow. So the Klal Yisrael was forced. But in Natsnus Mitzrayim, says the Gemara that once Klal Yisrael borrowed from the mitzvah, everything was desolate. It was as if it was a trap for an animal without a bait. Or, just like in the depths of the ocean, there are no fish, so too Mitzrayim had no values left. Eya Asher Eya. What's this double lashon? The Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, tell Klal Yisrael, but just like I was with them now, I'll be with them in the future dollars. So Moshe Rabbeinu said, Klal Yisrael has it up on their head. Why should I tell them about future dollars? Says the Rebbe Shlomi, right? Just tell them I'll be with them. What's the double lashon that Eliyahu Hanavi? Aneni Hashem Aneni. Famous story. Eliyahu Hanavi wanted to prove the Uvei Abal that they are false, so he had them try to consume meat with fire from Shemayim. It didn't work, and then he begged the Rebbe Shlomi, bring an ice, bring down fire from Shemayim and consume the meat. And in fact, that's what happened. But Aneni the second time was Klal Yisrael should think that it's witchcraft. They should understand that it's min Shemayim. Says the Mishnah, Yishma in the morning is said when you could differentiate between Cheles and Lava. This is Cheles and Lava. That's one check. We had the opportunity today, the owner of Sip Cheles came down here and gave us a lot of inspiration and led us to it. The Gemara says that it's the Cheles is in the Lava with a piece of wool. It wasn't dyed completely. It didn't catch completely like this. When you could differentiate between the white and the blue, that's the shear. That's what you could say, Kriyashma. Rabbi Lazar says between Cheles and Karasi. Karasi is a leek. So when you can differentiate between the blue and the green, that's the shear of Kriyashma. The same shear, the Gemara brings in another way. If you can differentiate between a dog and a wolf, between a donkey and an aroid, which is a wild donkey, and Achirim say it's when you can differentiate, when you can pick out your friend or an acquaintance, an associate from 4 Amasor. Up until what time did you say Kriyashma? One sheet is until Netzach Chama. That's the Lechatchila. The other can go even further. Yeshua says until 3 hours Zmanios. In other words, you divide the day into 4. The light, that's the Machlokes from the Gra and the Magen Avraham. The Magen Avraham says you start from Amad Shachar. The Vilna Gaon says you start from Netzach Chama. And that's when kings wake up, 3 hours into the day. The Mishnah says, whoever reads Kriyashma past this time, at least they'll be the mitzvah deraisa of Lumen Torah. And the Yonan explains what's the chiddush. He says because this person is saying it Bal Peh, and Torah Shebiksav can't say Bal Peh, nevertheless he gets Sechar. Rav Huna says the halacha is that Kriyashma can be said the shear of picking out your friend for Ramas away. Rabbi says no, that's only in regard to tefillin. But Kriya Shema is kivasikin. The sikkim means the type of a person that's a fasid, and a fasid would say Kriya Shema immediately before Nate, and not Shemona Esrei right after Nate, because it's the reason why Gimel Mitzvahs he wants to say Shemona Esrei the earliest possible time, but you have to be son of Full Tefillah, you have to put Kriya Shema right before, and therefore, in order to time everything, you have to say Kriya Shema at the last available moment, right before Nate. It says, how do we know this concept? It says, you should have fear right when the sun comes out. That's Kriya Shema Ol Malchus Shamayim. Because it continues. Is talking about Mincha should not be said after Shkia. The Yoisi and the Yakim said in the name of the people in Yerushalayim that whoever says Geula right next to Tefillah won't be damaged that day. Reb Zera said he was damaged, and the Gemara says, why? Because he had a monetary loss, he had to bring Hadassim to the king. People pay money to see a king. You're supposed to see even Gentile kings to see the difference between a Goy and a Yid king. Reb Bruna says the Gemara, he was son of Geula Tefillah, and he was happy the entire day. He had a smile on his face the whole day. Hashem's Chasai Tiftach that we say, Gemara in one shot says that we only say that in Mincha, otherwise it's a hefsi between Geula and Tefillah, or like we had in the beginning of the Sefta, that since Chachamer would Peveyad in the Tefillah, it's like part of the Shemona Esrei, like Hashkivein we said is part of the God Israel. Esrei is because of the 18 capital Tehillim that David HaMelech had that correspond to the 18. Yul Ratzain is in capital Yud Tes in the 19th. That's why we say Yul Ratzain after Shemona Esrei and not before. Have a wonderful day. Baruch is that view. The Gemara tells us a story that a mayor had really bad neighbors. So he davened that they should die. Beruria's famous wife told him that's not the way to do it. You're probably thinking, Yitamu Chafayim in Haaretz, you should get rid of all the Chafayim. Yes, get rid of the sins, but don't get rid of the sinners. What you should do is daven that they should do tshuva. In fact, he davened that they should do tshuva and replace with tshuva. A min once asked Beruria, how does the pasuk make sense? The Navi, Rani Akara Shabay Lada. Because she didn't give birth, she came out in a song, and she said, Shaita. Look at the end of the pasuk. Lost and loved by the Geula, there's going to be many more cries from Yisrael than Edom. In fact, the word Akara is referring to that our children don't go into Gehenna like your children do. The Rabbi explained to Amin, why is it that David HaMelech put the parak of Avshalom, him and Avshalom, is the third parak in Tehillim, and the parak of him and Shaul is all the way at parak of Zayin. Shouldn't be the opposite. It's not in order of how it happened. So he told them, we believe in a concept called Smuchim. When a pasuk is next to another pasuk, or a parak is next to another parak, we learn something from it. We learn from the parak Gog Magog, which is parak Beis. If somebody might tell you, how is it possible that God is going to rebel against the Baruch Hu? I'll tell you, look, my own son rebelled against his father. Simba Yichai explained the famous pasuk in Ishus Chayim. Pia pasuk b'chokma, the Sorry has chesed al Shaina. So my mouth wrote it about his father David, that he had Ruach HaKodesh later on in life about 5 times that he's in different worlds. One of them was the world in his mother's womb. He said Shira, he said a Baruch Hinafshi about it. When he came out and he gazed at the stars and the mazalas, he said another Baruch Hinafshi. And when he nursed, he also said a Baruch Hinafshi. 2 shaktas, either because humans are different than animals. You nurse from a clean place, or you nurse not in the Makim Erba. And he said Shira when he had the falling of Yerushalayim, and when he spoke about the day of death. Hashem Pazi says that it corresponds with HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Neshama, the 5 times. HaKadosh Baruch Hu fills the whole world, the Neshama fills the whole body. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees it, but it's not seen. The Neshama sees it and is not seen. HaKadosh Baruch Hu feeds, mefarnes the whole world, and the Neshama is mefarnes the whole body. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is pure, he's tar, so is the Neshama. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sits in this inner rooms, so does the Neshama. So therefore, the person that has the Neshama within him should come and praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Baruch Hinavshi, it says, my innards. His Baruch is not like a human being. If an artist paints a picture on the wall, he can infuse it with life and a neshama, where HaKadosh Baruch Hu not only can he infuse it, but he can infuse something within something. A baby that's within its mother can infuse it with life. As Tana said, Ain't Sur Kelikenu, and we learn Ain't Sire. There's no artist like our God.
In other words, that Baruch Hu could create humans and nobody can do anything similar. The angel Telcha, we learn to aim L'Aloischa. Aim L'Aloischa meaning that Baruch Hu outlives everything he creates, whereas an artist, usually his art outlives him. What happened in the story between Chizkiah and Yeshayahu, who were both tzaddikim. Chizkiah was the king, Yeshayahu was the Navi. They didn't want to visit each other. Each one held that they had more honor than the other ones to come to them. So it was broken, made a compromise. He made Chizkiah really sick, and he told Yeshayahu, go visit Chizkiah. So he went to visit him and he said, he makes Atom, you're going to die, the Lord and you're not going to live, which is a double lesson. The Gemara explains, you're going to die in this world, and you're not going to have Olam Haba because you didn't do Puru, you didn't get married. Because he said, because I saw Ruach HaKodesh, that I'm going to have descendants that are not worthy. So, Yeshayahu told him the famous line, the Hadi captured the Rahman Allah. Why are you getting involved in the Rabbi Shalom's business? Let him do his thing, you do your thing. So he said, okay, so give me your daughter, and our two schusim will be certain that I won't have bad descendants. So he told him it's too late. The Xer already happened. So Chizkiah got upset. He said, even if a sharp sword is on your neck, you should never stop davening. And the Gemara tells us that immediately Chizkiah took the Musar, he got up and he went to the wall. What's the wall? The walls of his heart. He said within his heart. Or, lady says, he said something that has to do with a wall. He said, if Isha Shunamis, with the story with Elisha, that Elisha did kiss Amazing to her son, in the schos, because he built him a wall, as Gemara is going to discuss later. So my grandfather, Shlomo, he built an entire Samidah, Simba deserved the schos. Chizkiah told him, because Baruch Hu, I did everything. What did he do? Says the Gemara, an amazing thing. He was Saimach Gu'ula L'Tfilah. Lady says it means that he took the book of medicinal remedies and he buried it. As Gemara says, Chizkiah did 6 things. 3 things the Rabbanim, Chachamim agreed with, and 3 not. He buried the book of the Refuahs. He broke the copper snake that Moshe Rabbeinu made to heal people. People started doing a desire to it. And when his father, the Rasha Achaz, died, he dragged his body in the streets on a bed of rope to show people that this is what happens when you do have a desire. Those 3 things Chacham agreed to. But what they didn't agree to, that when he plugged up the water of Gichaim in order to thirst, to create that the soldiers of Pharaoh shouldn't have water, they didn't agree to that. They said, let us both deal with it. When Chizkiah gave the doors of his Amidas, the golden doors, they didn't agree to that. And when he did Ibra HaChadesh, he made an extra month of the year on the last day of Adar, they said that's not good because that last day could be Nisan and be wherever he went, to give him a favor. She knew more than her husband that Elisa was a Kaddish. How did she know? She noticed that flies wouldn't land on his table. Another child is she noticed that his sheets were clean, they didn't have any carry on them. Whereas his Misharis, Gechazi, didn't have Dusha. He grabbed her inappropriately. Says Gemara that if a person holds the Ramachacham and gives from his own belongings to the Ramachacham, it's as if he was a makir v'tamid. The one says 3 halachas in the tefillah. First one is that you shouldn't stand in a high place when you daven. There should be no haughtiness when it comes to davening. You're supposed to put your feet together like we do during Shemona Esrei, and you're not supposed to eat and drink before davening. If you do, it's as if you have gaiva and then you try to be mamlech Shem Shamayim. Shmuel said that like in Yeshua, the Kriya Shema is said until 3 hours into the day. Bryce says that if you say Kriya Shema after this man, it's as if
when Mekayim become a Torah. But you should say Birkas Kriya Shema 2 before and 1 after. Rav Chisda agrees to that. And in one lashon, Rav Chisda argued that. Mani said, somebody says Kriya Shema in the right time has a bigger source than learning Torah had a wonderful day.
On jet sweeps like that because he thinks it helps to stretch the defense. They have to honor that. Next time they do, they'll probably fake it to Zay and come back and run it back the other way without looking. Who's just done a fantastic job.
As we learned, the pasuk says you must say Kriya Shema b'shach b'chol kumecha when people go to sleep and when people get up. You should take it a step further and they say, just like when you go to sleep, you're laying down. So when you say Kriya Shema Shel Arvis, you have to be in a laying position. And when you say Kriya Shema Shel Shacharis, you have to be standing up. Otherwise, the pasuk would say, "Ba'boker u'ba'aref." They still say, "Wait a minute." The pasuk says, "U'v'lechta chavaderech." You must say Kriya Shema even when you're walking on the way. Walking is not laying down; it's not even standing.
There you go.
Therefore, say still, you can say Kriya Shema when you're sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. Both Beisil and Misham agree that from the words of B'shach b'chol kumecha, we can learn a big thing. That somebody that's oisig a mitzvah, he's preoccupied doing another mitzvah. He's punted from saying Kriya Shema. The Chavaderech teaches us, and not only a person that's actually doing a physical mitzvah, but even somebody like a chassan who's part of in his machshava, his mind is preoccupied. He's also punted from Kriya Shema since he's about to marry a psuda. If he'd be marrying an almana, he's not occupied, and therefore he's chayiv. You need a combination of two things. You need to be preoccupied, and it has to be with a mitzvah. So therefore, if somebody's about to lose his ship, it's sinking, that's not enough to give him a tour from saying Kriya Shema because it's not a mitzvah. And although who's preoccupied, he just lost a loved one, and he's very bitzar, he's also chayiv in all mitzvahs, besides tefillin, because tefillin say pe'er, and since he has afer on his head and he's in bitzar, he's potter. Even though Beis Hillel used U'v'lechta chavaderech to teach us this concept, that oisik b'mitzvah is potter, nevertheless they learned the physical words, U'v'lechta chavaderech, that it's talking about a person that's walking and not laying down. The Gemara tells a story, Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar ben Azar were together. Rabbi Shmuel was laying down, Rabbi Elazar ben Azar was standing. When the time came to say Kriya Shema, Rabbi Elazar ben Azar decided to lay down like Bishamai. And Rabbi Shmuel, who was laying down, jumped up to say Kriya Shema. So Elazar ben Azar told him, "You remind me of a marshal. Somebody had a beautiful beard, and he told him, look, your beard is beautiful." So he said, "Okay, let me cut it off." I was standing up and I laid down, and because I lay down, that's why you stood up. I give you a compliment, and you're doing the opposite of what I'm doing. So he said, "No, I am worried that people will see us, and they'll say that Allah is like Bishamai." What's the difference? Because they still say you could also lay down. But since you were standing, and then you lay down, so it looks as if you passed like Bishamai. So what is the halacha if you do like Bishamai? According to Rabbi Cheskel, it's okay, you're Yaitza. But according to Rabbi Yosef, you're not Yaitza at all. Similarly, we have that if somebody does a sukkah, like Beis Hillel, most of his body's inside the sukkah, but his table's inside the house. According to Beis Hillel, it's fine. Yishai say if you do like Beis Hillel, you're not Yaitza at all. So if you reverse that, you say if you do like Beis Shammai, Beis Hillel will hold you didn't do anything. And according to Rav Nachman Yitzchak, not only did you not do anything, but you're chayiv misa. You see in the Mishnah, Rav Karfin says, "I once put myself in danger in order to be Yaitza like Bishamai." Chacham told him, if something would have happened to you, you would have deserved it. The Mishnah tells us, based on the pasuk, Sheva Bayoim Hilal Picha, you should say 7 brachas, 7 birkas Kriya Shema. How do you break it down? The Mishnah says, in the morning you say 2 brachas before Kriya Shema and 1 after. In the evening you say 2 before and 2 after. In the evening, the Emunah, Emes V'Emunah is a very long bracha, and Ashkiveinu, compared to Emes V'Emunah, is considered short. Anytime Chachamim were misaken a long bracha or a short bracha that finishes with Baruch Atah Hashem, or doesn't finish, and you add or take off, you're not doing the correct thing. One of the brachas that we say in the morning, Yoitzer Oyer V'Oyer Choshev, we don't use the word Noiga, because we want to say Choshev, which is darkness, which is Laila. We want to mention the night during the bracha of the day. Just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha of the night, when we say Galul Ar Mibnei Choshev, Choshev Neyar. According to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? Ahava Rabbah, like Nusach Ashkenaz. According to Chachamim, it's Havas Olam, like Nusach Sfar. Because it says, therefore, one should say Ahava Rabbah in the morning and Havas Olam at night. Like Nusach Ashkenaz, I guess places were Chachmei Tzarfas Ashkenaz. Shmuel says halacha that if somebody gets up early to learn, he should say Birkus HaTorah. And if he said Kriya Shema with Birkus Kriya Shema, so a Haver Rabbah hatters him from saying Birkus HaTorah. When do you say Birkus HaTorah? Machlokes. Rav Huda says you only say Birkus HaTorah and Torah should be Ksab if you learn Chumash, but not even a medrash that tells you the halachas that come out of the Chumash. Rav Elazar says even medrash. Yochanan says you say Birkus HaTorah even from Mishnah, and Rava says you say Birkus HaTorah even from Gemara, and Rashi says because that's the Ikar Torah. This is great for Daf Yomi people. Gemara is the main part of Torah because from that halach comes out, and it's the logic behind the Mishnah, and it explains away the contradictions in the Mishnahs, and sometimes to add and take off words of a Mishnah. Shmuel says, what bracha do you make on Birkus HaTorah? Lazig b'divrei Torah. Rabbi Yochanan adds, higher Rav Nuna, you finish off with a bracha. And Rav Nuna says, you say Asher Baruch Rabbanu Mikol Ha'aretz, which he says is considered the most important bracha out of the three. Why? Because it gives a praise to Hakadosh Baruch Hu and a praise to Klal Yisrael and Torah. And therefore, since these are all important brachas, we say all three. After the Kohanim brought the carbon tamid of the morning and they salted the Ivarim, the Sgan Kohanim would announce, make one bracha. What is that one bracha? According to Shmuel, it's a Haver Rabbah, and according to Rish Lakish, it's Yotzer Ar. And then they would say Aser Sadibros, and then they would say Shema V'Yishmayim V'Yomer, and then they would give three brachas to Klal Yisrael. They would say Emes V'Yatziv, and they would say the bracha B'Avodah, which is similar to Ritzei, just it ends up Shoyz Chanavoid or another bracha, and then they would say Birkus Yahanim. Rav Zrika proved that you say Yotzer Ar and not a Haver Rabbah, because Rish Lakish says, from here you see that brachas are not makif. In other words, if there's two brachas together and you say one out of the two, you guys are not one. Similar, let's say for tefillin, if you say just a bracha on Shal Yad and not Shal Rosh, you only have one pair, or you can't put on the other one, you yaitzer. How does he prove it? From the fact that they said one bracha, and if that one bracha, for instance, was yaitzer ar, then it's a great proof, right? Because why did they say Haver Rabbah? Haver Rabbah you could say all night long. There's no zman for it. But if they said a Haver Rabbah, then there's no proof, because perhaps they said it when it was too early. Yotzer is only when the light comes out, and maybe they said it later on. The Gemara is doichem. The Gemara says perhaps they said both brachas. We meant to say that it's not ma'akiv, that the seder is not ma'akiv. You can say one before the other, and it doesn't matter in what order. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is definitely baked. Although in the Beis Hamikdash they would say Aser Sadibros, Chachamim Misakin that outside of the Beis Hamikdash we shouldn't say Aser Sadibros because the meaning would say that's the only part of the Torah that we have. Kriya Shema and Aser Sadibros. Today, Aser Sadibros is so important that one should say it in private but not in public. There were 24 mishmaros of Gehanim. Every week a different mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the incoming mishmar came into the Beis Hamikdash, the outgoing mishmar would say another bracha, and he would say, Misha shiken eshmoy bebayis hazeh, v'yashkin b'neichem ahava v'achva v'sholem b'reis. The Gemara goes through a series of questions regarding brachas. If a person starts in Ma'ariv, he starts off thinking that he's saying Shachris. He says Yotzer Ar, but he finishes off Hamarav Aravim. And the same thing in Shachris. He thinks he's saying Ma'ariv, Hamarav Aravim, and he finishes off Yotzer Ar. In both cases, he's Yotzer because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly, in Shachris he started off Yotzer Ar, but he finished Hamarav Aravim, and in Ma'ariv he started off Hamarav Aravim and finished Yotzer Ar, he's not Yotzer. If a person is holding in his hand a cup, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact it's wine. So he starts saying shahakal, and he finishes off a gafen, he's yotzer. What about bracha achreina? Person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact he ate dates. And he finishes off correctly. He started off birkas hamazon, but he finished off mein shalish, the bracha achreina. He's yotzer because even the birkas hamazon that he started off with would work for dates because dates can satiate him. But what happens, and this Gemara remains in a suffix, if he thought that he's holding wine, but in fact it was beer. So he started saying hagafen, but he finished off shahakal. The question is, do we go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? And therefore he'd be yotzer. If a person thought that he ate dates, So he started saying a bracha achroina, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes off with the birkas hamazon. The Gemara remains in a suffix. Now the Gemara says you can't prove anything from the halachas that we said by Kriya Shema, because according to Rav, since when it comes to birkas Kriya Shema, you finish off with a bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem Amar V'Aravim. That's enough. That's a bracha in itself. According to Rabbi Yochanan, Baruch Atah Hashem Amar V'Aravim, or Yotzar, is not considered a bracha because you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech Haolam in order for it to be considered a bracha. Nevertheless, you can't prove anything from birkas Kriya Shema, because birkas Kriya Shema, when a person starts the bracha, he intends to mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day and for the night, and therefore he's yotzei. A person does not say the yatzeh in the morning and the emunah at night. He's not yotzei the mitzvah of Kriya Shema K'tikuna. Because it says in the pasuk, "L'hagid ba'avod chazdecha v'munascha b'leilos," you have to give Shvach HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the morning and the evening. When you say Shemona Esrei, the first two brachas, and by the last bracha, you bend your knees by Baruch, and by Atah, you bend your spine and your head down. All your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch Hu also, when you say Baruch Hu Es Hashem, you start coming up. Rav Sheshes would bend his knees and bow down quickly, but when he said the word Hashem, he would be like a snake. He would pick up his head very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the Kriya. As if he made tshuva, we know we say Hamelech HaKadosh and Hamelech HaMishpat. What if one forgets and says Hakel HaKadosh or Melech Vayiv Zako Mishpat? So according to Rabbi, and that's the halacha, he's not yotzei, and according to Rabbi Lazar, he's yotzei. If a person has the ability to daven for his friend and he doesn't daven for his friend, he's considered a sinner. If he has the ability to daven for Talmid Chacham, he must do so until he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes sick. If a person is over an Aveira and he's embarrassed by the Aveira, an amazing chiddush. Not only are they moichelim on that Aveira, but they're moichelim on all his Aveiras. And how we know this? We know this from Shaul. Shaul brought down Shmuel from Shemayim through the Oiv. And Shmuel says, "Why did you bring me down?" So he says, "I tried this, I tried that." But he never mentions, "I tried Durim B'Tumim," because he's embarrassed by the Aveira that he committed, that he killed the Oiv with Durim B'Tumim. So I didn't know that Shaul was forgiven, because Shmuel tells him, tomorrow you'll go to battle, and if you go to battle, you'll be killed, you and your children, but you'll be with me. It says the Gemara, with me means my mechitza. In other words, Shaul was zoicha to be in Gan Eden with Shmuel Hanavi, which is a tremendous matter. Or, because the Gevinim, they said they'll forgive Shaul if Shaul gives them 7 of his sons that they could kill. Obviously, they hated Shaul. And the pasuk ends off saying that Shaul was a Bechir Hashem. Says the Gemara that it wasn't the Gevinim that said it, was Hashem that announced it from Shemayim. Bechir Hashem, in other words, he forgave Shaul. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to institute that we should say Parshas Balak in Kriya Shema, because Parshas Balak has the pasuk Korah Shochav Karyei V'Chalavi. It's a beautiful pasuk, but it also includes the lashon of B'Shach B'Chol Kumecha. The reason why they didn't institute it is because of Tirkei Tzibura is very long, and to say one pasuk you also can't say because you can only say a full parsha from a Pei to a Pei to a Samach. Why do we say parsha of tzitzis? Because it includes these amazing concepts. It includes the concept of all mitzvahs. Mischardim's whole mitzvahs. It includes the parsha of tzitzis, Vasalim tzitzis, the Yitzias Mitzrayim, Asher Yitzias Mitzrayim. The words Achri Levavchem comes to tell us that you shouldn't think about minos. Achri Enechem comes to say that you shouldn't think in Averis. Atim Zoinim comes to tell you that you shouldn't think about Avodah Zarah. Says the Mishnah, this is the famous Mishnah we said in the Haggadah, even though nighttime is not a time to put on tzitzis, nevertheless, Rabbi Lozman Azariah holds that you should say the parsha of tzitzis. Why? Because it says in the pasuk, "L'man tiskor esin tzischa me'etz Mitzrayim kol yimei chayecha," all the days of your life. Yimei chayecha are the days you made. Kol yimei chayecha, the extra kol, means the night. So you should say parsha tzitzis the night. If I'm saying no, kol yimei chayecha comes to include the time of Mashiach. We're also going to say the parsha of tzitzis have a wonderful Bracha is Daf Yud Gimel. The Gemara tells us that once Mashiach comes, we're not going to be mentioning the Geula from Bavel, Paras, and Madai, but we will be mentioning Mitzrayim, though it's slightly muted compared to how we mentioned it today, because the main focus is going to be on the Geula from Gog and Magog, as the Pasuk says, Hideni Oisa Chadasha, I'm going to give you a brand new Geula. It's going to be so large that you're going to forget about the other Geulas. At Mashal, a person bumped into a wolf, and he has a great story to tell over to his friends. He bumped into a wolf, and you're safe. Later on, he bumps into a lion, so he forgets about his first story and tells him the second story about the lion. And after that, he bumps into a snake, forgets about the other two stories, and all he tells people is how he was saved from a snake, defeated a snake. Klal Yisrael is going to be so busy with the Geula of Gog and Magog, they're going to forget about all the other Geulas that they had. We know because Baruch Hu changed Yaakov Avinu's name to Yisrael. It's a mutter to call him Yaakov. We see we do that every day. The answer is because Baruch Hu himself called Yaakov Avinu Yaakov after he changed his name. So there's no issue. However, when it comes to Avram Avinu, the Torah tells us do not call him Avram. Therefore, his name was Avram, which means the father of his nation. Avram means the father of all nations. They write so Allah and Asay to change his name and call him Avram. What about Sarah? Her name was Sarai, princess of her nation. Sarah, the princess of all nations. The Lord tells us that Baruch Hu told Avraham Avinu, this is what you need to call him. With that, we finish the first parak of Shas. We should be Zoicha. If a Sefer was fixing a Sefer Torah, and the way you fix a Sefer Torah, you say the words to yourself, and you fix. Now, if he had no intent to say the words, then he's not Yotze Kriya Shema, if the common Kriya Shema came. But if he had intent to read it, he knew he was reading it, then it's Yotze. Unless you hold, like the Mandana that says, Mitzvah is Tzricha Kavana, and then you would have to have Kavana to be Yotze, the Mitzvah of Kriya Shema. The Gemara is going to be discussing, the Mishnah that is, different cases of somebody stopping in the middle of Shema to say hello to his friend, or to answer. Everybody agrees that if the guy's not his friend, the guy is a bad guy, that could kill him. Then obviously you're allowed to say hello to him, and answer him smack in the middle of Kriya Shema. If it's out of honor, kavod, so if it's between prakim, and we'll see what that means, then you're allowed to, according to the mayor, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, not only that, you're allowed to answer somebody, anybody, even if there's no honor involved. In the middle of the parak, between psukim, in the middle of the parak, according to the mayor, you're not allowed to answer, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, you're allowed to answer. What is Bein HaPrakim? Bein HaPrakim means between the two brachas of Kriya Shema before Kriya Shema, between the second bracha of Kriya Shema and the pasuk of Shema, between the parsha of Shema and Vayayim from Shemaya, between the parsha of Vayayim Shemaya and Vayomer, between Vayomer and V'yatziv. According to Rabbi Yehuda, you don't stop between Vayomer and V'yatziv. Why is the parsha of Shema first? It's not in the right order. In the Torah, the first parsha is Vayomer. The answer is because first we want to do Ol Machal Shemayim, and that's in the parsha of Shema. So then why is V'hayim Shemaya second? Vayomer should be second. The answer is because V'hayim Shemaya is talking about Torah, and Torah is day and night, whereas the Parsha Vayomer Tzitzis is only during the day. Rabbi holds that Kriya Shema must be said only in Lashon HaKodesh because it says V'hayim as is. Although we already know that you can't say Kriya Torah in any language, it has to be in Lashon HaKodesh, but there's a Havamina that Rabbi would darshan like Chachamim. Chachamim say the word Shema. Shema is a lashon of hearing. Any language that you hear it in, Chacham hold, you can say Kriya Shema in English. Comes Rabbi and says, no, Kriya Shema has to be said in Lashon Kodesh. So what does Rabbi do with the word Shema? He says the halacha is that you must hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Chacham hold, you're yotze even if you don't hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Rabbanan take the word V'hayu and they learn that if you mix up the words Shemaya im instead of im Shemaya, you're not yotze. It has to be in order. And Rabbi learns that from the hay of Hadzavar. We have a three-way machlokes. Where do you have to have kavanah, the proper intent, in order to be yotze? If you don't have that proper intent, you're not yotze. According to Rabbi, it's just the first pasuk. And therefore, and Rabbi holds that's the halacha, and that's how we pass it. So if a person just had kavanah the first pasuk, and he had some aynus and he didn't say the rest of Kriya Shema, he's yotze la halacha. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you must say the first three psukim of Shema, the kavanah, as it says, ba'ela. And therefore, they hold that you have to stand. In other words, if you're walking like Beisilo, you'll not say Kriya Shema while you're walking, but the first three psukim you must stand still in order to have the proper kavanah. Rebbe Akiva holds that the entire first parasha you must have kavanah because it says Al Levavecha, and therefore they hold that you have to stand still and say the whole first parasha so you have kavanah. Also says Alav Avecha v'dibarta bam, that until that point you have to read it and have kavanah, but from that point on you could just read it without kavanah, and you're yotze. You should have kavanah, but if you don't, you're yotze. What about the fact that in the second parasha it says Alavavchem l'daber bam? Seemingly you have to have kavanah. So that comes to tell us the halacha that your tefillin sheyad should be opposite your heart. Rabbi holds that up until that point, Alavavchem, you have to have priya the kavanah, but past that point you have to have kavanah. And the words l'daber bam come to teach us that we're talking about Torah, and the pasuk is telling us. You must teach your children Torah so that your children can talk in learning. Says the Gemara in the pasuk of Shema, when you say echad, if you lengthen the dalet, it's very hard to do it as Ashkenazi. It's easy to do it if you're Temani. Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you arichas yamim. Rabbi says as long as you don't say the ches really quickly, the ches has a comments. Echad, if you say quickly, it might sound like a shva. You shouldn't do that. Rabbi saw Rabbi Yirmiyah saying the word echad very, very long. So he said, listen, the only chiyuv you have is to think in your head that Kadosh Baruch Hu is one in Shemayim, in the Aretz, and in the four Ruchos. There's no need to be Meirich. Rabbi would teach his Talmidim Torah from morning to evening. He had no time to say Kriya Shema. He was actually part from Kriya Shema. So what he'd do is he'd put his hand on his eyes and he'd just say one pasuk, the first pasuk of Shema Yisrael. And his machlok is whether or not later on Rabbi would repeat the entire Kriya Shema. We know one thing. We know that Rabbi would say over this Talmidim every single day, would talk about Yetzias Mitzrayim. Either because he wanted to be Yotzei Yetzias Mitzrayim, or he wanted to be Maskir Yetzias Mitzrayim in the proper time. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Yudalid. If you know somebody else that might be interested in a Daf Yomi share that's entertaining, fun, gishmak, with a lot of visual aids, search for our share online on YouTube under Ramah Bet Shemesh Daf Yomi or Eli Stefansky, and come see for yourself why, since the beginning of Brachas, over 1,000 views per share. We learned in the Mishnah that there are certain situations where you're allowed to ask or tell somebody hi, say shalom to somebody, and answer him. Says the Gemara, if you could do that in Kriya Shema, then certainly you could do that in the middle of Halal, which Halal is only the Rabbanan, and Kriya Shema is the Raisa. Although Halal is a Persumei Nisa, nevertheless, you can compare it to Kriya Shema. Now, the Gemara qualifies that. If you're saying a Halal Shalit, meaning on Yom Tov where you have to say a full Halal, or on Chanukah, then you could only say hello to somebody, Beina Prokim, between paragraphs, and not in the middle of the paragraph. However, if you're saying a half a halal, like on Rosh Chodesh, Chal Moed, then you would say hello to somebody, you can answer them in the middle of the paragraph. The fact that Rav Ina didn't answer to Rav Bar Shovel was because he didn't think he was chashuv enough for him. It wasn't an issue of coveting. In fact, they passed him that in our day, since people understand that you're not going to answer them, you're middle of halal, you're middle of Krishma, so we don't have this concept of Shoyel Meishet Mipnei HaKavod. Two halachas in regard to tasting food. If you're tasting a food and it's less than a revius, and it's on a tinus, and Mechlokes is showing what tinus we're talking about, you're allowed to taste it on a fast day. Since you accepted the fast, that you won't be eating, you didn't accept the fast, that you won't be benefiting and having enough. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a bracha for it. It's also to get up and go to your friend's house to say hello to him before you daven. That would be a Giyah and a HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If you bump into your friend, you happen to go to your friend for something else, then it's okay to say hello to him. It's also lazis chafotza. You're not allowed to take care of business or your personal things before davening. Now, I venture to say, and this applies to me as well, it's probably also to look at your emails and WhatsApps, etc., before davening. The Gemara says an amazing thing, though, that if one has bitachon HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he says, you know what, I'll take care of my business after davening, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Oisalei Tzrachav. HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes care of his business. Where it says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, he's considered wicked. And from the same pasuk we learned that if somebody satiates himself with Torah, he's so full of Torah that they won't tell him any besuros rois during that day. We had a machlokes in the Mishnah. What's considered bin aprakim? There's a machlokes between the end of Shema, emes, and v'yatziv. Is that considered between the prakim? Rabbi says that's not. You're not allowed to stop there and say hello. Why? Because he brings a pasuk v'Hashem elikim emes, so it's one continuation. We have machlokes. Once a person says at the end of Shema Hashem elikechem emes, does he have to repeat the word emes again? According to Rabbi Yochanan, you must repeat it again. According to Rabbi, you don't repeat. Gemara brings a very interesting lashon. Rabbi heard one of his talmidim say Hashem elikechem emes, emes v'yatziv. So he said, called emes v'emes tafsi lahai. This guy is grabbing onto every emes. He's doing the wrong thing. There's a halacha that once you start the third parsha, that is by Ma'ariv, you start, you must finish. According to Rav, what does it mean to start? You say, that's it. Once you get to Varmarta Alehem, you have to continue the whole parsha. But Papa holds that's not considered a start, and therefore, if you just say that until Varmarta Alehem, then you could skip everything and go all the way to Hashem Elikechem Emes. Abai says that our meaning is you say the beginning of the pasuk, and therefore that creates a chiyuv for you to finish, and that's why you finish the entire parsha of Vayomer. Chiyuv Barav says that if you say the third parsha, then you're mechuyev to say emes v'emunah. But if you don't, and this is a Ma'ariv, then you have to say, instead of the third parsha, you have to say moedim anachnu lach Hashem shotziseinu me'eretz Mitzrayim. You took us out of Mitzrayim, and you redeemed us from slavery. V'asisa lanu nisim u'gvuris al hayam. And you did tremendous nisim for us on the water. V'sharalach, and we sang to you. What did we sing to you? Micha moicha b'yilim Hashem. And then you continue from that point on all the way to God Yisrael and Neisei Shmoneser. Shmuel Bar Yochai says, not only is the parsha of Shema Ol Malchus Shamayim, that's why we say it first, but the parsha Shema has three concepts in it: Lilmoid, Lilamed, Lilasos. It says in the pasuk V'dibar Bam that teaches us you have to learn Torah. Lilamed, that you have to teach others. V'shinantam Levanecha. And Laso is to do, to take action. Ukshartam, you put on tefillin, Uksavtam, you write mezuzahs. And that's why it's before Vayim Shemaya. Vayim Shemaya only has the Lamed, which is V'lamatem, Esberechem, Daber Ba. V'laso is, again, Ukshartam, Uksavtam. And finally, the final parsha of Vayomer is only to do, to take action. V'asulem tzitzis, that make tzitzis. One must put on tefillin, and only afterwards say Kriya Shema. The fact that Rav, one time, they saw him saying Kriya Shema before tefillin, you must say it's because his shliach, the person that went to get his tefillin, took a long time, and he was worried that he's going to miss his Kriya Shema, so therefore he said Kriya Shema first. The fact that Rav would get up really early, he'd wash his hands, make Birkas HaTorah, and teach Torah, which is an asiyah, says Rashi, and then only afterwards he would put on tefillin and then Kriya Shema. You could be doich and say there's no raya from there. That's because the reason why I did Torah before Kriya Shema is because it wasn't the time of Kriya Shema at all. So why we bring the story? We bring the story for a different reason. To say that we had a four-way machlokes. When do you say Birkas HaTorah? From here you see that Rav said Birkas HaTorah even on Mishnayos. If somebody's digging a grave, he's Isaac ben mitzvah. He's parted from all mitzvahs, including Kriya Shema, Tefillin, Shemon Esrei. If he's digging the grave with another person, then they could switch off. One could come out of the grave and he'll say, put on Tefillin, Kriya Shema, and Tefillah, and then he'll switch with his friend. Rabbi Shimon Bar Karcha says that in Kriya Shema, when it comes to reading, you say Ol Malchus Shamayim, which is Shema, and then you do Asiyah. But he admits that when it comes to physical Asiyah, Tefillin comes before Kriya Shema, which is Ol Malchus Shamayim. If a person says Kriya Shema without Tefillin on, according to Ula, he's made Eidos Sheker. He's testifying falsely because in Kriya Shema it says you should wear Tefillin. And according to Rabbi Yochanan, you're not performing the mitzvah tikuna. You're not doing the mitzvah as it was meant to be. It's a mashal as if somebody brought a karban oila without bringing the mincha that's associated with it, or zvachim without the sachim. Have a wonderful day.
Brandon.
Halacha is daf pesgal. The Rebbe says if one wants to complete the process of Ol Malchut Shamayim in its entirety, he should first clean his body. In other words, go to the restroom, wash his hands, say Kriya Shema, put on tefillin, and then down to the restroom. Do all that, it's as if you built an Mizbeach and you were marked a carbon on top of the Mizbeach. Says Rabbi, not only that, it's as if you were kaibel to the mikveh. This is to curse those who search for water before saying Kriya Shema. Kriya Shema has a zman, and you might miss the zman. Shemona Esrei, on the other hand, you will look for water because the zman is much longer. You should look for water up until a parsa, which is approximately 3 miles in the direction that you're traveling. You go in reverse, make a U-turn and look for water. When you know there's water, the only place to go up until a mill, which is approximately 4,000 feet. The Mishnah says that if a person doesn't hear the Kriya Shema in his own ear, he wasn't mashmiya la'oznav, Tanakama, which is Rabbi Yehuda, says he's yaitza, and Rabbi Yossi says he's not yaitza. It's a very long sugya. It's almost complicated and brings in 5 different rices and rice. And I'll try to make it very simple. In Maskana, we have 3 shittas, 3 opinions. We have the mayor who's the most noble. He says, if you don't hear what you're saying, whether it's Kriya Shema or different brachas, your Rabbanan, your Raisa, you are yaitza l'chatchila. In other words, you could start out initially saying it without hearing it in your ear, and you're yaitza. On the opposite side, you have Rabbi Yossi, who says that when it comes to Kriya Shema, you don't hear it in your ears, you're not yaitza, even after the fact. And then you have the middle street, which is Elazar ben Azariah, who happens to be Rabbi Yehuda's Rebbe. Elazar ben Azariah says you are yaitza only to be yaitza. But if you want to be yaitza l'chatchila, you should hear it in your ear. So you have these 3 shittas. How do these 3 shittas match up to the following 5 cases? You have our Mishnah that discusses Kriya Shema, and that's the right. So in Kriya Shema, we're going to have all 3 shittas. You have Rabbi who says you don't have to hear it in your ear, you only have to be mechaber, because it says Alav Avecha, it's in your heart. The Rabbi Yossi says that you have to hear it in your ear, because it says Shema, you must hear it. And then you have Rabbi ben Azariah, who's the middle shita, you should hear it in your ear, but if you don't, you're yaitza. And then we have a brayso that brings a person who's deaf, but he can speak, and he says a bracha on Truma. One brayso says he's only going to be yaitza. That will be going according to Elazar ben Azariah. And the big question in the city is, how does Rabbi Yehuda fit in this? The Gemara tried to say that perhaps he says like the mayor, that we should look at either yaitza even without hearing it. Well, as far as the sugi, it seems like Yehuda holds like his own Rebbe, Elazar ben Azariah, the yaitza. So this brayso that says that you're yaitza if you're deaf and yaitza only with the evidence when the truma, the bracha truma, which is the rabbanon, shows according to Elazar. There's another brayso when it comes to a deaf person who can speak. And that's what Shimon has. He says that you're yaitza even a chatchila. That must be going according to him. And then you have the halacha of Birkas Hamazon. Birkas Hamazon is the right. It says that you should not bench in your heart. That means the you should do so. But if you do it, then you have a yaitza. And that will be according to Elazar ben Azariah. And finally, we have the case of Megillah. Megillah says that a Cherish should not say this Megillah, but if he did so, if the Cherish did so according to Yehuda, Elazar ben Azariah, you are Yoitze from a Cherish. The same thing would apply to a Katan. She says that Katan is like a Cherish, that with a Tefillah, you should not be Yoitze other people from Megillah. But if you did so, you're Yoitze with the Eved. A Shaita, even with the Eved, you're not Yoitze. And he says there's another shear that is, if a Katan is a Gilchino, 8-9 years old, then he's completely crushed with Chakfila to be mighty other people. So that's Sugya. Then the Gemara says that it's possible that Rabbi Yossi holds by Kriya Shema, that you are not Yoitze at all, even with the Eved. He could agree, like the Rabbanans, like let's say Truma and Cherish by Megillah, that you are Yoitze with the Eved. The Gemara says that just like a womb takes in Zera, and then out comes a baby, so to a grave takes in the dead, and there will be Pis HaMesim, bodies will be alive. Just like the womb, it goes in when it's quiet, but when it comes out, the baby comes out. There's a lot of commotion, and screaming, celebration. So too, how the finer, the grave, when the body goes in, there's a lot of crying. When the body comes out alive, like this Hamesing, there's going to be a huge celebration. This is the source for this Hamesing in the Torah community. It says in the Pasuk, "When the following Torah to Ganas al Nahar to Ahalim Rota." Just like a river to take a person out of his coma and make it tar, so to the Ahalim, referring to this Medrash, to take a person and take him out of Chayva if he has Averas and bring it into Skos. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person said Kriya Shema but he wasn't expecting, what does that mean? He said all the words, but perhaps two of the words were connected to each other. The Gemara gives examples where the end of one word ends with the same letter as the next word begins, like Al Levavecha. You both, Al ends with a Lamed, and Levavecha starts with a Lamed. If you say it quickly, it sounds like Al Levavecha. Al, you're supposed to stop in between, as you see in the Sidurim, they stop between all these words. And we learned that from the Gemadikim, which should be Limud Tam. The Gemara brings another example like Isad B'Sakha, two bases. Va'avatem Mehera, two mems. And places things down also the Chara Av. If you say it quickly, it sounds like the Chara Av.
This shit is so
You should
cool.
make a stop. So Chara Av. And also because it talks about Tizkuru, because people are very makfik, they say the Zayin Tizkuru, that it shouldn't sound like Tizkuru. If somebody is very careful with the way he says Kriya Shema, they will lower the temperature in Gehenna. And the Gemara finally says at the end, Ksaftam, Siva Kama. There's a Havamina that perhaps you shouldn't have to say the instructions regarding Kriya Shema. How to put on your tefillin, how to write, how to do the mezuzah. Maybe you should only say the psukim that have to do with Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, no, that's only by a site that we take out all the instructions and we just put in the curses, because over here it says poets. And there's no Zereshava between site and our sugya, because it says Iksav Tam, which should be Ksiva Kama, and a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Tazayim. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Amir and Rabbi Asi were building a chuppah for their friend Rabbi Elazar who was getting married that day. Rabbi Elazar said, I'm a chassan, let me go learn Torah now, and I'll come back with what I learned. So he came back with the following. So if a person makes a mistake in the middle of Kriya Shema, let's say he misses a word, he must go and repeat the entire Shema. Let's say a person says Uvisharecha, and he's not sure where he's holding. Is he holding at the end of the first parasha that has Uvisharecha? Or perhaps he's holding at the end of the second parasha. He must go to the first parasha. According to Rashi, the following halacha applies to the third parasha. In other words, the third parasha a person knows better than the other two parashas. Therefore, if he's concerned that perhaps he missed a word or something in the third parasha, don't be concerned. You know it really well, and you probably said every single word. You don't have to repeat it. Says the Mishnah, if you have a worker who's picking fruit from a tree, or even his boss, and they're on top of a tree, and the time of Kriya Shema comes, you're allowed to say Kriya Shema on top of a tree, provided that the first pasuk of Kriya Shema they stop working and they concentrate on the first pasuk. According to other Rishonim, you have to concentrate on the entire first paragraph. But when it comes to Shemona Esrei, they must come off the tree and down to Shemona Esrei where it's sturdy and they're not concerned and they'll be able to have the proper kavanah. If it's a tree that's really sturdy and has a lot of branches, such as an olive tree or a fig tree, you're allowed to stay and remain on top of the tree. The Gemara makes a distinction between a worker who receives a salary for his work and a worker who only receives food. The one who receives a salary has to be a lot more careful with his time and how he uses it, and he shouldn't cause a loss to his boss. So therefore, when he daven Shemona Esrei, he should only say the Shemona Esrei known as Harinenu. It's the shortened Shemona Esrei where you say the first 3 brachas and the last 3 brachas, and everything in between is shortened to 3 to 4 words. Like you see in the picture, this is from a siddur given to servicemen in the English Army in 1940. When you say Birkas HaMazon, you only say 2 out of the 4 brachas. You say the first one completely, and the second and third bracha you combine together. The fourth one is only the Rabbanon, you don't have to say. When it comes to Birkas HaMaiti, since it's only the Rabbanon, they don't even wash and say a bracha. Someone that works for his food should be careful not to be a chazan, because that's a waste of time for the owner and he shouldn't do Birkus Kahana, and he shouldn't do it. As we learned in the beginning of the Masechta, Ha'isek b'mitzvah patur min mitzvah. Somebody is occupied with a mitzvah, he doesn't have to say Kriya Shema, because it says V'shivcha b'veisecha. And from Uvelech B'chavaderech, we learn that a chassid is not physically doing a mitzvah, but he's preoccupied in his head with the mitzvah of marrying a basula. Therefore, he is patur from Kriya Shema, because he has a combination of two things. He's preoccupied and it's a mitzvah. Therefore, a person who's preoccupied but not in a mitzvah, for instance, if his ship is sinking and he's very occupied with that, but it's not a mitzvah, he's chayav in Kriya Shema, because he's obligated to take that preoccupation out of his head. If, for instance, he's an avel, he lost a loved one and is preoccupied, that's also not a mitzvah, and he's chayav in all the mitzvahs. A person who marries an almana, he's not preoccupied. Yes, it's a mitzvah, but he's not preoccupied, and therefore he's chayav in Kriya Shema. The Gemara tells us that Gamliel himself, when he got married, he did say Kriya Shema because he knew about himself that he could be mechavan. And the Gemara says that anybody who's muchzak, that has a chazaka, that he's a chacham, and he could be mechavan during Kriya Shema, he's allowed to say Kriya Shema. But anybody that's not muchzak, according to Gamliel, that's considered gaiva. He has haughtiness. He says, "Oh, I could be mechavan." The chacham say that he could say Kriya Shema regardless. An avel who just lost a loved one is usher to bathe, unless he's what we call an isness, somebody who's spoiled, likes to take care of himself, and he's not bathing for enjoyment, but rather he can live without it. And that is in a time that the isser of rechitza, of bathing oneself, is the Rabbana. The first day is the isser deraisa, but the first night, according to some, and after the first night, according to everybody, and it's only isser Rabbanon, and Rabbanon weren't makir when it came to an isser. If a person loses a slave, we don't stand in the rows that we stand in front of Avelim and say Amakim Yenachem. We don't say Amakim Yenachem, and we don't make the bracha of Rechava, which is by the Suda, the first Suda of Havra. What do we say to somebody who loses a slave? We say Hamakam Yimalach Esreifa, like we do for any other object that one might lose. There's no hespedim that you give on a slave. According to Rabbi Yossi, if the Eved, the slave, was a kosher, he was a Talmud Chacham, then you could say, Oy ish toiveneman v'nehena migiyoy. Wow, what a great person he was, and he was trustworthy, and he was nehena. He worked hard, and that's how he earned a living. Chacham would disagree, and they say, if that's what you say about a slave, what is left to say about any kosher Jew? And therefore, you don't say any hesped on a slave. You don't call a slave Mister or Abba or Ima, which was in those days a way to call somebody in a nice way, unless this slave is a flush of a slave, and then you can give him that kind of surname. We only have 3 ovens. Avram Yitzchak Yaakov. We have 4 imayos, and we don't have any more. In other words, you can't call one of the Shvatim Ruvain one of our ovens, because the Chashivas is up to 3 ovens and 4 imayos. Whoever is careful with Kriya Shema and Shemona Esrei, says the Gemara, will have Olam Hazeh and Olam Haba. And now the Gemara brings many different tefillos that the Amoraim and the Tanaim would say after Shemona Esrei in order to make the Shemona Esrei their own. And with time permitting, we'll go through most of them. Rabbi Lazar would say the following: that we should have a hava v'achvar reis v'shalom. In other words, we should have peace and harmony, achdus, and we should have many talmidim, and that the future should show a lot of hope, and we should have Gan Eden, and we should have the Yetzer Tov, and we should wake up in the morning and find that we have Yerushalayim, and we should find all our needs. Rabbi Yochanan used to say, Yiratzim v'nach Hashem Elokeinu, peek at our shame and see how hard we have in our life, and you should use Rachamim and Oiz and Chasidus, and you should give us graciousness, and you should use good and Invisun Osecha. Rabbi Zera would say, Yiratzim v'nach Hashem Elokeinu, we shouldn't sin, we shouldn't be shameful. Rabbi would say, our occupation should be Torah, and we shouldn't have pain in our heart, and we shouldn't have dim eyes. And Rab would say the famous davening that we say, our Ishchaydish, long life, Chaim Shel Shalom, Shel Taiva, Shel Bracha, Shel Parnasa, Shel Tzatzamayis, Chaim Sheish B'Hem Yiras Chet. We should have Bushu Chlima. We should have wealth. We should have Havas Torah in Yerushalayim. And Chaim Sh'Temal Alon is Kol Shalos Levin on the Taiva. Rebbe would say, Yirotzim Ufanecha, Shetatzilenu Me'azi Panim. A lot of people insert that in the davening. Me'aziz Panim, Me'odam Ro, Me'pegara. People shouldn't say terrible rumors about us. We shouldn't have bad friends and bad neighbors. We saw that Hamashkes, Umzin Kosho, Mebaldin Kosho, Kinshub and Briz, whether it's a guy or non-guy. Even though Rebbe had guards, he would still say all these tefillos. And tomorrow, Mirz Hashem, will continue with the rest of the tefillos. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Yitzayim. We're going to continue with the special davening that Tanoim and Amoraim inserted at the end of their Shemona Esrei. Rav Safra would say, "Rebbeinu Shalom, please put peace between the Malachim and Shemayim, because when they fight, war breaks out down below. Have peace between Talmidei Chachamim and between people that learn Torah L'Shma for its own sake, and people that learn Torah for their sake, for their cover. And those who learn Torah Shalei L'Shma, they should have the skills to learn eventually Torah L'Shma. According to one of Alexander used to say, Hashem, put us in a corner. If you're ready to bring us in a corner, make sure there's light in that corner. And don't put us in a dark corner, and our heart shouldn't be aching, and our eyes shouldn't be dim. According to another, Alexander said, it's our will to do your will, but what's preventing us should be Isa, the Sahara. And Shibud Malchiyah is the fact that we're in Golos. Please take those two things away and we'll behave properly. Rabbi used to say, when we say on Yom Kippur by Vidui, I was not worthy to be born, and now that I was born and created, I'm still not worthy. I am dust, but I'm alive, and certainly after I'm dead, after I die. And you're not saying that I shouldn't sin any longer, and whatever I sin, please erase completely. My brother Rabbi used to say, basically what we say every day after Shemona Esrei, etc. And then he goes on to say, save me from a Isha Ra, from a bad woman and a bad guy. Rav Shei says, and this is what we say when you have a Tainus Yachad, he'd say, when we had a Beis HaMikdash, we'd be marked for Banais on the Mizbeach, and we would only put the chaylev and the fat and the blood. This Tainus that I'm fasting, now I have less fat, less blood, that should be as a carbon and be mechaper. And then the Gemara goes on to say beautiful sayings that Tanoim and Amoraim used to say. Rebbe would say, when you finish Yoy, it says, everybody's destined to die, whether it's an animal or a human being. But the famous song, Ashri Mi Shugala Bat Torah Ba'amoli Bat Torah. Praiseworthy is the person who grows up with Torah and toils in Torah, and creates a beautiful nachas to his creator, and he dies with a great name, with a great reputation. Toiv Hashem, Hashem and Toiv, a good name is better than good oil. And this is my favorite. Reb Meir would say, every Baruch tells people, try to understand my ways. Mahu Rachum, Rachum, etc. The Lishka Adasi, a person should be a master when it comes to Torah. Have Torah in your heart, and you should always have your Shemayim in front of your eyes. Guard your tongue, guard your mouth from sinning, and you should act b'kedusha, with tahara, and therefore I will be with you wherever you are. Chacham Yavne would say, I'm a creation and you're a creation. I go to learn Torah, you go to work in the field. My job is easier. I'm closer to home. And what are you going to say? And this is unbelievable. If a person says, I'm an Amaritz, what good is it that I'm learning Torah? I don't understand it as well as the other one. Says the Gemara, that's not true. The main focus is the intent and the effort a person puts in. You can learn the same amount as somebody else, and that person understands more than you. You get the same amount of schar as that other person because you had the same intent. Abai used to say a person should always be conniving when it comes to the Yitzhahara, try to trick him when it comes to Yiras Hashem. A person who answers softly will do away with a lot of anger. And a person should always seek peace with his relatives and with his brothers, with his friends, and even with goyim in the marketplace. The Gemara brings Rabbi and Zakkai would never allow somebody to say hello to him first. He was always the one to initiate the hello, even to a non-Jew in the marketplace. Rabbi says that the main point of Torah, and that's the ikar in the world, is to do ma'asim tovim and tshuva. A person shouldn't be someone who just learns Torah and then kicks the person upon the Torah like his father, his mother, and his Rabbi. We're talking about a different type of lishma. A person who learns Torah, shalei lishma, the cantor. That means in order to outdo somebody else, that's a person that's better. They shouldn't have been created. Rav says this world is different than the world to come. In the world to come, even if we have a physical body, we're not going to be dealing with eating, sleeping, kuruvu. We're not going to be jealous of each other. There's not going to be competition. We're just going to be sitting with crowns on our heads and basking in the glory of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara's famous question: if women don't learn Torah, how are they zoicha to Olam Haba, and how are they zoicha to protection according to the Golden Goyim? And the Gemara answers by bringing their children to learn Chumash in school and allowing their husbands to learn Mishnayos and Gemara, Dafei Yomi, and waiting for their husbands, because in those days their husbands would leave for extended amount of time, waiting for the husbands to come back from learning. That's how they shear in the Torah and Olam Haba. The Gemara brings a beautiful bracha that Chachamim would say to each other, and basically it includes all the limbs in the body, that their mouth should talk Torah, their feet should run to Torah, their eyes should look forward to Torah, etc. There's a machlokes in the pasuk. Alufeinu misubalim. Alufeinu means our leaders. Misubalim, we take the burden. One man almost says Alufeinu is that they're our leaders in Torah misubalim, that they have the yoke of mitzvahs. The other says Alufeinu is referring to Torah and mitzvahs. Misubalim is referring to Yisurim. And the Gemara goes on to say that we make a bracha that we shouldn't be like David and Shaul, that they had bad advisors like Toifel and Doeg. And we shouldn't have children that go off the derech. Machlokes in the pasuk, Abirei Leiv or Chaykim Tzedakah. Who are these Abirei Leiv? One shot is we're talking about tzaddikim, that they are distant from tzedakah, so to speak, that they could sustain themselves. They don't need to come on to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to help them, whereas the entire world has to come on to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. More brings that the Chanina, the famous Baskel, would come out and say, Chanina B'ni, he doesn't need anything but some boxers, some charuvim, where the entire world is sustained because of him. The other shot is that Abiri Leib is referring to the Rishayim, like the Gebayim that lived within the midst of Klal Yisrael for many generations and they never became Gerim. They didn't see the beauty of Klal Yisrael. Or the people from Machasya, who they saw Klal Yisrael gathering together before Yom Tov, 30 days before Yom Tov, before Pesach, before Rosh Hashanah. Places even brings that a flume of fire would come down from the sky, a pillar of fire, and they still didn't do tshuva, they didn't become ger. And then we're going to say that there's machlokes. Well, we know you're allowed to do malacha on Tisha B'Av, and in a place that you don't do malacha, you shouldn't do malacha, but if you're Talmid Chacham, you should never do malacha on Tisha B'Av. The question is whether a person could act like a Talmid Chacham. Is that considered metzik yura, or is that considered haughtiness or not? The Gemara goes on to say that if it's obvious that you're doing it as you are, such as a chassid, it doesn't say Kriya Shema, everybody knows that he doesn't have kavanah. Why is he saying Kriya Shema? He shouldn't do so. On the other side, you could say, well, nobody knows what he's doing. When it comes to Tisha B'Av, maybe he doesn't have a job, that's why he's not working. Or on the other hand, you could say, everybody knows that he has a job, and the reason why he's not working is because he's acting as a Baldaira. And basically that finishes, with that we finish the second parak. And the Mishnah says in the third parak, Misha Beisoy, if you have a deceased one, a loved one in front of you, you're called from Kriya Shema, from Tefillin, from Shemona Esrei, and there's a machlokes in Gemara whether the body has to be right in front of you, or even if it's not in front of you. And we'll go into it a little bit more tomorrow. We'll have a wonderful day. Before we get into some amazing stories, let's first talk about halachas that have to do with the dead. There's a concept called loig l'rash, poking fun at the dead, causing the dead to be jealous. And that includes not only mitzvahs, but even eating in front of the dead, as we're going to see. So you're not going to walk 4 amas within the dead, or in a cemetery next to Kfarim, and say Kriya Shema, Dam Shemud Esrei, say Kaddish, Tehillim, etc. You're not allowed to hold a Sefer Torah in your hand and read from the Sefer Torah. It says Tosfos, you're not allowed to even say Torah Baal Peh. And you shouldn't wear your tzitzis outside. It causes the dead to be jealous. If you see a funeral procession, you must accompany the procession. Otherwise, the dead is going to be upset. He's going to say, why doesn't this person come to my funeral? And if you do, says the Gemara, then it's as if you accompanied his Baruch Hu himself. It's also to eat in front of the dead. And therefore, if one has to eat, he should leave the house that the dead person is in, go to his own home, go to his friend's home. If you don't have a friend's home, build a wall. If you can't build a wall, then turn your back to the dead and then you eat. As an oval, it's also to be mesiv, it's also to lean, it's also to eat meat and drink wine. And you shouldn't, says Rashi, you don't need to make a bracha, not a bracha Rishona, not a bracha Chorna. According to other Rishonim, it's also to make brachas. And it's also for other people to be mitzi, and according to Rashi, other people don't have to be mitzi with the bracha. But on Shabbos, all those halachas don't apply. You could lean, you could eat meat, you could drink wine, and the machlokes is whether or not you're chayiv in oinu. Someone who's dealing with the burial of his own relative, he's oisei b'mitzvah, and therefore he's patur from all the mitzvahs. He's patur from Kriya Shema, Tefillin, Shemona Esrei, etc. The machlokes in the Gemara, what that means exactly. Rabbi says that it's only if the dead is right in front of him, then he's oisei b'mitzvah. But if once he leaves the house, he's not there, then there's no longer a chiyuv there's no longer a pur to do other mitzvahs. From the Ravashi, you see by Avram Avinu that even though he was dealing with Ephraim and Sarah was no longer in front of him, the Torah considers it as if Sarah was in front of him. He's still dealing with it in his head, and therefore he's patur from all mitzvahs. What about the people that carry the aron, the pallbearers? They are all patur from Shemona Esrei. The ones that are in front of the aron, they haven't had a chance to hold the aron yet. They are patur from Kriya Shema. The ones in the back, they already held onto the aron. They want to hold it again. They must say Kriya Shema. Those people that come to comfort the Avelim, that's also a mitzvah. They're also oisei b'mitzvah, patur min mitzvah. If they have a chance to say the first pasuk, or according to the other sheet of the first parsha, they should say so. If they don't have a chance, then the inner ones standing in the inner rows, that they are the ones saying directly to the Avelim, Hamachu Menachem, and giving them words of comfort, they are patur from Kriya Shema. The ones on the outer rows that don't really say directly to the Avel, they are chayiv in the Kriya Shema. What about those, the shomer, the people that watch the body? It seems like from the Gemara that they're watching them from ice. They are also considered oisei b'mitzvah, they are patur from the mitzvah. If there are two of them, then one could go to the side and daven while the other one watches. On a ship, there's machlokes whether there are mice or not, if that's a concern. According to one man, it is, and therefore one should watch the body. According to another man, both of them should go to the side. Once my Kriya Shema comes and say Kriya Shema. There's an isser to treat bones of the deceased without respect. You have to treat it with respect. And saying Allah applies to Sefer Torah. Therefore, you don't take bones and throw it into a sack and throw it on a donkey. The same thing with the Sefer Torah. Unless you're concerned that people will come and steal the Sefer Torah or do something to the bones, you can throw it on a donkey. Now, the Gemara discusses, and here are all the beautiful stories. What exactly do the dead people know? What do they hear? What do they understand? Because we're talking about Loiz Rush, now poke fun of the dead person. What does he understand? It comes out of Masparas HaSugya that a dead person can feel pain. Some say it means his neshama feels the pain. But if an insect is eating the body, he feels that pain. If there's a malach called Duma, he's in charge of the dead, he announces that a certain person is going to die soon, within a day or so, and the other dead people, they know that. They know that he's coming up. Dead people can get information and news from visitors. Other dead people come up and tell them what's going on down below. They can get that information. And in a situation where the person whose nifter is a great chashuv person, they will in fact announce that his arrival way before his nifter, as the Gemara discusses regarding Shmuel. Says the Gemara, the sons of Rabbi were wondering if their father, who already was nifter, does he know about their pain? Because they forgot their learning, they were busy working, and they forgot their learning, and it bothered them a lot, and they were wondering whether the father in Shemayim knows about it. One of them said, what do you mean? It's a pasuk about dead people don't know anything. The other one, you didn't learn right shot. Masons are referring to the Rishayim. They're in this world. They're not concerned about that. But tzaddikim, even when they're dead, they're considered alive. But tzaddik is always concerned about Olam Haba and what the future holds for him. Mar talks about the Noyov and Yoyada, that there's nobody like him in the first Mikdash and the second Mikdash. The Mar says perhaps he was toivel in the ice, he cut open the ice and was toivel inside, or it means that he went through the entire Sifra de Beirav, which is the hardest sefer, says Taisus, in one day, in one short winter day. Says the Gemara, amazing story. There was once a chassid. Usually when the Gemara says chassid, it's referring to the Yudah Bar Eloi or Yudah Ben Baba. That his wife really bothered him to the point that he had to sleep in the cemetery. And we're talking about Rosh Hashanah night. He was sleeping in the cemetery and he heard two ruchas, two young girls that were nifter. They were talking to each other. He said, "Let's fly around the world. Let's see what's going on." Behind him, says one, "I cannot fly. I'm buried in Machzel Shulchanim in reeds." The Tzlach explained, since her body didn't decompose, therefore she couldn't fly. Said, she tells her friend, "You go out there, tell me what you heard." And she went out there and she heard that whoever plants the Revi Rishonim in the first, says Rashi, he's talking about the 17th day of Cheshvan, the 7 days, and then comes the second Revi'ah, and then comes the third Revi'ah 7 days later. Whoever plants then, hail is going to come and destroy the crop. So this chassid did not plant in the Revi Rishonim, he planted in the Revi Shniyah, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to do this trick on his own. So he went and he camped out in the base of cars, and sure enough, he hears the two ruchas saying, "Let's go fly. I can't fly. I'm in Machzel Shulchanim. So you come back and tell me." And she said, "I heard that whoever plants in the second Revi'ah, the Shidafah, that he was going to come and ruin the crop. So he planted in the first, and therefore he made money. Everybody else lost the crop." Says his wife, "How did you know to do this?" So he told his wife the secret. The wife had a big fight with the mother of the girl that was flying around in the paragon, and she made fun of the mother of the other mother. And she said, "I know that your daughter was buried in Machzel Shulchanim." Third year, the chassid goes to the cemetery and he hears the ruach saying, "Let's go fly around." And one ruach said to the other, "I cannot fly because the live people are already saying they're making fun of my mother that she buried me with Machzel Shulchanim." So you see that the dead do know. Says the Gemara, perhaps somebody who's nifter told her. Zihiri once gave money to a lady and she died, and he went and he asked her in her grave, "Where's the money?" And she told him exactly where it was. And she also said, "Tell my mother that we're going to have a visitor soon tomorrow. Please send my comb and my makeup." And that's because she must have heard it from Duma, the Malach, that announces. The Gemara says that Avu the Shmuel used to take the money of the orphans, and he was nifter, and people started making fun of his son Shmuel, and they called him the son of the person that steals money from the orphans. So he went to the base of forest, and he sees that Levi didn't make it into Shemayim because Levi hurt his Rabbi by not going to the shir. And he sees his father, and his father's crying and laughing. "Why are you crying? Because you're going to be nifter soon." "Why are you laughing?" "Because they consider you as a huge individual here in Shemayim." He said, "If I'm so big, have Levi go up to Shemayim." In fact, Levi went up to Shemayim. He says, "Where's the money?" "The money is buried between our money." It was a sandwich. Our money, the Yisrael's money, and our money. I didn't want it to get ruined. I didn't want people to steal. And in fact, they returned the money. Upon you see that the dead know what's going on, but it's different because Shmuel was such a fashionable person. They announced in the Shemayim way in advance. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Yutes. We had the other day that Rabbi was walking in the cemetery and his tzitzis were dragging on the graves, and he was told, "You're poking fun at the dead." It seems like Rabbi himself retracted, because Rabbi says that Baruch Hu tells Moshe Rabbeinu, "Tell the Aviz, Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov, that I kept my promise. I gave Klal Yisrael Eretz Yisrael." You see that Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov care about what's going on in this world. Gemara says perhaps they don't really care, because Baruch Hu wanted Moshe Rabbeinu to speak to Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov so that Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov can have a harsh effect to Moshe Rabbeinu for everything that he's done for their descendants, Klal Yisrael. The halacha is, if you speak about a mace, it's as if you speak about a rock. What does that mean? Either they don't care, or they don't know. However, if you speak about an Adam Chashuv, like somebody spoke about Mar Shmuel after he died, and he pierced his head and pierced the membrane around his brain, that's because HaKadosh Baruch himself hears that you spoke about the Chashuv person, but not necessarily that the Chashuv person heard it and knows that you said something about it. Yeshua ben Levi says that if you speak about a Talmid Chacham, even if the Talmid Chacham is in peace in Gan Eden, nevertheless, the person that speaks about him will fall into Gehenna. Speaking about Yeshua ben Levi, the Gemara says, Yeshua ben Levi said that there are 25 instances in all of the Mishnayos where somebody said something about HaKadosh Baruch Hu or other things, and they put him in nidus. They put him in chayr, excommunication. The Blazer says, I only found 3. What are the 3 instances? That a Kabbalah b'Mahalel says that the concept of Saita, if somebody has an affair and the husband suspects her of having an affair and they give her to drink Mayim HaMa'arim, you don't do that to a Guyares and a Shukreres. That's what Kabbalah b'Mahalel holds. The fact that Shmai Naftali and Gerim did it, gave my mama Arim, they did the Saita for the Yaris, says how that was fake water, it was a placebo. And for that, says the Gemara, that they put him in Midu. Says Rabbi Yehuda, that's not true. Akav ben Mahalo was a great man. There's nobody like him in Chachma, in Tahara, in Yiras Hashem. Therefore, couldn't have been Akav ben Mahalo. It was, in fact, Elazar ben Chanoich, who made fun of the concept of Netilas Yadayim, and they put him in Midui. And in fact, when Elazar ben Chanoich died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even to the dead, you do skila, you throw stones at the coffin. There's a concept called Megis Daitek Chapamala. Speaks, and probably pours the Rabbanish way. Like, such as Choni Ma'agol. Choni Ma'agol, his name is Choni Ma'agol because Choni sat and drew a circle around himself, and he said, Hashem, I'm not moving from the circle until it rains. So it rained really lightly. He said, no, I don't want this rain. I want strong rain. So it rained really strong. He said, no, that's too much. Give me the proper rain. Shimon ben said, if you weren't Choni, I would put you in Chayrim. That's not how you talk. You're speaking like a son speaks to a father, and it's not correct. Titus, who was from Rome, instituted Zeicher leKarban Pesach. Everybody should take a goat and put him on a spit, on a skewer, and roast it. And Shimon ben Shedach said, you deserve Chayrim, because people are going to think now they can touch him outside of the Beis HaMikdash. But that's a brisa. The famous story of Tanur Shalach Noyim, Rabbi Lazar held that everybody holds that in order to take a tiferes, in order to wear a stove and make it not tummy, if it's tummy, you have to break it into pieces. So let's say you chopped it up into pieces and you want to put it back together with sand. Lazar holds it's tar. Chacham says it's not tar. Lazar tried to prove it to them with the tree, with the wall that bent, the water stopped. A pastor came out of Shemaim and said, Rabbi Lazar is right. Nevertheless, they didn't accept his words, and not only that, they put him to Nidui and he died in a Chayrim. So we have 3 places in the Mishnah, but why did Yeshua lady say 24? Because there are 21 other situations in the Mishnah where very similar to these 3 times, where the Talmid Chacham, who was a single person, an individual, went against the Rabbim, the majority, the Yachid against the Rabbim, and fought really hard, and that is deserving of Chayrim. And in some instances, it was a person who wasn't as great as the other, and he fought hard against the greater person, and that is deserving of neither. Says the Gemara, you don't take out the dead when it's close to my Kriyishma. People might miss my Kriyishma, unless it's the other Pasha like Rav Yosef, and they took him out right before his my Kriyishma. People listening to a hesped or Isaac mitzvah, it's also like a rush to go out. They should leave one by one. In other words, one person goes out, says Kriyishma, comes back in, then the next one. If the body isn't in front of them, then they can all say Kriyishma together. And the Aval sits there quietly and he says, he accepts upon himself the terrible tragedy that happened to him, and he says, I sinned a lot. And you didn't even give me what I deserve, 1 out of 1,000. Says Abaye, you don't speak like that. That's you shouldn't talk like that, because that means that you're saying you're deserving of a greater einish. We discussed the other day about people standing in a row and saying Amokim Menachem Eskem to the Avel. The outer row is not part of the Kriyishma. However, the Gemara qualifies and says if the outer row can see and can be heard, the Avel can hear him, so he is part of the Nikum Avelim and he's part of the Kriyishma. The Gemara brings the pasuk Ein Chachma Ve'ein Tfuna Ve'ein Eitzel Leneged Hashem. When it comes to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, if somebody does a Chil Hashem, it's a Chil Hashem. There's no such thing as he's a Chacham, he's a Navain. For instance, if a hush of a person is wearing shatnez, even though it'll create a tremendous embarrassment if he has to remove it in public, he must remove it immediately. Remember those 2 different cases. Why is shatnez different in all these cases? Tomorrow, when it comes to the Rabbanan were not geyser, they're zeros when it comes to human dignity. So therefore, we have the concept of Beis HaPras. If there's a field that was plowed through and there was a grave there, and we're concerned that perhaps small bones that are spread out throughout the field, with the Rabbanan, if you're on the way to be makar b'karban Pesach, you could get on all 4, blow your way through the field, and you see that's a concept only with the Rabbanan, because if it was the Reis, you wouldn't be able to do that. Therefore, if an Adel decides, he picks his route, there's a fork in the road, and he says, I want to go through the Beis HaPras, a kohen can follow him through the Beis HaPras for the covet of the Adel. Same thing for the covet, to give proper honor to kings, even Goyish kings, where it says that the Lazar Tzadok, who was a kohen, would step over the coffins. Now, there's a halacha that if there's a full tefach of air between the body and the top of the aron, then the tumah stays inside that aron, provided that there's an opening on the side. So we're not concerned that perhaps most aronas have this tefach. Maybe there's a larger person in the aron or something, and if you don't have that tefach, that's a meal. And in order to give honor to kings, we're not chayshish for that Arin that doesn't have a teva. There's also the concept of human dignity. When it comes to toilet paper, and in the time of the Gemara, they used to use stones, so you're allowed to carry a stone for the bathroom. And if a person's tzitzis ripped now he only has 3 tzitzis on 4 corners, he must take off his garment right away, but if he's in a carmelis, which is a shus d'Rabbanan, he can leave it on. Whether we have the pasuk that says v'salamta, if you find an object, you must return it, but there's exceptions. If you're a kohen and you're a base of forest, you're an old person, and it's not in your honor to take care of it, you earn more money than it would take to give it back, you're potter. Why Shabbat is any different? The answer is because it says v'salamta. There's a special meal dafka in these 3 cases. And a nazir who's a kohen gadol. So he's a nazir and a kohen gadol. Or he's a person who's going to do bris milah on his son, or to shut the korban pesach, he does not become tamei. But if there's a mace mitzvah, they find a dead person who's nobody's taking care of, then even a kohen gadol nazir should become tamei. Why Shabbat is different? And the answer is because we're discussing sheval taisa by milah and korban pesach, and it wasn't said by Tuma. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Dav Chav. Rabbi asked Rabbi, why is it that the previous generations, they had so many nisim? For instance, if they needed rain, Rabbi Yehuda would just take off his shoe and start being bitzar, and immediately it would start raining. And us, we scream and we cry and we daven and nothing. And don't tell me, says Rabbi, it's because they were greater than us in learning. In fact, we are greater than them in learning, says Rabbi. They, Rabbi Yehuda, only learned Nizikin, says Rashi, Bakama, Bamutiva, Vashra. We learned all Shisha Siddur Mishnah. When Rabbi Yehuda tried to learn Uktzin, he had great difficulty. He said it's like all the questions that Rav and Shmuel's Rabbi used to ask. When we learn Uktzin and Yadais, how a branch transmits tumah into the fruit, but if the branch is really wet and soggy, it doesn't. We have 13 pshatim in that. So what is the pshat? The pshat is that the previous generations, they were meiser nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. The Gemara brings a very interesting example of what it means to be meiser nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. Rabbi Bar Haba was walking the street and he noticed a woman wearing a red scarf, a karbalta, that he felt wasn't appropriate for a Jewish woman to wear. So he ran over to her and he ripped it off her head, only to realize that she was a goya. She could wear whatever she wants. And he was fined 400 zuz, which he said was because her name was Muslim, which it sounds like 200 times 2. You see, that is Mesiras Nefesh, to put oneself in a position where he owes money to make him a chav for Torah. The Gemara says, the Rabbi Gidl will position himself by the entrance of the mikvah, so that women going to be private can ask him questions about tefillah. They ask him, what about Yitzhahara? Because the women appear to me like white geeks. I don't have a Yitzhahara. Rabbi Yochanan would also position himself by the entrance of the mikvah for a different reason, so that women could stare at his beauty and they could have children that are as beautiful as him. And as the Gemara Bava Metzia says, they could be gedolim in Torah like Rabbi Yochanan. They asked Rabbi Yochanan, what about Ayin Hara? You're not worried about Ayin Hara? He says, no, I come from Shevet, from Yosef. There's no Ayin Hara. Why? It says by Yosef, Alei Ayin, he's above Ayin Hara. Or V'yid Gula he's like a fish. Fish don't have Ayin Hara. They're in the water covers the Ayin Hara. Or the eye that didn't go after Eishes Peitifar will not be Nizoid from an Ayin Hara. Says the Mishnah. Ktanim are potter from Kriyishma and Tefillin. Even if the Katan is the age of Chinuch, he's potter from Kriyishma because we don't want his father to be worried about his son's Kriyishma. He has to go to work early in the morning and can't schlep him to shul that early. Tefillin, a Katan, we're concerned, won't have a guf naki, a clean body. Women, as we know, are potter from all mitzvahs aseish azman rom. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, Kriya Shema is a specific time, in the morning, in the evening, they are potter from Kriya Shema. Women are potter from tefillin. And the chiddush is that I would think that they'd be chayiv in tefillin because there's a hekesh between tefillin and mezuzah. And in the mezuzah they are chayiv. For mashman, women are potter from tefillin. Now, they are chayiv in a mezuzah. Why? Because in the mezuzah it says the man yirbu yimeicha, mezuzah brings longevity, and women need longevity. I would think that a mezuzah would be potter because it says and then right afterwards there's a hekesh, just like they're potter from Torah. They should be potter in mezuzah. For mashman, they're chayiv in mezuzah. A woman is chayiv in Shemona Esrei because Shemona Esrei brings rachamim, and women need rachamim. Even though Shemona Esrei is erev, boiker, tzarayim, it's his man grama, nevertheless, because of the racham they're chayiv. What about kiddush on Shabbos? This is machlokes whether they are chayiv midaraisa or midarabana, but they're definitely chayiv. According to Rabbi, they're chayiv midaraisa because it says zachav v'shalom, shalom v'zachav. Whoever's chayiv in keeping Shabbos is chayiv in mentioning Shabbos and doing kiddush. According to Abaya, it's only chayiv d'rabana. Birkas Hamazon, they are chayiv. Although Moshe Rabbeinu says that Klal Yisrael should eat in the evening, in the morning, so it seems like it's a mitzvah aseish as magrama. Nevertheless, they are chayiv. The Gemara wanted to prove that perhaps because the Hamazon of a woman is a deraisa because she can be mighty to her husband. So the Gemara, that's not a raya, because in the same place it says that a katan could be mighty to his father, and a katan certainly is the rabbanon. We have to say that the father only ate a shear of the rabbanon, less than a sevilla satiating achila, and therefore the katan can be mighty. So maybe that's what it means that a woman can be mighty to her husband in a situation where he ate a shear of the rabbanon. The Gemara says the Malachi Ashar told Rabbi it's not fair. You said that we shouldn't take bribes, but you show favoritism towards Klal Yisrael. It says Yisa Hashem Panav Eilecha. It says Rabbi Shalom, of course I show favoritism. I told Klal Yisrael to say Birkas Hamazon when the Achalta B'Savata, if you're satiated, and they were matchmer on themselves, and they say Birkas Hamazon even on a kibetza like Rabbi Yehuda or a kazayis like your mayor. That's why I show favoritism to them. The machlokes, the Mishnah says is foul. We know that about Keri cannot learn Torah. Ezra was masakin that they have to be Torah. So how does one say Kriya Shema if he's about Keri? Says the Mishnah, he should think it in his mind, he should contemplate it. And therefore, he doesn't say Birkas Kriya Shema, and when he eats, he doesn't say Hamaitzi, and Birkas Hamazon, he says it in his head. He contemplates it, his Maharik. Rabbi Yehuda says no. About Keri, he must say Birkas Kriya Shema, he must say Hamaitzi, he says Birkas Hamazon out loud, he says Kriya Shema out loud with his mouth. The machlokes between Rabbi and Rav Chisda, whether Hirur is Kedibur. Contemplating something, thinking about something in your head, does it have the same effect as saying it with your mouth? According to Ravina, it has the same effect. So why does about Keri only think it if it's as if he's saying it? Because when you guys are just like we said at Har Sinai, you should not say it with your mouth, think it in your head. According to Rav Chisda, Hirur lav Kedibur. So if so, why is he thinking about it at all? It has no effect. You have to say creation. And the answer is, you're right, it doesn't have that effect. The issue is, if he's sitting in shul and everybody's saying Kriya Shema, he's going to look as if he doesn't care about Hakadosh Baruch Hu, and we want him to be Isaac and be doing the same thing as everybody else is doing. Have a wonderful day. Racha is Dav Chof Aleph. We learned that a Balkari who must say something midoraisa, such as Kriya Shema or Birkas Hamazon, he has to think it in his head. Where Shemona Esrei, which is only the Rabbanim, he doesn't think it at all. How do we know that Birkas Hamazon is deraisa? It doesn't get any more clear than this. It says in the pasuk, Ve'ochalta, you eat, B'savata, and you're satiated, U'berachta, you say Birkas Hamazon. Birkas HaTorah, it says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, Kishem Hashem Ekra, I'm going to announce Hashem's name, and Klal Yisrael is going to say Amen, and then from there we're going to continue to the Shira that is brought down in Parshas Hazinu. From our Mishnah, it seems like that the Birkas Hamaitzi, the bracha you say before eating food, is only the Rabbanim, because it says that you don't have to contemplate at all, you don't have to think about it. Even though we have a Kavachomer going in two directions, that one should perhaps say Birkas HaTorah after you learn Torah, and one should say Hamaitzi before you eat. Kavachomer. If you make a Birkas Hamazon after you eat, so certainly you should make a bracha after you learn Torah. And the same thing in reverse. If you say Birkas HaTorah before you learn, so certainly you should make a Birkas Hamaitzi before you eat. And the answer is, they are not similar at all. Birkas Hamazon comes after you're satiated and you feel good about yourself. So you say Birkas Hamazon. You don't make that bracha prior to eating because you didn't have anaya. Whereas Talmud Torah, you're saying the bracha because you're about to go into the Chayi Olam. This brings you to Olam Haba. So you say prior and not after. Rabbi Yehuda holds, unlike what we learned up until this point, that Kriya Shema is only the Rabbanim. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he say Kriya Shema or not, he doesn't repeat it. It's only the Rabbanim. Whereas the brachas of Kriya Shema, the Yatziv, It's the Raisa. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said B'yasser, he has to repeat it. What does he do with the famous pasuk that we said from the beginning, the first daf in brachas? B'shach b'chov kumecha teaches us he's supposed to say Kriya Shema when you get up, when you go to sleep. He says no, b'shach b'chov kumecha is referring to Talmud Torah. The chiyuv of learning Torah is in the night and in the day, but not for Kriya Shema. From our Mishnah, we see that about Keri doesn't make a bracha after eating. So l'chayra, or after Kriya Shema, that is. So you see l'chayra that it's only midrabanan, and the answer is no. You don't see anything from our Mishnah because we're talking about the person said Kriya Shema, and in Kriya Shema he already mentions Yitzias Mitzrayim, and Kriya Shema is stronger than B'yatzer because it has Omach Shemayim and Yitzias Mitzrayim, and that's why he says Kriya Shema. Rav says no. Kriya Shema is the Raisa. Therefore, if a person has a subject whether he says Kriya Shema or not, he has to repeat it. Shemona Esrei, which is the Rabbanon, that he doesn't repeat if he has a suffix. If a person has a suffix, says Rabbi Yochanan Halavai, he should daven all day long. In other words, he could repeat the Shemona Esrei all day, and in fact, that's the halacha. What about if a person knows that he says Shemona Esrei, and he catches himself in the middle of Shemona Esrei? Says the Gemara that if a person is davening Shabbos Shemona Esrei, he's on Shabbos and he's davening Shemona Esrei, all of a sudden he feels a punch on his chest. He realizes, oh, I'm saying Slach Lana, I'm in the middle of saying weekday Shemona Esrei. What does he do? The halacha is that he could finish the bracha. What is the reason? The reason is because in reality we should be saying Shemona Esrei of the weekday on Shabbos, and in addition to that, add the brachas of Shabbos. But because of the tircha of the tzibur, Chacham said you don't say Shemona Esrei. So therefore, if he finds himself saying a bracha of regular weekday Shemona Esrei, he finishes it off. Whereas a person who realized that he already said Shemona Esrei, and now he's saying it for the second time, if he's in the middle of a bracha, he stops right there where he is, and he doesn't finish because he has no chiyuv to say. Afal Pikain. Nevertheless, if a person comes into a shul, he daven b'yechidus, he comes into the shul and he finds the tzibur davening Shemona Esrei, he could say Shemona Esrei again as long as he shows that it's tefillas medava, meaning he adds to each of the middle brachas, he adds something of his own and makes it personal. If a person comes into a shul, this is halacha l'maaseh, he comes into the shul, and he finds the tzibur davening Shemona Esrei, what should he do? Well, this is machlokes. According to Rav Huna, if he could finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to, the chazan gets to Moedim, then he should start Shemona Esrei and finish. Because the problem is you don't want to be davening Shemona Esrei while everybody bows and does Moedim, because then it looks like you don't agree to the Moedim. But according to Rav Chisda, he has to be able to finish his Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. And the machlokes is whether a person can say Kedusha by himself or not. So we the paskin that a person can't say Kedusha by himself, the Chayra comes out that he should be able to finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. Now, according to everybody, while you're searching, the machlokes whether you could stop in the middle of Shemona Esrei to say Amen Yehesh Rabbi. According to a different, you could. We don't pass in halacha like that. Space brings down that today we think about it. Shemir Ka'ina, this is asked a question, that it comes out that you are saying it. You should look in Taisus and see the halacha. About Peri is also to learn Torah. How do we know it? From the concept called Smuchim, since there's a pasuk in regard to Peri that's next to a pasuk that says the Isser of learning Torah, so we make the connection, it's also to learn Torah. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't learn the concept of Smuchim in all of the Torah, besides in Chumash Devar. How do we know that? And in the Smuchim that the Tanakh learns, in this parasha, Rabbi Yehuda learns it to say that whoever teaches the son Torah, it's as if he accepted the Torah from her Sinai. When it comes to a Machashef al a witch, you can't keep alive, so we learn it, the Misa that she has, Beskila, we learn from a Behema. And Rabbi Yehuda learns it from Ovi Yadayim because he doesn't learn the concept of Smuchim. Yet, when it comes to Chumash Devarim, he does learn the concept of Smuchim. There's a machlokes whether a person who's not allowed to marry his father's wife, he's allowed to marry his father's anusa. If his father rapes somebody, he's allowed to marry her. But Rabbi Yehuda, you're not allowed to marry. And why? Because he learns it from Smuchim. It says in the pasuk, Lo yikach ishes aver v'lo yigali knaf. Lo yigali, Rabbi Yehuda learns it's talking about an anusa. Why? Because the following pasuk talks about an anusa. In the Mishnah it says that there are 3 people that have zera and they're not allowed to learn Torah. One of them is a Zav, who's not about Keri, who saw Keri, a Nida that was Toilet Zera. And a woman after relations who had Zera, they are not allowed to say Torah unless they go to the mikvah. Rabbi Yehuda holds that they don't have to go to the mikvah. It's mashma. It's only in these three cases that Rabbi Yehuda holds they don't have to go to the mikvah. But what if the person is about Keri without any side effect, any ziva, plita, etc., just a pure about Keri? Perhaps he holds that he has to go to the mikvah. The Gemara comes out and says no. At the end of the day, Rabbi Yehuda holds that about Keri is also to learn Torah. He just holds that when it comes to Birkas Kriya Shema, etc., he made them like Hilchas Derech Eretz. In other words, since they are Derabanan, so you're allowed to say them. Have a wonderful day. Rachel Daf Chav Beis, the Gemara tells us that just like Matan Torah was given the Emo, Be'ira, Be'reses, Be'zeya, so too when we learn Torah, we should be in fear and trepidation with trembling. Therefore, if one comes about to be Tameh, but it wasn't his fault, he became a Zav, a Metzora, Baal Anida, by mistake, he could learn Torah. However, if a person becomes Tameh through Keri, which is an issue of Kalos Rosh, there's actually 7 shittas here. The Tanakh says it's also for him to learn Torah at all. It came through Kalos Rosh, and Torah is only Bereses B'Zeyah. On the polar opposite, we have Rabbi Yehuda ben Meser that says that Torah cannot become Tameh. Therefore, you can learn Torah in any state, even in the state of Tum of Keri. Torah is like fire, says Rabbi Yehuda ben Meser. Fire is not Mekabel Tumah, Torah is not Mekabel Tumah. And then you have 5 shittas in between. Rabbi Yossi says you can learn Torah, you can learn Mishnayos, but say them quickly, don't go too deep into them. Then you have Rabbi Yonasan that says you could go deep into Mishnayos, you can fire Mishnayos, just don't learn Gemara. Then you have Rabbi Nosson ben Avshalom says you can learn Gemara, just don't say the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu when it brings a pasuk. Rabbi Akiva says don't learn Medrash. And some say in Rabbi Akiva he meant to say don't go into a base Medrash. So about Keri is also to go into base Medrash. Rabbi Yehuda says, and this we had yesterday, a person who's Bakari can learn Hilchos Derech Eretz. But he on himself was Machmir. When he taught his Talmidim, he was Toivel first, and then he taught them Hilchos Derech Eretz. For Nachman Bar Yitzchak says that there's a minhag in the world, asking like the 3 skated. The one halacha, like we just said, like Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseir, that when it comes to Bakari, you can learn Torah. The other one is like Rabbi Yoshia, who says that in order to be over on Klayim, he's Mako. You have to plant 3 types of plants. You have to plant chita, wheat, soya, barley, and chartzanim, grapes. Otherwise, you're not over in Klayim. Whereas Chacham say only 2 is the Isser. And like Rabbi Loi, who says that the chiyuv of Reishis Hagez to shear your sheep and give the first shearings to a kohen is only in Eretz Yisrael. Zeiri said, either he said that they were mevatel the tvila of a bakari, or he said they were mevatel the tvilas yadayim. Like we learned, the Chizah said, you shouldn't go looking for water. It's better to wash your hands before davening, but don't do it on the account of not damaging Shmoneh Esrei B'tzibur for a time. The Gemara tells us that Nochem Ishdamzu whispered to Rabbi Akiva this coming halacha. And Rabbi Akiva whispered it to the Nazai, and the Nazai either announced it in public or he whispered it to his Talmud. Was the halacha that this new concept called Tisho Kavim, when one is toivel for a Keri, he doesn't necessarily have to go into a mikvah with 40 saf. He could pour upon himself 9 kavim, like a shower. Just pour the water on top of you. As we're going to see later on, and the Omer holds that when it comes to Tisha Kavim, it must be poured. You can't go into it like you go into a mikvah. Mikvah is dafka going into the mikvah, and you can't pour the 40 saf on top of you. So Tisha Kavim is dafka pouring it on top of you and not going into it. Now, why would he announce it in public? On the tzad that it was announced in public? Because this tefillah of Keri caused a lot of bitul Torah. It takes a long time to go to the mikvah until you find the mikvah. Or people mevatel for pure revu. If a person knows he has to go tomorrow to look for a mikvah, he might abstain. And if he said it in secret, it's because he didn't want his talmidim to be with their wives like tarnagolim, like chickens. Rabbi Yani says when it comes to halacha of tefillah of Keri, some are megal, some are machmer. Those who are machmer, they are going to have arichas yomim. The question is, if you could get away with, so to speak, 9 kav of water, why would one go to the mikvah with 40 saw? Says the Gemara, because Chachamim made a ghetto. There's a story where somebody was about to be over Navera, and the woman told him, if you're over Navera, remember, you have to look for a mikvah 40 saw, and that made him stop. And therefore, Chacham instituted that you have to have Arba'im saw. But Buddha holds that about Keri can be toivel. The Chamim, meaning in Mayim Shuvim, doesn't have to be rainwater. Rav Chizda says it has to be just like a regular mikvah, 40 saw rainwater. Rav Nachman had a special vessel that held 9 kavim, so his Talmidim could use it for carrying. So they told him, what do you mean? Rav Akiva holds that only somebody that's sick and the carry came against his will, he could use 9 kavim. But your Talmidim, yes, a Talmid Chacham is considered like a sick person that's typically weak. But it wasn't La'insa, it was Margo. He brought the carry upon himself by being with his wife. Therefore, you can't use the kli. Says the Gemara, halachically, Rav Nachman's kli was broken. Though, according to people in Usha, his vessel was repaired. Why? Because in Usha, this is the exact opposite. A chayla who brings upon himself carry, like a Talmid Chacham, could use 9 kavim. A chayla that the carry came against his will doesn't even need to be toivel at all.